My supreme bone was secretly dug away by my clansmen. But I was not angry. Instead, I was very happy, and even deliberately told them that I had awakened the ancient heavy pupil, so that they would continue to dig out my heavy pupil. Just because I awakened the rebellious system, as long as my things were taken away, I could have a critical hit regeneration. Ding! Detected that the host's supreme bone was dug away. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chaotic god bone. After listening to the system prompt, I had a bold idea. I took a knife and looked at my chicken, and at this time I was deceived by a beautiful woman into a cave. Auntie, where are we going? Qin Ruyan smiled softly. Ming'er, don't worry, there's something delicious inside. After going in, she took out a pill for me to eat, and soon I passed out. Seeing this, Qin Ruyan immediately showed a fierce look on her face, only to see her forming hand seals, and then tearing open a wound on my back, quickly pulling out a piece of golden bone. Ha ha ha. Looking at the supreme bone in her hand, Qin Ruyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Zihan, you only love that woman wholeheartedly, ignoring me and Chen'er. Did you ever think that you and that woman's son would end up like this? This is all your retribution. However, what she doesn't know is that at this moment, I am pretending to be unconscious, just to let him dig out my supreme bone. Ding! Congratulations, host, your supreme bone has been taken away. System critical hit. Obtaining the Chaos God Valley. The system has shielded the secrets of the Chaos God Valley from the host, preventing others from investigating. Feeling a power in my body that is 100 times stronger than the supreme bone, a subtle excitement flashes in my eyes, feeling that all this pain is worth it. 5 years ago, I discovered that I possessed a treasure, but when my parents disappeared and danger lurked around me, I pretended to be foolish. If I hadn't awakened the system when I crossed over, I might have been in trouble long ago, because more than one person in the family had their eyes on me. At this moment, Qin Ruyan's gentle voice suddenly came. Ming'er, you're awake. I got up from the ground and pretended to be ignorant, asking, Aunt, what just happened? Qin Ruyan looked reproachful. You've always been impulsive since you were young. How could you swallow the cold water Dan directly? You should first protect your meridians with spiritual energy. Qin Ruyan had a look of wanting to scold but couldn't bear to, and I immediately showed a repentant look. Ming'er understands now. Qin Ruyan pinched my face and said, as long as you know, let's go back. After returning to the family, Qin Ruyan couldn't wait to say goodbye to me. I knew what she wanted to do. Of course, it was to install my supreme valley on her beloved son, Lu Chun. And I also had something very important to do, which was to immediately go back and absorb the Chaos Divine Bone. At this moment, I was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. The system started to absorb, and suddenly the aura in my body skyrocketed wildly. In a short period of time, my cultivation directly increased from the Gathering Spirit realm to the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm, directly crossing 2 major realms. The concept of the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm at the age of 8. Even the so-called number 1 genius in the Eastern Wasteland, Lu Tung, who had the most concentrated Tianqi bloodline of the Lu family, with countless resources, was only at the 5th level of the profound spirit realm at the age of 8. Speaking of the Tianqi bloodline, I think of my mother, because I have not awakened this bloodline, probably because of my mother's reasons, because she was introduced to my father during his travels. The origin of my mother, Yun Yaxin, is very mysterious, while Qin Ruyan married into the family through an alliance with my father. At this moment, I also remember that before my parents disappeared, they sealed a small tripod named Huangding in the depths of my consciousness. I don't know what it is specifically, but I know it is definitely not an ordinary item. It has been 5 years without any news from my parents. It seems that my strength is still too low. I need to quickly improve my cultivation to find my parents. Just then, there was a knock on my door. Sensing the arrival through my aura, I smiled slightly and called out, "Come in." Soon, with a click, the door opened, and a 15 or 16-year-old girl walked in. Lu Shuer was a distressed girl taken in by my parents. The girl exclaimed as soon as she saw me, "Young master, why have your eyes turned golden? And double?" I quickly took a mirror to look, and to my surprise, the chaotic energy had directly strengthened my original holy eyes into dual eyes. Lu Shuer then exclaimed, "Young master, could it be that you have awakened the legendary ancient dual eyes?" I nodded, afraid it might be true. After a brief shock, I smiled. This is a good thing. I can make it stronger with the help of the system, but I will have to endure the pain of having my eyes gouged out again. Without a doubt, those people from the family will try to come after me again. Lu Shuer exclaimed, "Young master, should we tell the family head right away?" No. Lu Ming shook his head. "Young master, would show in the forest wind will destroy, although this is the truth. But, this is your home. Lu Shuer seemed to have seen through his concerns and was a bit anxious. The family head and clan elders can't wait to be happy. The heavy pupil. But the future emperor. The supreme being. The Lu family will definitely vigorously cultivate you to become the family heir. And when the time comes, lead the Lu family to glory. Also, when the young master is strong, he can go find your father and mother. Doesn't the young master want to? Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. Sister Flossy, you don't understand. He needed someone else to take away the heavy pupil in order to trigger the storm regeneration. But this kind of thing, if too many people knew about it, I'm afraid, instead, no one would dare to do it. Therefore, he decided to find an opportunity to inadvertently let Qin Ruyan and others notice. I don't understand? Qin Shure was puzzled. What's the situation? Why has the young master changed? Lu Ming didn't want to say much, and was just about to open his mouth and tell her not to talk nonsense. Not even to the family head, not even to the clan elders. Suddenly, he glimpsed that under the sleeves, Lu Shure's delicate white wrists seemed to have some wounds and bruises. Sister Flossy, what's wrong with your hand? Did Lu Xiaoli do it? Lu Shure was shocked in her heart. Young master has really gotten smart? Could it be that the heavy pupils were awakened? No, young master, no. She quickly shook her head. I accidentally hit it myself. You don't fool me. Let me see your hands. It's really not necessary. Lu Xiaoli's identity is special. It is the accidental birth of a certain extremely protective patriarch of the Lu family. Although the age is small, but the seniority is high. In the Lu family is accustomed to rampage. Not many people dare to provoke. Afraid that if he was not careful, he would directly provoke the old ancestor out of the Forbidden Land. Lu Ming was silent for a few moments. He naturally knew that Sister Flossy was doing this for his own good. Though, for the time being, it can't be anything. But it was something that had been firmly in his mind. Although the other party was older, due to his mental age, in his subconscious mind he felt that Lu Shure was more like his sister. How could he be told to hold his tongue when his sister was being bullied? At the southern end of the eastern domain, the Qin family, a certain room under the isolation of the formation. Mother, I'm not convinced. Why are you suddenly going back to Grandpa's house? A child of about 10 years of age, with a resolute face, exclaimed. I haven't finished reading Perfect World yet. Lu Xingqian possessed an extremely pure apocalypse bloodline. Even the Lu family, which was filled with geniuses, was equally outstanding and extremely dazzling. Now that he was at the 9th level of Xianling, his future was unlimited. Look, just look. Don't ask so many questions. Qin Ruyan took out an elixir and said with a stern face, eat this. Lu Xingqian's eyes lit up. After eating it, you can keep watching? The corner of Qin Ruyan's mouth twitched. Eat it first. And what perfect world? Do you know that the supreme bone will be yours right away later? As soon as I heard that, without hesitation, Lu Xingqian took it and swallowed it. The moment the elixir went down, the medicine took effect and dizziness struck. Lu Xingqian fell headfirst into Qin Ruyan's arms. After placing his son gently on the bed, Qin Ruyan respectfully said, Father, come in. As her words fell, space ripples, a handsome white-robed man, who was about in his 30s and had an unfathomable aura, appeared beside her. The previous head of the Qin family, Qin Heng. Ruyan, what you've done has really startled my father. Qin Heng sighed. If Lu Zihan knew that you treated his son like this, I don't know what he would do. Qin Ruyan sneered. Lu Ming is his son, but Star is not? In that case, who wouldn't the supreme bone be given to? If you want to blame him for being mesmerized by that bitch. Not me for being hard-hearted. Oh, seems so. Qin Heng patted his youngest daughter's shoulder. All these years, I've wronged you. Qin Ruyan had feelings for Lu Zihan. Unfortunately, the other man was never impressed and was bent on loving another woman. Later, it's not a complaint. At least, another good son was born to give Star such a supreme treasure. Qin Ruyan viciously said. Supreme bone. A burning color also flashed in Qin Heng's eyes. Legend has it that supreme bonesmen are born supreme and are destined to reign over the world. Star and Lu Ming, the same bloodline flows in their bodies. He, naturally, is suitable. I never thought that my Qin Heng's grandson would have such a day. Then I'll trouble father, personally paving out a path to supremacy for your grandson. Qin Ruyan's smile grew more pronounced. Aha! Qin Heng took a deep breath and nodded. Then, take out the supreme bone. With a thought, Qin Ruyan summoned the supreme bone. Qin Heng's face did not change. His eyes focused. Click! A section of the spine broke off and was ingested from Lu Xingqian's body. Qin Ruyan unconsciously clenched her fists, her heart tense. Qin Heng wrapped the supreme bone with his spiritual energy and carefully, slowly accessed it into the broken part of the spine. The moment the connection was made, unexpectedly, Lu Xingqian's body produced a violent rejection reaction. No good. Qin Ruyan's face changed. Don't panic. Qin Hung said in a deep voice. This is a normal reaction. Suppress it and you'll be fine. He ran his spiritual energy and barely suppressed the agitation. But Lu Xingchen was in more and more pain. Aha! Chen hold your breath, hold your energy, and try to refine this power. Qin Hung drank low. Lu Xingchen awoke with a start. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to endure the pain, and sat down on his knees, running his spiritual energy with all his might to absorb and refine this power. 1 second, 2 seconds, click, click, click. His spiritual chi cyclone gradually showed signs of shattering. Chen you must hold on. As long as you succeed, you will be the most supreme genius in the entire desolate ancient continent. Qin Ruyan clenched her fists. Mother, Tatsuer, nose. Lu Xingchen spat out, word by word, through his teeth. In this way, with an amazing perseverance, he endured the pain that was like a death by 1,000 cuts and died refining it. With the full assistance of both Qin Hong and Qin Ruyan, the shielding formations, all began to become unstable and trembled, as if they would shatter at any time. Finally, half an hour later, under a long tilted head, boom! A beam of intense golden light broke through the formation and shot straight into the sky. The heavens and earth changed color, and visions were born. The 3,000 states of the eastern wasteland, the endless boundaries, were all shaken. Lu Xingchen laughed maniacally. Finally, no one can stop me from reading the ancient books again. Perfect world. Ancestor, a certain sect's forbidden land. A middle-aged man hurriedly came outside a hut. What's the rush? An old voice came from inside the hut. A golden pillar of light rose from the location of the Qin clan, with an extremely domineering and mysterious aura, actually causing heaven and earth to be in a state of anomaly, with dragons and phoenixes chiming in unison, and gods and devils worshipping. Disciple speculates that either there is a heaven-defying supreme treasure out there, or that Qin family has produced an extraordinary character. Dragons and phoenixes chirping together, gods and demons worshipping? The pale voice changed color slightly. Is that true? 1,000 times over. There was silence in the hut for a moment. It was a long time before the voice came out slowly. Immediately send someone to check it out. And if it's a person, send a congratulatory gift. If things, old man me, it's time to come out and move my muscles. A gleam of excitement erupted under the middle-aged man's eyes. Disciple obey. Mount Void Phoenix, possessing the bloodline inheritance of the ancient Void Phoenix, with an extremely long history, it is the eastern desolate continent's endless territory, a deservedly dominant power. Even the Lu family and the Qin family would be dwarfed in front of it. This supreme holy land located in the center of the entire eastern wasteland also had a special feature. Since the Void Phoenix was a female, males were unable to withstand the power of its bloodline. Therefore, the clear color is all female disciples. Each and every one of them is incredibly beautiful and gifted. The Phoenix Pond, situated on the top of a mountain. It was like a cloudy immortal pool, which was the place where the ancient Void Phoenix resided back then. It was said that when the Void Phoenix took form back then, it was beautiful enough to make heaven and earth lose their colors, and at the same time, it also controlled the incomparable power of space and the way of nirvana. Nowadays, in the water of the Phoenix Pond, a small amount of both powers remained. Throughout the entire Void Phoenix Mountain, apart from the successive generations of sacred masters, only the disciples with the best qualifications and the highest status could bathe in this. Alas, Senior Sister Lin, it is rumored that Lord Holy Lord has taken the Holy Maiden out with him. Hillside, on the trial grounds, a lively and spirited little girl with a face of amazement. It seems that something really big has happened. Senior Sister Lin was wearing a white dress and her temperament was quite clean. With one pair of beautiful eyes, she looked toward the golden aura looming in the distance and murmured and nodded. Yes, I suddenly remembered something Master said. Oh, the little girl wondered. What is it? The Holy Maiden often cultivates alone in the Phoenix Pond, but today she went out with Lord Holy Lord. This reminds me of a legend about the Void Phoenix Mountain. Legend? Legend has it that the Void Phoenix of the ancient era followed a Gaijin Supreme. It needs to utilize the power of that Supreme Being to complete its final nirvana. Although, I don't know how it will end, but the originator of the Void Phoenix Mountain, the Holy Lord, left behind a rule after he received the inheritance. That is, if, in the future, another Supreme Being, or Supreme Talent, comes forth in the world, the Void Phoenix Mountain must follow him, and the current generation of Holy Lords must still marry him. Ha! The little girl was dumbfounded, her little face red, and she stammered, Marry him? In her, and even the entire Void Phoenix Mountain disciples' perception, they were not allowed to get close to the opposite sex and move an ounce of emotion. It is also said to be a rule left behind by the first Holy Lord. And now you're actually saying that the Holy Lord has to marry him? But, she immediately figured it out anyway. We must use the power of the Supreme Being to break through to a higher realm? Yes. Senior Sister Lin lamented. Moreover, it said that it can't be an ordinary Supreme Being. It must possess some sort of special power. Our power can also be fed back to the other side to help them break through. The best of both worlds. That, Senior Sister, how do you know so much? The little girl felt something was wrong again. Oof. Senior Sister Lin laughed. Back then, I was also a powerful campaigner for the Holy Maiden, alright. Unfortunately, Her Highness the Holy Maiden is too demonic and is simply a freak. Those of us, don't stand a chance. And the other side, the Qin family at this time, it was a hoot. Wine Sword Sect, Brahma Holy Land, Lu family, Void Phoenix Mountain. Oh my god, the younger generation of the Qin family and even the elders felt a little faint. Xiao Yu, is that the people from the Wine Sword Sect? I heard that every one of these people is a wine monger, addicted to wine, especially their patriarch, who drinks hundreds of kilograms a day. Is that true? Shu, don't you want to die? These people hate it when people call them drunken monkeys. Keep your voice down. Wow, that's the Brahma Sacred Son? It's really handsome. It said that their Brahma Heaven Holy Land doesn't get close to women, and only recruits male disciples with a single-minded devotion to the Tao. What a shame! What a shame! Stop it! A green-clothed disciple of the Wine Sword Sect, indeed, looked in the direction of the two young girls and frowned slightly, causing them to subconsciously shrink their necks in fear. The Brahma Sacred Lands group, on the other hand, were dressed in gold, with one of them being a young man with a white face, extremely handsome, with golden Tao rhythms flowing around him. It was the Brahma Saint's son, known as one of the three great demons of the continent, the dream lover of countless young girls. Pure Heart has met with Sacred Lord Void Phoenix, Senior Sister Luo, Family Master Lu, and Patriarch Lu. This Brahma Saint's son was simply ridiculously handsome, and when he saluted towards the crowd, he almost caused the Qin clan's young girls to faint. Snort! White boy. In some people's minds, there was indignation and disdain. Ha ha, senior nephew doesn't need to be polite. When you have time, come to my clan to drink and practice your sword. The green-clothed middle-aged man from the Wine Sword Sect laughed brightly, rather dashingly and uninhibitedly. Uncle Lu is polite. The Pure Heart and the entire Holy Land don't drink on weekdays. The Brahma Saint's son smiled faintly. Swordsmanship, on the contrary. I say, Van Pure Heart, what are you pretending to be, kid? The Wine Sword Sect's eldest senior brother had long looked at this kid and was not accustomed to it, and in his opinion, it was just not a little manly, living like a pussy. Moreover, the two powers actually looked at each other, with one side feeling that the other was following the rules and was rigid and boring. On the other hand, the other side felt that the other side was too arbitrary and not conducive to cultivation. That day, I saw you go up to the restaurant with my own eyes, drinking alone in loneliness. What? Is it that you can't see the wine of the Wine Sword Sect? The green-clothed senior brother laughed. There is no such thing. Senior Zhang should have misread it. The Brahma Saint's son responded blandly. Brother Lu, why don't you see your nephew Lu Tang come? The green-robed middle-aged man looked at the Lu family head. Lu Zitian's voice was full of energy, and he laughed and said, not long ago, my canine son went to a secret realm in the southern region to practice and cultivate, and it is estimated that it will take some time before he can come back. Ha ha, so it is. Of these three masters of the Eastern Wasteland, your son is the youngest, but he has always been the most impulsive. The green-clothed middle-aged man jokingly said, I guess this time when I come back, I will have to surpass my unfilial disciple. Brother Lu is being overpraised. Lu Zitian laughed lightly. He cast his eyes towards the Void Phoenix Sacred Lord, who hadn't said anything, and a white-robed female disciple. Fairy Phoenix, your complexion is getting better and better. It seems that your cultivation has improved again. Unexpected. A stunning woman in a red phoenix dress, however, revealed a look of impatience. That Qin, hurry up and bring out the people, otherwise, this seat will make a move. Holy Lord, be at ease, do not make a move. Some kind of attic, within the boundary. Qin Hang's voice was heard. Buzz, only to see that the boundary dispersed and the golden pillar of light converged. A white-robed Qin Hang, carrying a 10-year-old child, swept in and landed smoothly. Behind him, there was also a plump beautiful woman. This child, with a resolute face, faintly exuded a mysterious and ancient sense of oppression, causing the crowd to be secretly frightened. Looks like it's him. Oh my god, it's actually Cousin Star. It's the stars? Upon seeing the visitor, everyone present in the Qin family directly froze, not even reacting. Lu Zitian frowned slightly and imperceptibly. A color of inexplicability flashed under his eyes. However, it was quickly covered up again with an unimpeded laugh. Ha ha ha, It turns out that the one who triggered this kind of heaven and earth anomaly was actually my nephew Star. God bless the Lu family. God bless my Lu family. Congratulations, Lu family master. And congratulations, Qin family master. People from the Wine Sword sect and the Brahma heavenly sacred land sent congratulations. However, the heart was envious and jealous while sinking inside. The Qin family and the Lu family were strong and were originally in-laws. And now, there was actually such a supreme genius who attracted dragons and phoenixes, and gods and devils worshipping, under the protection of the two families. Once they grow up, then this continent, will there still be room for them to survive? I'm afraid the sky is about to change in this eastern wasteland. They couldn't help but look at the woman in red. Fairy Phoenix, peak of the 9th level of Heavenly Heart, the first beauty of the eastern wasteland. In this era where great emperors don't come out and supreme beings fall, some said that she was even more explicitly one of the strongest people in the eastern desolate continent. Even in the entire desolate ancient world, it was top-notch. I'm afraid that the rest of the several great lords and patriarchs combined are not her opponents. What was even more terrifying was that the void Phoenix Mountain she represented, this ancient and long-lasting holy land, no one knew if its successive holy lords were still alive or not. No one dares to mess with it. However, what will be the reaction to this time when she comes in person with her beloved disciple? The woman in red had a pair of phoenix eyes that landed on Lu Xingchen. As for Lu Xingchen, he likewise looked towards her, and when he saw the white-clothed female disciple beside him, his young mind actually trembled fiercely. His breath was starting to catch. Apprentice, it is indeed the supreme bone. The red-clad stunning woman laughed. You're blessed to still be a child husband. Supreme bone, child husband? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone, inwardly, was shocked to death. Lu Xingchen's rapid breathing stalled. Child husband? Me? His brain was deprived of oxygen and he was dizzy. Happiness came too suddenly. At the same time, those present, especially Qin Ruyan, it's completely impossible to describe my feelings at this moment. If, on the other hand, this child awakened the supreme bone, moreover, it was going to be the holy daughter of Void Phoenix Mountain, the child husband of the next generation of holy lords. How terrible will his future be then? Star, why don't you thank the holy lord? Qin Ruyan woke up from her intense excitement and hurriedly urged Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's face was suffocatingly red. His heartbeat was about to pop out, and his palms were constantly breaking out in cold sweat. He breathed deeply and came to the red-clothed woman, not daring to look at the white-clothed female disciple more than once, and stammered. Star thanked. You, Fairy Phoenix interrupted. I didn't say it was you. Qin Ruyan's smiling face froze. Lu Xingchen also froze for a moment. What do you mean? After pondering for a while, Fairy Phoenix smiled at her disciple. Let's go. The female disciple let out a soft hum. After the two women left, only the people in the room were left staring at each other. What the hell? Night. The Lu family. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. It's worthy of being a chaos god bone aggravated pupil. Looking internally at the Qi Si, he was again elated. After only one day, there was actually a tendency to break through the peak of earthly martial arts to heavenly martial arts. This kind of cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. In other words, he is now a sophomore at Tsinghua, and the efficacy of the heavy pupil was extremely strong. The eyes shoot divine light, contain divine energy, and perceive everything. He noticed that he was seeing things slower. If you are fighting someone, the other person's moves are all broken. He couldn't help but look forward to it. How terrifying would a bludgeoning regenerated version of heavy hitters be? And just as he was thinking about it, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Suddenly, come in. Click. The door was opened and Lu Shuer walked in. She sat down on a chair. Young master, something big happened this afternoon. Oh, it's about young master Star. Lu Shuer sounded incredulous. It is said that he awakened the legendary Supreme Bone in the Qin clan, attracting heaven and earth anomalies, the Wine Sword sect, the Brahma Heaven Holy Land, and the Void Phoenix Mountain. The top forces of the Eastern Wasteland are almost all present. The Supreme Bone is not to be missed. Lu Ming smiled. I rather think that young Master Zihan is the one who is truly unbeatable. Lu Shuer admired it from the bottom of her heart. A heavy pupil, a supreme bone, two supreme physiques under the sky, and he was allowed to be born alone. Rather, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. But none of that is the point. Seeing her look of exclamation, Lu Ming was curious. There's something else? Yeah, Lu Shuer continued. The key is that the Holy Lord of the Void Phoenix Mountain, Phoenix Fairy, said that the owner of the Supreme Bone is her disciple's child husband. But, on the contrary, when young Master Star went up to thank him, that Phoenix Fairy said, again, that she didn't say it was him, and then walked away with a cold attitude. That's odd. Could it be that Fairy Phoenix can't see him? Child husband? Lu Ming froze. That's a lot of information. It's a bit much. Didn't realize. The Supreme Bone, and it still has such an affinity with the Void Phoenix Mountain? He naturally knew the other party's famous name. The female disciples were all incredibly beautiful and gifted. And no non-virgins. Contemporary Holy Lord Phoenix Fairy, the continent's #1 powerhouse. Magnificent. Beautiful. Countless people dream of a kiss, but do not have the guts. Her own disciples would be nothing less than that. The point is, the Supreme Bone was originally mine. That is to say, one would have actually, for no reason at all, had an extra cheap daughter-in-law, or is, a small horse and buggy? No. Lu Ming hurriedly threw the evil thoughts away. He's so young, he's not even functional yet. However, it did give him another impression of that Phoenix Fairy's strength. Young master, what do you think about this? Lu Shuer suddenly asked. Use your eyes. Lu Ming looked like he didn't care. However, the heart is pretty cool. I'm sure that poisonous woman, Qin Ruyan, must be in quite a difficult situation right now, right? Mother, why? At this point, mother and son had returned to the Lu family room. Lu Xingchen was filled with unwillingness. Why? Seeing his disoriented appearance, Qin Ruyan was heartbroken, but she didn't think. It's amazing how charming that little twat is. It actually made a 10-year-old child seem to lose his heart and soul just by looking at it. But after all, they are your own children. Qin Ruyan still could only comfort him and said seriously, that Supreme Bone, since it's mother's, it's yours. The reason why Fairy Phoenix said what she said was because you had just fused it and were unable to completely control its power, which is why she was displeased. Since it chose you, it proves that sooner or later, you will be able to control it completely. Got it? Alas, child understands. Well, mother has already contacted the clan's old ancestor, and tomorrow, you will be licensed to enter the Forbidden Land for cultivation, to be taught by the old ancestor himself. Make sure you behave yourself and don't read novels in secret, okay? Child knows. That's good. Seeing her son's appearance, Qin Ruyan finally felt quite relieved. She touched Lu Xingchen's head. Then mother will leave first, and you should also cultivate well tonight. Strike that. Then he got up and left. After exiting the room, a man, tall and slender, was waiting for her. Qin Ruyan's heart thumped. She bowed respectfully. Greetings to big brother. Aha. Lu Zetian nodded and faintly said, follow me. Soon after, the two men came to the study. Lu Zetian stopped and turned to look at Qin Ruyan. His face somber, his tone indifferent. Tell me the truth. What is big brother talking about? Qin Ruyan was puzzled. Still pretending? Lu Zetian snorted coldly, and his heavenly heart realm aura almost shook Qin Ruyan to the core. What that Phoenix Thousand Shadows said. I've heard it all in my ears. You really have a lot of guts. Do you realize what you are doing? There was silence for a few moments. Qin Ruyan suddenly fell to her knees. Big brother, I was wrong. What's the point of being wrong? Lu Zetian was furious. I didn't see it before, but you are such an evil-minded person. Lu Ming, the same child of Lu Zihan, is my Lu Zetian's own nephew. How am I going to explain to third brother if you do this? But Lu Ming is a waste. Qin Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, with that kind of character of his, what's the point of having the Supreme Bone? Moreover, he doesn't even have the Lu family's apocalypse bloodline. Whether he is Zihan's child or not, it's not even easy to say. But Star is different. Not only does he possess an extremely high bloodline, he has a resolute heart and extraordinary natural talent. Everyone can see that. The Supreme Bone, only by giving it to him, can it be utilized to its fullest extent. Shut up. Lu Zetian's chest rose and fell as he said angrily. Full of nonsense. This kind of thing, if it were to spread out, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of my Lu family for thousands of years? Qin Ruyan was silent for a long time and said, big brother, the matter has come to this. Besides, you also agreed to let Xingchen cultivate in the Forbidden Land. So if you want to punish me and don't implicate my son. You, Lu Zetian stared at her for a long time, his chest heaving. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? Big brother, I didn't mean that. Lu Ming possesses the Supreme Bone, yet he hasn't reacted in the slightest. The stars, however, are different. Dragons and phoenixes sing together, and gods and demons worship. That doesn't tell you anything? Hojo. Talking about talking. Big brother pretends to be so like, but also knew early that Lu Ming has an extraordinary physique. It's just that you're more of a hypocrite than I am, and slow to make up your mind. I, however, got ahead of you, so you're angry and resentful. I wonder, am I right, sister-in-law? Lu Zetian's aura was suddenly grim to the extreme. When you say that, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Ha! Qin Ruyan smiled and just wanted to speak. Unexpected. Lu Zetian suddenly received a divine sense transmission. Zetian. Something big is wrong. Tanger is seriously injured. His eyes are ruined, and he is currently fleeing for his life in the direction of the Lu family. What? He blushed profusely. See him leave anxiously. Qin Ruyan gently narrowed her eyes and got up from the ground. Could it be that something big is happening? Her heart fluttered slightly. It couldn't be someone from the Void Phoenix Mountain, could it? With that thought, she followed her out. After coming outside, however, he found that the scenery remained the same not far away. The boundary was intact, and there was no movement, but she was still uneasy and swept towards the outside world. And after cruising around for a week, she still didn't find anything unusual. That was a relief. Unexpectedly, the moment she landed on the ground, she found a 7 or 8-year-old child, looking at her with a curious face. Auntie, what are you doing? Looking for food? Eat, 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 just eat. How not to eat you to death? Ha? Eat me to death? Lu Ming looked horrified. Auntie is going to eat me. I'm not good. Forget it. It's done. Plus, she was not in a good mood, and she didn't bother to pretend anymore. Her voice was no longer soft. Don't come back to me in the future. It's annoying to see you. Got it? Auntie, did Minger do something wrong? Can't I change? Lu Ming looked like he was about to cry. Qin Ruyan frowned, just about to tell him to stay away. But the moment he saw Lu Ming's pupils, golden, double, mysterious runes, her face changed unpredictably, subconsciously associating it with the supreme bone, as well as a certain ancient physique associated with it. It seemed to be a certainty that something was possible, and waves of shock flooded through his insides. Heavy pupils? Hiss. Who? She took a deep breath. Try to calm yourself down. A few moments. She replaced her smile with a new one and softly said, Auntie was just joking. And would Minger do anything wrong? You're not wrong about anything, and you don't need to change. The fault lies with Auntie, who was in a bit of a bad mood and didn't control her emotions. Minger won't blame Auntie, will she? Seeing her change her face at this speed of light, Lu Ming almost laughed out loud. But he still looks like he knows what he's doing. That's for sure. Minger surely won't blame Auntie. But why is Auntie in a bad mood? I heard that brother awakened the legendary Supreme Bone, eh? Shouldn't he be happy? Qin Ruyan's face stiffened. However, it was immediately covered up again. She laughed softly. It is to be happy. It is to be happy. At the same time, the mind quickly took stock. Didn't realize. This kid actually had his supreme bone dug out and grew heavy pupils again. That's too much bullshit, isn't it? The only thing that hasn't changed is that it's still so stupid. Star is getting ready to go to the Forbidden Land. It's not very realistic to gouge those eyes out and give them to him. But, yet it can be given to Lu Tang, pulling Lu Zetian, too, down completely. In this way, the matter of the stars, he would definitely not mention it more, and had to keep it a secret together. Yeah, that's it. Qin Ruyan smiled heartily. Soon after, Lu Zetian and Yi Jin's room, looking at the teenager on the bed with his chest sunken in and his eyes reduced to 2 bloody holes. The two men's faces were grim to the core. Anger was about to burn through his chest. Lu Zetian roared. Who on earth dares to touch my Lu Zetian son? Yi Jin's gaze was cold and covered with killing intent, but she still channeled her spiritual energy for Lu Tang with all her might. Be quiet first. Halftime. Lu Tang gradually awoke, but when he realized that he could not see anything, and the world was only a void and darkness, he suddenly struggled up from the bed as if he had gone mad. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Father, mother, save me, save the child. Tanger, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Mother is here. Calm down. You're fine. Yi Jin hurriedly held her son, who was struggling wildly and in a state of insanity, and was so distressed that she was close to shedding tears. Mother? As if Lu Tang saw a glimmer of light, he clasped Yi Jin's wrist tightly with his backhand, his voice trembling. Mother, it's going to kill me. All those people are going to kill me. Child can't see. Child is ruined. Save child. Who the hell is trying to kill you? Tell daddy. Lu Zetian suppressed his anger. Dad? Lu Tang was first pleased, but, when he heard who was going to kill him, he actually stammered and seemed afraid to speak up. Seeing that he was half silent, Lu Zetian's voice rose. Tanger, speak. If you don't tell me, how can father avenge you? Lu Tang sucked in his breath, hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. It's those women from the Void Phoenix Mountain. Void Phoenix Mountain who want to kill me. Father, you must avenge me. Void Phoenix Mountain? Lu Zetian and Yi Jin glanced at each other, their brows locked, their hearts appalled, obviously not expecting this result. Didn't he go to the secret realm to practice? How did it get to the Void Phoenix Mountain in the center of the continent? So far away? Lu Zetian's face was puzzled for a long time. Suddenly, his voice became very stern. What exactly is going on? One by one with father to say out. A detail cannot fall. Lu Tang struggled for a long time, and finally said truthfully, Child. Midway through my child's training, I made a few close friends, and after the training was over, I originally wanted to bring them back to the Lu family as guests for some fun. Unexpectedly, one of them asked where in the eastern wasteland was the most treacherous and powerful, and my child informed him that it was the Void Phoenix Mountain. That person then compelled us to go to the Void Phoenix Mountain for some training. Didn't think. Do not enter the, Yi Jin snapped. Do not enter what? Mu, the place of bathing. Lu Tang stammered. Seemingly afraid of his parents' anger, he hastened to add, Child swears that he didn't see anything and didn't want to go to that place, but those women were so unreasonable and brutal that they tried to silence us all. Not only did he gouge out the child's eyes, but he also acted like a monkey and teased us. So we fought back, but we couldn't fight with 2 fists, so we ended up fleeing in panic. Speaking of the end, Lu Tang's voice was as thin as a mosquito. A place to bathe? Lu Zetian and Yi Jin's faces darkened. Pop! Yi Jin was so angry that his heart was heaving and he slapped him hard. How could Yi Jin, who had heard him out and knew his urbane nature well, still not know what was going on? It was definitely a group of colorful people who went to spy on people's baths that led to this, and feeling the fiery pain on his face, Lu Tang hung his head, not daring to say a word. Lu Zetian took a deep breath, and in a most serious tone, he said in a deep voice, Are you sure you didn't see anything? You must tell the truth, or else the God of heaven won't be able to save you. Just look. Saw a little bit. Lu Tang winced. Just the neck and head. Just the neck and head? 1,000 times over. Lu Zetian's face was extremely ugly. But there is nothing to be done. Who asked for this to be born? Or the only child? A good long while later, in front of his wife, he could only say angrily, Mount Void Phoenix, do you really think my Lu family has no one? If the old ancestor makes a move, he may not be afraid of that Phoenix Qianing. After arranging Lu Tang to go to its place to recuperate, inside the room, the couple lapsed into silence. Ryoko, oh, what a great son you've given birth to. Lu Zetian laughed. He laughed back in anger. He was told to go to the trial, but in the end, he actually ran to the Void Phoenix Mountain bathing place to peep. It's so colorful. Yi Jin's face was equally bad. When she heard her husband say this, she couldn't suppress her anger even more. What do you mean I gave birth? Lu Zetian, why is Tunger like this? Don't you have any idea in your heart? She sneered angrily. You're no better than him. If it weren't for the face of the Yi family and my father, you wouldn't know how many concubines you've taken over the years. Would you? Don't you forget how you got to sit as the head of the family in the first place, and how your third brother, Lu Zihan, disappeared. Shut up. Lu Zetian slammed the table. Lu Zetian, spend how many connections and resources for him to get him to rank among the 3 masters of the Eastern Wasteland? This matter, once it is publicized, not only him, Lu Tang, but even me, Lu Zetian, the entire Lu family, will be disgraced by the world. It's even more of a fool's errand to want to keep his position as young family head. Hearing the words young family master, Yijin took a strong breath. She knew that now was not the time to argue. So, what do you say? Humph. Lu Zetian snorted coldly. Seeing his wife softening, he stopped dwelling on the matter. Eyes flickered inexplicably. After a long period of contemplation, the spirit sea was abolished and both eyes were dug out. With the strength of my Lu family, it's not difficult to recover. It just takes time. The key now is that his injuries must be cured as soon as possible, and also, how to explain to father and the others. Indeed, how to make Tanger recover as quickly as possible. I'm going back to Ye's house. Saying that, Yi Jin narrowed his eyes and stopped his words. A few moments. Open the thought separation boundary. Someone's coming. Lu Zetian frowned. Open it later. Mo about half an incense burner later. Come in. Yi Jin's voice was calm. Meet big brother. Sister-in-law. Qin Ruyan saluted. No need for nonsense. Just say it. What is it? Lu Zetian said indifferently. Qin Ruyan's lips hooked. Secret. Heavenly secret. Please also ask big brother and sister-in-law to open the isolation boundary. Yi Jin said unhappily. What secret is there that requires this? This is the Lu family, not some other place. Lu Zetian stopped her, and the invisible boundary, once again, enveloped the room. Say, what secret? Mei? The corners of Qin Ruyan's mouth lifted once again. Just now, Ruyan realized that Lu Ming's eyes were somewhat abnormal, somewhat like some sort of special physique. 2 eyes. Hearing these 2 words, Yi Jin's gaze moved imperceptibly. Qin Ruyan continued. Golden heavy pupils with ancient runes flowing, oppressing the soul. What? After hearing what Qin Ruyan said, the two of them, Lu Zetian and Yi Jin, had their pupils shrink as they looked at each other in shock. Ancient heavy pupils? Both of them, their gazes, changed violently. Underneath the former's eyes, there was even a flash of bizarre essence. After a long time, Lu Zetian's tone was inexplicable. Are you sure you're right? Naturally no. Qin Ruyan laughed softly, but there was also some weirdness under her eyes. Those eyes, as recorded in the ancient books, are exactly the same. Besides, since he was able to give birth to the supreme bone, it would be reasonable for him to grow another double pupil. The point is, he, himself, doesn't even know about it. Are you sure? He doesn't know? Of course not. Qin Ruyan smiled confidently. That golden light, it was just a flash, and I only caught it for a split second. But there is no mistaking it. But even if you know, so what? It's only necessary to erase this memory of his. With Big Brother's strength, he can naturally do it easily. Lu Zetian pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering with waves, as if he had already begun to plot certain ruthless things. Qin Ruyan, on the other hand, left with a smile on her face. The atmosphere, sullen and serene down, both were silent. A certain idea, however, was quietly taking root. Lu Xingchen has successfully transplanted the supreme bone. Even if Tanger recovers, he will never be his match in the future. If we don't do it now, in the future, I'm afraid we won't have this opportunity. I'll go and take Tanger away. You, go and bring Lu Ming here. Success or failure, this is the moment. Late night, mingle. I'm sorry. Yi Jin looked at the child sitting cross-legged on the bed, his mind complicated. She eventually came. As the main mother of the Lu family, a former holy maiden, and a powerful member of the Dao condensation realm, she was going to lay her hands on her own nephew, saying that would definitely make people laugh. But, she couldn't care less anymore. Lu Teng couldn't just be wasted, nor could he let Lu Xingchen just take the position of young lord. Consider this your last bit of usefulness for the Lu family. Her eyes were gradually replaced by ice coldness as she silently came to Lu Ming's bed. Raising his hand, a force failed to enter his sea of consciousness and put him in a stupor, and then carrying him by the collar, they disappeared together. Soon after, Lu Ming only felt that he was vaguely brought to some closed place. Yi Jin didn't realize that he hadn't fainted. Ha! The remnants of his consciousness made him smile mockingly. Finally, is it coming again? This so-called great-uncle mother, after all, still can't help doing it? Take it, take it, take it all. The secret room. Sure this place won't be discovered? Yi Jin's tone was slightly complicated. Sure, Lu Zetian laughed. This place is the core location of a natural illusion formation. Even father and the others can't discover it. Then do it. Yi Jin sucked in a breath and erased the last trace of intolerance from his mind, leaving only ruthlessness. After sitting the unconscious Lu Tang, side by side with Lu Ming in the breath isolation formation, the two of them concentrated and urged their auras to forcefully lift Lu Ming's eyelids and activate his heavy pupils. Buzz! Ancient golden ripples trembled, the eyes erupted with two golden lights, and its aura caused the two Lu Zetian, both of them, to gaze at it. More than that, though, it was a surprise. Heavy pupils indeed. Don't get distracted, Yi Jin reminded. Lu Zetian returned to his senses, and the two of them were fully concentrated, pushing their spiritual power with all their might to ingest the heavy pupil, and the formation trembled. They first suppressed it, stripping away all the aura that belonged to Lu Ming. When it stopped agitating, it carefully, again, transferred it to Lu Teng's eye socket. The moment, the two men almost held their breath, afraid that something would go wrong, or that Lu Teng would not be able to fuse these eyes. But, after all, there is not a shallow blood relationship. Plus, under the full control of the two top powerhouses, Lu Teng's eyes immediately burst out with a golden aura, and for a moment, he was like a heavenly god descending. Phew! The two were greatly relieved and excited. It all seemed so simple, but, yet, it almost exhausted both of them. Thankfully, the ending didn't disappoint them. Unexpected. Seeing the golden breath had the power to explode, the two immediately suppressed it with all their might, and the aura enveloped the entire natural illusion formation. The illusion formation roared, and the illusions all dissipated for it. But eventually, the commotion was calmed by the combined efforts of the two men. The moment, Lu Zetian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, Tanger, from now on, you are the top genius in this desolate ancient continent. My son, Lu Teng, has the appearance of a great emperor. I don't know when Lu Ming woke up again, realized that he was lying in bed. In his ear came the prompt. The heavy pupil was taken, and the storm regenerated the pupil of Hongmeng. Pupil of Hongmeng, one of the strongest companion treasures in the universe, containing endless Hongmeng gas, can shoot the light of Hongmeng, with strong destructive power, a glance to break through the law, see through the hearts of the people, the enlightenment of the sky, the aptitude of the martial arts at a glance, the enemy's weaknesses and blunders, are exposed in your eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up, harder to press than AK. Get comfortable. Lu Zetian and Yi Jian fell still in place to reinstall a pair of eyes for him, but they were afraid that they would never have imagined that the pair of eyes from nowhere had long since disappeared, replaced by such strong eyes. Buzz off! The spirit sea was raging and restless, constantly rolling over. He knew that he was about to break through again, break through to the realm of heavenly martial arts. After the earth martial realm, the cultivator would condense an imprint within the spiritual sea called the martial Dao imprint. The Tianwu realm is also known as the seal of Tianwu. This seal concentrated all the spiritual energy of the spirit sea, and had a chance of condensing the embryonic form of the Tao, the way of the sword, the way of the fist, the way of the elements. On the higher end, there is the way of time and space, the way of life, the way of death, and so on. Above the fledgling form of the Tao is the heart of the Tao. Usually, it could only be condensed at the Tao condensation realm. If it was formed in the lower realm, it would prove that this person possessed terrifyingly extraordinary qualifications, favored by the heavenly Tao, and had an appalling future. The spirit sea steamed with clouds and countless streams of light rushed upwards against the tide, circling and intertwining. Gradually, a transparent, luscious and dense seal was formed, worthy of being the two strongest physiques in the universe. Lu Ming was excited. He had actually allowed himself to condense the fledgling imprint of the Tao right at the heavenly martial realm. No, not right. Soon, he was slightly stunned again. This dense seal, with a great glow, actually rose slowly along the body, toward the location of his heart. Dawn guard? Underneath his unexpected godly thoughts, the heart of flesh and blood slowly mingled with the seal. He felt that his thoughts were unprecedentedly empty and pure, and with every breath, he had a sense of heaven and earth. Gradual, his heart, all of it, became as pure and exquisite as glass. Every pulse, every rhythm of the heavens and earth, he could clearly and incomparably perceive. Unsullied Taoist heart? Lu Ming's face was odd. This Taoist heart is dustless and immaculate, integrating the bells and whistles of heaven and earth, and is the holy heart of innate cultivation. Not only can it make one's cultivation speed up by several times, but also, there will be no bottlenecks and no heart demons. Again, a great emperor. He realized that his state of mind was now surprisingly serene, as if everything in the earthly world would not disturb him. Even the Lu family's ancestral heavenly enlightenment mysteries, which had been stuck for 3 years, had directly broken through to the second layer. But, that's not even the point. The point is, he actually did grow another kind of supreme treasure. I'm not about to get my heart ripped out next time, am I? System, do we have a chance to live? Ding. Please believe in the strength of the system. The district is just digging out the heart. Surely it will be fine. Phew. Lu Ming sighed in relief. That's good. At the same time, he looked forward to it. How strong would this enhanced version of the Immaculate Conception be? But, something seemed to come to mind. Alas, once again, I'll have to let Qin Ruyan accidentally discover it. Or is there a new character debuting? The following day, the sun rises. Lu Ming stretched and walked out of the attic outside, breathing in the fresh air. In the distance, you can see a rolling mountain range and a sea of clouds. He lamented. Other than that, the air is really good in this world. Suddenly, after the eyes came into contact with that rising eastern sun, a strange feeling rose up from within him. It was as if he had entered a metaphysical state. The state of mind was incomparably clear, like a pool of blue water, without wind or waves. He sensed that this world, every inch of air was filled with spirituality. Every ray of sunlight is filled with life. Every breath he took began to resonate with heaven and earth. Suddenly, a strong Tao rhythm surged through his heart, and the breath in his body continued to climb. The wind began to gush around them, and the clouds above began to gather, forming a huge vortex. Boom! Heavenly Martial 1, double, triple, attic. Lu Shur opened the window to take a look and was first stunned. Immediately, the eyes rippled with different colors, shock, and surprise. The young master is actually having an epiphany. Shocked, he felt a surge of pride and honor for no reason. Who said her young master is a loser? He's clearly a genius at the top of his game. Not far. A handsome young man in white clothes was even more wide-eyed. His name was Lu Powie, the son of Lu Zishang, the second brother of the Lu family, and the oldest of the Lu Ming few. Isn't that the loft where my little brother lives? Could it be? Is he having an epiphany? His mind was incredulous. Doesn't little brother even have an apocalypse bloodline? Surprisingly, it is possible to have a sun-watching epiphany? He hurriedly swept away, fearing that he would miss this spectacle. Lu Ming's side? Another place. An old man in hemp clothes, likewise, narrowed his eyes. He was the Lu family's old housekeeper and boundary keeper, Zhang Ling. Even Lu Zetian had to respectfully call out Uncle Ling's when he saw him. His figure directly disappeared in place. One time, the originally quiet little attic gathered quite a few people over. The gods looked at Lu Ming with different expressions of incredulity and shock. This kid is actually so perverted? Qin Ruyan's face changed unpredictably. Being taken away from the supreme bone, the heavy pupil, not wasted even if it's not, but actually having an epiphany? What the hell kind of monster is this? It seems to be the aura of the heart of the Tao. Zhang Ling's hoarse voice was delivered to the ears of the crowd. What? How is that possible? That's right. Don't bluff us, Grandpa Zhang. It's just a lucky break. That's just it. People live their whole lives for hundreds of years. There's always a time when they get a little lucky. Seeing these two sour teenagers, Lu Piaoi couldn't help but laugh. Lu Kai, Lu Yun, you guys are jealous, aren't you? Brother Puffy, do you think it's possible yourself? Lu Yun laughed. That's a Dao mind that can only be possessed at the Dao condensation realm. Even if Lu Ming had an epiphany, he has only risen to the 8th level of spirit gathering. If he were to condense a Dao mind, wouldn't it be even more perverted than Lu Xingqian's supreme bone? Oh, that's what Grandpa Zhang said. Not me. Lu Piaoi smiled. Zhang Fu gazed at Lu Ming not far away and carefully felt the aura. And then, shaking his head, it seems, it's the old man who was blind. That subtle implication of the Taoist heart vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed at all. And Lu Ming's epiphany stopped. Not far from the onlookers, he naturally noticed it long ago. So at the first moment, he directly utilized the system and shielded the sky. So close. Lu Ming exhaled. He hadn't expected that the unsullied Dao mind would actually be so perverse that he would actually have a direct epiphany after merely lamenting that the air was good. From the first level of heavenly martial, it was elevated to the 3rd level, but he knew that it was never the right time to be exposed. Otherwise it draws too much attention, and then it's harder to fish out the malcontents and use them to trigger the system. He looked at the crowd not far away with a bewildered and amazed expression. What's wrong with me? With me? Ha ha, little brother, this is an epiphany. Bravo, bravo. Lu Piaoi came in front of him, patted his shoulder and laughed in admiration. They say that you only know how to eat and drink and sleep the whole day. It turns out, it's us who are blind. You're not some kind of waste. You're a genius. In the future, remember to cultivate diligently and never waste your talent. Cousin, I'm optimistic about you. An epiphany? Lu Ming looked incredulous and immediately said excitedly, I actually had an epiphany? Thank you, cousin. I will definitely practice diligently in the future. Talking about talking. He saw not Qin Ruyan again, and so, with a face of joy and anticipation, he ran over, as if inviting credit. Hey, Auntie, Minger had an epiphany. Is it awesome? Is it awesome? Yu Qin? Awesome, awesome. Qin Ruyan looked proud of him, softly stroked his head, and smiled. Remember cousin's words, do you hear me? Of course I heard you. Lu Ming nodded, and then, suddenly with an expectant face, Auntie, is there any good food? Ugh. Lu Piaoi covered his face. Ha ha ha. Lu Yun and Lu Kai, on the other hand, smiled reassuringly. They're already on the sidelines, so if there's another genius in the family, there's no way for them to survive. Yes, of course. Qin Ruyan doggedly took out an exquisite pouch from her storage ring and said smilingly, this is a candy made from 1,000-year-old sweet spirit fruit. Not only is it very sweet, but it's also good for cultivation. Take it. Hey, thanks Auntie. Lu Ming happily accepted it and took one out on the spot and put it in his mouth. It's delicious. Just be delicious. Qin Ruyan smiled. Then cultivate well next. Auntie still has some things to do, so I'll leave first. Wait, Auntie. Lu Ming suddenly pulled on her sleeve. What's wrong? When Minger had his epiphany just now, it seemed like he had some realization, but he always felt that he was missing the point. Can you point out minor? Lu Ming looked at her expectantly. Good girl. Auntie is really up to something. Qin Ruyan gently pinched his face and laughed. Isn't your Grandpa Ling's here? His old man is much stronger than Auntie. Go ask him. He will be happy to teach you. But Mingle just wanted to ask Auntie. Lu Ming was insistent. Qin Ruyan looked at him for a long time and sighed helplessly. All right. Seeing Lu Ming follow her away, the rest of them weren't surprised. They just laughed. They all knew that Lu Ming had been clinging to Qin Ruyan since he was a child. Qin Ruyan was also quite good to him, treating him like his own son. Walking on the road. Is there anything you want to ask Auntie? Qin Ruyan softly smiled. Well, that's just it. Minor thought it was strange that the heart became transparent during the epiphany. Lu Ming spoke in a low voice, his voice a little uneasy. Is there something wrong somewhere? Walking, Qin Ruyan's feet lurched in disbelief. Epiphany, heart transparency? Auntie, am I sick? Should I tell Grandpa and the others? Lu Ming carefully said. Don't. Oh, heck. Only then did Qin Ruyan realize that she had overreacted. She quickly responded, regaining her gentleness, and smiled. What Auntie means is that it's all a minor problem. The heart becoming transparent is just a phenomenon that happens when you have an epiphany. So, hearing this, Lu Ming nodded reassuringly. As for Qin Ruyan, her gaze couldn't help but flicker. It was beginning to wonder if the kid was bluffing her. An epiphany, plus the heart becomes transparent. It made her subconsciously think of an extremely special existence, the Immaculate Conception. Only this kind of doxology fits such a characterization. But, that's outrageous, isn't it? It's only the eighth weight of the gathering spirit, condensing the Tao heart. Even so, it's actually one of the most special, most powerful kinds. Is this a human being? This is a demon, right? But, her eyes flashed and her heart began to race. If true, transplant this physique to the stars as well. That, hiss. No. Transplanting a heart. If you don't get it right, it can kill you. In case this kid really dies, it'll be a big trouble. Available. Such a fat piece of meat in front of you. If she didn't eat it, she wasn't too happy about it. What to do? Qin Ruyan hesitated and struggled, but in the end, she still decided to inform Lu Zetian about this matter. What? Soon after. Study. Lu Zetian froze. A pair of tiger eyes flowed with a deep incredulous color. Lu Ming had an epiphany this morning? And the heart has become transparent? He had just taken away his heavy pupil and transplanted a pair of unusual eyes to him. And even Lu Tang, who was in the middle of recuperation at this time, had not yet had the time to fuse a tenth of it. Even Qin Ruyan had only just seized the supreme bone. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that even if they weren't crippled, they wouldn't be able to turn over any more waves at all, right? How long has it been? One night? And he grew the legendary Immaculate Conception again? Is this still a person? Big brother, if this matter is known to father and the others, will they probe for any clues? Qin Ruyan was a bit uneasy. Lu Zetian pondered for a long time. You said, Lu Ming was taking the initiative to ask you why the heart became transparent? He didn't doubt whether that was the immaculate Tao mind or not. Epiphanies were something that even he, a Saint Lord level figure, hadn't experienced many times in his life. It couldn't be done just by luck. How much insight can a small child have about cultivation? The only possibility was that it was the awakening of yet another heaven-defying physique. And since he was able to awaken the supreme bone first, then the heavy pupil, and now he had grown the immaculate Tao heart, it wasn't impossible. The point is, what should he do now? Should we leave it alone, or act again? He was the one who took the initiative to ask me. Qin Ruyan's gaze flickered inexplicably. Based on his demeanor, his movements and speech, he himself doesn't know a thing about it. Big brother, do you think something like a doxa can be transplanted? Lu Zetian was silent for a long time, seemingly thinking. Transplanting the heart of the Tao. This kind of thing even I have never heard of. I am afraid that the risk is extremely great, and if you are not good at it, you will make a big mess. Don't act rashly for the time being, and observe for a while. Back to the attic. Young master, you're awesome. Lu sure couldn't help but praise. Oh, little things. Lu Ming had candy in his mouth and waved his hand. Would you like a candy bar? Well, or not. Lu sure laughed softly. Leave it for young master to eat himself. She was a little confused as to why the young master was deliberately acting like a fool. I also don't understand why I hid the matter of the heavy pupil from my family. But, yet, he knew that he wasn't hiding it from himself. That alone was enough to make her happy. No words for a day. Night. Lu Ming sat quietly on his knees. During the day, he had seen Qin Ruyan's reaction in his eyes. It was expected that, although her heart was moved, within a short period of time, she would most likely not dare to make a move. So there was no hurry. Decided to wait quietly in the days to come. Sooner or later the fish will be hooked. A twist. 7 days passed. Lu Ming had been sitting in meditation and cultivating. During that time, Lu Sure had approached him a few times. Seeing that he had been busy cultivating, he stopped interrupting. Lu Ming, on the other hand, without the aid of any other resources, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of Heavenly Martial. With this kind of cultivation speed, I'm afraid that all 10 junior supreme beings combined would be ashamed of themselves. This night, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes. Yo, I can't believe no one has been coming to do anything about it. In the meantime, somewhere in the mountains, a hidden formation, an extremely beautiful woman in purple was sitting on her knees. She looked solemn as she silently recited the mantra. The heart of heaven is vast, and the breath of the spirit is everlasting. All elephants are one, and the mystery is endless. The heart is like stopping water. The mirror reflects the truth. Wuji returns to the Tao. The heart of the Tao is eternal. As the word eternal was spat out, the formation roared, dark clouds rolled across the sky, and thunder circled like a dragon. The Tao condensation tribulation. Has it finally come? She muttered. This jhana is divided into the jhana of the body and the mind. The physical body is baptized by heavenly thunder. The heart is baptized by the calamity of the heart demon. And the heart of the Tao is condensed before one can step into the realm of Tao condensation. Rumble. The heavenly thunder tribulation, the first of which had already condensed, rolled and surged with horrifying power. The purple-clothed woman's beautiful eyes sank slightly. Come on. Click. 9-colored thunderbolt. The first, red thunder. The array trembled as it mercilessly bombarded down, managing to block it. The second one, orange thunder. As it fell, the formation was on the verge of breaking. The third, yellow thunder. Bang! The formation shattered with a loud bang, and a purple silhouette rose up to meet the thunder. The fourth way, the fifth way. With his fleshly body and divine ability, he mercilessly shattered all the lightning tribulations one after another. Fluttering and landing smoothly, the woman in purple rose and fell in her chest, slightly adjusted her breathing, and then sat down on her knees again, ready to meet the heart of the devil's calamity. May, in her eyes, however, a hint of concern flashed vaguely. Soon, concerns were replaced by firmness, calmness. She closed her eyes and went inside. A lake, clear and beautiful, like a fairyland. Wow. Third brother, what kind of sword technique is this? It's so powerful. The young girl Lu Zixin looked at Lu Zihan, who was dressed in white and had just finished practicing a set of sword moves, handsome and peerless, and her beautiful eyes were full of color. This is my self-created sword technique. It hasn't been named yet. Lu Zihan laughed lightly. Self-created swordsmanship? Lu Zixin was shocked. Third brother, really? You can even create your own martial arts now? It's just a prototype. It can't be called a complete martial art. Lu Zihan said humbly. That's good and marvelous too. Unlike me, who was slow to learn even a set of earth-grade martial skills. Lu Zixin's tone was worshipful. That's because you're lazy. Otherwise, with your qualifications, how could you not learn? Lu Zihan laughed. Humph. Not about that. Lu Zixin said mischievously. Third brother, what are you going to name it if you finish the derivation? Name Lu Zihan mused for a moment before jokingly saying, let's call it the purple heart sword technique. Purple heart sword technique? Lu Zixin froze, her cheeks gradually blushing. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Little sister mustn't take it seriously. Seeing this, Lu Zihan put his sword away and left in style, leaving the young girl alone, clenching her silver teeth. She looked at his back, her sight slow to shift. The great hall. Important figures of the family, gathered on both sides. Ha ha, I've heard that Zihan is gifted and talented, and today I've seen that he's really extraordinary. A cow and a pushover. Brother Qin is flattered. Then, without further ado, today, Mr. Qin is here for a marriage. My daughter, Ru Yen, has been admiring her nephew Zihan for a long time. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the Qin and Lu families could become in-laws? Oh, wonderful. Ha ha, Zihan, are you satisfied? Zihan is at the mercy of his father's arrangements. What? Third brother, you and Qin Ruyan are engaged to be married? Lu Zixin stared blankly at Lu Zihan. Parents' orders, matchmaker's orders. The youth Lu Zihan was quite helpless. Little sister, you also know our father's temper. What he decides is not something you or I can change. Okay. From what I've heard, that Qin Ruyan is also a rare beauty embryo, so when the time comes, third brother will have to be nicer to his sister-in-law. Depends. Lu Zihan wasn't very excited either. That, Sango. Lu Zixin hesitated for a few moments. The set of heavenly rank sword technique that my little sister cultivates has recently fallen into a bottleneck. Could you, perhaps, mentor me sometime? This one. Ha! Lu Zihan touched her head and smiled dotingly. Of course there's no problem. You're my own sister. Little sister. Zixin, save me. I don't want to die. A forbidden place filled with darkness and terrifying demons. Not far away, a white man covered in blood, prostrate on the ground, dying, reached out a scarred hand to her. Third brother, don't be afraid. Zixin is coming. Lu Zixin was so anxious that she rushed forward regardless. But it was a close call. only to see an incomparably terrifying black claw, poking out from the darkness, slapping it into a bloody mist. No! Lu Zixin despaired and watched his closest brother die in front of his eyes. Lu Zixin. Ha! You don't deserve to be my sister at all. In vain I love you so much. I've been missing for so long and you didn't even come to look for me, causing me to die at the hands of a demon. To cause me to suffer so much pain. Lu Zihan, who only had a spirit body left, looked at her with disgust and hatred. No, Sango. Lu Zixin was in pain. Little sister has been looking for you these 5 years, almost looking for the whole continent, but finally came a step late. It's all an excuse. Lu Zihan laughed coldly. I'm leaving, never to see you again, and you, never to come to me. Say it. His spiritual body gradually dimmed and dissipated between heaven and earth. No, don't. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out violently. Lu Zixin's face turned pale and her breath plummeted. Still haven't crossed the line. The Dao heart cohesion failed, and the holy martial hijack seal was broken. Even the realm had fallen from the peak of the 9th level of the questioning tribulation to the 1st level. At the same time, the demon of her heart became more and more serious, like a huge haze that enveloped her heart. Even if, once again, she cultivated to the peak of the 9th level, she would never be able to break through again, and when her heart's demons erupted, she would completely go off the deep end and perish as a result. Could I, Lu Zixin, deserve this? Deep in her eyes, an intense unwillingness, anguish crossed her eyes, the source of all this pain. And then, a rather scary thing, because of the big brother and second brother, and her age difference is very large, and personality and incompatibility, so, there is no common topic. Only her third brother, who was her age, doted on her extremely. So, she developed a sense of dependence. Everyone else was cultivating. Only Lu Zihan often made her happy, and the two of them had a lot to talk about. As a teenager, she always liked to watch Lu Zihan practicing with his sword, and had always regarded him as the standard for finding a husband in the future. But all of this was completely changed by Lu Zihan's engagement to Qin Ruyan later on. She was struck by lightning, disoriented, and her mind went blank. She began to run away. Unexpectedly, it was later discovered that Lu Zihan did not actually like Qin Ruyan. He, too, was confiding in himself. At that time, Lu Zixin was very happy inside, and even had certain forbidden thoughts. But the brother-sister relationship is like a heavenly gulf. She could only suppress her emotions like crazy, and had to persuade so that Lu Zihan would try to accept Qin Ruyan. It is due to persuasion. The next year, Lu Xingqian was born. She wasn't happy in the slightest about something that should have made her happy. Instead, it got harder and harder. It wasn't until 2 years later, when there was an outing to practice, Lu Zihan met his true love, Yun Yaxin. The birth of Lu Ming actually originated from an accident, a very bloody accident, being drugged. At the time, when Lu Zihan brought Yun Yaxin back to the Lu family, Qin Ruyan was extremely sad and ran back to her mother's house to complain, causing Qin Hong to come to the door to ask for a statement. The two families are family friends. In order to give an account, Lu Zonghe demanded that Yun Yaxin should never appear in the Lu family or in front of Qin Ruyan. Lu Zihan disagreed and almost fell out with his father. However, due to the former's tough attitude and the fact that Yun Yaxin seemed to come from an uncomplicated background, he eventually compromised. And it was the last thing that made Lu Zixin so miserable, even guilty, because Yun Yaxin could see that her feelings for Lu Zihan were not simply brother and sister love at all. That's just one point. The point is, at that time, Yun Yaxin was pregnant with a 9-month-old baby and was about to give birth. Lu Zixin had carefully boiled a bowl of spirit medicine, wanting to replenish her body. It was later discovered that it was this bowl of elixir that caused Lu Ming to be born without an apocalyptic bloodline, almost indistinguishable from an invalid. Not only did this cause Yun Yaxin to suffer blank stares, it also caused Lu Ming to be called a waste. 3 years later, the two disappeared. In Lu Zixin's opinion, she caused all of this, so she went looking for it. Unfortunately, in 5 years, there have been no leads either. Originally, I thought that everything would be gradually forgotten and put down because of the passage of time and the elevation of the realm. Unexpectedly, this kind of feeling has now even become a kind of perverted, crazy, twisted heart demon obsession. Lu Zixin suddenly stood up. Since he had returned to the eastern region, it would be better to follow the original plan and go home for a visit. She forced herself to endure the pain in her chest and headed in the direction of the Lu family. Swept away. Half an hour later, flying over barren mountains and vast wastelands, she arrived at the Mantian mountain range, above the Lu family's large boundary. Who is it, trespassing into my Lu family's realm? A gray-clothed figure, rising up in the air, narrowed his eyes and gazed at the other party. Uncle Zhang, don't recognize me? Lu Zixin laughed. You? Zhang Ling froze, looked closely, and exclaimed, Miss Zixin? Aha! Ha ha, so it's Miss Zixin who's back. I'll go inform the old family master and the others. Soon, the Lu family hall. The people in the temple were gathered together, laughing and joking. Even Lu Ming was called over. Little aunt? Looking at the purple-clad beauty surrounded by the crowd, Lu Ming was a little surprised. Even at a glance, he could tell that his opponent was injured and his realm was unstable. Father, mother, second uncle, third uncle, seventh uncle, and all the aunts, Zixin is unfilial, and has made you all worry all these years. Ha ha, it's good to be back. It's only been 5 years. It's not even enough for you uncles and aunts to retreat once. A crane-haired old man tapped her shoulder and smiled cheerfully. Zixin, are you hurt? An old woman in hemp clothes then frowned. Still seriously injured. Fell several realms. What the hell is going on? Most of the great hall was startled. Immediately, there was righteous indignation. Aunt Zixin, who dares to bully you? My father will beat him to death. Humph. Whoever dares to touch our Lu family's people has eaten their hearts and guts. It's okay. It's just me. Lu Zixin explained. When breaking through the condensed Dao, there was a small mistake. It's not in the way. Zixin, this is the smiling slippery flower. Your second uncle, I occasionally got it from the remains of a medicinal garden. It has a miraculous effect on curing injuries of the realm. A brown-clothed old man smiled, sending the medicine to Lu Zixin. Hold on tight. Find some time to refine it so as not to injure the foundation. A great medicine of the holy order. The smiling slippery flower? The crowd, especially the juniors, were stunned and staggered. The world, techniques, martial arts, divine weapons, etc., were further categorized into the 7 levels of yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Emperor, and Supreme. Each level is divided into 3 grades, lower, middle and upper. Laughing slippery flower. Although it was only the lower grade of the holy order, it was already extremely precious, even in the Lu family's treasure trove. There were not many of them. Ha ha, why don't you thank your second uncle? He loves you big and small. He even took out his own private savings. The crane-haired old man laughed as his heart ached. Thank you uncle too. Lu Zixin thanked her and took the medicine. By the way, you went out this time to look for any sign of your third brother. Any news? She shook her head. Not half as much. So, the crane-haired old man and the hemp-clothed old woman both showed disappointment. Lu Zihan was the son that the two loved and admired the most. Though, there was quite a bit of resentment over the fact that he later married another woman and cared very little for Qin Ruyan. But, after all, it's his own flesh and blood, so how can he not be worried? But bring it up. Qin Ruyan's complexion, however, was always a bit unnatural. Well, let's not talk about that. The crane-haired old man's voice was pale. It's not easy for all of us, up and down the Lu family, to gather here for a trip. We're usually, again, in seclusion. So, report back on all of them. What's been going on in recent years? Father, Qin Ruyan inhaled a breath, stepped forward, and smiled. I didn't dare to disturb your seclusion before. Now, at last, Ruyan is going to report a great joy to you. Oh, Lu Zonghao laughed. What is it that can be called a great joy? The people of the Lu family, except for Lu Zitian and Yi Jin, were almost invariably envious and jealous. However, originally, it was a great joy for the Lu family to awaken a supreme bone. Someone had wanted to notify the old householder. However, Lu Zitian and Qin Ruyan said that they should not disturb the old man's seclusion and give him a surprise when the time comes. Unbeknownst to them, this was their delaying tactic, waiting until Lu Tang and Lu Xingchen had completely fused the supreme treasure. At which time, even if things were exposed, there would be a lot of room for maneuver. Your grandson, Star. The other day, the supreme bone was awakened. The ancestors in the Forbidden Land have been contacted. The third ancestor said that his old man will personally instruct Star, for our Lu family, to train a future supreme. Hiss. Supreme bone? Lu Zongha first froze. Then, sucking in a mouthful of cool air, his cloudy old eyes erupted with a fierce essence light. Breathing heavily, staring at Qin Ruyan dead on. Is that true? 1,000 times over. You, good you Ruyan why didn't you tell old me earlier? This, Qin Ruyan thought about it and laughed. Of course it's to give your old man a surprise. Surprise? Ha ha ha. Well well well. Lu Zongha laughed wildly. Surprise? Indeed. A heavenly surprise. Most of the rest of the clan elders, except for those who already knew, were shocked and ecstatic. Star grandson. Truly remarkable. Remarkable. Is my Lu family's unicorn son. Father. At this point, Yi Jin similarly stepped forward. Your eldest grandson, Tong'er, after being seriously injured, was blessed by a misfortune and awakened the legendary ancient heavy pupil. The whole room was in an uproar. What? Lu Zonghe froze in disbelief. Himself, one grandson awakened the supreme bone, and the other, actually awakened the heavy pupil? Ancient heavy pupils? The rest of the clan elders, their hearts were flooded with waves of shock and ecstasy. Ha ha ha, yes, 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 God bless my Lu family, God bless my Lu family. Lu Zonghe almost cried tears of joy as he glared at the crowd. What are you all waiting for? Do not tell Lao Fu earlier is just, now actually also delay. Lao Fu too love grandchildren. There is so unseemly? Hurry up and call Tanger and Xingqian here, so the whole family can see our two unicorn children. Supreme bone? Heavy pupils? Although Lu Zixin was equally shocked in her heart, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Lu Tang and Lu Xingqian, what level they were at, she knew in her heart. The former is a straw man. The latter, indeed, can be called a rare genius. However, within a short period of time, the awakening of the supreme bone and the heavy pupil at the same time, this, inevitably, is also too unbelievable, right? Could it be that it's been 5 years since I've seen you and you've cleaned up your act? What about Lu Ming, who was also a direct descendant of the Lu family and even had an even more extraordinary mother? She couldn't help but cast her eyes toward Lu Ming, and then, a shudder ran through his heart. What a resemblance to Sango! Unexpected. The other actually smiled at her, a silly childlike look on her face. Ugh! Seeing this, Lu Zixin's heart stung slightly, and her guilt grew stronger. It's amazing that Minor is still like this. Even worse, it was all his own fault, born without the bloodline of the apocalypse, and with his parents not around. He must have suffered a lot of blank stares over the years, right? The point is, how similar are his features? The look between his eyebrows, and third brother Lu Zihan? Thinking of this, Lu Zixin's face paled slightly for a split second. Her aura was agitated, and there were signs that she could not vaguely suppress her heart demons. But, Lu Ming obviously didn't pay too much attention to this, and although he giggled, his heart laughed. Wonderful, that's wonderful. I'll just watch you guys perform. Wait a little longer. When the Tao Heart and the Desolate Cauldron are regenerated, it will be the time for me, Lu Ming, to turn the world upside down. Soon, the two of them, Lu Tang and Lu Xingqian, arrived at the main hall. As soon as they came out, they became the center of attention. The rest of the young generation present, and even the geniuses of the previous generation, were all eclipsed. Ha ha, good. Lu Zonghe touched the two men's heads and laughed openly. Truly a good grandson of my Lu family. A dragon among men. Thanks, Grandpa. Grandpa is flattered. Both smiled at the same time. Well, Lu Zonghe looked at Lu Zitian. These two things, the outside world already knows about them? Back to father. Lu Zitian respectfully said. The day the star awakened, it caused a vision of heaven and earth, and all the major forces in the eastern wasteland sent congratulatory gifts. As for Tanger, this matter, the outside world does not yet know. Not yet known? Lu Zonghe said unhappily. It's just a matter of others. Tanger is the young master of my Lu family, one of the 3 masters of the eastern wasteland. This matter, how can it not be known to the outside world? Big brother has a point. This is a great time to make a name for Tanger. A clan elder laughed aloud. Once the heavy pupil is out, where are the 3 masters of the eastern wasteland? From now on, there will only be my Lu family's twin dragons, shaking the world. It's not my Lu family's style to hide. What the 5th brother said is true. Lu Zonghe waved his hand. Tomorrow, let the news be released, so that the entire eastern wasteland and the whole world will know that my Lu family has produced 2 supreme demons. 3 years later, set up the ring and welcome the 3,000 states of the eastern wasteland, all the younger generations to come and challenge. Regardless of victory or defeat, my Lu family will give generous rewards as long as they come. Strike that. He looked at Lu Tang and Lu Xingqian and smiled. Any confidence? Don't worry, Grandpa. Tanger will win the championship in one fell swoop, and raise the prestige of my Lu family in front of the strongest people in the world. Lu Tang was dressed in a red robe, spirited and confident. He's been having a blast lately. Can be described as a springtime? Obviously did not expect. Father and mother hands, actually has such a supreme treasure. After replacing his heavy pupils, he realized that not only were all of his injuries healed, moreover, it possessed a variety of powerful divine abilities. In the past, the feats and martial arts that he didn't understand were all blended together with just one more look. Even, as long as one pushed with all one's strength, under the strong sense of oppression, even the mother of the condensed Tao realm would not dare to easily lock eyes with her. How powerful, how anticlimactic. He couldn't help but sneer. himself, the future supreme. All must prostrate themselves at his feet. Lu Zetian and Yi Jin saw this and laughed heartily. They realized that since changing into the heavy pupils, Lu Tang's entire person had changed, and could be described as handsome and confident. And with his hands and feet, he also had more of a young family master's demeanor. Lu Xingchen said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, don't worry. Even if I carry the heavenly abyss on my back and need to drag the primordial imperial city with one hand, I, Lu Xingchen, will be just as invincible in the world." Ha ha ha. Well well well. Lu Zonghe and the other clan elders laughed up to the sky, although they didn't know exactly what Lu Xingchen was talking about. But seeing the two of them so confident, they were all old and cheerful. They, for a long time, had not been so happy. Tong'er, Star, there's another happy event. A few moments. Lu Zonghe laughed. Today, we are out of the gate because your little aunt has returned. And should all of you still recognize her? Tenjel found out a long time ago. Lu Tang laughed aloud. For little aunt to return safely is a greater joy than Star awakening, and Tang's son proposes that a large banquet be set up tomorrow for little aunt to receive her. In order to express the joy of returning home. Star, meet little auntie. Lu Xingchen also clasped his fists. A feast would not be necessary. The atmosphere is joyful. Although Lu Zixin has other ideas, but she does not want to brush off the elder's face. She laughed slightly and waved her jade hand. The two treasures that emitted a magical glow then hovered in front of each of the two people. Xiao Tang and Xing Chen awakened the holy body, and little aunt didn't show anything else. The district's small objects. Don't dislike them. Ha ha. Lu Zetian laughed. It seems that little sister has gained a lot from being outside these past few years. Tong'er, a piece of my little aunt's heart. Just accept it. Star, why don't you hurry up and thank little auntie? Qin Ruyan also said in displeasure. The two of them took the treasures and laughed. Thank you, little aunt. And seeing Lu Zixin make a start, the rest of the people also sent congratulatory gifts. One time, the entire hall can be streaming with color. Each one of them can cause a lot of shock when taken out, and can be used as the treasure of the clan. In a short period of time, the two collected many treasures. The relatives talked and laughed about Qin Ruyan, Lu Zetian and Yi Jin. Compliments come out of his mouth. And Lu Ming in the corner. In this great hall full of joy, but subconsciously ignored and disregarded by almost everyone. He's never had much of a presence. Innately deficient and uninspired. The image of eating, drinking, and having fun is deeply ingrained in the eyes of the family. Even if, by some fluke, he had an epiphany a few days ago, it was worth mentioning. But in front of the heavy pupil and the supreme bone, it was still a bit insignificant. Soon after, Lu Zonghe also finally remembered that he, himself, had a grandson, Mingle. He called toward Lu Ming in the corner with a smile. Come over and show grandpa. At this point, it was only then that the eyes of the entire room focused on him. Ha! Lu Ming froze, looking like he didn't know what to do due to his nervousness. What are you waiting for? Grandpa is calling you. Qin Ruyan urged with a smile. Okay, okay. Lu Ming took a deep breath and walked towards Lu Zonghe with nervousness and stage fright. After coming to him, Lu Zonghe touched his head with a smile and sized him up. Oh, good. Growing taller. Growing taller. There's really nothing to brag about in order to take that. In the future, remember to learn more from your cousin Lu Tang, brother Star, and other outstanding brothers and sisters. Got it? He sighed in his heart. Despite the loss of the Apocalypse bloodline, which was justifiable, but other than that, there was nothing special about it, and his realm was only the 8th level of spirit gathering. Put in the outside world, some unusual forces were already considered geniuses, but this was the Lu family, an ancient inheritance, a top family even in the eastern wasteland, a land that had produced great emperors. It's just too mediocre. Grandpa. At this point, a clear voice rang out. A few mornings ago, junior brother Lu Ming had an epiphany watching the sun under the pavilion, which led to a vision of heaven and earth, with flowing clouds inverted in a spectacular manner. These grandchildren of yours are all extraordinary and are to be congratulated. The crowd took a look. It was the young man in a white coat, fluttering like jade, Lu Paoyi, who opened his mouth with a smile. Oh, Lu Zonghe and the other clan elders, indeed, were stunned and couldn't help but look at Lu Ming once again. This time, the vision became different. Sun watching epiphanies? The Lu family is the place where the great sun rises in the east, and with its apocalyptic bloodline, it has quite a deep connection with the sun and the moon. According to legend, the ancestor of the Lu family sat in the ancient monument of Sun High building, watched the sunrise and the moonrise, realized the spirit of heaven and earth, and finally comprehended and created that mysterious code of heavenly enlightenment. Sacred rank upper grade technique, placed in any holy place. It is the level of the town's treasure. and is also an important treasure for the rise of the Lu family. Ha ha ha. Lu Zonghe suddenly laughed aloud. Observe the son and have an epiphany. Not bad, not bad. It's grandpa's eyes that are blind. My Lu family's sons and daughters are really all dragons and phoenixes among men. Tomorrow, go to second granduncle's place, get some martial arts skills, and let him give you some good instruction. Ming'er understands. Thank you, grandpa. Well, go ahead. Lu Zonghe smiled and waved his hand. Right. Unexpected. Lu Ming had an expectant look on his face. Is there any good food at second uncle's place? This statement was made. The whole room froze. The whirlwind of laughter. Lu Piaoyi covered his face. This guy, he really is hopeless. Ha ha. Ming'er, not only is there good food here at second uncle's, there's also fun and good-looking things. The brown-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. As long as you come, it's enough. Thank you, second uncle. Lu Ming had an excited look on his face. Most people are laughing. It was, however, a laugh of derision and pity. The oldest of the Lu family, with more talent than the oldest too. How did he give birth to such a son? Fortunately, Lu Xingchen fought for his honor. Even though the person was not present, he gave him enough face. Lu Ming was also smiling. He knew that fishing was shameful though. But how could a fish take the bait if it didn't have ulterior motives? After the party, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Zixin cast her gaze on Lu Ming, looking at him again and again, and finally held back, for the time being, the idea of going to him. As long as she saw Lu Ming, it would be difficult to suppress and create a certain impulse in her heart. Heart demons, too, would take advantage of the opportunity to frantically breed, trying to influence her sanity. What the hell is wrong with me? Lu Zixin muttered. Little sister. A deep, steady voice came out, slightly smiling. Without a trace, Lu Zixin collected all her emotions and regained her composure. She looked at the visitor, tall in stature, wearing a red crown on his head, with a majestic aura. It was none other than the mighty generation of Saint Realm powerhouses that had shaken the eastern wasteland. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zitian. Little sister. There seems to be something on her mind, probably because of a negative injury. Lu Zixin laughed lightly. Lu Zitian sighed lightly and patted her shoulder. Then stay home and get well and don't think about going out again. Lu Zixin shook her head. Her temperament serene. Third brother hasn't found it yet. You, Lu Zitian first sighed helplessly. Back then, you were also unintentionally at fault, and none of us meant to blame you. The third brother and sister-in-law, even more so, will not take it to heart. Lu Ming is even better now, and even, has the natural talent of epiphany. And why be so hard on yourself? Besides, you're not too young to have thought about finding a good family and entrusting yourself to them after all these years? Big brother is joking. Lu Zixin shook her head. Have not yet considered this matter. See what she looks like. Lu Zitian lamented. Little sister has really matured quite a bit. She's a big girl. When I think of the years, you were alive and kicking after your third brother's ass, which is what this looks like. Mention Lu Zihan. Lu Zixin's complexion finally changed a bit. It was indeed carefree back then, but unfortunately, third brother is nowhere to be found today. And even, he doesn't care about his two children. He's not that kind of person. So it's only possible that something has happened to him and he can't help himself. There is indeed something fishy about third brother. Lu Zitian sighed. However, both big brother and the others believe that with his and his second sibling's skills, sooner or later they will return. But, with that, he joked again. The most important thing right now is still our Lu family's little sister's life matter. Tenger is almost at the age of marriage, and Piaoyi was also betrothed not long ago. You, who are an aunt, do you, by any chance, have to be driven ahead by two nephews? With my little sister's poise and talent, who wouldn't be a good match? Besides, the Eastern Wasteland has so many heavenly pride powerhouses. If there really isn't any, which one you fancy? Big brother will immediately bring along a heavy gift and go to the door to talk about marriage. Let's see who dares to say no. Big brother, don't say another word. Lu Zixin said helplessly. My little sister is dedicated to cultivation. Where would she have a favorite man? All right. Seeing that she really had no intention of doing so, Lu Zitian didn't say anything more and smiled. Then big brother will take the first step. Come to me and your sister-in-law anytime you need anything. Moon Star. Lu Ming was walking alone. Compared to him, Lu Tang and Lu Xingchen's side was much more lively. The other juniors, like the grandchildren of the second and third uncles, the Lu family's collateral line almost all surrounded that side. There were a few people who wanted to talk to Lu Ming, but they were discouraged by his words. Is there anything good to eat at second uncle's place? I was afraid that I would go back to my parents and blame them for not learning and hanging out with an uninspired guy. Especially, Lu Tang's current position as the young master could be said to be untouchable. To make a good relationship, You have to take advantage of it now. Right now in the Lu family, the highest status of the younger generation was naturally Lu Tang and Lu Xingchen. In addition to physical talent, there is the most crucial point, which is the mother's family. The Qin family and the Yi family, both of which were renowned clans in the eastern wasteland. Even if they hadn't produced an emperor realm, they still had peak Saint realm ancestors at the 9th level of the heavenly heart in their midst. Without this physique, it was not something that other juniors could compare to. But even though no one was paying attention to themselves, Lu Ming, however, didn't care at all. That was the effect he wanted. Unexpectedly, walking under the moonlight, a young girl of about 15 or 16 years of age came face to face. A plain dress, clear and beautiful, is hard to hide. The classical beauty of her face, her gentle, playful temperament, caused Lu Ming to be slightly stunned. The young girl walked straight towards Lu Ming, a moving smile on her cheeks. Young master, Sister Floss? Lu Ming froze. Why are you here? Got nothing to do. Came out for a stroll. Sis? I say, little brother, call it what you want in private. But in front of us, it's not quite right, is it? Lu Tang's slow and languid voice came from over there. The crowd froze, spinning around with an expression of watching the show. I can call it whatever I want. What's it to you? Lu Ming had a childish voice and a calm tone. This statement was made. The crowd froze. It seemed that he hadn't expected that Lu Ming was actually so rigid and rash. At such a young age, you know how to be angry at a woman? Meh. Sure enough, seeing that Lu Ming dared to brush off his face as the young family head in front of so many people, Lu Tang smiled and walked towards the two. When Lu Ming saw the 16-year-old cousin, who was a whole lot taller than himself, walking straight towards him, he could be described as not panicking in the slightest. Only Lu Shuer hadn't expected that her just subconsciously coming over to say hello would actually cause such a big trouble. Just when he wanted to open his mouth, Lu Tang's leisurely voice came over. A handmaiden is a handmaiden. That's the rule. He came in front of the two and first swept his eyes at Lu Shuer. The corners of his mouth faintly hooked up as he towered over Lu Ming, casting his gaze on his face. No one taught you. I can understand that. But remember that next time. The feeling of oppression belonging to the heavenly martial realm fell on the two. Lu Shuer's pretty face turned a little white, while Lu Ming sneered, disdainfully holding the former's hand. Let's go and ignore this 2 strokes. Then, under the stupefied, varying gazes of the crowd, he left straight away. 2 strokes? What do you mean? No matter what, this kid is actually so brave today? You call that courage? It's still a wimp? Seeing Lu Tang's face look a little bad, there were even those who had the audacity to snicker in order to curry favor with him. Isn't it just a fluke epiphany once? You really take yourself seriously. Waste will always be waste. What's the use of pretending to be hard? Hear that? Lu Shuer's footsteps suddenly paused. Unfortunately, after all, he was pulled away directly by Lu Ming. Ignore the stupid chanting. Let them have their moment first. I feel like I'm about to have another epiphany. Let's just go home and sleep. This statement was made. The whole room froze, and then laughed. It seems that this kid really can't tell north from south, east from west, and his brain is broken. Even Lu Xingchen felt that Lu Ming, who had originally been somewhat of a threat to himself, had completely lost himself in an epiphany and was not enough to worry about. Ha ha! Lu Tang also laughed out loud. Little brother is really naive. Another epiphany? Thinking it's pulling a Sean? It's a daily occurrence. Upon returning to the loft, Lu Shuer was a little happy. Young master, are you really having another epiphany? Lu Ming laughed and shook his head. Of course I lied to them. Unexpected. Halfway through the sentence, that nebulous feeling suddenly came again. I'll go? Could it be that I'm actually having another epiphany after making a random comment? That's sick, isn't it? He hastily closed his eyes, grabbed this Dao Xuanqi induction, directly began to meditate in place. Dense fog around the body, the light of the arcane suddenly dazzling, as if the immortal descended from the earth. Buzz. Under Lu Shuer's incredulous, shocked gaze, his aura began to climb, and the light suddenly illuminated the entire room. The peak of the 5th level of Tianwu. 6-fold, peak 6, 7-fold. This epiphany had actually raised his realm by 2 levels at once. Lu Ming was all greatly incredulous. It was mostly impossible for a single unsullied Dao mind to achieve this level. There was only the possibility that it was the 3 heaven-defying physiques that complemented each other to be so heaven-defying. Then how perverse would it be if the unsullied Dao mind blast regenerated? When Lu Ming thought of this, he couldn't help but have his heartbeat speed up a few points. He's getting impatient. Somebody dig my heart out. This epiphany, under Lu Ming's deliberate suppression, did not cause too much commotion and ended quickly, but the effect was no less than the last time. This kind of thing, realm, was definitely harder to raise the further one went. Reaching the 7th level of heavenly martial at once, he already felt satisfied. Young master, you're amazing. Lu Shuer was so excited that she didn't even know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Only the strange color and adoration that was about to overflow from her eyes could express her emotions. LOL. She laughed happily and delicately again. Those guys are really dog-eyed. If they knew that what you said was true, their jaws would probably drop in shock, right? It's a good thing we're family. A family? Just them? Lu Ming smiled. Sister Suer, I feel that in this world, only my parents, and you are my family. As for them, they're tool people at best. He could not help but recall that Lu Tang was indeed a full 8 years older than him, and even, because of taking his heavy pupil, his cultivation had not only recovered, but had even come to the 9th level of Heavenly Martial, which was extremely exaggerated. It was equivalent to a 16-year-old 9-star Do Wang, and to be able to do so without a Do Di bloodline could not be called not a genius. Just before, he himself was at the 5th level of Heavenly Martial, but if he really fought, Lu Tang was by no means his opponent. The pupil of Hong Meng could completely suppress the heavy pupil, and the Chaos Divine Bone was far superior to the Heavenly Apocalypse bloodline. Not to mention, he also possessed the unsullied Dao Heart. Now, it's hard to say whether we can withstand one of his moves. Lu Shuer froze slightly. I didn't expect Lu Ming to actually say that. A wave of emotion vaguely flooded her heart, and she clenched her silver teeth, her small face slightly red, and hesitated for a moment. Young master, I'll sleep with you today. Ahem. The next day, Lu Ming stretched his back and looked at Lu Shuer who was lying beside him. One has to wonder how much has changed. He remembered the time when he was always making excuses and clamoring for stories. Due to fear, you have to stay with them to fall asleep. In reality, it was to take advantage of the situation. Since he was small, Lu Shuer wouldn't have refused. However, never thought of it in a bad way, and thought that Lu Ming was pining for his mother. But, it's rare to see a request as unsolicited as last night's. Lu Shuer opened her eyes in a daze. Unexpected. He happened to see Lu Ming's line of sight, looking somewhere at himself. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and without a trace of convergence she gathered her collar and rose from the bed. Young master, let me dress you. No need. Lu Ming laughed. I'll just do it myself. That's where I come in. Lu Shuer insisted. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't refuse anymore. Solely, Lu Shuer was only wearing a thin piece of clothing, so she carefully served Lu Ming. After putting on his clothes and carefully organizing them again, he tried to get out of bed to put his shoes on. I'll just do the shoes myself. Lu Ming stopped her. If not for special circumstances, cultivators basically have no odor on their bodies. However, he had never truly treated Lu Shuer as an inferior in his heart. This kind of thing, of course, just do it yourself. Line it. Lu Shuer nodded. Putting his boots back on, Lu Ming got up from the bed. Sister Flossy, I'm planning to make a trip to my second uncle's place today. Just stay in your room and practice. Just don't answer when people call you. Book building. Standing on the hillside. It is one of the important places of the Lu family and is heavily guarded. Valuable techniques, martial arts, and magical powers that have been passed down and collected over generations are all hidden here. Unexpected. Just as I walked under the quaint and lofty high floor, a couple of out-of-place voices, laughing, came through. Yo, what wind is blowing today? Blowing little brother Lu Ming to the book tower? Giggle. Little Mingzi, you wouldn't really come here and ask my second brother for food, would you? Lu Kai, Lu Yun, Lu Xiaoli? Looking at the group of moi 3 or 4, Lu Ming's heart laughed. It's really not a grievance. The girl in the pink dress was Lu Xiaoli, beautiful in appearance, mischievous in nature, the corners of his mouth always overflowing with a confident, condescending flavor, surrounded by the crowd in the middle. The second brother she spoke of was Lu Zonghui's second brother, the caretaker of the Lu family's book building and medicine garden. Lu Zonghui. The higher the cultivation level and the stronger the physique, the harder it was to have offspring. It is even more difficult for those who are in their twilight years and whose qi and blood are declining. It was also unknown how Lu Ming's several thousand-year-old great-uncle had actually given birth to her. However, with a personality like hers that likes to get together, it was really rare that she was surprisingly absent last night. See that he doesn't say anything. Lu Xiaoli hummed. Little Mingzi, I heard that you were very brave last night. You actually dared to contradict your elder brother to his face. Did it grow on you? Little things. I'm here to ask second uncle for martial arts skills. Lu Ming smiled. Little pair auntie too? Dame? Lu Xiaoli's face darkened. Who are you calling damsel? You have to call grandma. Do you understand? Isn't grandma just the great mother? Lu Ming had an innocent look on his face. Is Minger called wrong? You. Lu Xiaoli's chest rose and fell slightly, but there was nothing she could do about this fool, so she could only put down harsh words and sneer. Little Mingzi, aren't you looking for your second uncle to get your martial arts skills? Let's see how you take it later. Let's go. See her lead the crowd into the book building. Lu Ming shook his head. Done. With that, he similarly headed for the book building. Second grandpa, little pear is here to see you. Hello, second uncle. Yo, make it so. Make it so. Lu Zhonghui smiled at Lu Xiaoli. But don't call second grandpa, just call second brother. Or else if fifth uncle knows, he won't be able to skin me. Little pear is young, so it's too much to call him second brother. Lu Xiaoli smiled mischievously. Lu Zhonghui had a stern face and said seriously, even though you are young, you still have to call what you should call. Otherwise, wouldn't you be breaking the rules? Well, Lu Xiaoli mused for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Got it. Second brother. Ha ha ha, that's right. Vomit. Lu Ming almost vomited as he watched from the back. Lu Zhonghui again turned his gaze to the rest of the few people and laughed. Little ones, why do you suddenly want to come to the book building today? Influenced by two cousins. Of course. One of them clenched his fist and said, Father and mother said that as the Lu family's descendants, we can't fall too far behind. Ha ha, good, good. Lu Zhonghui laughed out loud. With ideas like this, my Lu family will not worry about not prospering. Alright then, second uncle will take you guys to pick out your martial arts. All come with me. Book building, third floor. These, all of them, are earth ranked. Tell me whatever type of feats you want to pick. I want boxing, shot. I want swordplay. What about you? Lu Zhonghui looked toward Lu Ming. Well, Lu Ming pondered for a while and his eyes lit up. I want swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is the most handsome. Swordsmanship? Nice. Lu Zhonghui stroked his beard and laughed. Your father was the best at swordsmanship. It seems that it was mostly due to his influence. Boxing is on the far left, gunplay and swordplay on the right. Swordsmanship, on the other hand, is in the center. I'll wait here for you. Yes. The group was excited and began to prepare for the selection. Lu Ming just took a step. However, he realized that Lu Xiaoli was following straight behind him, and when he arrived in front of the jade shelf inscribed with martial arts, he browsed through it and took a fancy to an earth rank lower grade, this Wei Wind Chime sword technique, and was just about to make a move to take it. Lu Xiaoli took a step ahead of him and directly snatched it away and shook it in her hand, smiling smugly. Sorry, little Mingzi, Auntie, I'll look at it first. Lu Ming froze and looked at her for a long time. Immediately, with a helpless sigh, he said regretfully, since Big Mother has taken a fancy to it, that's fine. He just had to move and search again. Soon after, he saw another, Gengjin returning to one sword technique, that was of the middle grade of the earth rank and reached out for it. Unexpected. Lu Xiaoli once again took a step ahead of him and snatched it away. Placing it in her hand and looking at it, she shook her head inside. Middle grade of the earth order? Little Mingzi, you're being overly ambitious, aren't you? Besides, this kind of solemn sword technique can still only be practiced by me. Lu Ming was not angry. Then Big Mom will take it well. Unexpected. Halfway through, the corner of his mouth lifted up, and with a swift movement, he took the left piece of the earth rank upper grade technique engraved with the microdust flowing cloud sword technique in his hand, and after, straight to a quick walk. That rather arcane footwork, which seemed to be moving about in a chaotic manner, was in fact difficult to figure out. Lu Xiaoli was still a bit unresponsive when others have disappeared. After returning to her senses, Lu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. Dare to trick me? She heaved the jade tablet and placed it back on the shelf, and then walked towards Lu Zhonghui's direction. Earth rank upper grade sword technique? Lu Zhonghui, who was guarding the doorway, didn't seem too pleased. You're only at the 8th level of spirit gathering, and the lower grade of the earth rank is already the limit. How do you learn to do that? Top grade? Of course you can learn. Lu Ming said with a serious face. Please give me a chance. Second uncle. If you have not learned it within 7 days, you are at the mercy of uncle. Oh, just when he was about to open his mouth, Lu Xiaoli, however, followed up and said angrily, second brother. That sword skill in Lu Ming's hand was clearly the one I saw first. He robbed me. Lu Zhonghui, however, laughed. Little pear. Ah, the top grade sword skill of the earth rank is not worthy of you. How about following me to the 3rd floor later and picking a heavenly rank one? Lu Xiaoli was just about to say something. Okay, it's a deal. Lu Zhonghui interrupted her in quick succession. Knowing that this is a difficult master, you go to the 3rd floor first and pick, whether it's lower, middle or upper grade. Second brother will be right there later. Humph. Seeing that Lu Zhonghui was clearly helping Lu Ming, Lu Xiaoli was irritated for a moment and walked straight away. Seeing the situation, Lu Zhonghui sighed helplessly. Obviously, there was nothing to be done with her. But, Lu Ming, Just now you said that you want to learn this sword technique within 7 days? He looked at Lu Ming again. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Seeing him so confident, Lu Zhonghui smiled. Alright then, uncle will believe you for once. As it happens, your little aunt returned last night and excels in swordplay. If you don't understand something, ask for more advice. Mingle knows. After leaving the book building. Stop. Suddenly, a chorus of voices came from behind him. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked as he stood still and turned around. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoli came to him and smiled coldly. Auntie, I have always kept my word. If I say I won't let you get the feat, you won't get it. She held her hand out. Bring it. Lu Ming was puzzled. Grandma little pear, why are you taking it so personally? Meh, I'm not aiming at you. I'm aiming at everyone. Either hang out with me or be targeted by me. Lu Xiaoli was high and mighty. What? Not convinced? Lu Ming couldn't understand. Then why don't you go target Lu Tang and Lu Xingchen? Lu Xiaoli's expression stagnated. Then she laughed. Who told you to be a bully? Be a good boy and bring out your martial skills. And in the future, call me little grandma heartily, and I won't bully you. How? No. Lu Ming gripped the jade token in his hand and glared at her. I also need to cultivate martial arts to become stronger. What will I do if you take it away? Lu Xiaoli's face was grim. Not giving, right? Give and take. Lu Ming had a look of fear, but still forced his mouth to be tough, and placed the jade tablet in Lu Xiaoli's hand. Have some guts. If you come back to rob me again in the future, I'll definitely go tell Grandpa and ask him to clean you up. Strike that. He ran straight away. Only Lu Xiaoli was left behind to release a delicate laugh. Giggle, giggle, tell Grandpa. I'm so scared. The sword technique of the faint dust and flowing clouds has been taken, and the storm regenerates the Taisu Whisking Cloud Sword Codex. Taisu Whisking Cloud Sword Code, Holy Grade Medium Grade Sword Code, 9 layers, 81 stances, with infinite variations in stances, practiced to the extreme. It can make the sword chi as misty as a cloud, containing endless killing opportunities, making it hard to figure out and impossible to defend against. Sacred Medium. Sure enough, one's guess was right. Only if Lu Zhonghui allowed him to take the martial skill out of the book building would the martial skill belong to him. This allows the system to trigger. I only never thought that Brother Unity would be so powerful, directly allowing an Earth Order upper grade martial skill to cross over more than one major rank in a raw manner, turning it into a Holy Order middle grade, and leaping to the level of a Jinzong treasure. Then, if, in the future, the Holy Rank martial skill was taken, what more could be done? Lu Ming's heart beat a little faster. Unfortunately, it immediately occurred to him that the Sacred Order technique was on the highest floor of the book building, and was extremely heavily guarded. Don't talk about him. In the entire Lu family, only the family head, the old family head, the caretaker, and others were qualified to enter. It's just a matter of taking it one step at a time. Lu Ming was already satisfied. In this world, as long as anything is related to the word holy, it is quite heavenly. Not to mention, it was still a saint rank middle grade sword skill, which was terrifyingly powerful. A martial skill of this level, even if given to an unusual person, they would never learn it in their lifetime. Even if it was given to Lu Zixin of the questioning robbery realm, or even Yi Jin of the Dao condensation realm, it would be extremely difficult to manage. However, this was not a problem for Lu Ming in the slightest. Looking at the jade tablet in his hand that was inscribed with the ancient text of the Taisu Whisking Cloud Sword Codex, he first moved his mind, and instantly, endless radiant runes flew out and poured into his mind. If it was an unusual heavenly martial third grade cultivator, such a complex and arcane, extremely large amount of runic information was enough to make their heads directly explode. However, Lu Ming, who possessed the Chaos Divine Bone and Hongmeng Pupil, had absorbed and integrated all the contents, mysteries, and complex and obscure techniques of the sword code in just a few breaths with great ease. Open your eyes again. Lu Ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes excited. The 9 layers and 81 stances of this sword cannon had all been engraved in his mind. All the moves, all of them, are pure and easy to use. As long as he was given a sword now, he would be able to utilize its full power. Good mood. Just got back under the loft where I live. Unexpectedly, he met an extremely beautiful woman in a purple dress. Little aunt? Lu Ming froze slightly. Lu Zixin laughed softly in a rare moment. I can't believe you still recognize me. That's for sure. I was there last night. Lu Ming had a curious look on his face. Is little aunt waiting for me on purpose? He found out by accident, as he approached himself and called out a little aunt. The vague blue mist around Lu Zixin turned into pure white. Good thoughts, unadulterated quality, without any other purpose, very pure good thoughts. This was another effect of the Hongmeng Pupil, divine good and bad fortune, and see through good and evil. So far, in the entire Lu family, Lu Ming could only see such a dense, pure white mist on the two. Even on Lu Zonghe, he couldn't reach this level. Lu Zixin nodded. Now she has long since become mature, stable and less smiley. But, when seeing Lu Ming's face up close, but it's always hard to stay calm. His features, his demeanor, really looked like his father. Much more like it than Lu Xingchen. Second uncle said that you took an earth rank upper grade sword technique and said you wanted to practice it within 7 days. She sized up Lu Ming. So confident? That, hey. Lu Ming touched his head and said in embarrassment. I was just talking about it. Talking about fun? Lu Zixin's willow brows frowned lightly. This kind of thing, can you talk about it? Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Lu Zixin's pair of autumn water-like eyes just stared at him. Half a day later, seeing him a little overwhelmed by his look, Lu Zixin still leveled her gaze a bit. All right, little auntie will teach you. Available. But what? Seeing that he still hesitated, Lu Zixin asked him. Lu Ming was helpless. The gong method was snatched away. Taken? Lu Zixin was puzzled. But, immediately, she seemed to realize something and frowned. Is it that Lu Xiaoli girl? When she left, Lu Xiaoli was only 7 years old, but at that time there were signs of an extremely mischievous, lawless bear child. Plus, when the party went to the book building to give thanks to second uncle, they happened to bump into her. So, all at once, I guessed, what was going on? Auntie, forget it. Lu Ming genuinely opened his mouth. If she snatched it, she snatched it. Big deal. I'll go get another one. Sure enough, after hearing the exact facts, Lu Zixin's tone was cold. Wait here for me. Seeing her figure disappear into thin air, after Lu Ming was slightly stunned, his heart was actually inexplicably moved. Just, Lu Xiaoli has really tightened up. Who's going to rob me in the future? Lu Ming had a bit of a headache. It didn't take long. Lu Zixin is back. Only, she didn't look too good, and she seemed to be infuriated by Lu Xiaoli. Take it. Aha. Lu Ming picked it up. Thank you, little auntie. It would have been yours. Lu Zixin said. Let's go. It's not too late. Standing on top of a mountain, looking at the endless, vast mountain ranges in the distance, ahead, there was a large waterfall. Lu Ming realized that he had really underestimated this non-smiling sister-in-law. He had casually said that he wanted to stay away from the Lu family boundary. Unexpectedly, it's all almost as far as the sky. This is where your father once comprehended the sword intent. Since you chose the faint dust flowing cloud sword technique and said you wanted to come to a farther place. Here, naturally, it fits, Lu Zixin explained. So it is, the place where father comprehended his sword intent. Okay, start practicing your sword. Oh. Lu Ming came back to his senses. You are now at the 8th level of spirit gathering. So, today I will only teach you the first level, the first 3 stances, the first style, the first appearance of the microdust, second stance, streaming cloud swiping shadow, third stance, the clouds rise and the wind surges. Lu Zixin handed Lu Ming a blue longsword. Then, in his own jade hand, a purple and silver longsword appeared. I'll demonstrate it coherently first. Watch carefully. Only Lu Zixin's figure flickered. Like a fairy dancing, the sword was misty and delicate, as if it was flowing. Every time he swung his sword, it vaguely moved the mountains and the sky with streaming clouds surging. Sharp and sharp. 3 styles, quickly demonstrated. She put away her sword and looked at Lu Ming. You try to do it again. Oh, no. He hastily suppressed the desire to start the show. The 8th level of spirit gathering himself, directly executing a great sacred stage sword stance. That would be too shocking to the world. Even if Lu Zixin wouldn't betray herself, nor is it the time to be exposed. As he began to swing his sword, Lu Zixin's eyes, still, began to change, became a little shocked, even a little incredulous, and went off on a slight tangent for a moment. It looks like there are no rules and regulations, but, one move at a time, it actually has the feeling of returning to the basics and the Tao of nature. And, that dashing, ethereal, otherworldly look, how similar is it to the Lu Zihan from years ago? The more she looked at it, the more she got lost in it. Even, it felt as if his own sword technique had a hidden breakthrough to a higher level. Little ant? Ha! Lu Zixin was slightly stunned. However, he saw that Lu Ming had long since finished his display, while he, himself, had fallen into some sort of out-of-body state. It's a bit humiliating. Lu Zixin quickly regained her composure. You can see what she looks like. Lu Ming, however, secretly said, I'll be damned. I clearly just simply, blindly mimicked her myself, and purposely get a couple of places wrong. Or not. Aha. Very nice. Lu Zixin said. You're highly gifted. So, we're probably going to progress a little faster today. Next, I'll demonstrate the last 6 stances as well. and you'll remain the same. Oh, okay. Seems like I need to step up my game a bit more. Look at the Lu Ming demonstration. Lu Zixin. Her heart became more and more shocked. Could it be? Was it just me? If anything, it was all over the place before. Now, it's become completely disorganized and pretentious. But despite this, it still contained infinite possibilities. As if each move, each style could be taken out individually and form a system of its own. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Stop. What's wrong? Lu Ming stopped the sword technique in his hand and looked at her. Little ant, is something wrong? I feel fine. Did you do it on purpose? On purpose? Lu Ming's heart thumped. Holy shit, what's with the eyes? No, he said a little nervously. I usually practice my sword like this occasionally. Lu Zixin stared at him serenely for a long time, as if trying to see through him. That's not right. Take it easy. Do what you did before, and start all over again. Before? It's your first demo. Oh, I see. It seems the force has to be moderate. Lu Ming's gaze became focused once again. Whoosh! He swung his long sword, trying to keep it at a level that wasn't too deliberate, yet not too ostentatious. It's exhausting. He spat, literally a million times more tired than a perfect performance. But Lu Zixin, however, grew more and more shocked. This seems mediocre, but as if in the mediocrity, contains countless truths, seemingly restrained, but always sharp and out of reach. This tiny age, is this a human being? Night, room, on the couch. Lu Zixin, in a purple dress, meditated serenely. Smiling slippery flowers levitated in front of her. Enchanting pink light reflected, beautiful as if the fairy descended to earth. A few moments, she slowly opened her eyes, and an inexplicable color flowed from her autumn watery eyes. Little Ming is actually so talented? But what exactly is he hiding? The first time she swung her sword, that unique rhythm couldn't fool her. However, it was quite reasonable for someone who could observe the day's epiphany to mimic the sword intent after merely observing himself rehearse it once. What she didn't understand, still, were the last two times. Lu Ming seemed to be deliberately hiding something. Why? If he shows himself, no one will dare to label him a fool. Unless, of course, there was some reason why he had to hide it. Follow the normal. With a talent like that, he shouldn't be silent. The father and mother were not ordinary people, and the two brothers, one more than the other. If he shows himself, no one will dare to label him a fool. Unless, of course, there was some reason why he had to hide it. I'd rather be ridiculed. How awful is it for a child to be distrusted by the whole family? Being seriously injured, it was abolished, awakening heavy pupils, the size of the world. She had never heard that there was such a thing. What's more, it was still with Lu Tang's qualifications. There was something inherently fishy about this. If Lu Xingqian awakened the supreme bone, then it would be considered reasonable for Lu Ming, who had the same bloodline as him, to awaken the heavy pupil. That Lu Tang is unreasonable, though, with that alone, she hadn't been able to connect the two events. But none of it is normal. Lu Zixin had some difficulty being serene. Ming is the child born to Sango and his favorite daughter. The importance is definitely something that Lu Xingqian can hardly compare to, as the two are of similar age. Sentimentality at its finest. Lu Ming is no different from his own children. She felt that it was time for her to find out what was going on. At the very least, one had to figure out the reason why Lu Ming was doing this. Think about it. Lu Zixin suddenly got up from the couch and wanted to leave the room. Suddenly, well, in her chest, a sharp pain. No good. The mind actually took advantage of the situation. Lu Zixin's face turned pale. Could it be that it's because I spent too much time with Lu Ming today? That guilt and evil thoughts grew at the same time? The evil thoughts she was talking about were the forbidden, even twisted, feelings she had for Lu Zihan. Originally, this kind of feeling had been deeply suppressed in her heart, but after failing to cross the threshold last time, due to the long period of repression, it completely exploded and swelled to a perverted level. She could clearly feel a purple-black mass of demonic energy at the location of her heart. All the evil thoughts, the desires, were gathered here. This evil thought was even perverted to the point that if Lu Zihan never accepted itself, then it would have to go after Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was so much like his father. And, close by, it even hated to swallow Lu Ming, devouring all of his organs as well and spending eternity together, forever and ever. Though lol. This thought grew wildly in Lu Zixin's heart. She murmured in a low voice, her gaze gradually dulling, her pupils turning purple and black, as if there was a magic hand that pulled her consciousness down into the abyss. No good. Suddenly, the only trace of clarity left in her spiritual platform made her bite her tongue violently. The sharp stabbing pain prompted her brain to regain a brief moment of clarity. take advantage of this. Lu Zixin frantically operated the apocalypse mysteries. An incomparably pure and flawless aura surged wildly within her body, suppressing the demonic aura at the location of her heart. Finally, the purple-black demonic aura dimmed. However, that small flame could never be extinguished, no matter how Lu Zixin tried to suppress it with all her might. Less than a few short breaths, she seemed to have exhausted her entire body and mind. Her glossy forehead was densely covered in sweat, her pretty face was white, and she gasped for air. No! Lu Zixin's eyes flickered as she muttered. There must be no more rambling, otherwise the next time, one will definitely lose one's mind and be completely controlled by the demon of the heart. In the meantime, Lu Ming sighed. He likewise sat cross-legged on his reclining couch. Try to communicate with that desolate cauldron in the sea of consciousness. Unexpected. The next moment. Whoosh! All he felt was blackness before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was a grey, foggy and extremely barren sandy world in front of him. Lu Ming looked into the distance, a rolling desert Gobi, and froze. This is the world within the desolate cauldron? The pupil of the Hongmeng told him. Here, it seems like a piece of the real world, and as his sight passed through the grey mist, he noticed that not far away, on top of that barren hill, there was a high tower. Above that plaque were written 5 ancient characters in a dragon's flight. Desolate Sky Trial Tower. The Trial Tower? Lu Ming was a bit surprised. Immediately, though, the heart fluttered. If it was a trial tower, wouldn't that be a good test of one's true strength right now? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate as his aura transformed into wings and swept over. After coming to the tower, a sense of ancient mystery came over him. Lu Ming sucked in his breath and stepped through the forbidden light door, and immediately the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, it was as if he was in an ancient altar or on top of a ring. Around it was a wall of golden runelight, although he couldn't read the runes. In his body, a variety of strange emotions arose. Seems rather familiar, strange, but right away, he then saw a white-clothed figure, standing in the center of the altar, standing with his hands behind his back, with the demeanor of a supreme superior. This is the gatekeeper of the first floor? This person's aura was extraordinary, with a mere heavenly martial 5th level cultivation, but the aura he exuded was several times more powerful than Lu Tang. It's spiritual. The Hongmeng pupil immediately saw through that the other party was not a living person, but this is even scarier. A spirit body that was far stronger than the current Lu Tang? Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless, took a breath and walked towards him, when there was only a distance of about 10 meters between the two. Ha 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 ha, the white man suddenly laughed. You're finally here. He jerked around, revealing a handsome face, but the original confident and arrogant, dashing and incomparable laughter came to an abrupt end, revealing a deep look of incredulity. How is that possible? He was instantly plunged into deep self-doubt. At the age of 8, one possesses the strength of the 7th level of heavenly martial. He murmured, this is terrible. Lu Ming also narrowed his eyes, into shock. The other party could actually tell his strength with a single glance, seeing through the system's shielding? This was impossible. Lu Ming quickly realized that there was something special about this tower. Mostly, it's one of those mind-bending trials that challenges itself or something like that. Just based on the system's feedback of the Chaos Divine Bone, the Hongmeng pupil could tell that it definitely possessed a power that far exceeded the level of this world, and it was not something that could be recognized by a mere desolate cauldron. Mostly, it's a place of trial and tribulation left by parents specifically for themselves. In that case, unexpectedly, in the middle of his words, this guy who looked dashing and floating actually directly disappeared in place. In the next instant, it appeared behind Lu Ming. A slap. So unmartialized? Lu Ming instantly narrowed his eyes. Bang! His body, like a cannonball, flew down and out, ruthlessly hitting the wall of runes. The white man's mouth quirked. Sprinkles withdrew his palm and sighed softly. Still too young, against a guy like you, who is so perverted at the age of 8. There is no surprise move. Pity. As he spoke, his eyes glazed over. See only. Lu Ming actually acted like nothing, straightened his collar and shook his head. Average. Not as strong as me swatting a mosquito. As the words fell, he suddenly condensed a sort of aura. Jedi cloud-splitting shadow. Whoosh! A sword chi burst out, just as it was about to hit the man in white. His figure, in a flash, disappeared in place. Phew! Cold sweat broke out on the white-robed man's forehead, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. This fellow, actually, has even cultivated a saint-ranked martial skill? To this extent? It was so close. He was hit, and as soon as he gets hit, he's gone. Even if it's a born supreme, it can't be perverted to such an extent, right? Could it be that it is the people of this era who are all so powerful? Think about it. He smiled with sudden relief. This is not even close. Swish. This time, he actually didn't even finish thinking about it before a sword chi ripped through his body. Phew. Lu Ming exhaled a cloudy breath. This guy is pretty strong. No, it's too fast. If not with the help of the Saint rank middle grade martial skills attack with Lingli at its core, it would have been rather tricky. He probably couldn't even touch him himself. The 9 layers of Taisu Whisking Cloud are flow, congeal, break, shatter, pale, illusion, break, extinction, and Taisu, absolute cloud-splitting shadow, was one of the stances in the 8th layer that had both attack and speed. Under the chaotic aura enhancement, even the Saint martial realm would not be able to withstand this strike. But this guy, he actually managed to dodge it once. It's really something. Also, even with the divine bone that constantly supplied chaotic chi, he, who was only at the 7th level of heavenly martial, was already a bit overwhelmed after releasing it twice in a row. This trial tower, it's not simple. Just as Lu Ming was lamenting, suddenly, the white-robed man's spirit body suddenly transformed into bits of starlight, surging towards him. His Tao heart, out of nowhere, had more arcane streams of light that lingered and rotated, the way of the wind, absorbing the large amount of sensations that appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Lu Ming froze slightly in surprise. So it is. The so-called way of flirtation is not that flirtation, naturally. Rather, it was the flow of wind, symbolizing extreme speed, and it was more aptly called the way of the flowing wind. However, in the information he had absorbed, it was called the way of the windfall. No wonder he's so fast. Also, that means that as long as I defeat the guardian spirits, I'll be able to absorb their way of sense? Lu Ming was beginning to have his heart set on it. It's much faster than practicing in a step-by-step manner. The heartbeat is better than the action. Lu Ming quickly turned his gaze to the forbidden light door behind him, and just as he tried to step in, young master, there was an anxious cry from the sky. Lu Ming froze. Sister Floss? With such an anxious voice, could something have happened? Thinking of this, he didn't dare to hesitate and exited the desolate cauldron world. Room, open your eyes again. He then saw Lu Shuer looking at him with a shocked and puzzled expression. I heard today that Lu Tang actually awakened his heavy pupils as well. What the hell is going on? Lu Ming's heart thumped, as if, indeed, one had forgotten this. In this world, except for Qin Ruyan, Lu Zitian and Yi Jin, there was another person who knew about the existence of the heavy pupil. That would be Lu Shuer. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Lu Shuer looked at Lu Ming. Young master, where are your heavy pupils? Lu Ming didn't know how to tell her for a moment. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lu Shuer's heart inexplicably got bad. Think about it. That's what happened. Lu Tang has likewise grown heavy pupils. Young master means that he is like you? Yes. Lu Ming nodded. How? Lu Shuer didn't believe it. Not just exactly the same. Even the timing is so close. No one would believe that there are such coincidences in the world. Sister Flossie, you have to believe that in this world, everything is possible. Lu Shuer remained unconvinced, staring tightly into Lu Ming's eyes. Then show me yours. Mine? Lu Ming thought about it and laughed. You may not believe it when I tell you, but mine evolved. That Lu Tang thing, it's just garbage. Evolution? Lu Shuer was at a loss. Heavy pupils can still evolve? Yeah. Lu Ming nodded his head in a serious manner. Young master, don't be naughty. Evolution or no evolution. You show me. Lu Shuer was almost wrapped up in him. Before Lu Zihan and Yun Yaxin left, they had specifically instructed her to take good care of Lu Ming. How could she be reassured by this situation now? She didn't even know how heartbroken she'd be if it was what she thought it was. Lu Ming thought for a moment and revealed the Hongming pupil. Just a pair of gray eyes. Nothing special from the outside. However, its depth, mystery, that kind of intangible feeling of being able to see through all the falsehoods, was even stronger than the heavy pupil. Lu Shuer was in deep doubt, and more than that, she was shocked. In the world, there is actually such a thing? Even she could tell that these eyes were indeed more mysterious and even powerful than that heavy pupil. That feeling of being able to see through a person's soul, as if the entire person was caught in a situation where they were naked. Everything was seen through, and there were no more secrets to speak of, appeared to be so real that it was absolutely impossible to fake it. Believe it this time, don't you? Not that he had to hide it from the other side. But now, knowing about that incident would do her absolutely no good. Himself because he had the system, and having his physique taken away would only make him stronger. Lu Shuer didn't know that she would absolutely lose her mind straight away because of her anger. When Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zitian found out the end, they would definitely go after her. Underhanded? Lu Ming suddenly narrowed his gaze. Indeed, though during this time, the other side showed no signs of trying to make a move. But, if she really knows, Sister Flossy will be in danger. Sister Flossy, do you have any idea of which clan power you want to join? Clan forces? Yeah, I realized that your natural talent is actually not weak at all. If you were more powerful, wouldn't you be able to protect me better? Lu Shuer looked at him suspiciously. Plus what just happened? She always felt that Lu Ming was trying to express something. So, she hummed delicately. What are you talking about? Young master, I'm your personal maid. Besides, even if I wanted to join some force, the realm wouldn't meet the requirements. What's the point of an unusual force even if they can join, and they can't meet such requirements as protecting the young master? Lu Ming didn't die. He mulled it over darkly. Even if you join an unusual force, you won't be able to deter Lu Zetian. It has to be at least at the Holy Land level. The Eastern Wasteland does have a good choice. Void Phoenix Mountain. Unfortunately, the other party's requirements for disciples were particularly strict. Sister Flurry might be able to meet the standard in terms of face value and all that, but the Piece of Realm was indeed in a lot of trouble. There's only one more thing to think about. Among the 6 uncles, only the 5th uncle, who seems to be a violent temper, but actually has more heart. Lu Ming thought in his heart. He remembered hearing something when he was very young. That is, years ago, the Lu family's medicinal garden was stolen once. More than a dozen heaven-ranked medicinal herbs were lost, and even a few saint-ranked great medicines. At that time, several great uncles were furious, and after tracking down half a day, they realized that all the evidence pointed to the 5th member of the Lu family, Lu Zongba. It was said that after discovering the loophole in the boundary, someone was sent to utilize some sort of treasure to accomplish it unknowingly while Lu Zonghuai was away. And the reason why he did that was because he wanted to refine the Holy Dan and compete for the position of the family head. After things were found out, directly lost the right to fight for the head of the family, and eventually the old continent Zonghe steadily took. He was only recently born at the time. This is something I still hear my father and mother talk about in passing. It's been centuries. But, Lu Ming pondered, if this is really the case, we can make good use of it. This 5th uncle, human nature is hard to change, if it does happen. At that time, Lu Zongba was already of extraordinary strength, not just a young age, and the fact that he could do such a thing proved that this was his nature. When the time came, it would only take a glance from the Hongmeng pupil to know clearly. The next day, Lu Ming purposely planted a mark formed by chaotic qi on Lu Shuer's body. As long as the range wasn't too large, he could sense the mark's presence. Any fluctuation in the breath was clear as day. And then, he went to the bookstore and picked out an extremely domineering earth-rank martial skill, Koan Fist. He then went to the territory of Lu Zongba's lineage. The Lu family realm was not inhabited by only Lu Zonghe's lineage, but by the entire Lu family great clan, with a total of 1 old ancestor. These old guys, usually, were basically in seclusion. Grandpa Lu Ming was no exception. Yo, isn't this little brother Lu Ming? A youth laughed. Why are you free today, and have come over to our side to play? Not here to play. Lu Ming seriously said. I'm here to find 5th uncle so that he can teach me martial arts. Oh, the youth marveled. It seems that little brother is starting to rise to the occasion? Hardly. That's. Lu Ming was hesitant and swore. We can't let others steal all the limelight, right? Ha ha, not bad, not bad, ambitious. The youth patted him on the shoulder. As it happens, you're lucky too. Since he came out of the gate a few days ago, it seems as if Grandpa has been stimulated as well, teaching his little grandson on this side of the cliff day and night. You go over there just in time to get together, and his old man will be happy to do it. Cliffs? Well, I'll simply take you there. Oh, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then thank you brother Kalong. You're welcome. The youth laughed. It's rare for you kid to have this heart. Soon after, Lu Kalong then led Lu Ming to a cliff, only to see a burly old man with a serious look, teaching a 6 or 7-year-old child boxing. This child had inherited the sturdy bloodline of their lineage, and at a young age, he was even taller and stronger than Lu Ming. Drink, drink, drink. Each of his punches carried a reddish aura and had a board. Wait, he should have found us, Lu Kalong whispered. However, his old man dislikes it most when someone casually disturbs him. Aha! Lu Ming nodded. Looking at the purple mist that flowed vaguely around the old man, he knew that his trip should not have been in vain. The white mist represents good thoughts and the black mist represents evil thoughts. The purple mist is non-good thoughts, while the blue mist is non-evil thoughts. The difference between the latter two is that one is inclined to evil thoughts and the other is more inclined to good thoughts. That is, the difference between good and bad impressions and behavioral tendencies. Yes, Xiao Ming, what kind of martial art did you choose? And you actually came to our side to ask your 5th uncle for advice? Lu Klong was suddenly a bit curious. It's an earth-rank upper-grade fist technique called Koan Fist. I asked second uncle who had the best boxing skills in the Lu family, and he said that besides a few of the great uncles, it was fifth uncle, so here I am. Lu Ming smiled expectantly. I hope his old man doesn't dislike me. Ha ha, what second grandpa said is indeed correct. Lu Kelong smiled and opened his mouth, his tone slightly proud. Although my grandfather's strength is not the strongest, but when it comes to boxing, in his generation, the entire eastern wasteland couldn't find a few that could compare. Also, don't worry, he definitely won't dislike you. After all, they're all family members, and he probably couldn't be happier that you came over here specifically to ask him for advice. That's good. The two chatted. Finally, a mellifluous voice came from over there. You too, come here. Lu Kelong hurriedly smiled at Lu Ming. Let's go. The two men went up to the front, approaching the rear. He then couldn't wait to say, Grandpa, cousin Lu Ming is specially looking for you today, hoping that you will teach him Koan Quan. There's no need to say more. I've heard it all. Lu Zongba waved his hand, interrupting him, and then, looking toward Lu Ming, his voice could not be heard as happy or angry. With so many people on your main family's side, why did you seek out this place? Could it be that those people aren't enough to teach you about the 8th level of spirit gathering in the district? Lu Kelong froze, not expecting his grandfather to actually not give a good face right away. Lu Ming said, although they can teach me, of course it is fifth uncle who is the most powerful. Oh, Lu Zongba glanced at his hand. What are you holding? Ha? Lu Ming froze, spinning around. A small tripod accidentally fell from his hand. The youngest grandchildren and Lu Kelong subconsciously looked over. This tripod has a very chic look. 3-legged, round, 2 ears, greenish-gray, inscribed with runes. It's kind of like a spirit treasure and a small handmade object. All in all, it has a unique and appealing vibe to it. Oh, Lu Ming picked it up and hammed and hawed a little awkwardly. I picked this up in a cave not too long ago, and it felt a bit like a treasure and a toy, so I put it away. However, I've noticed that it falls out every now and then, and I don't know what's going on. Obviously my storage ring isn't full. When he said that, Lu Ming also looked like he didn't understand. Fall out every now and then? Lu Kelong was a bit surprised. That proves that this is not a toy, but a treasure. Usually, it's only when a treasure is too powerful that the storage ring can't withstand it, or even crumble directly. He laughed again. Little brother, I didn't expect you to actually have this kind of luck. Treasure? Lu Zongba raised an eyebrow. Bring it to me. Here, fifth uncle. He felt funny in his mind. This old man, once he realized what kind of treasure it was, he actually even changed his breath. The purple color is getting so thick that it's turning black. Oh, no, it's turned black, only to see that Lu Zongba carefully surveyed it, when probing it with his divine sense, narrowing his eyes imperceptibly. The surface was calm, but in reality, waves of shock flooded inside. Inside, it was actually a side of the world. When did such a treasure come out of the Mantian mountain range? Where did you find it in the cave? Lu Zongba's voice was calm. I forget the exact place. I think it's in a dead beast's lair. I picked it up the last time I went out with my aunt, Qin Ruyan. She didn't recognize what it was? Grandpa, you couldn't even recognize it. How could Auntie Qin do it? Lu Kelong laughed. Lu Ming, however, shook his head. Auntie, she doesn't know about this. No? Sure enough. Upon hearing these words, under the bottom of Lu Zongba's eyes, a hint of an extremely hidden and bizarre essence flashed. He was moved. A supreme treasure that could harbor a side of the world was something that even he had only heard about and never actually seen. Even the entire Lu family didn't have any treasures of this level. Lu Ming, this kid, actually has such great luck? Lu Zongba suddenly let out a harumph. If I guessed correctly, this object, which is the core of a spell, is quite impressive. As it happens, Old Me has recently been studying the way of formations, so I want to take it back and study it properly. In exchange, the old man can teach you a set of holy rank boxing techniques. However, the geometry that you can learn will depend on your own enlightenment. Holy ranked fists? Lu Kelong's eyes glared. Grandpa, could it be that you're talking about your famous skill? The burning sky-shattering earth fist? Grandpa, I want to learn too. The burly child's eyes lit up. Burning sky-shattering fist? Lu Ming seemed shocked as well. Cousin Lu Ming, this is a great deal. This set of boxing was obtained by Grandpa in an ancient saint's relic back in the day. It is an untold secret. Even the Lu family's bookstore wanted to burn a copy of it, but he didn't agree to it. Cultivated to the fullest, one fist can burn the sky and shatter the earth. Ordinary Saint Realm powerhouses can't stand up to it. Lu Kelong was excited and envious. You've earned a lot. Promise your fifth uncle. Available. Lu Ming worriedly said. Holy rank martial skills are too powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn them at all right now. This, That's true. Luke Long gave a sigh. He knew that his grandfather had a bad temper, and was extremely impatient with people with foolish qualifications. At Lu Ming's stage, even the Earth stage might take several months of cultivation to get started. Saint-ranked fists are too far away, since holy-ranked martial arts don't work. Crone, you take Nemesis back first. Lu Zongba laughed. On this matter, old man can discuss it with Minger alone until he is satisfied. Well, that's good. Lu Kelong thought for a moment and said to the burly child, Nemesis, let's not disturb Grandpa for now. He'll teach you when he's free. Okay. Lucas nodded. Before leaving, Lu Kelong patted Lu Ming's shoulder again and laughed. Negotiate well. Your fifth uncle will definitely not treat you badly. After the two left, at the edge of the cliff, only Lu Zongba and Lu Ming were left. Say, what do you want? Lu Zongba laughed. Lu Ming suddenly shook his head. Forget it, fifth uncle. I don't want anything. You'd better give it back to me. Oh, Lu Zongba narrowed his eyes. Uncle will take you to a good place, where there are things that you will like and will be willing to trade with me. Good place? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. What good place? Of course there are good places to eat. Lu Zongba smiled and stroked his head. A strong divine soul power, unbeknownst to the gods and devils, invaded him, and he directly fainted in front of his eyes. Immediately, Lu Ming then felt that he had been taken somewhere. A voice came faintly to his ears. Today, you exchanged your tripod for 2 roasted spirit crane legs, and the exchanger was your fifth uncle, Lu Zongba. This voice, as if from the depths of the soul, carried an extremely strong power to shake the mind. Lu Ming's eyes slowly opened, as if he had fallen into an endless stupor. Today, I traded my tripod for 2 roasted spirit crane legs, and the trader was my fifth uncle, Lu Zongba. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zongba laughed wildly to the sky. Good, very good. He forced himself to hold back his excitement and began to use his divine thoughts to erase that residual intent above the desolate cauldron. And just for a moment, in Lu Ming's mind, a fierce system seal rang out. Boom! The desolate cauldron is seized, and the storm regenerates the 8 cauldrons of you. Zeus, flood, desolation, heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow ancient times. 8 ancient tripods that seemed to come from the Tsangu era appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness at the same time. It was as if 8 ancient gods and demons were guarding them. Their breath was vast, filled with endless mystery, vastness and majesty. Lu Ming was so agitated and excited that he couldn't wait to drill in one by one and see what shocking secrets were hidden inside these tripods. But right away, he was carried by Lu Zongba again, and in the blink of an eye, he was back on top of the original cliff. He slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. Fifth uncle, what's happening to me? Lu Zongba laughed. Just now uncle gave you 2 roasted crane legs. And you've forgotten about it? Roasted crane legs? Lu Ming then looked as if he remembered. His front lit up. It does seem like it. Crane legs are delicious. Ha ha, that's right. However, since the crane legs have been eaten, uncle still has some things to do. So I'll have the chance to teach you boxing some other time. Tapped him on the shoulder. Lu Zongba then smiled and disappeared. Night. The ancient 8 cauldrons, cast by His Holiness of the chaotic purple gas and extraterrestrial immortal iron. They capture the creation of heaven and earth, suppress all things, and control space, time, floods, desolation, heavenly phenomena, earthly veins, techniques, and the power of living beings, and their greatness is infinite. Gate to the immortal realm, fully absorbing and mastering the power of the 8 cauldrons will open the passageway to the immortal realm and compete for the opportunity to become an immortal. Look at this introduction. Lu Ming's heart surged for a moment. I'm afraid that back then, his own parents wouldn't have thought that by just sealing a desolate cauldron and giving it to him, he would be able to directly gather the 8 cauldrons of the ancient world. Fairyland. Lu Ming began to yearn. All beings through the ages, who do not hope to one day become a legendary immortal, transcend life and death, the universe free. He moved with a thought. The first attempt was to enter the inner space of the Udon. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Before his eyes, there was a world of extreme emptiness, with countless crystalline fragments that floated around. The Hongmeng pupil immediately realized that these fragments contained the Space Upanishad, the way, the laws, the arcana. The level of the Upanishads was far higher than the Tao of the desolate ancient world. Lu Ming tried to absorb and sense them. Unfortunately, he realized that even with the immaculate Tao heart and the Hongmeng pupil, he could not manage to fully comprehend it. Spatial Upanishad, too profound, far beyond what he could touch right now as a mere heavenly martial 5th level cultivator. Even if he succeeded in sensing it, he, who did not have enough cultivation, might not even be able to catalyze even 1/10,000th of it. But, Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. He found himself not entirely unable to absorb it. The pupil of Hongmeng was able to enable him to withstand the oppression of this aeon from his divine soul at the rule level. Once he attempted to perceive it, the immaculate Tao heart, too, was able to perform a slow absorption. Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. Eyes flashed brilliantly. If he just absorbed it himself, he might not be able to manage to fully comprehend the spatial Upanishad for hundreds or even thousands of years. But, if the Tao heart evolves, this speed can surely be accelerated by several more times, or even dozens of times. Even, there is the time Upanishad in the Zeus tripod. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Now he was so energized that he couldn't wait for someone to rip his heart out. Think about it. He did not hesitate and exited the Yu Ding space. For the rest of the tripod, he didn't go back in for the time being. He opened his eyes on the reclining couch, the luxurious room in front of him, but in his mind, he had begun to think slowly. How, exactly, can this be accomplished? The other side, the retreat room. When Lu Zongha completely refined the desolate cauldron and stepped into the world of sand and dust within it, he mumbled excitedly, "Fantastic, amazing, this is indeed a real world." His massive divine thoughts suddenly swept out in all directions. Upon realizing that somewhere, there was a tall tower, his gaze moved and he instantly disappeared in place. The next moment, he then appeared under the tower, tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. Desolate Heaven Trial Tower? Poof. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. What trial tower? Could it be? Still wants to test old me? Lu Zongba flung his sleeves and stepped into the trial light gate with a domineering manner. In front of us, there was an altar. These words seem from the ancient times? Lu Zongba's heart was shaken. And the next second, he was then shocked by the white-clothed figure with its back to him in the center position of the altar, causing his pupils to shrink slightly. Heart of Heaven 5? The guards of the first floor of this trial tower were on the same level as themselves? Moreover, it possessed an even more extremely dangerous and unfathomable aura. Someone else is here? The white-robed man muttered. This time, it's actually the 5th level of the Saint Realm. As he spoke, he suddenly craned his neck and smiled heatedly. It's been a long time since I've had this kind of power again. Looks like it's time to get moving. Soon after, Put. Lu Zongba sat on the futon and violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and his breath wilted. His eyes were full of horror. Regret. That man. That's terrible. After only a few rounds of exchanging blows, he had been seriously injured by his opponent. Even the divine soul was wounded. No good. Suddenly, the small tripod in the sea of consciousness suddenly had a tendency to frantically agitate and break free from its bonds. Lu Zongba was shocked and suppressed it with all his might. Ryoko. Put. He spat out a mouthful of blood again, his face as pale as paper. It was only barely able to suppress it for the time being. He muttered, "This tripod, it's just too terrifying. It seems how it was not expected. Originally thought to get heavy treasure. Great joy. But now, it's too late for regrets." Moonlight. Lu Ming walked out of the attic and walked slowly outside. The Qin Ruyan ones didn't make a move for so long. It seems that they have scruples and are afraid of something big happening. Is not going to act. He then realized that the Lu family, at this point, seemed to be out of suitable candidates. Walking, without realizing it, he arrived under Lu Zixin's attic. Originally, I was going to pass by and continue on. Could be right away. Found that the door was actually not even closed. In the attic, there was also no scent of Lu Zixin. Lu Ming wondered, going out and actually not even closing the door? When did Auntie become so careless? Nope. Soon, he noticed the anomaly. In the room, there was a faint residual demonic aura. Demonic energy? Lu Ming's heart thumped. Could it be that someone kidnapped her? No. He quickly dismissed the idea. Without realizing it, kidnapping someone from the Lu family nodal domain, the other party was still a questioning robbery realm powerhouse. This is certainly not very realistic. Moreover, the demonic aura was extremely faint. If it wasn't for the Hongmeng pupil, he wouldn't have been able to discover it at all. At the same time, the demonic aura left a trail in the air, intermittent and extending outward. Lu Ming, who sensed that something was wrong, it was decided that, along with this demonic aura, he would go and explore the situation. Finally, Lu Ming used his aura to transform his wings and almost flew across the entire Mantian mountain range. At the bottom of a cliff, next to a waterfall, a burst of light was spotted. The light was layer after layer of prohibitions, but the demonic gas was particularly dense, directly penetrating the prohibitions, making the entire neighborhood were covered with a layer of faint purple-black. Indeed, little ant. Lu Ming's heart tightened as he utilized his Hongmeng pupil to look. The line of sight penetrated straight through the heavy barriers and prohibitions, and he discovered that at this moment, Lu Zixin was sitting cross-legged and in extreme pain. At the location of her heart, there was a blazing purple-black flame that emanated a strong demonic aura. Affected by this demonic aura, her face paled and broke out in a cold sweat, and strands of purple and black demonic aura overflowed from her eyes in an extremely bizarre manner. Seems like, it's a heart demon? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that the last time I was injured, it led to a demon entering my body? It was too late to think about it, and he immediately rushed over. But a moment closer, the air was filled with a demonic aura, and as soon as he breathed in, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. What kind of scent is that? Violent, manic, yet full of extremely crazy emotions. Possessive, lust? Lu Ming's heart was shocked, and his face changed unpredictably. Could it be that little auntie has been poisoned by lust? For a moment, he froze directly in place, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. At this moment, Lu Zixin's consciousness was clearly on the verge of collapsing and losing control. Physical condition, too, is particularly bad. Once you leave on your own, the consequences are unimaginable. But if you don't leave, the consequences are even more terrible. Lu Ming couldn't imagine what kind of heavenly scene that was. Go find her a man? Where can we find them in the middle of nowhere? Lu's house is not far away. But the Lu family, can you find it? Unexpected. Just as Lu Ming was confused and anxious, completely at a loss as to what to do. Boom! The prohibition was directly blasted to pieces. The proximity of Lu Ming's scent became the last straw that overwhelmed Lu Zixin's sanity. At this moment, she was completely controlled by her mind's demon. She was like a stunning female demon, her long hair flying and her aura particularly terrifying. The Dao heart that had not yet been successfully condensed was directly replaced by the demon heart. Having already crossed the thunder tribulation last time, her realm, not only did she fully recover, it directly broke through to the first level of Dao condensation, and there were hidden signs of rushing towards the second level. The aura of the Dao condensation realm firmly locked onto Lu Ming, and the purple-black demonic aura bound him in death, suspended in midair. And then, suddenly, the flowery branches trembled and laughed indulgently up to the sky. Ha 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 ha, why suppress the demons of the mind? Why suppress such a powerful force? Only with power can you get everything you want and obliterate all the guys who try to stop it. Auntie, wake up! If you keep this up you're done for. Lu Ming was shocked. It was then that he realized that everything actually seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute power. His aura and soul were firmly suppressed, and in front of the Dao concentration realm powerhouse, his mere heavenly martial realm was like a drop in the ocean, a speck of dust under the blue sky. For the other party to kill him was no different than crushing an ant. Sober? Lu Zixin stared at him firmly, licking her red lips, her voice hoarse and evil. Little auntie is now very much awake. Never, ever been more awake. You brought this on yourself. Talking about talking. Her gaze went maniacal as she yelled. Since I can't have your father's heart, I'm going to have yours. Who told you to be so much like him? I'm not only going to get your heart, but your liver, your spleen, your organs. I'm going to get back at him and devour you for all eternity. Say it. With a sharp tug, she yanked Lu Ming to herself. Little auntie, Lu Ming hurriedly said, I'll give you my heart. I'll give you my heart. Forget the other stuff. Father doesn't love you. I love you. Love between family members counts as love, right? Lu Ming could not cry, and could only hope that the system would not pit him. He had never thought that the original sister-in-law actually harbored such deep feelings for her father. All of them directly lost their minds as a result, falling into distortion and madness, completely consumed by the demon of the heart. What's more, he didn't expect that the other party would not only want his heart, but also his liver, spleen, lungs, and even the unripe waste. You love me? Lu Zixin froze. Her heart, it seemed, was struck hard by the words. Immediately, though, she sneered and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, you're lying to me. You're only brother and sister to me. You only love that one woman. I'd like to see what that woman has left in your heart to mesmerize you. Strike that. Her gaze hardened and she pulled out hard. It directly took out Lu Ming's heart. This is an incomparably crystal clear and beautiful heart. Its emanation of dense light, so that Lu Zixin's eyes restored a short period of clarity. Little ant, hurry, eat it. Blood spilled from the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he used the last of his strength to say these words. The system alert hasn't come yet. In other words, this wasn't considered snatching. It was estimated that one would have to let Lu Zixin devour it and absorb it to be considered. Little auntie, gumma down. You can be sure to succeed. Otherwise, my little life will be in your hands, right? Blood stained Lu Zixin's arms all over, and she stared at the heart dead on, her gaze replaced by excitement, trembling and distortion again. She snapped. 1 bite, 2 bites. Blood spilled down the corners of her mouth, but most of it was swallowed. At this moment, she was smiling, a smile that had a weird and eerie evil beauty, and an unprecedented, perverted satisfaction that filled her entire heart. Unexpectedly, right away, a fine stream of pure, flawless clarity flowed down her throat and into her body, draping around her heart. When this clear stream came into contact with the demonic flames, an unbelievable scene that appeared. Transparent white and purple black, mingled with each other, pure and flawless spiritual energy, the heart of the devil's fire of the violent and evil, absorption and transformation, the feeling of coolness to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, limbs and bones diffused. In the meantime, Mount Void Phoenix Pond, a young girl who was beautiful enough to cause heaven and earth to lose their colors was immersed in a pool of cold mist. Only a crystal clear white shoulder was revealed. Suddenly, the young girl covered her heart and let out a soft muffled grunt. "What's wrong?" The woman in red was concerned. "Nothing." The young girl shook her head and murmured. "It just feels like there's some pain in my heart, like it's been taken away from me." "Took your heart?" Phoenix Qianying lost her smile. "My good disciple, you haven't even met that fiancé of yours and your heart has already been taken away?" "No." The young girl shook her head again. "But, yet, there is a sense of the underworld. In this world, there was one more being like her, and the two had the exact same heart, and even a subtle sense of each other." "What the hell happened?" the young girl murmured in her mind, puzzled. "The other side. Something not good happened." The power of the demon heart began to counterattack. 2 forces, purple black and pure white, intertwined throughout Lu Zixin's body. She was sometimes awake, sometimes lost. The confusion of her sanity made her cranky. "Aha!" She fiercely looked toward the ground. Motionless Lu Ming, wont to his corpse, are directly swallowed down. But immediately, another force erupted inside, holding her back. She had a perfect face that looked extremely distorted. Lu Zixin's awake consciousness immediately took advantage of the present, refining and sensing the power within her body that made her awake. It has to work, or it's all over. Despite the anxiety, but it was all he could do to keep himself calm. But due to her struggles, the heart demon sensed a strong crisis and began to violently resist. The delusion was to completely devour the last vestige of her waking consciousness and completely replace it. The 2 forces surged even more violently. It was as if a silent battle was waged in the depths of her soul. Her eyes became even more confused, large drops of cold sweat rolling down her forehead, and once again she let out a hiss of pain, her eyes flashing with a hint of scarlet madness. Ah-ha-ha! Deep inside, the evil thought of wanting to devour Lu Ming's corpse once again surged up. But, whenever that evil thought prevailed, another white and pure force would fight back tenaciously, pulling her back from the edge of the abyss. "Can't give up." Lu Zixin clenched her teeth, a part of her waking consciousness, constantly reminding herself. She knew it was a fight to the death. If you fail, not only will you lose yourself, but you could be plunged into endless darkness forever, with consequences that are, well, unimaginable. Again, this was the only way she could completely overcome her heart's demons and make a complete breakthrough. She closed her eyes and her whole body trembled as she focused all her mind on the 2 pinpoint, battling forces within her body. It was as if the earth was trembling beneath his feet. She went all out. "Converge all of your own will into one place." At this point, time seemed to stand still. Every second became extremely long. Those pains and struggles are magnified a million times over. But at the same time, it also allowed Lu Zixin to have a deeper, more thorough perception and understanding of the 2 powers. Finally, at a certain moment, those 2 mutually exclusive and opposing forces finally found a brief and delicate balance. This point of balance was like a ray of light that pierced through the heavy darkness, allowing Lu Zixin to see hope. Did it work? She tried her best to gather the last bit of her strength and refine this force completely. This new fusion allowed her to finally take control of the force that had been so difficult to harness and had almost consumed her. Everything in that crazy rage suddenly calmed down. The whole world was quiet as ever again. At this moment, after going through struggles and tribulations like the cycle of life and death, Lu Zixin had also finally reached her limit. After exhausting all her energy and will, she could no longer support herself and collapsed with a thud. After a long time, "I don't know where I am." The eyes were hazy. Lu Zixin slowly regained consciousness, and a large number of images surged in her mind. Originally, she was meditating in the attic, absorbing the heavenly fragrant 7 heart pistols. Unexpectedly, however, the heart demon struck again, so she left the Lu family in a hurry. In case the source of one's heart's demon was discovered, then one would have no face at all. Just as she found a hidden place and desperately tried to suppress it, she was about to lose control. Instead, he felt a familiar aura. It was this aura that crushed the last of her sanity. "Ming?" She jerked awake, her gaze fixed, upon realizing the body of a child collapsed in a pool of blood in front of him. His pupils shrank, and he only felt the sky spinning, paralyzed and pale. I killed him? Ripped his heart out and ate it? Her mind went blank. Only one thought echoed. One voice. Himself. Killed Lu Ming. I got him killed. Put. Desperation attacked her heart. She even directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was bloodless, and her mind was blank. Looking down at his blood-covered hand, she couldn't help but recall that Lu Ming had finally said to her, "Eat his heart out." That transparent, pure heart, that power. Clearly, it was the legendary Immaculate Taoist heart. He used his heart, helped her regain her sanity. Even, it gave her a whole new kind of power. But you, yourself, will live forever at a mere 8 years old? Tears soaked her eyes, and her voice trembled as she bit her lip in a death grip of dismay. Third brother, sister-in-law, Purple Heart is sorry. She realized that the twisted feelings she had for Lu Zihan, had completely disappeared. The Taoist heart and the Devil's heart were completely fused. The realm was stuck at the second level of Tao condensation. It can be a step up, but Lu Ming, because of himself, lost his life. Though lol. Ahem. Auntie, I'm not dead yet. Lu Ming's weak voice came from the other side. Lu Zixing froze and thought she had hallucinated. She jerked her head toward Lu Ming. Instead, he found that he got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and acted as if nothing had happened. Even the bloody hole in his chest disappeared without a trace. Seeing Lu Ming hemmed and hawed, he got up, and it said, "Get comfortable." Lu Zixing's breath hitched. Dumbfounded, he looked at him for a long time, not daring to believe it, until Lu Ming joked, "It's not an illusion." This scene, this sentence, destroyed the last line of defense within Lu Zixing. All these years of the so-called maturity, self-reliance, independence, no longer exist. She was like a young girl who had recovered a treasure she cherished, sitting on the ground, tightly wrapping Lu Ming in her arms, fearing that he would disappear into thin air again, her voice agitated, trembling, and crying. "Woohoo! Great! You're not dead!" Alas! Lu Ming was helpless, patting her back and comforting, "It's okay, it's okay." This scene, why is it so strange? He inexplicably wanted to laugh a little. Ryoko, Ryoko. Under Lu Ming's constant comfort, Lu Zixing finally stopped crying. Turning his head, he felt his cheeks burn a little. "You actually cried in pain in the arms of an 8-year-old? So humiliating." Took a deep breath. The heart of the Tao vaguely radiated serene energy, causing her emotions to settle down. She released Lu Ming and got up to take his hand, her tone barely keeping her composure. "Let's go. Go home first. I have to ask my parents for forgiveness, and also, tell them about your dowsing." "Little aunt." Lu Ming suddenly pulled her back. "This whole thing isn't your fault, and they're going to be pissed off when the grandparents find out. Consider it a secret between the two of us and tell no one. Otherwise, what do you say when they ask you how you got your heart demons?" Lu Zixing's footsteps lurched and her cheeks blushed slightly. "Seems so." Night. Lu Ming sat cross-legged. The heart of heavenly Tao, in all the worlds, there is only one heart, which contains the power of the endless heavenly Tao, which goes straight to the source, a heart that blends all laws, holds in the laws of heaven and earth, and discovers the creation of all things. "My child, you're invincible." Feeling inside his body, that heart that was more powerful than the Immaculate Tao heart by an unknown amount of geometers, translucent and mysterious and arcane. Finally, at this moment, he was considered to have utilized his physique to the extreme. Flesh body, possessing the universe's most powerful chaos divine bone, soul, with a Hongming pupil that was not in any way weaker than the former. The heart of the Tao is the heart of the heavenly Tao, which is said to be the only heart in 1,000 worlds. Treasure, but also has the effect of opening the immortal domain gate, one more than a powerful ancient 8 tripods. Certain people in the Lu family, perhaps, are still secretly happy and smug. Unbeknownst to him, a world-defying demon who was strong enough to cut across the universe for eons had already been born. His mind moved. Once again, we enter the interior of the Yuden. Around them, the crystalline fragments that contained the spatial Upanishads began to faintly hum, and those Upanishads, under Lu Ming's concentration, vaguely flowed towards his heart of heavenly Tao. Also, Lu Ming also discovered, the way of the flowing wind that he had comprehended was even blitzed and regenerated into the way of the flowing light, symbolizing extreme speed. "If I continue at this rate, it shouldn't take me more than 10 years to absorb all of the spatial Upanishads here." After carefully experiencing the rate of absorption, Lu Ming made a rough estimate, but now he naturally couldn't just stay here for 10 years. He wasn't in a hurry, and his mind withdrew from the Yuding, intending to study the remaining 6 tripods as well. "Who? It's me, Purple Heart. Oh, come on in." Lu Zitian opened the door to his room and laughed. "Little sister, it's so late. Why did you suddenly think of coming to Big Brother's place? Nothing. Lu Zixin shook her head. Wasn't Lu Tang injured before? I want to ask. Who injured him? Big Brother knows my nature. And this matter. It's a family matter. It was something that did bother her for a long time. She didn't have the extra energy to think about it before due to her mind's demons. Now, the more I think about it, the worse it gets. Fong just now. She purposely went to Lu Tang to have a chat. Wanted to inquire as to how exactly he grew heavy pupils and what the injuries were due to at the time. As a result, the other party, instead of being able to say anything, even, actually glanced at her. Is this the way a nephew should look at his aunt? She subconsciously associated it with the fact that this guy should be using heavy pupils in a vain attempt to see through her clothes. Lu Zixin almost slapped him on the spot. She didn't really know if the heavy pupil could see through clothing, and really didn't want to stay much longer while firming up her inner thoughts. Just such a guy. So young and colorful that he could actually grow the heavy pupils that only ancient supreme beings could possess? What a joke. However, in order to clarify this matter, she still endured her temper and found Lu Zitian, wanting to ask for clarification. Ugh, talking about this, Lu Zitian sighed and smiled. Come in first, little sister, just when you're needed. Inside the house, Lu Zitian first poured her a cup of tea, and only then did he sit down at the table and helplessly said, Tanger was injured because he accidentally entered the forbidden land of Void Phoenix Mountain by mistake. Mistakenly entering a forbidden place? Lu Zixin froze lightly. Lu Tang was seriously injured, but it was actually because he had mistakenly entered the forbidden land of Void Phoenix Mountain? She hadn't expected this outcome. As far as she knew, the other party's so-called forbidden land, apart from where the old ancestor was in seclusion, should only be that Phoenix Pond. But that place, even late-stage Heaven's core powerhouses were not necessarily sure of approaching it. How did Lu Tang and those so-called fox friends break in? As my little sister should know, they have strict rules and a lot of etiquette. Lu Zitian sighed lightly. And, there are two peaks in particular that don't have good tempers. Tanger also listened to the slanderous rumors and did this with those fox friends. This matter can be big or small. A few days ago, Big Brother specially sent someone to the door to make amends and apologize. But those women can be described as oil and salt. However, this time, Tanger was blessed by a misfortune and awakened his heavy pupils. If we go some more, I think, the matter can be settled. What Big Brother means is that he wants me to, once again, take Xiaodong to the Void Phoenix Mountain? Lu Zixin frowned. She naturally heard the other woman's meaning. He wanted to use the heavy pupil to put pressure on the Void Phoenix Mountain. After all, a genius of this level more or less had to give some face. Little sister knows the rules of the Void Phoenix Mountain. This time, if you step in, it will undoubtedly go a lot smoother. Lu Zitian looked at her expectantly. Well, Lu Zixin thought about it. It's not impossible to go over there and ask for clarification. When does Big Brother wish me to go over? It's not too late. If you're free, tomorrow would be best. Tomorrow? Lu Zixin pondered a little. As originally planned, she wanted to digest this new power. However, as Lu Zitian had said, it was indeed better for this matter to be clarified as soon as possible. Tomorrow then. And Lu Ming sighed. At this time, he had already roughly mapped out the secrets of Zeus, Hong, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, the 6 great tripods. Inside the Zeus cauldron, just like the Yu cauldron, was a void and chaotic space, with many fragments of the Time Upanishad scattered. The flooding din, a world of oceans, contained endless vast floods, filled with the axioms of water. The celestial cauldron was filled with a lot of thunder, storms and other celestial elements, and crucially, there were a large number of fragments of the void Upanishad. The earth cauldron, the power of all elephants, such as the power of the earth, the Upanishads of wood, gold, and fire, etc., was likewise a defensive treasure. The Xianding, full of light and darkness axioms and art axioms, if it was used as the core of a formation, it was estimated that nothing could rival it. The yellow cauldron, which had a large amount of Xianhuang Mother Qi, was vibrant and full of life axioms, and was definitely a first-class alchemy treasure. Lu Ming was currently in the world of the yellow ding. In front of him, there was a turquoise-colored phoenix silhouette with flames emanating from its body. When he tried to approach it with a strand of chaos chi, chirp, a high phoenix cry echoed throughout the entire desolate cauldron world. This turquoise phoenix gradually became clearer and more real. It surged up into the sky, hovering and flying, and the whole world shuddered. Eventually, after hovering in the sky for a long time, it swooped down towards Lu Ming, its body suddenly shrinking and all but disappearing into his body. Lu Ming took a breath, and could clearly feel that there was an extra trace of stray Baiyan spirit breath in his body. Such a huge silhouette, but in the end it became so small. It's also really amazing. After this extra trace of spiritual breath, his body didn't change much. It was unknown whether it was a mismatch in physique or whether the chaotic chi was too overbearing, suppressing it to this extent. But, Phoenix, reminds him of a place, Mount Void Phoenix. Since only female disciples are admitted there, you can't absorb it on your own, or it could be the gender. Then, can we try to let Sister Flossy absorb it? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If she could absorb it, I'm sure, the entire Void Phoenix mountain would be shaken by it, right? Everything is ready. The Lu family will soon be drawing a storm. Sending her far away is definitely the right thing to do. Soon, he called Lu Shuer to the room. Young master, what's wrong? Sister Flossy, give me your hand for a second. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. Reach out? Lu Shuer's cheeks reddened slightly and she hummed. You wouldn't want to do something bad, would you? Bad? Lu Ming shook his head. That's where you're wrong. What bad thing can you do with a hand outstretched? He took hold of Lu Shuer's small, white and slightly cool hand and utilized the chaotic chi to wrap around the Bayan spiritual breath and transmit it into her body. The chaotic chi was amazing, and it could be manipulated for him as much as he wanted without causing harm to Lu Shuer's body. If she cannot afford the latter, she can withdraw it in time. After the power slowly passed through, Lu Ming looked at her and asked expectantly, is there any special reaction? Special reaction? Lu Shuer experienced it carefully. Well, warm and cozy, and there's a feeling of a breakthrough. She marveled. Young master, what kind of aura is this? So magical. No other feelings? Lu Ming increased the transmission force. Well, Lu Shuer's small face suddenly turned red. Young master, no, it's too fast. The power, which was rampaging through her body, the aura began to leap and boil, causing her entire body to rise. I can't say it was hard, only that the shock was too violent to bear. Ahem. Lu Ming's old face blushed and immediately slowed down his speed. Is it better? Lu Shuer's cheeks retained a slight peach color, but under her eyes, surprise flashed. It seems like I'm about to break through. The spiral of aura was like a long drought, crazily drawing in the chaotic chi. In a short while, she had broken through to the second level of Xianling. Lu Ming, on the other hand, took the opportunity and released a portion of his Bayan spiritual breath. Now what? Any other feelings? Lu Shuer's small face instantly changed color and became crimson. It's hot. Does it hurt? It's different. It just feels like my belly is going to burn. Did you feel it? The shape of it? Shape? Lu Shuer clenched her silver teeth, her face red like a monkey's butt, and white smoke rose from the top of her head. No, it just feels like it's getting hotter. Young master, get it out of here. I can't take it anymore. Get out? Lu Ming's eyes glittered with disappointment. Could it be that Sister Flossy's physique isn't suitable? But he wasn't willing to give up, so he wrapped it in a wave of chaotic chi, sealing most of its power. Only a trace of it remained, still releasing the aftermath. Sister Flossy, hold it in for a while and try to refine it slowly. Tomorrow, let's go to the Void Phoenix Mountain. Maybe they sense this power and make an exception to accept you as a disciple. Mount Void Phoenix? Lu Shuer froze. So that's what the young master is for. Well, her heart moved. I'll try to hold back. Day 2, Cousin Lu Ming? Lu Tang was dressed in a red brocade coat, and he looked towards the two of them, Lu Ming and Qin Shuer, in a spirited manner. Hello little aunt. Lu Ming laughed. As for Lu Shuer, she only bowed towards Lu Zixin. Shuer has met Mississippi. No need to be polite. Lu Tung frowned, his face grim. You bitchy servant girl, do you only have little aunt in your eyes? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Lu Shuer remained silent, her face calm. Okay. Lu Zixin interrupted the two and looked at Lu Ming, her voice soft. Today, I'll take your cousin Lu Tang on a trip to the Void Phoenix Mountain, so if there's anything, wait until I return. The previous incident had undoubtedly made the relationship between this aunt and nephew extremely close. According to Lu Zixin's own thoughts, the blood that flowed through her body right now was from Lu Ming. Even half of his heart is his. This is the kind of blood relationship that can be compared to a father and daughter. Lu Ming and Lu Shuer were both slightly surprised. What a coincidence. Little aunt, Ming'er also wants to go to the Void Phoenix Mountain. Last night, even though Lu Ming had managed to wrap that Bayan aura, wrapped in chaotic chi, and channeled it into Lu Shuer's body. I don't know. Will it work? However, he still wanted to try and see if Void Phoenix Mountain could accept her and make an exception to take her as a disciple. Lu Zixin was also a bit surprised. What are you going to do? Ming'er naturally has something. Little aunt, knows you're the best. Lu Ming looked at her with an expectant face. Lu Zixin's heart softened halfway when she heard this. She commanded, all right, but remember, do not play around in vain. Mingle knows. This trip to the Void Phoenix Mountain is a long and dangerous one. Even for Lu Ming, who was at the 5th level of Heavenly Marshal and had the way of flowing light on his side. A round trip would take some days. Not to mention the fact that you have to bring Lu Shuer with you. If Lu Zixin of the Dao Condensation Realm helped, it would naturally be much faster. Approaching sunset, across endless mountains, it's really imposing. In midair, looking at the top of the lofty Void Phoenix Mountain not far away, Lu Ming was somewhat awestruck. Surrounded by 8 peaks, the main peak is majestic, straight into the clouds, surrounded by the Phoenix breath, seemingly illusory and realistic. The 2 patrolling female disciples spotted them from afar, and so it sped on. The senior sister with a bit of vermilion sand on her brow. Her voice was clear and cold as she opened. Ahead is the Void Phoenix Mountain. Please also make a detour. Lu Zixin of the Lu family, hereby bringing his nephew to the door to apologize. Please report. Lu Zixin spoke out calmly. The Lu family? The next senior sister froze and turned her gaze to Lu Tang, her eyes glaring. Senior sister. He's the Peeping Tom thief from last time. Peeping Tom? Senior Vermilion Sand's gaze changed for a split second. Heavy pupil? Yes, that's right, exactly. Lu Tang laughed aloud. The 2 senior sisters. There were many misunderstandings in the last incident. This time, I specially bring gifts to the door. I hope the 2 senior sisters will be accommodating. And these 2, what is the matter? Senior sister Vermilion Sand looked towards Lu Ming and Lu Shuer. Come to worship. Lu Ming's voice was childish and serious. Worship? Everyone froze. Little brat, our Void Phoenix Mountain doesn't accept male disciples. Don't you know that? The senior sister looked at Lu Ming in amusement. It's my sister who worships, not me. Lu Ming pointed at Lu Shuer. Her? Senior sister Vermilion Sand sized up Lu Shuer, around 14 or 15 years old, with raven hair reflecting a melon face. Her skin is delicate, her eyes are large and expressive, and her scalloped nose is high and perky. The little mouth was red and moist, and the look of it made you want to take a bite out of it. Although the clothes are not gorgeous, the temperament is gentle and classical. A rare beauty embryo. They may look soft, but they are mostly of the type that are soft on the outside but strong on the inside. In terms of looks, on Void Phoenix Mountain, although it was not considered top-notch, it could still be called excellent. But she still shook her head. Mount Void Phoenix accepts disciples in the fall of each year. Not now. If you are really interested, you can come back then. My sister is exceptionally gifted and can definitely make an exception to be recruited. Lu Ming swore with conviction. Oh, gifted? Sifu laughed chirpily. Do you know what this place is? Little brat? In our place, the heavy pupil, the supreme bone, can indeed be called gifted. If they come to worship, then surely they can make an exception. Is it hard to believe that this sister of yours is also gifted in this way? Is there? Don't we know if we try? Lu Ming was confident. Lu Tan laughed. Cousin, this is the Void Phoenix Mountain, not a place for you to act crazy. If there is nothing else, wait outside with this servant girl of yours, and cousin and little aunt will take you back as soon as they have finished their business. Handmaiden? The 2 of them, senior sister Vermilion and senior sister, froze. He is the 3rd young master of the Lu family, Lu Zihan's youngest son, called Lu Ming. The purpose of coming with us this time is to see some of the elegance of your holy land. Lu Zixin smiled. I purposely explained that he should not run around, and after the apology is complete, we will leave right away. And please tell your elders to please be accommodating. It turns out to be the youngest son of the Lu family's 3rd youngest. After some contemplation, senior sister Vermilion Sand said, all right, I'll go and relay the message. Senior sister, you watch here. Okay sister. Sifu nodded. When her senior sister left, this ponytailed junior sister suddenly glared at Lu Tang. What are you looking at? Of course I'm looking at you, little sister. Lu Tang laughed. It is said that each of the disciples of the Void Phoenix Mountain are as beautiful as heavenly fairies. But I didn't expect that while senior sister is extraordinary, senior sister is even better. This ponytailed girl, however, did not appreciate it and snorted, oily and full of women. No wonder he came snooping around our shower last time. I also don't know how the Lu family chose you to be the young head of the family. Is there no one else in the family? Spying in the shower? Lu Zixin froze. No wonder. This guy almost got killed last time. And they said something about breaking into a forbidden place. So that's what happened. She came out this time, and deliberately wore a saint-ranked precious garment, and even her inner shirt was made of special treasures, in order to prevent Lu Tang from utilizing his heavy pupil to spy on her again. Unexpectedly, this guy, just coming over here, couldn't help but lay his hands on someone else's youngest sister who was only 15 or 16 years old. Lu Ming naturally knew what was going on in Lu Tang's mind. Ridiculous, heavy pupils, claiming to see through the illusion and go straight to the essence. What is the nature of beauty? Red powder and dry bones. Not to mention, Lu Tang could not completely control the heavy pupil at all, not even a tenth of that. Even if you really have the ability to completely control it, what you see is just 5 organs and 6 bowels. A skeleton. It's like an X-ray. At that time, Lu Ming couldn't even manage to see through the clothes and peep, not to mention Lu Tang. But, to ask if the pupil of Hongming can do it, Lu Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Dude, even if he's going to watch it, it's going to be open and shut, instead of being lewd and sneaky. Soon after, follow the avenue all the way up the hill. The two heterosexuals, Lu Ming and Lu Tang, instantly attracted a large amount of attention, especially Lu Tang. That incident was made a big deal in Void Phoenix Mountain. At that time, Lu Tang was afraid of being killed and declared himself, and everyone knew the identity of his Lu family's youngest. Humph, awakening a heavy pupil can hide the nature of a lewd lecher? To actually dare to come to my Void Phoenix Mountain, aren't you afraid of getting your eyes gouged out alive like last time? That's right, for such a fellow to awaken the heavy pupils only possessed by ancient supreme beings. The heavens are truly blind. The female disciples of the Void Phoenix Mountain, all of them high-minded and proud, valued chastity and innocence as especially important. Plus, the strength base is steadily overriding the major forces in the eastern wasteland, and he is not afraid of him in the slightest when he speaks. Lu Tang was calm on the surface and even smiled as he gestured towards the women, but in his heart, he was already extremely upset. These women, they really don't know what they're talking about, and each one of them has their nostrils up in the air. He was a different person now, just like his father said. There are great emperors. The last experience was simply the greatest shame of his life. These stinking pussies. Obviously the laborers have not seen anything. Put aside here screaming. Every one of them looks like they've been wheeled. All of you wait for this young master. When the time comes, I'll have to make you look good, he thought viciously. Inside the temple, the stewardship elder, a woman in a blue dress, can't tell the age. However, the aura that was faintly emanating was not weaker than Lu Zetian at all. This had to make a few people secretly be amazed at the strength of Void Phoenix Mountain's foundation. After Lu Zixin explained her intentions, she summoned a nano ring with a thought, saying, "For the last time, the Lu family apologizes profusely, and hereby offers a thin gift from the district, and hopes that your Holy Land will not take into account the past suspicions." The blue-skirted woman laughed. "Miss Lu, I know you, and your third brother. Gifts are not necessary. Your nephew is a demonic human being, worthy of Void Phoenix Mountain's friendship. As long as those disciples forgive this matter, it will be considered to be over. Apologizing is small." Lu Zixin nodded. She said indifferently, "Lu Tang, later on, go apologize to the teachers and sisters of Void Phoenix Mountain and end this matter." Apologize? Lu Tang's eyes flickered. Although his heart was reluctant, he could only nod his head when he recalled his parents' words. "Got it. It's not too late. Ming'er, the two of you stay here while I bring Lu Tang and apologize to them." Lu Zixin admonished. "Don't make trouble. Got it? Got it, auntie? I'll be good. I won't be like my cousin." Lu Ming's voice was childish and serious. It drew a soft smile from the blue-skirted woman. Lu Tang, on the other hand, had a dark face. "Stay until the two leave." Lu Ming suddenly said in a serious manner, "Elder, we want to worship our master." "Worship?" The blue-skirted woman looked over at him. "You guys? Hey, it's my sister. Wu Shuer has met the elder." Lu Shuer bowed towards the blue-skirted woman. Well, as the blue-skirted woman was sizing up Lu Shuer, her eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, as if she had discovered something unusual. "This sister of yours, her physique seems to be somewhat special. It definitely meets the standards of Void Phoenix Mountain's disciple intake," Lu Ming said with certainty. Lu Shuer's face was slightly red, and she didn't know where the young master had gotten his strength. Although, she did have a very strange dream last night. "I dreamt that the gray aura in my body exploded and a turquoise phoenix broke out of my body. From then on, she was as qualified as a demon, soaring to great heights and becoming extremely powerful." A mouthful of jasper phoenix flames burned through the 10 earths and 9 heavens, and with a casual strike, it shattered the sun, moon, and stars. Anyone who bullied the young master was mercilessly killed by her, and she was so cool that she was honored as the amazing Phoenix Emperor in that boundless world. "Then get it tested." The blue-skirted woman laughed softly. "Follow me." Waking Phoenix Pool, the key place to awaken and test your talents. There were a total of 9 peaks in the Void Phoenix Mountain. Excluding the 2 for chores and stewardship, there are 6 sacred peaks, each corresponding to 6 special spiritual powers: wind, thunder, ice, fire, light, darkness. The main peak, on the other hand, corresponds to nothingness, the way of space, and the legendary power of nirvana. For each peak, there was an awakening Phoenix Pool, and after awakening to different elemental powers, the disciples would then be assigned accordingly. Elder Blue. Hello, Elder Blue. Blueheart smiled and nodded. There is no need to be polite. Elder Lon, whose family is this little boy? I don't suppose you secretly raised your little mistress and gave birth to her, did you? Begging for a fight. Blueheart raised her hand and gently glared at a certain naughty female disciple. Don't dare, don't dare. This female disciple laughed playfully, with a pleading expression, and looking at Lu Ming, he secretly lamented that this Elder Blueheart, her temper really wasn't generally good. After another walk, Elder Lon Xin suddenly stopped his pace and joked towards Lu Ming. Little fellow, you can't go any further in front, or else, you'll have to be like your cousin O. Lu Ming blushed. I see. Then I'll wait here. Aha. She turned toward Lu Shure again. Come with me. Okay. Lu Shure nodded her head. She followed Blueheart to a cloudy pool. In the middle of the pool, there stands a statue of a phoenix that comes to life. Remove all your clothes, go sit under the statue and run your aura. Lu Shure nodded her head gently, her cheeks burning slightly. Don't worry. The Awakening Phoenix Pool is an important place in the Void Phoenix Mountain, and there is no possibility for the opposite sex to approach it. Seeing that the young girl was shy and couldn't let go, Blueheart couldn't help but laugh lightly. I don't look at you either. Lu Shure's face became more and more flushed. It's fine. She forced her shyness, removed her light green dress, and took off her small boots, and her white jade-like feet, gently stepped into the water. The pool water was not as cold as it seemed, but warm and empty except for her. She walked underneath the statue of the Tsukudai submerged in pool water. When she sat down, the warm water just submerged half of her chest, revealing a portion of her snow white, and a neck as delicate as a swan's. A moment of running the gong method. Boom! The phoenix statue suddenly began to hum and tremble. The pool water began to surge and boil. With Lu Shure as the origin, the gray and turquoise on shot straight up into the clouds, dispersing them and releasing an intensely fiery and life-giving aura. The wind and clouds surged, and heaven and earth changed color. Everyone in Void Phoenix Mountain was startled and subconsciously looked this way. Looking at the shocking scene, underneath Elder Blowheart's beautiful eyes, there was incredulity. Completely different from the 6 spirit peaks, so strong breath of life, it also possesses a strong firepower. What kind of spiritual power is it? The 9 great peaks were startled as a powerful aura swept in. Soon, by the waking phoenix pool, the phoenix dresses are in various colors, like a dream, like a fairyland. Lu Shure, who had come to her senses, saw this astonishment, admiration, and excitement. Her face swished redshare and she nearly fainted. Stewardship Peak. At this time, the council hall, unlike the usual quiet and solemn. Instead, it's full of all kinds of fireworks. Flamely's red dress seemed like a burning flame, holding her chest out and her head high, a pair of phoenix eyes sweeping over the crowd. I say, since this child has the power of blazing flame, he should naturally belong to my sacred vein of fire. She is gifted and most compatible with my way. Qinglan gently shook her head as she gracefully raised her slender hand. Flamely, you are always this impatient. Although she has the power of blazing flame, don't forget that she also has the power of life, which is more suitable for practicing in my wind vein. Joke. Zi Shao snorted coldly. A thunderous light flashed in her eyes. Wind vein. What's life got to do with it? She contains a huge amount of energy within her body, and only with my thunder vein can I tap into its full potential. A black-clothed, dark and seductive temperament of the Pantheon Peak Master opened her mouth unhurriedly, her vermilion lips slightly raised. What are all the arguments for? That grayish aura is clearly a good seedling of my underworld sacred peak. Feng Hanyan, on the other hand, was indifferent. My ice sacred vein never imposes. Instead of arguing, let's hear her own opinion. The sacred light peak master. A starburst gown. A young girl's appearance. She had a soft voice and a slight smile that seemed to make the entire hall seem to brighten up. Indeed, there is no need to argue. Sisters, I think that Sister Coldsmoke is right. Let her decide her own path. However, if you join my holy light lineage, I have no problem with that. He. Blueheart looked at these people and sighed slightly, shaking his head helplessly. That is, the Holy Lord is not there. Otherwise, how dare they rob people like that? Say, where did the Holy Lord go for such an important matter? A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. Lu Shure was even more in a dilemma, powerless and secretly saying, where exactly did young master go? An imaginary space. Lu Ming looked at the woman in red in front of him and secretly sighed. So oppressive. Peak of the heart of heaven. It was an unknown number of times more powerful than the first level of Dao congealing from the last time Xiaonan was demonized. Even if one now had so many supreme treasures in one's possession. But in front of her, it is still a grain of floating dust swimming in the green sky. The difference between the firefly and the blazing sun. Is this the holy lord of this generation of Void Phoenix Mountain? The Phoenix Fairy whose strength and beauty crowns the eastern wasteland. The first person under the great emperor, Phoenix Qianying, possessing a stunningly beautiful, ghostly features, with long narrow phoenix eyes, a high nose, and thin red lips. His face was absolutely stunning, indeed rare in the world, and was the most beautiful person he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. Elder Blueheart was as beautiful as she was, but in front of her, no matter her temperament or appearance, she was inferior by more than 1 step. The point is, she suddenly acted like this. Could it be? Is it obvious what's going on? Lu Ming thought darkly. Half a day later. Little guy, the scent on you. Huang Qianying's red lips slightly hooked. It makes my heart thump. My good apprentice's child husband. Lu Ming was stunned at first. Immediately, blushing and looking at her with a surprised face, he stammered. Sister Fairy, what are you talking about? Poof. Phoenix Qianying looked him up and down. A pair of phoenix eyes showing hints of teasing. The Void Phoenix lineage. Its sense of the Supreme Bone's aura is not something you can imagine, especially up close. If you hadn't taken the initiative to send me to the door, in a short period of time, I wouldn't have been able to find out. 2. The Supreme Bone? Lu Ming looked puzzled and tried. Isn't that on Lu Xingchen? What's it to me? Little one, do you know what it means to be born a supreme? I don't know. Lu Ming had a curious look on his face. What do you mean by born supreme? Huang Qianying leisurely said. Those unseemly small actions. Small means, even if the future can be a moment of scenery, in the end, will only eat its own fruit. Born to be a supreme being, the moment he strikes, he carries the aura of oppressing the contemporary era and suppressing the ages. In life, there will be no defeat. What kind of enemy, what kind of predicament, will be crushed through with absolute poise, to make heaven and earth tremble, and all spirits worship? Phoenix Qianying's voice was like heavenly music, yet it was awe-inspiring. So what? So, Phoenix Qianying smiled and spoke a sentence that was enough to make the entire continent irresistible. If you have this confidence, I, Phoenix Qianying, and the entire Void Phoenix Mountain, will be your protector. How? Lu Ming's heart poofed and he froze for a long time. Really? Do you think that this seed would lie to you? Then I do. Lu Ming was dry. Phoenix Qianying froze and suddenly giggled. It seemed that he didn't expect Lu Ming to look so serious, but in reality, he answered so decisively. It's like you're afraid someone else is going to take it away from you. But, facing such an existence that surpassed the genius level, moreover, there was another not-so-shallow connection with the Void Phoenix Mountain. Instead of being disgruntled and dismissive, she found it, well, interesting. Call out to Master. Master? Lu Ming didn't understand. Phoenix Qianying said unhappily, isn't the child husband of the seat's disciple the seat's disciple? Fairy sister. Are you so sure that I will be your protégé's husband? Phoenix Qianying said seriously, you definitely can't refuse her. There is no man in heaven who can refuse. You'll know when you're a little older. Is there a portrait available? Portrait? Phoenix Qianying laughed. Which one who was a master would carry a portrait of his disciple? To see, there will be plenty of opportunities to see it down the road. If you're curious, it wouldn't be wrong for this seat to take you there now. Forget it. Lu Ming thought about it and shook his head decisively. I'm afraid that I can't bear it at my young age. Huang Qianying laughed delicately once again. Interesting. The other side. Blaze Peak? Zi Xiao snorted. The thunderous light under his eyes grew more and more intense. It's just a bunch of crazy bitches who only play with their temper all day long. If you do join, you'll be wasted? Flame Li's face was cold, his eyes almost spitting fire. Thunderbolt woman, do you have the guts to say another word? Hurtful and indecent. Qinglan faintly shook her head and stroked her green silk, showing her elegance. Whoever wants to join you. What's the difference between that and having bad luck in 8 lifetimes? Might as well just listen to me. A compromise. Join my sacred light lineage. Wouldn't everyone be happy? The starburst gown girl sighed quietly. Man, I'll take it. Feng Hanyan faintly uttered a voice that was as icy as it could be. Yo, what a mouthful. The underworld peak master teased. I say, if you don't know, you'd think you're a sacred lord. So who is the holy lord? A majestic faint voice resounded through the hall. The spectral peak master's pretty face stiffened and she closed her mouth. Flamely and Zi Xiao immediately curbed their tempers and became quiet. Seeing Phoenix Qianying's expressionless face, stepping out from the void, Feng Hanyan, Qing Lan, and Night Star, all changed back to a dignified appearance as well. See Holy Lord. Huang Qianying scanned all the women. His voice could not be heard as happy or angry. Have they all made enough noise? The peak masters were silent, but they all felt that her doing this in front of outsiders made them lose face. Alas! Night Star's heart was powerless. A sigh of pity. All 6 of them thought about taking advantage of her absence to bring the person back to their peak. By then, the wood had been turned into a boat, and even if she was the Holy Lord, she couldn't say anything. Unfortunately, everything can only exist in fantasy now. Lu Shuer was finally greatly relieved to see Lu Ming finally appear. At this rate, she didn't doubt for a second that these people would just fight. I never thought that the famous Void Phoenix Mountain, the peak masters with such a high status and strength would bicker like little girls playing house, without the slightest bit of majesty to speak of. Phoenix Qianying cast her eyes towards Qin Shuer, and after surveying her, the power of life would be equivalent to the power of nirvana. This woman returned to the main peak. The Holy Lord spoke. The women dared to be angry, but could only look at her sardonically and take Lu Shuer away. But the little boy beside them, however, surprised and even amazed them quite a bit. The Holy Lord was all alone and had never socialized too much with men, and she was even carrying a little one by her side. It's really unheard of and unseen. Soon after, Phoenix Thousand Shadows carried the 2 of them to the top of the Void Phoenix Mountain. In an ancient palace, the fact that the sacred eagle can react so greatly proves that you have a great affinity with the Void Phoenix Mountain. However, this seed is not quite sure where that life force of yours originated from. A slight color of surprise flowed from the depths of Phoenix Qianying's phoenix eyes. So, I will take you to meet my master. Your master? Lu Ming and Lu Shuer looked at each other with different eyes. The previous Holy Lord of Mount Void Phoenix? Could it be that he is a great emperor? With a different mood, led by Phoenix Qianying, the 2 of them arrived at an ancient secret room. Instead of a secret room, it was also a palace. Candle flames flickering. Phoenix sculpture stands on both sides, filled with ancient and mysterious atmosphere. On the futon, sat an old woman in gray. Feel the arrivals afterward. The old woman opened her cloudy eyes and cast her gaze on both Lu Ming and Lu Shuer, the bottom of his eyes slightly fluctuating. Immediately, however, it was replaced by a hint of a benevolent smile. Thousand Shadows has met master. Phoenix Thousand Shadows saluted. No need to be polite. The 2 little ones that Shadow brought with her, it seems, are somewhat unexceptional. Ready? When will the wedding be held? Marriage? Lu Shuer froze. Ahem. Phoenix Qianying's cheeks flushed, and she said in a serious manner, my disciple has long since decided that the marriage will be replaced by my disciple. As long as she is not the Holy Lord, this great wedding will be only available to you. The old woman slowly spoke out. Could it be that you, too, want to end up alone like your teacher? Phoenix Thousand Shadows said. Just wait for her to become a Holy Lord. Ugh. You. Just. The old woman turned her gaze to Qin Shuer. This time, for this little girl? Can Master see where the power in her body actually comes from? Well, the crone mused. Little girl, release the power within you. Release it. Okay, senpai. Lu Shuer hurriedly said. She silently mobilized the power within her body. At once, an extremely pure life and blazing green aura erupted out, reflecting the entire hall. It was bright and clear. This flame of life slowly condensed into a turquoise phoenix silhouette, exuding an ancient, noble and mysterious aura. At this moment, Lu Shuer's eyes were emitting a green aura, and under the light, she was as beautiful as a godly maiden, and one couldn't help but be mesmerized and want to worship her. The crone gazed at it, inwardly shaken, pulled by this massive life force. Her spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. Even the pale life showed signs of slow recovery. This should belong to the aura of the ancestral phoenix. Ancestral phoenix? Phoenix Qianying's pair of phoenix eyes similarly swept through a trace of astonishment. The void phoenix, likewise, belongs to one of the ancestral phoenixes, also known as the Taishu Tsangmei phoenix. The phoenix symbolizes maleness but is a generic term, while the phoenix is its gender. If my wife's guess is correct, this turquoise phoenix is none other than the swift-living phoenix of that year. The old woman's tone was marvelous. This little girl, she's not to be trifled with. Her inheritance is on the same level as my Void Phoenix Mountain's main vein, if not better. After all, if there are no accidents, she is more than likely the first inheritor of the phoenix of the living spirit after the silence of the ancient period. Lu Shuer's pink lips slightly opened as she listened, and her heart was in waves of excitement and shock, as well as excitement. More than that, it was the shock, the admiration for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was quite surprised. He didn't understand why today's Lu Shuer would be able to directly absorb all of that turquoise spirit breath. Could it be, it's because of that awakening phoenix pool? Little girl, in your memories, does anything similar to the existence of a kung fu, divine power, or something like that appear? The old woman looked at Lu Shuer. Feats, avatars? After Lu Shuer searched her mind, she shook her head and said, there doesn't seem to be any. At this point, in the bottom of the crone's eyes, a wisp of inexplicable color flowed. and her voice was expectant. My main vein of Void Phoenix Mountain cultivates the way of space and the power of nirvana. And the phoenix of the living spirit is bound to have a deeper understanding of nirvana. Little girl, if you don't mind, you can worship the old woman as my master. All the techniques, martial arts, and secret codes of the Void Phoenix Mountain can be accessed and studied to your heart's content as long as they are helpful to you. How? Worship? Lu Shuer's heart was pounding. If he worshipped the old man in front of him as his teacher, wouldn't he be, in terms of seniority and status, on par with the contemporary Holy Lord of Void Phoenix Mountain? Phoenix Qianying? It's too dreamy and unbelievable, isn't it? Sister Wushu, if you worship the master, you'll become my senior uncle. Oh. Lu Ming had an expectant look on his face. What an interesting look. He was giving the other man a wink, urging, if Lu Shuer also worshipped Master Phoenix Thousand Shadows as her teacher, they, then, were equivalent to being completely bound to Void Phoenix Mountain. In this Eastern Wasteland 3,000 states, one could walk horizontally. Lu Shuer understood. I am willing to worship Senior as my teacher. With that, she came before the old crone and was about to kneel down to perform the ritual of worshipping her master. Unexpected. The old crone got up to hold him in place and laughed. I can't afford it if you do that, old woman. But, Lu Shuer insisted, how is it considered worship without a salute? Young master and I are not people who are greedy for favors. Not to mention that in this way, you are my first master. Once a teacher, always a mother. It is only natural to perform a salute. Wu Shuer is a junior, and you are a highly respected senior, much less one who can't afford it. So the rite must be performed. Say it. She knelt down seriously. Thanks for your love. Wu Shuer would like to worship her predecessor as her teacher, learn hard, abide by her teacher's training, and not dishonor her family. The crone froze and looked at her. It seemed that he did not expect that this seemingly weak young girl would be so persistent and know how to be polite. Yes. Half a day later, she suddenly cracked a smile, an old voice that spread throughout the hall. Then from today onwards, you are my Feng Kaini's second disciple, the senior sister of the contemporary Holy Lord of Void Phoenix Mountain. Good disciple. Get up. Feng Kaini smiled excitedly and helped him up. At the same time, two mysterious and ancient secret books were suspended in front of Lu Shuer. Nirvana Secret Code, Taishu Phoenix Scripture, Emperor Ranked Technique. Only the main lineage of Void Phoenix Mountain is qualified to acquire it. From now on, take it and cultivate it. An Emperor Rank Technique? Lu Shuer was shaken. This kind of technique, I'm afraid that the Lu family can't take it out. It's worthy of being a great power with a great spirit from the ancient inheritance. Thank you, Master. Oh, you're welcome. Feng Kaini patted her shoulder and slowly said, from now on, this is your home. Anyone who dares to bully you, she is old, but still dominant. Speak to the master. Lu Shuer was touched in her heart. She grew up without a father and mother, and although Lu Zihan and Yun Yashin treated her sincerely, she disappeared for several years. The only person close to him was Lu Ming. Nowadays, it is not possible to be unmoved, but she quickly remembered two things, and after some hesitation, she opened her mouth. Master, there are two things that have been on the mind of the apprentice. I wonder if master and sister can listen to me. Oh, you say. Well, Lu Shuer glanced at Lu Ming. Then, the story of his parents' disappearance was told. After listening, Phoenix Qianying pondered for a moment. Lu Zihan and Yun Yashin are indeed two remarkable characters. I have also heard about the disappearance of the two. They, most likely, are not in the Eastern Wasteland. Like this seat from the immediate date. We'll send people to go out to search. If there is news, we'll tell you in the first time. Lu Shuer was elated. Many thanks to senior sister. Phoenix Qianying sized up this new senior sister and laughed lightly. What about the second thing? Speaking of the second thing, Lu Shuer hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and said, that Lu Tang possesses heavy pupils. I guess, my young masteress. Lu Ming froze and gave her an incredulous look. Lu Shuer, however, didn't care about his shock. That day, I saw with my own eyes. Young master's eyes turned golden and his pupils turned double. But not long after that, it was heard that Lu Tang had awakened his heavy pupils. And exactly 7 days ago, the young master disappeared for one night. Most likely it was that Lu Tang's parents, who took it away by despicable means and transplanted it onto their trashy son. I'm afraid, even the young master himself doesn't know that this has happened. Not only that, those people from the Lu family actually spoke out loud and declared to the entire Eastern Wastelands 3,000 states that he, the Lu family, had produced a Kirin son, and that 3 years later, he would invite the world to come and challenge him in the ring. Ridiculous. After hearing this, Phoenix Qianying and Feng Kaini exchanged glances and, visible to the naked eye, were somewhat surprised. If that's true, Phoenix Qianying suddenly felt that she had to revisit this little guy. The supreme bone was Lu Ming's, and she knew it in her heart, and informed his master. But, the heavy pupil could also be Lu Ming's. This, she was genuinely surprised. It also possessed many. Even she felt very dangerous auras. It's not too shocking, even without counting those breaths. The two super physiques, after all, might have been gathered in the body of one person. Just what level of ultimate genius, a heaven-defying demon, would have to be able to achieve such a degree? And how stupid and selfish the Lukes are. It was only then that he had strangled a future supreme, or even an existence beyond the supreme. That was almost ironclad as long as it didn't die prematurely. Without realizing it, Ryoko, it took her a moment to come back to her senses. The moment. The three people's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Little one, this matter, do you know about it? Phoenix Qianying's tone was inexplicable. Lu Shuer's pair of dark eyes were even more firmly fixed on him. It was just her guess. Since the last time, it's been sitting in the back of my mind. Not really sure, though, if it's true. However, she always had a kind of intuition. Just by Lu Tang that kind of goods, how could awaken the heavy pupil? Moreover, the time of the two awakening, also too coincidental. She was more willing to believe that the heavy pupil originally belonged to her young master. Lu Ming was really surprised. Didn't realize. It's amazing how smart Sister Flossy has become. She surely wouldn't know what really happened that night, but actually with these bits and pieces of clues, it really gave her a guess. In that case, it's not surprising. On that day, his heavy pupils flickered, and he looked as if he was completely unaware of it. Shin Ruyan subconsciously thought that the heavy pupil had just been born not long ago, and even he himself didn't know about this, let alone Lu Shuer. Plus, the impression that he had been playing dumb consistently had long been ingrained, and wouldn't have expected that an 8-year-old child could actually have such a heart. Much less would I have expected that there was such a thing as a system. But all in all, now that it's over, there's no point in hiding it. Lu Ming fell into reminiscence. That night, I did feel, in a daze, that someone had brought me to a place. During that time, my eyes hurt, but my consciousness was fuzzy. Thought it was a dream. I didn't realize that was actually the case. But, I have been blessed with a special pair of eyes again. I can't believe that's true. When Lu Shuer heard this, her eyes flashed with deep disbelief, shock, and anger. She clenched her pink fists in death, her body trembling slightly. Special eyes? There was some incredulity in Feng Kai's cloudy eyes. What special eyes? Similar to heavy pupils, I guess. Lu Ming suddenly smiled smugly. Maybe I'm a genius, and if my eyes are gouged out, I can grow them back just the same. Seeing this, Huang Qianying puffed and laughed. Although, she was also surprised that the heavy pupil was actually still really Lu Ming's. It was indeed a bit too exaggerated. But even more so, the little guy was so funny. Not angry at all, but rather complacent. It's really different. After thinking about it, she teased, good disciple, that Lu Tang is here right now. Do you want master to help you gouge out your eyes and return them to you? No. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming actually shook his head in a serious and extremely confident manner. If I'm going to dig, I'm going to dig myself. Relying on women is nothing. Cluck cluck cluck. That Lu Tang is now at the 9th level of Heavenly Martial. Can you beat him? He's only small. Lu Ming looked at her and laughed happily. Good master, but you said that our entire Void Phoenix Mountain is my backer. When the time comes, and something big happens, you and grandmother Master Ancestor will have to back up Minger. Oh, the phrase good master even made Phoenix Qianying unable to stop laughing. She suddenly felt that Lu Ming and herself, with their temperaments, were very similar. Even the way they talk is somewhat similar. That personal disciple of hers who spent all day soaking in the pool was beautiful, and her talent was demonic to the extreme. But to her, it didn't seem like a teenage girl at all. It always gave a deep, puzzling feeling. Uninteresting. Lu Ming, on the other hand, is interesting. After thinking about it, Phoenix Qianying leisurely said, although, I don't know where you get your confidence. However, what this seat says always counts, even if it's a big deal. I, Phoenix Qianying, can cover it. The Eastern Wasteland. It has been silent for too long. She patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Cheer up, good disciple. Master looks after you. Soon after. Young master, if I hadn't spoken out about this today, would you still be planning to hide it from me? Phoenix poolside. Lu Shuer's pair of bulging almond eyes glared at Lu Ming, who was only up to her own chest. Her temperament was no longer gentle, and she was a bit angry. No pretending. She felt that Lu Ming, at his young age, hiding everything from her was the greatest distrust of her. Well, Lu Ming thought for a moment. Don't think like that. I'm doing this to protect you. In short, stay here and cultivate well. Take a bath. And when the time comes, I'll rely on you to cover me. Bye. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed, waved his hand, and left in a rather dashing manner. Only Lu Shuer was left staring straight at his back with a soft grunt. In her mind, inexplicably, she rose up. The Void Phoenix Mountain was too far away from the Lu family. The next time we meet, there's no telling when. Lu Ming, on the other hand, followed the top of the mountain, all the way down. Admiring the scenery, he came to the mountainside, a large trial square before stopping. He heard a high, melodious sneer. Apologize? Have you ever apologized like that? Nostrils up to the sky, thieving eyes, and I don't know what I'm looking at. You didn't learn your lesson last time, so you want to get gutted this time, don't you? And heavy pupils. It can't be. From which colorful person to dig down the eye of the needle, right? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. What do you mean? A needle's I dug out of a horny guy? That's clearly brother's blood will I. Okay. Ahem. Returning to his senses, he took a breath and looked at this female disciple who was a peripheral onlooker with a curious expression. This senior sister. What happened? Why is that sister so angry? This female disciple was dressed in white, with a beautiful appearance and outstanding features. And it's not because of your wonderful cousin? Things spread fast. Several elders gathered a group of disciples to this square, said that time that Peeping Tom, now a heavy pupil, with full sincerity, was going to give them a public apology. Originally, they were nothing. It even wanted to seem as if the man with the legendary heavy pupils was truly reformed. The rest of the female disciples who weren't victims of the last incident also came over to join in the fun out of curiosity. Whoops, this Lu Tang was talking a good game. And when he saw that there were more and more people, each one of them a top-notch beauty, he seemed to be unable to press on. A pair of eyes, untraceable, looking around, still aiming at key areas. Although it was hidden, some of the sisters and teachers still found it. When he thought that the other party might possess the ability to see through clothing and magic treasures, he was instantly enraged. The ill-tempered one spoke out on the spot to cut off his words and to hold him accountable for his behavior. Who expected that? Instead of converging, this Lu Tang had a bad attitude, and between the lines, he did not put them in his eyes in the slightest. It seemed to be determined that Void Phoenix Mountain didn't dare to take the current him. So, the women got even more angry, and there was this scene. So it is. Lu Ming nodded, lamenting that this cousin of his really was a dog who couldn't change his ways. Lu Tang, don't forget what you're here for, but your parents have instructed that you must not cause trouble in vain. The center of the trial square, Lu Zixin frowned and chided. After a short contact, she was already disappointed in this nephew. Already, the situation at hand was considered a disgrace to the Lu family. In vain? Lu Tang's face was grim. Little ant, it's obviously these women who are full of nonsense and planted evidence on me. What do you mean I caused trouble in vain? Even you don't believe me? Ha, don't believe you? Your little aunt is probably trying to hide far away from you for fear that you'll humiliate her by committing the following offense. This senior sister sneered and mocked. She wore a purple shirt, and was the most ill-tempered of the Xian Thunder Peak disciples, compared to the Blazing Flame Peak disciples who exploded at the slightest point, and spoke without the slightest regard for reserve. Damn it! Lu Tang cursed. He was very upset. I couldn't see anything, and I was almost backfired by the heavy pupils. It's really bad luck to mess with this crazy woman again, so what the hell do you guys want to do? Lu Tang deadpanned to suppress the displeasure in his heart. He hadn't been able to completely refine the heavy pupil, not even 1%. Soul searching. The purple shirt senior sister coldly said, just let us be sure that this time, including the last time, you didn't see anything, and sincerely apologize. This matter, then, can be dismissed. Soul searching? Lu Tang narrowed his eyes and felt something bad in his heart. The heavy pupil wasn't his own, and his parents hadn't told him exactly where it came from. Besides, he's done a lot of things in the past that aren't favorable to the public. Once he searches his soul, his Lu Tang reputation will be ruined. What? Seeing his appearance, the purple shirt senior sister sneered. Afraid? Don't dare? Being a thief? Lu Tang's face was expressionless, but his heart was secretly anxious. He took a breath and looked at Lu Zixin, hoping that she would step in and say something. After all, the reputation of the Lu family is also at stake. Soul searching is fine, Lu Zixin said. However, just let one of your trusted ones carry it out. After all, it's a matter of personal privacy, so just make sure of one thing and clear everyone's name. I wonder, what do a few elders think? Lu Tang froze, not having thought that Lu Zixin would actually say that. His eyes began to flicker as he cursed Lu Zixin in his heart for actually not helping him. Ms. Lu has a point. One of the elders looked at Lu Tang, his voice indifferent. Mr. Lu, what do you mean? Humph, Lu Tong flung his sleeves. I am the young master of the Tang Lu family, representing the face of the entire Lu family. Other ways are fine, but soul-searching, forgive me for not being able to accept it. The elder's face looked a little bad. Then, Mr. Lu, is there any other way to prove your innocence? I, Lu Tong, can swear to the heavens that if I really peeped as you said, I will be struck by 5 thunders and die. Rumble. The words just fell. Dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of clear sky from the heavens struck right in his direction. If it wasn't for the big formation guarding him, this thunder would have most likely blasted on him. Nima. Lu Tang was shocked and his face clouded over. The gazes of the 2 elders and the purple-shirted senior sister changed as they stared at him coldly. What else is there to say? Lu Tang secretly hated. Why did the evil god show its spirit at this time? For your information, this cousin of mine is actually bad. At this point, Lu Ming was suddenly filled with righteous indignation and came before the crowd. The whole room froze. There was a flurry of looks at the little bitty man. Badly? This they did know. But what's this all about? Just when they were expecting Lu Ming's next sentence, Lu Ming spoke out of turn. His heavy pupils, in fact, gouged me. This statement was made. Lu Zixin's gaze trembled. The crowd was shocked. Lu Tang was about to laugh maniacally. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Ming quickly smiled sarcastically. I'm just kidding. Say it. Hurriedly squeezing into the crowd again. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Only Lu Zixin, whose face changed dramatically, hurriedly chased after him. She made her way through the crowd and caught Lu Ming as soon as she could, staring at him firmly. Did you just say that for real? I messed up. Lu Zixin's voice was harsh and trembling. Don't lie to me. Seeing her deadpan stare, Lu Ming froze. He was just about to say something unexpected. Get him, he's trying to run. A cold and delicate cry awakened the two. See only. Lu Tang saw that the crowd's attention had shifted and actually tried to sneak away. The green-clothed elder's eyes sank cold, and with a flash of his body, he firmly blocked in front of Lu Tang. Looks like you confessed. Her eyes flickered with a strange light, and a huge divine sense thought force shrouded towards Lu Tang's sea of consciousness. When the thoughts were about to reach the depths of the sea of consciousness, a mysterious talisman suddenly burned up and wrapped his divine soul firmly. At the same time, a pale, cold, majestic warning voice echoed in her mind. Your Excellency, stop in moderation. The elder's face was expressionless, ignoring the warning as his thoughts pierced through the flames and drove in. Lu Tang was instantly frozen, like a puppet. After a large amount of information flooded into his mind, the green-clothed elder's eyes flickered as his face changed, gradually becoming gloomy. Eventually, it got that much better again. It's a little complicated. Elder Qingtao, how is the situation? The women couldn't help but ask. After organizing the large amount of information in his mind, Qingtao said in a deep voice, last time, it was indeed these guys who got horny and wanted to peep. So did the party. Didn't see anything either time? Though, the heavy pupil, indeed, is not his, but was transplanted by his parents after his last serious injury. So, not its mastery of power. Hiss. After hearing this, the women were shocked. One couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. A disbelieving thought rose. Could it be that the heavy pupil is really his? As for Lu Zixin, her jade hand was clenched into a fist, her eyes erupted with cold killing intent, and a monstrous rage surged within her heart. Really? I can't believe it's true. She trembled inwardly, unable to believe that her elder brother and sister-in-law would actually do such things that were worse than even animals. There was a long silence. Lu Zixin's chest rose and fell, and after taking a deep breath, she held Lu Ming's hand, trying to suppress the trembling, heartache, and guilt inside. Come on, let's go home. Lu family, Great Hall. At this moment, the crowd was discussing about the matter of inviting the world widely 3 years later to make a name for Lu Tang and Lu Xingchen. Unexpected. The discussion was very happy. Lu Zitian and Yi Jin were always smiling. Qin Ruyan was secretly pleased, thinking that she had never had a time when she was treated so well in the past. Humph. My grandson went to a trip to the Void Phoenix Mountain. How to protect the soul treasure talisman. Are burned out? A low and old voice issued from Lu Zong's mouth. He looked extremely bad. Who was it that dared to ignore his warning and invade the divine soul of his Lu Zonghe grandson? The soul protector amulet was burned out? The entire room was shocked and changed color. They all looked at Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zitian. Wasn't Lu Tang taken to the Void Phoenix Mountain by Lu Zixin? How dare someone make a move on him? Lu Zitian's face also changed dramatically. Inwardly, he cackled. How did this happen? Yi Jin's gaze similarly flickered up. With purple heart watching, Tanger should logically not have any more trouble. Void Phoenix Mountain won't strike at him for no reason either. Could it be an attack on the road? The point is, once the soul is searched, Something. It's exposed. Tinger has not asked for help, and the soul lamp is still on, so his life should not be in danger yet. My child will make a trip to the Void Phoenix Mountain, Lu Zetian said in a deep voice. Humph. Someone who dares to make a move against my Lu family's unicorn child is afraid that he's tired of living. A rough and majestic voice also rang out. The crowd fixed their eyes on the oldest member of the Lu family, Lu Zongba. He was seen to be tall and strong, with an open lapel and tight muscles, and his eyes flashed with bearish anger. I'm with you. Unexpected. Suddenly a cold, mocking voice resounded throughout the hall. It's not necessary. The crowd froze and all looked away. At a glance, it was actually Lu Zixin, holding Lu Ming's hand, and in her other hand, carrying Lu Tang, who was in a coma. Tanger? Lu Zetian and Yi Jin were startled, but then he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he wasn't hurt. Lu Zetian's face looked bad. His voice was deep and cold. Little sister, is it true that you guys were attacked? Who invaded his divine soul? Ha! Lu Zixin threw Lu Tang to the ground. She ignored the crowd and stared straight at Lu Zonghe, who was sitting in the center of the hall, and it was done in such a way that the whole room froze in dismay. Is she off her meds? Lu Zixin took a deep breath. Her emotions, at the moment, were complicated, but more than that, they were anger. The anger of being about to lose her mind. The half of the demonic heart in her body began to be vaguely agitated. A stream of bloodthirsty, violent thoughts surged to her heart. She can't forgive herself for having hurt Lu Ming, but even more so, she can't forgive these so-called relatives for their heartlessness and outrageousness. Lu Zetian and Yi Jin's eyelids jumped hard. Yi Jin even got up sternly, staring straight at Lu Zixin with a cold face. Little sister, what are you doing? Lu Zixin directly ignored her, and the biting words of suppressed anger resounded through the great hall word by word. Lu Tang's so-called heavy pupil is not his own at all, but his elder brother and sister-in-law, digging and obtaining the proceeds of others. Gentlemen, is it known? What? Digging up what others get? This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. Qin Ruyan's face suddenly changed. How does she know? She subconsciously looked at Lu Ming, but he found that the other party had a look of righteous indignation and extreme resentment. Lu Zetian froze, then his voice rose, his expression grim. Little sister, you have to talk about evidence. Evidence? Lu Zixin ridiculously stared at Lu Zetian, the man who had once been kind to all three siblings and had never acted like an elder brother. His eyes filled with sneers and disdain. She took a deep breath. Lu Tang had his soul searched. You all should know about it, right? It was the Wind Vein Elder of the Void Phoenix Mountain, himself, said. She again despised and ridiculously looked at Lu Tang, who had fainted on the ground. If it wasn't for him causing trouble himself, this matter, I really have no way of knowing about it. Lu Zetian, Yi Jin, to do such a thing, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Shut up. Yi Jin's face turned blue, his voice cold. Lu Zixin, even if Tanger's heavy pupil isn't his own, what does it have to do with you? It's your turn to be here with no respect and say what you want. Do you even have a father? A brother? In your eyes? Lu Zetian stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, his voice was cold. Little sister, the demonic aura on your body, what's going on? Could it be? It's being entered by a demon of the heart. The mind is confused and babbling. Or is it that you are not Lu Zixin at all, and that you have gotten into my little sister's body, and purposely came to the Lu family with malicious intentions, attempting to sow discord? This statement was made. Only then did the crowd realize that within Lu Zixin's body, there was indeed a faint demonic aura, especially her eyes, which had all taken on a distinct purple-black color. Obviously, the state was extremely abnormal. No need to change the subject, Lu Zixin said in a cold voice. I will explain this matter to my parents, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Lu Zonghe's face sank into an unpredictable expression. He could naturally tell that the woman in front of him, despite her state, was indeed Lu Zixin, his own daughter. Equally well aware of his youngest daughter's nature, he would never make fun of the matter. If he had not lost control of his emotions to the extreme, he would never have acted this way in the Lu family hall. His voice was unusually low. Xiner, you said that Tenger's heavy pupils are not his own, so where exactly did they come from? Naturally, it's on your little grandson, Lu Ming, who has been neglected since his parents disappeared when he was young. This statement was made. Except for a few, the entire room was shocked to the core, not daring to believe it. Cluck, 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 cluck. Joke. We all know in our hearts what kind of qualifications little Mingzi has, and if you want to say that the heavy pupil came from someone else's body, I'll really believe it. But her? Little niece? Ask everyone. Who would believe such ridiculous things? The one who opened the mouth was none other than Lu Xiaoli. At this moment, she was sitting on the side of Lu Zonghe and the rest of the older generation, with an old and rather disdainful look. Last time, Lu Zixin didn't give her face and forcefully robbed her of her gongfu. She was taking it to heart. The crowd was head over heels though at her forcing herself to attend the meeting just to show off her status in front of her juniors. But, that being said, it does make extreme sense, and is exactly what is on most people's minds. Absurd or not, it's simple. Lu Ming opened his mouth. He grinned. Just need to search my aunt's soul and find out. Auntie? The crowd was stunned. They couldn't help but recall the 3 words that Phoenix Qianing had said earlier. Not you. Could it be that Lu Xingchen's supreme bone did not originally belong to him either? Xin Ruyan's pretty, mature face immediately began to turn white. She stared at Lu Ming, who had a harmless face, with disbelief and secret hatred in her heart. A terrible truth rose in her mind. That is, the guy has been playing dumb. He knows everything, or even, most likely, did it on purpose? To seduce her. But, why would he do that? Soul search. Lu Zonghe's face was grim to the core. Immediately. No, father, trust Ruyan. How could I possibly do that? Xin Ruyan was in a hurry. Father, my younger sibling has always treated Lu Ming as if she were her own. I'm sure she wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Zitian spoke out in a deep voice. Besides, soul searching has a great impact on the divine soul. Lu Zonghe interrupted him and said angrily, being a thief? You all don't listen to my words anymore? Do I have to do it myself? Big brother, take a moment to rest your anger. Lu Zonghui, who was dressed in black robes, said solemnly, this matter, it is a matter of great importance. If it's not convenient for Big Brother to make a move, then my old man will do it. Should all be okay with that? Strike that. He then got up, his face expressionless, and walked towards Qin Ruyan. The atmosphere of the great hall, unprecedented gravity. The people present had different looks. Sullen, cold, stony, tense, watchful, everything. Mo about half an incense burner later, Lu Zonghui's pale palm lifted from Qin Ruyan's head. Qin Ruyan recovered from her stupor, her face pale. What's the situation? Lu Zonghe spoke in a deep voice. Alas! Lu Zonghui sighed straight and shook his head. What Lu Ming and Zixin said is all true. A few days ago, Qin Ruyan used the excuse of finding a chance to trick Lu Ming into moving away from the Lu clan's boundaries to a formation that had been set up long ago, and took advantage of the opportunity to dig up his supreme bone. And then, she accidentally discovered that Lu Ming had awakened his heavy pupils. Coinciding with that time, Lu Tang was injured and lost his eyes. In order to pull Lu Zitian underwater, she took the news and informed the two of them. There will be no need to talk about the future. The words fell. The whole place is dead silent. How could the crowd not expect that to be true? Even Lu Xingchen's supreme bone belonged to Lu Ming. Feel the mass of shocked stares. The two of them, Lu Zitian and Yi Jin, were unpredictable in their expressions, their faces unsightly. The duo never expected that things would actually be exposed in this way. And, it's on this occasion. Recalling Lu Zixin's words, Lu Zitian looked expressionlessly at Lu Tang, who was still fainting on the floor of the hall, in full view of everyone, and had only one thought. He, Lu Zitian, had a lifetime of fame. How did you give birth to such a lousy piece of shit? Even Lu Xiaoli was shocked in her heart. She stared blankly at the furious Lu Ming. How could she not have imagined that the original fool she had always thought, the softball that she couldn't help but bully when she met, was the real absolute demon of the Lu family? He's not going to get back at himself, is he? Lu Xiaoli's heart thumped. Her eyes inexplicably flickered, and she panicked a little. May, right away. Seems to believe white something and sneers again. Even if you're a genius. So what? At the moment, he was also wasted. It was hard to not be able to dig the heavy pupil and the supreme bone back again. Even she felt that, with things having come to this, Lu Zitian and Qin Ruyan, even if they died, would not be able to agree to this matter. Moreover, behind Yi Jin and Qin Ruyan, there were not weak forces standing behind them. Sure enough, Qin Ruyan flung herself to the ground, falling to her knees with tears in her voice, begging bitterly. But the voice, however, was tinged with some hatred, resentment. Father, 1,000 mistakes are all Ruyan's fault, but ever since I married into the Lu family, I've never been treated with a straight face. Zihan has no feelings for me, and even though he gave birth to a son, he's only loved another woman from the beginning to the end. He even left with that woman without saying a word and disappeared for 5 years. Even before, he preferred Lu Ming to Star. On what grounds? Qin Ruyan looked sad. Could it be that Xingchen is not his son? Moreover, this marriage, or by you personally promised back then. Her voice was hoarse. He Lu Ming does not think about progress, only knows how to eat, drink and play all day long, but he was able to awaken a powerful physique. while Xingchen practiced hard day and night, only to be able to exchange for today. What makes heaven so unfair? Hearing her vent like this, the crowd sighed. But that's no reason for you to poison Lu Ming, Lu Zonghe said angrily. As smoke knows, Qin Ruyan looked forlorn. But none of this has anything to do with Xingchen. He's currently in the Forbidden Land, following his old ancestors' cultivation, and he doesn't know anything about it. Saying that, a hint of determination flashed under her eyes. As long as father doesn't implicate him, Ruyan is willing to die to thank him for his sins. Hiss. This statement was made. The entire crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that Qin Ruyan could go to such an extent for the sake of her child. Lu Ming quietly watched her perform, kind of wanting to laugh, but also really quite impressed. This acting, this real emotion. Saying movie queen is kind of a slur on her. If this world had a way of performing, this woman would definitely be at the level of a great emperor. Unrivaled. Lu Zonghe's expression was cloudy, his chest heaving. How could he not know that Qin Ruyan was retreating in order to advance, anticipating that he would not really kill her? After all, he and the other party's father, Qin Hung, had been old friends for many years. Moreover, the strength of the Qin family was likewise not to be underestimated. If you really kill it, I'm afraid things, in the end, will get out of hand. Lu Xingchen, too, would hate him as a grandfather for this. He took a deep breath and temporarily turned his attention to Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zetian, his face expressionless as he suppressed his anger. What about you guys? Could it be that death is also the way to go? Lu Zetian was silent. Qin Ruyan didn't want to be ashamed, but he, who was the head of the family, of course wanted to be ashamed. Half a day later, still in a deep voice, he said, in this matter, it is the child's fault. My child is willing to step aside as the head of the family, and Lu Tang is at his father's disposal. Lu Tang woke up in a daze. Hearing this, and surveying the surrounding area, he was shocked, and immediately sobered up for the most part. He came to Yi Jin in a panic. Mother, I don't want to die. Mother, save me. Yi Jin is finally in the heart. She looked at Lu Zonghe, kneeled down, gritted his teeth. Father, to kill or die, as you wish. But Tang Er is innocent. Lu Zonghe's face turned blue. He stared at the men for a long time. Lock up in the Forbidden Land. All of them. Wait for the old ancestors' judgment. Lu family, Forbidden Land. It is also known as the Abyss of Disaster. As in the abyss, the demonic aura was so thick that it was difficult to detect from the outside world. It is rumored to be a void space created by the first generation of the family head, utilizing a forbidden object. The entrance to the Forbidden Land was located below a deep cliff in the back of the mountain. Go down. This was the Lu family. The first time so many people entered the Forbidden Land at the same time. Lu Zetian, Yi Jin and the two of them sealed their cultivation, while Qin Ruyan was directly suppressed. Lu Zonghe, Lu Zonghui, the two old men with the highest prestige, took Lu Ming, Lu Tang, and Lu Zixin with them, and made a long leap towards the bottom of the cliff. The crowd plummeted, wrapped in endless darkness and fog. I don't know how much time has passed. Gradually, the darkness and fog that filled the sky thinned out. Bright lights, like faint starlight, began to twinkle all around them. Lu Ming also finally saw what this so-called Forbidden Land actually looked like. It was like descending in an endless void, with demonic aura and ancient runes, haunting the surroundings in a mysterious and bizarre manner. It's worthy of being a Forbidden Land, and it's not much different from a magic land. I don't know what the initial head of the Lu family was doing by opening up such a place. Those old ancestors were in seclusion in such a place all year round. Would they really not be affected? He felt that there was such a place as an ancestral land. It's a wonder this family is normal. Finally, the crowd was wrapped in aura and slowly landed on the ground. It's an endless land of desolation. A weird red moon hung in the sky. The ground was covered with debris and dead leaves, and the sky was filled with a dense and suffocating demonic aura. Lu Zixin secretly frowned. It seemed that she hadn't been able to think that the Lu family's Forbidden Land was actually so terrifying. It was almost like a land of demonic cultivation. It is rumored that the forbidden object that the first generation of the Lu family's family master refined was an ancient trial tower. Demonic chi. It comes from some ancient demonic corpses. My Lu family's apocalypse bloodline hides endless potential, and the more it suffers great stimulation, the more it can show its power and specialness. Lu Zonghe slowly said, this demonic chi is what the old ancestor purposely left behind to test the descendants. Those with a tough mind can withstand the erosion of demonic energy, turning it to their own use and growing stronger. And the old ancestors are in seclusion here, seeking a breakthrough opportunity. If you feel uncomfortable and the aura in your body is agitating uncontrollably, stimulate the power of your bloodline and try to resist it, or absorb it directly, he cautioned. Lu Zixin attempted to run her bloodline. The aura suddenly hummed and spread out. Eyes, green silk, gradually turned into a deep purple, an ethereal and mysterious power, surging around the body. The skin surged a layer of crystalline transparent xianlight shield, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The beauty is unparalleled. The demonic qi, which began to be gradually transformed into a purple aura by her, was gradually absorbed. Everyone, including Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zitian, were surprised by this. It used to be said that Lu Zixin's natural talent was actually not inferior to Lu Zihan at the time. Now, they finally had a clear cognizance that this bloodline concentration alone was not something they could compare to. Lu Zonghe's cloudy eyes even showed admiration and appreciation. Pity. She, however, seemed to have a great deal of animosity with the family, because of Lu Ming's affair. LOL. Lu Tung, on the other hand, similarly activated his bloodline. His hair began to fly, and his pupils showed a golden color, the heavy pupil. It seemed that with the Apocalypse bloodline, a certain degree of fusion had occurred, making him seemingly not even inferior to Lu Zixin in terms of breath. This made Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zitian, finally, see a glimmer of light. Only Lu Ming. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if they were in a very awkward position, because he didn't have an Apocalypse bloodline. But immediately, they were surprised. These demonic auras could not affect Lu Ming in the slightest. It just lingered around him, no different than air. It's worthy of being the birth of two legendary physiques, the heavy pupil and the supreme bone. Lu Zonghe sighed in his heart. This fortune alone is enough to make these demonic qi not dare to act rashly in the slightest. Unfortunately, but to the Lu family, a greater dislike, from the beginning to the end of the Never Square Eyes Lu family people. Looking back, he sucked in a cloudy breath and waved his hand away, and the rapt crowd disappeared into thin air. Swish! The next moment, a forest of dilapidated black stone towers then appeared in front of everyone's eyes. See only, Lu Xingchen, dressed in white, sat cross-legged in the middle of the tower forest. The surrounding black towers, which produced a steady stream of demonic qi, formed a formation and surged into him. He, on the other hand, was surrounded by golden light, just like a teenage god. Stars. Qin Ruyan almost dropped a tear. Mother? Lu Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa, great-uncle, great-aunt? See Lu Zixin and the others. He froze at first. However, upon discovering that Qin Ruyan's aura had been suppressed, her clothes were disheveled, and her eyes were slightly red and swollen. A wretched appearance. His pupils shrank. Mother, who bullied you? Qin Ruyan forced a smile. Mother is fine. Just came to see you. Cough cough cough. Talking about talking. She suddenly coughed, as if she couldn't stand the demonic aura around her. Grandpa, why did you block my mother's cultivation? Lu Xingchen shouted, and as his mind was affected, the demonic qi began to rage and agitate, surging into his body. Aha! I want to read a novel. No, not right. Let go of my mother. He got up violently and was about to charge the crowd. Filial piety is commendable, but the mind is still unstable. At this point, an old voice sighed straight out, seemingly less than satisfied. See only, an old man, dressed in rags and with disheveled hair, appeared. With a lift of his hand, he drained the demonic qi from Lu Xingchen's body. Lu Xingchen's eyes, too, had finally regained their clarity. Zonghe, meet third uncle. Greetings, third grandfather. Greetings, third uncle ancestor. The moment he appeared, the crowd was thrilled to curtsy and even kneel. The ragged old man frowned, his voice like rotten wood rubbing. Get up, all of you. Didn't we agree not to bother the old man about nothing? Uncle Sam. Lu Zonghe got up, his voice low. It's a long story. He told the story, from beginning to end, without adding to it. After saying this, he sighed long and hard. I still ask third uncle to make up his mind. Listen. The raggedy old man narrowed his eyes. Lu Xingchen was even more completely dumbfounded. What? The supreme bone that mother had implanted in her body was actually little brother's? Half a day later, just as everyone was looking at the ragged old man, inwardly apprehensive, waiting for his reaction, he looked to Lu Ming. After looking up and down, I couldn't hear any tone. How do you, plan to handle this? Qin Ruyan's heart tightened, and Lu Zitian and Yi Jin, too, held their breath. Lu Ming thought for a moment and calmly said, 1. Abolish Qin Ruyan, Lu Zitian, and Yi Jin, and suppress the Forbidden Land for 100 years. 2. Waste Lu Tang, Lu Xingchen, what Lu Zongba shouldn't have. Return it. 3. Raise the entire clan to find my parents. Just these 3 requests. This statement was made. Everyone's face changed. Lu Zongba? How come this matter involves this 5th uncle? You fart. Lu Tang roared. If you want me to return the items to you, You can, but to abolish my parents. Lu Ming, you are committing treason and deserve to die. Lu Ming, if you dare to abolish my mother, I will definitely kill you. Lu Xingchen hissed similarly. From a young age, Qin Ruyan had instilled in him the idea that Lu Zihan favored Lu Ming more and disliked both their mother and son. This was to make Lu Xingchen more competitive and work hard on his cultivation. The same is true of venting the resentment in one's heart. Qin Ruyan, on the other hand, did not know that it was Lu Zihan who had seen her character very early on, and that was why he had treated her so well. Ming'er, what is this Lu Zongbai you speak of? Lu Zonghe's face was grim. Could it be that he made a move on you as well? Lu Ming shook his head. He too is just a small matter. He only robbed me of a treasure. It can be afterward. With that, he looked to the raggedy old man. What do you mean? There was a long silence on the other side. Points 2 and 3, I can promise you. And have the Lu family apologize to you and take you as their disciple. But Qin Ruyan is your aunt, and Lu Zitian, Yi Jin, is even your own great-uncle and aunt, at a young age. Are you so cruel? Ruthless? Lu Zixin laughed coldly. Why did you not say a word about their ruthlessness? The ragged old man looked over at her, and when he saw the richness of her bloodline and her natural talent, his eyes similarly flashed with a hint of admiration. However, he still said in a deep voice, this is also your own big brother, so you want him to die so badly? Die? Lu Zixin shook her head. Of course it's not to let him die, but I think that scrapping is the best option. Lu Xingchen and Lu Tang, and even Lu Zonghe, couldn't help but look at her. They didn't understand why, being equally a family, she had to be so oriented towards Lu Ming and bent on targeting their parents. Lu Zonghe, on the other hand, sighed helplessly. If the children are centrifuged, it is the old people who have no virtue. Over the years, he stopped paying attention to family matters and left it all to Lu Zitian to take care of. I didn't expect to make such a mess. The ragged old man was silent for a long time. Once again, he looked at Lu Ming. No wiggle room? No. Lu Ming faintly shook his head. Lu Ming, do you want to be ungrateful? Returning the item to you, apologizing to you, and third uncle ancestor even promising to take you on as a disciple and help you find your parents. It's already very fair and right for you. Lu Tang viciously said. You now have nothing to do, but you want to abolish my parents, and Aunt Xin, completely destroy them, shaking the foundation of my Lu family. A small age, why is the heart so vicious? Mingle Lu Zonghe sighed at this time, also said, you and I each take a step back, the treasures are all returned to you, the three will be imprisoned in the Forbidden Land for 10 years, until we find your parents, so that Zihan will become the head of the family, and you, to become the young head of my Lu family, the heir, the bookstore, the treasure trove of resources at your disposal. How about this? No. Lu Ming shook his head. 10 years? Is this funny? I've never been one to be unreasonable. It's just that you're not sincere in the least, and you don't even realize what the problem is. Or so, just don't want to recognize it. I am indeed at peace now, but that's no reason to excuse them. But had it not been for the system, he would have been wasted, or even dying, the first time his bones were dug out. This was what Lu Ming had in mind. See that he's okay. The so-called great-uncle mother, actually did not have the slightest hesitation. The son was injured the same night. Then his heavy pupil also digged to go. Hateful to the core. If we were on Earth, even if the slain were resurrected, the murderer would have to pay the same price. 10 years of confinement was simply painless for cultivators of this level, and even, perhaps, a breakthrough as a result. As for the young master of the house, if we follow the normal development, it would be equally natural for himself, who possessed the supreme bone, to become the young family head. So, Lu Ming was the one who felt that they were ridiculous and didn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. Alas, the ragged old man also seemed to have never expected that Lu Ming would be so persistent, and, in no way, give him the face of an old ancestor. Lu Xingchen had already fused his bloodline with the supreme bone. If he were to forcefully remove it, he would be seriously injured even if he wasn't crippled. The point was, compared to Lu Ming, he liked Lu Xingchen's respect for his elders and his resolute yet good nature. He was silent for a long time. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the proposal Lu Ming made, he couldn't accept it. The Yi family, the Qin family, had a strength not inferior to the Lu family. According to Lu Ming's, the relationship between the two families would definitely fall apart, and then the consequences would be really serious. Lu Ming I know you've been wronged. These two things, your eldest uncle and aunt did indeed do wrong. But, there is a doubt in the mind of Uncle Tai. Since, you said your great-uncle and great-uncle dug out your heavy pupil and your aunt dug out your supreme bone. Why? Yet you're fine now. and don't look wounded at all?" This statement was made. Whether it was Lu Zonghe, Lu Zitian, Qin Ruyan, Lu Xingchen, or Lu Zixin, all of them were stunned. Yeah, due to all that, they were even close to forgetting that there was such an important thing, especially Lu Zixin, though she was steadfastly on Lu Ming's side to seek justice for him. But the last time, it did confuse her just as much. Obviously, she had dug out and even eaten his heart with her own hands, and at that time, she was desperate when she thought that it was impossible for Lu Ming to be alive again. Instead, he stood up unharmed. It's like completely out of character. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't tell the truth. He shook his head gently. "It's something I can explain later. Don't get into the victim guilt theory. Now that I am here, I would like to ask you to be sure of just one thing. If you can't make a decision on this matter, I'll go to the second great uncles, or I'll go to the old ancestor. Anyway, I'll give the Lu family a chance." Lu Ming's voice couldn't be heard rising and falling. "Yi Jin, Qin Ruyan has a family behind the two of them, but as you said, wrong is wrong. If you guys say so, why am I okay? Then I'll give them a chance to gouge out Lu Tang's eyes and Lu Xingchen's bones. 2. Lu Zitian, Yi Jin, Qin Ruyan's cultivation is ruined. If they are fine, this matter, I can no longer pursue. So, is that fair?" He looked to the bad old man. Shut up." Lu Zonghe fiercely drank towards Lu Tang. "Look at you now. Do you look like a young householder at all?" Lu Tang's gaze stagnated and he stopped speaking. "It does count as fair." The ragged old man's voice was hoarse. "But Yi Jin and Qin Ruyan, after all, can only be counted as half of the Lu family, so if you want to make a move, you should at least notify them. If they agree, naturally. If you don't agree, with this old bone of mine, I will personally do it for you. How about it?" He had finally given in to Lu Ming. One could also say, compromise with reason. But the words came out. Qin Ruyan's face was ashen, and Yi Jin's face, too, sank completely. Poof! Lu Zitian suddenly fell to his knees, looked at the old man, and said in a deep voice, "The eye gouging incident was planned by me alone. Yi Jin and Tanger are completely innocent. I am willing to bear all the chastisement. If Lu Ming wants to abolish me, then abolish me, or kill me. My child but begs for death. I hope uncle will be lenient." As the words fell, Yi Jin and Lu Tang, and even Lu Zixin, looked at him incredulously. To die together. Yi Jin also knelt down, trembling and clenching his teeth. "Uncle, Tanger already has a completely fused heavy pupil. If he digs it out, he will be completely hopeless. Zitian and I are willing to die as thanks for our sins, and everything in the Lu family. Lu Ming can take it. I hope you'll open your net." Qin Ruyan also fell to her knees. Ruyan likewise. Alas! See this look. Lu Zonghe closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He didn't want to see the current situation more than anyone else. But, everything had already happened and there was nothing anyone could do to undo it. Sure enough, pressing for death worked again. The broken old man, too, only wanted to waste them, not personally kill his offspring. These people, with the appearance of not being afraid of death and hard to protect their son, made the gaze gloomy and the face bad up. Lu Ming saw the situation. Suddenly, "Forget it. Then put them all in the Forbidden Land for the time being, and one day, when my parents return, they will decide." After he said that, he faintly said towards Lu Zixin, "Little aunt, let's go first." Soon after, "How do you feel about this?" Outside the boundary of the Lu family, on top of a mountain. Although Lu Zixin was facing the distant sea of clouds, her remaining light, however, fell on Lu Ming's tender face. From this moment, she finally knew that this little nephew of hers was definitely not simple. He had known that everything was done by Qin Ruyan. He had long since seen through that the family's hearts weren't turning toward him. He had no illusions about his so-called aunts, great-uncles, aunts, grandfathers, or even old ancestors from the beginning. So, didn't mention it to anyone. Performances, all performances. Even if that so-called old ancestor doesn't give his word. Lu Ming laughed. "What should be done? Your father actually had an idea in his heart. At least, he was 10,000% reluctant in his mind to do what I told him to do. Once he really makes a move against Lu Xingchen and Lu Tang, not only will it affect the relationship between the Qin family and the Yi family sacred ground, but at the same time, the 2 grandchildren, the 2 daughters-in-law, and the 1 son, will all hold a complete grudge against him. Only, I did not expect that my cousin Lu Tang, but also not all a straw man. At least no, even if the heavy pupil was recaptured. But once the father and mother were abolished, he was also completely abolished." Lu Zixin was silent for a long time. "Do you hate them?" "So much for that. Though, it does seem quite hateful." But, Lu Ming smiled indifferently. "Everyone's choices are different. let's go for a walk outside. Let's wait until mom and dad get back, and if they really don't, it's not too late to do it. But then, that's me in person. Soon after, backcountry. Yo, coming? Lu Ming was lying on the grass, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. Lu Xiaoli faintly said, called me here, what's the matter? At this moment, she had already subconsciously restrained the 3 words auntie. Of course it's a reckoning. Lu Ming didn't look back. Years of accounts. You want to get back at me? Lu Xiaoli suddenly laughed. It seems that it was a good talk in the Forbidden Land. All the nerve to talk to me like that. That's not true. Lu Ming smiled. After all, what kind of Lu family members are? You'll know if you look in the mirror yourself. Lu Xiaoli narrowed her eyes. You dare to be so arrogant even without a deal? I thought that your supreme bone, heavy pupil, were coming back. Arrogant is not so much. Lu Ming got up from the grass. None of the stuff is coming back either. Auntie Lu, fight me fair. How about the loser? Who loses? Loses his own cultivation? Lu Xiaoli's eyelids fluttered. Before she could say anything, Lu Ming teased. What? Don't dare? Where did that energy go last time? Ha, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Xiaoli sneered. Almost got the better of this guy. The loser will lose his or her cultivation. She was a full 4 years older than Lu Ming. Since he was young, he cultivated in the Forbidden Land. And now, he is already at the 9th level of Xianling. 1 step away from being able to step into the middle 3rd realm. An unparalleled genius. The point is, she was protected by a saint-ranked defense supreme treasure bestowed by her father. That alone made her invincible. He, Lu Ming, what can he fight with himself? This, you asked for it. She placed a saint-ranked lance and summoned it out. The aura erupted, and a white dragon silhouette began to coil and wrap around the gun with a compelling aura. Lower holy grade defense. And weapons. Your old man, he's really giving it up. Lu Ming laughed, but his hands were not idle as he condensed a long sword of aura. Gaze, suddenly cooled down. Swish, his figure, disappeared. Put. Suddenly, a chaotic sword chi tore through her defensive treasures and tore apart her whirlwind of aura. Tai Su Whisking Clouds. 8th level. First style. Jedi Cloud Splitting Shadow. Lu Xiaoli's gaze froze, and the lance in her hand fell with a snap. For a moment, she forgot about the intense pain in her belly and the blood spurting out wildly. It wasn't until she stiffened and lowered her head, seeing the spin of her aura tear apart and her breath fall crazily, that a sense of icy despair surged violently into her heart. How is that possible? Ah! My spirits see that you wasted. Lu Ming! Lu Ming! Lu Ming! You deserve to die. I want you dead. Lu Ming! How dare he waste her? At this moment, she didn't bother to consider in the slightest why Lu Ming still had such a powerful strength, and had even departed from the realm of common sense. An 8-year-old child who could actually instantly destroy saint-ranked defensive treasures. Before she could condense her martial Dao seal, the spiral of aura being torn apart by a sword meant that she would lose her entire cultivation. All these years, all for nothing. Huge commotion. Immediately attracting several figures. They instantly swept in. The comers were alarmed. Lu Ming actually dared to lay hands on that grumpy ancestor's little daughter? Land family Forbidden Land. There are 5 clan elders in total, excluding the Grand Clan Elder who was the only existing 2nd generation of the Lu family. The remaining 4, all of them were the 3rd generation of the Lu family. Existences that were several thousand years old. A heavenly heart realm powerhouse has a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. And that Grand Clan Elder is a terrifying figure close to the Hail Mary. With him sitting in the Lu family, the Lu family was truly called one of the top Holy Land families in the Eastern Wasteland. Although Lu Xiaoli was not the daughter of that person, she was the daughter of the 5th clan elder. The Lu family's prime generation, Lu Qinyang, weird temperament and extremely protective. That's why basically no one in the Lu family dared to mess with Lu Xiaoli. This Lu Ming was aggrieved. But, he was crazy to dare to make a move on Lu Xiaoli, right? 3rd brother, 4th brother. After seeing the visitor, Lu Xiaoli grabbed the sleeves of the 2 men as if she was crazy. And what was originally an exquisitely beautiful little face became especially terrifying. Hissing and screaming, "Find Lu Ming! You must find him, kill him, and take revenge for me. Little pair, don't be in a hurry. A broken cyclone can be repaired. I don't care. You guys must avenge me, or else I'll go to my father." The 4th uncle of the Lu family frowned and raised his hand with a wave of power, putting Lu Xiaoli into a coma and stopping the injuries in the small of her back that were getting worse and worse because of the excitement. After such a big incident, 5th uncle was actually slow to show up? Could it be that he has gone after Lu Ming? He had a bad feeling in his heart. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a poor man, and it was justifiable for him to be aggrieved and lose his mind. If Uncle 5 really made a move to kill him, that's the biggest tragedy of the Lu family. The most questionable, though, that Lu Ming was actually able to pierce through the Saint-rank defense equipment and directly abolish Lu Xiaoli's Qi whirlpool? Could it be? It was Purple Heart who struck? His eyes flickered. If this is true, then this pair of aunt and nephew, really confused to the home. In the meantime, Forbidden Land, in the Black Tower, an old man with a tall and sturdy figure and long silver white hair that fell down to his waist like a waterfall opened his eyes violently and erupted with monstrous killing intent. Who dares to be so bold? His figure, suddenly disappeared in place, appeared in the back of the mountain. When several people saw him coming, they were all startled and hurriedly knelt down in fear. Fifth uncle, we were not well protected and caused little pair to be injured. I deserve to die for my sins. Humph. The stout old man's voice was like a flood bell, causing their souls to tremble and their faces to turn pale. Who is it? Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Lu Zihan, that young son? Listen. A shocking coldness erupted under the old man's eyes. Good. Very good. When I recapture it, I will definitely pull out its tendons and skin and break it into pieces. The fourth uncle of the Lu family was shocked. Fifth uncle. That Lu Ming is also a member of the Lu family. You can't do that. A member of the Lu family? My Lu family doesn't have such people who brutalize their fellow clansmen. The old man's figure was about to burst out again. Suddenly, boom! The heart pounded so hard it was hard to breathe. In the depths of his mind, an icy, faint, voice like heavenly music suddenly echoed. But the words were as heavy as 10,000 pounds of warning. Old thing, let the juniors settle their own matters. And if you dare to make a move, I'll exterminate your Lu family. He was completely frozen. Immediately, his face turned blue and he roared. A mere junior, making a big fuss and insulting me too much. Piss me off. Seeing him stay in place, several people also froze and looked at each other, not knowing why. Until, that is, he was shocked to see him clenching his fists in death, as if he was holding back his anger. What exactly had happened to make this old man, who could not be stopped by the King of Heaven when he launched his anger, as if he had been tightly strangled by an invisible giant hand, unable to move? A few people looked at this scene. All of them were fearful and puzzled. What the hell happened? The fourth uncle of the Lu family asked cautiously. Lu Qingyang was silent for a long time and finally spoke slowly, but the old voice, low and full of suppressed anger. This matter is put down for the time being. Hiss. Several people were horrified, shocked, and looked at each other. In his heart, a terrible speculation rose. This cheap master teacher, he really does give it a lot of power, but the system is more powerful. Compared to the anger held back on the Lu family's side, Lu Ming was in a much more comfortable mood. It seemed as if a part of the breath that had been held inside was let out a lot. At this time, he had long been carried by Lu Zixin and left far away. The Lu family didn't come after them. There was only one great possibility, and that was Phoenix Qianing striking out. Other than that, it's basically unlikely. What he also marveled at was that absolute cloud-splitting shadow under the auspices of the chaotic Qi in the Hongming pupil. Chaotic Qi, whether it was offensive, defensive, or any other effect, was incredibly powerful. And the pupil of Hongmeng allowed him to clearly see through where the weakness of that defensive treasure was. In conjunction with the Saint grade upper grade martial skill, 9th level, an extremely strong single attack move, it actually allowed his district heavenly martial 1st level to instantly destroy a Saint grade lower grade defensive treasure. Of course, it was also related to Lu Xiaoli's cultivation, not to mention that she hadn't activated it in the slightest, and even if she had, with her weak spiritual power, it wouldn't have helped. You've got a lot of nerve. Flying and sweeping over the lofty mountains, Lu Zixin couldn't help but speak. A little something. And little aunt, I know that you also look at that Lu Xiaoli in a bad light, so this is also considered to be a popular choice. Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. So much has happened today. Lu Zixin went down in a rare silence and sighed softly. She and Lu Ming, the reason why they were able to return to the Lu family in a short period of time, it was Phoenix Thousand Shadows who struck. Her attainments in the spatial way were second to none even in the entire desolate ancient continent. Below the great emperor, almost no one could surpass him. In the desolate ancient continent, the space was extremely solid. Lu Ming guessed that this was an extremely large planet, as he could see the sun rise and the moon set. And the more massive the planet, the greater the gravity, plus the various invisible rule forces that permeated the space, not to mention instantaneous transportation. A simple airborne movement would have to be at least at the first realm of the upper 3 realms, the life-prying realm, to be able to do so. Yongning Prefecture, Tianquan City. Have you heard? Our Eastern Wasteland Holy Land level family, the Lu family, produced 2 amazing demons a while ago. One of them awakened the legendary Supreme Bone. Ouch, that pouring sky golden light. Vision Array. Dragon and Phoenix together, nah. What's even more remarkable is that it is said that one of the 3 masters of the Eastern Wasteland, the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Lu Tung, who is on par with the Brahma saint's son and the wine sword sect's eldest brother, actually grows ancient heavy pupils in the myths. TSK, that vision, can be described as a haze of light. Miracles come down. All beings worship. This 2 in a row. The rise of the Lu family, I'm afraid it is unstoppable. Domination of the eastern wasteland. Just around the corner. Inside the tavern. Chatting away. Snort. Ridiculous. A drunken, burly man took a gulp of wine and waved his hand dismissively at the crowd. You're all long out of date with this information. The Lu family, there is only one true world-renowned demon, a supreme pride of the heavens, and that is that young grandson, Lu Ming. One person awakening the supreme bone and the heavy pupil at the same time can be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. Originally a promising future, but unfortunately, victimized by an adulterous and poisonous woman. The 2 supreme physiques were taken at the same time. That adulterous, poisonous woman is his own aunt, great-uncle, but after the matter was revealed, the Lu family not only did not help that young grandson, but instead, they made a rake, saying that these 2 major physiques could not have been born in the same person, and that it was that young grandson who was born a fool, and due to jealousy, planted the evidence to defame him. In the end, he was expelled from his family and his whereabouts are still unknown. Just tell me, are you guys pissed off and miserable? Oh, miserable is miserable enough. A green-clothed young man waved his folding fan and laughed. However, if that's really the case, the Lu family is too stupid to go overboard, isn't it? That is, in theory, such a genius should have been discovered long ago. Where is the turn to make such a mess and even be expelled from the family? I think that being born stupid and having a jealous heart is the only thing that can be believed. The drunk snorted, his voice gruff. I told you guys you were stupid and you didn't believe me. That Lu Ming, whose parents have been missing since he was a child, and whose family's hearts are treacherous, can only protect himself by playing dumb? Unfortunately, it was still the wicked aunt who found out the end of the story, so she became jealous, mischievous, and finally poisoned her, in order to drag the Lu family's head of the family into the water. Only then the secret of the heavy pupil, to tell that head of the family couple, and finally led to that Lu Ming. The heavy pupil was also dug out. Moreover, in this matter, the titular Eastern Wasteland's #1 powerhouse, Fairy Phoenix, has personally said that the supreme bone is not that Lu Xingqian's. Some good people have even composed a poem about it. The Eastern Wasteland Lu family is really stupid. And when they're stupid in a litter. The little ones are stupid after the big ones, and the big ones are stupid after the old ones, letting go of the true geniuses and insisting on protecting the 2 fools. Poor little child is adrift without a penny in his pocket, waiting for him to retool for 30 years. The burly man slammed the table, bloodwash his Lu family's entire door. Yes, great poem. The crowd was finally righteously indignant and applauded. There was even a continuous sigh of relief. So it seems that Lu Ming, who was destined to become a supreme being, has now been completely reduced to a wastrel, an inconspicuous corner. Sitting opposite was a child, and a woman in purple. If the atmosphere of the tavern was not too intense and lively, I am afraid that it would have attracted a lot of attention. However, despite this, there were still quite a few people who couldn't stop looking this way and secretly gulping. The poem, did you make it up? The woman sipped her tea. Who else could have written such perfect verses? The child is smug, vulgar. The woman shook her head and laughed. Not learning. What do you mean? One stupid is a stupid litter? This is taking me into account? What 2 don't count? The child laughed. The 2 were none other than Lu Ming and Lu Zixin. Of course, he wasn't evicted from his home. Instead, they all had the idea of getting out and walking. Lu Ming didn't have a choice for the time being, using the Void Phoenix Mountain to apply pressure and forcibly abolish those few people, or seeing as that old man wasn't biased in the end, also for the sake of his old man. But, of course, only for the time being. Those guys, after all, couldn't escape. The 2 crossed the lofty mountains and endless boundaries to the southwest domain of the Eastern Wasteland. Here, there is a mysterious and ancient force called Tianji Pavilion. Legend has it that there is a treasure called the Heaven-Peeping Mirror, which can be activated to know everything in heaven and on earth. In order to get news about Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zihan, Lu Zixin had come to this place. Unfortunately, the Tianji Pavilion was hidden in a secret realm and only opened once in 100 years. It is said that it was the pavilion master who peeped into the heavens on a certain occasion and suffered a severe backlash, and his life and death are unknown. Since then, Tianji-gu has set up rules. Visitors are received once 100 years for 3 days, and must present a treasure that can renew the life of the saint before they will make a move. Unfortunately, even if he made a move, he couldn't catalyze the heaven-prying mirror. Only the owner of the pavilion, Elder Tian Gue, has that ability. And despite being a life renewal treasure, It was extremely precious even in the Holy Land. But, every time the Tianji Pavilion opened, it still attracted many top-tier powerhouses to visit. Therefore, even if it is a life-renewing treasure, if the effect is not strong, it will be in vain. The secret realm that Tianji Pavilion was located in, called the Thousand Lotus Secret Realm, had exactly 1 month left until the next opening. Although, Lu Ming didn't have the life renewal supreme treasure, but he has the yellow din. Lu Ming was confident. The life chi in the yellow cauldron was more powerful than any of the so-called life-renewing treasures in the desolate ancient world. Soon after, a fat boss walked down from the second floor of the tavern with a winking smile on his face. 2 honored guests. Here for a drink? Aha. The woman nodded. Then follow me to the second floor. The second floor please. The 2 men looked at each other and the man nodded. Let's go. A few people went upstairs. Downstairs, there was a murmur. It's actually someone from the Seven Wolves sect. TSK. This Seven Wolves sect is something special. One of the top forces in the Southwest domain. It may not be that deep, but the 7 people at the head of the group, known as the Seven Wolves of the Southwest, each have a powerful strength comparable to that of a saint. And together, ordinary saints are no match for them. Oh, it's just different when this heavenly pavilion is about to open. It seems like Tianchuan City is going to be bustling for a while. Isn't that so? Also, let me tell you, in this Southwest domain, don't mess with anyone but the disciples of the Seven Wolves sect. If you mess with the people of the extreme hegemony Holy Land, maybe they'll only kill you alone. But the Seven Wolves sect is different. They main fight one who is not afraid of death, extremely protective, vindictive, and likes to do things by cutting off the roots, and wants to kill your whole family. This statement was made. The entire room shrank, only to feel a chill down their backs. You're so cruel, killing your whole family? Oh, when Lu Ming heard these words, he also became somewhat curious about this Seven Wolves sect. This style of acting is quite a déjà vu. As the saying goes, the soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, the hard ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of the ones who don't want to die. This saying is equally applicable in the world of cultivation. If it's still a bunch of people who don't want to die, then it's indeed even worse to mess with. However, he was only slightly emotional about it and didn't think too much of it. After all, a power that didn't even have any saints couldn't turn over anymore. Night, meditation pavilion, retreat room. Lu Ming's mind moved, and he entered the yellow cauldron world. It was a vast and boundless world filled with a large amount of Xin Huang Mother Qi, the Qi of life. Unlike the earth cauldron, there was no land, no trees, and only some huge ancient spirit vapors roaming in space. The vital energy was something that could be transferred out of the tripod by him at any time. So his purpose this time was to take the rest of those ancient spirit void shadows inside his body. With his senses, his aura transformed into wings, and he flew rapidly through the world. He flew and swept in this manner, and after about half an hour, finally, he saw it, the second silhouette other than the swift spirit phoenix, a huge white dragon, suspended in front of it. Lu Ming was like a tiny ant. However, when he released a strand of chaotic qi, the white dragon's shadow seemed to be shaken by the force and began to fluctuate slightly. Immediately, an ancient and low dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire Huangding world. The body, gradually becoming clearer and more real, emerged as a sacred and dense pure white. It surged into the sky, and the whole world shuddered. Eventually, after hovering in the sky for a long time, it swooped down towards Lu Ming, its body suddenly shrinking and all but disappearing into his body. It's almost exactly the same as last time. Lu Ming could clearly feel that there was an extra trace of stray sacred white dragon aura in his body. Such a huge dragon. But in the end it became so small. It's also really amazing. After this extra trace of aura, his body didn't change much. It was also unknown whether it was a mismatch in physique or whether the chaotic chi was too overbearing. Suppressing it to such an extent didn't stay long. He proceeded to set off for his second target. Soon after, he came to an ancient, mysterious area. The flowers are layered and the petals flow with colorful light, dreamy and beautiful. Right in the center, a huge spirit butterfly silhouette, suspended in midair. It was crystal clear, its wings trembling slightly, emitting a soft glow. This power was very different from the previous white dragon, Tao Tai, ancient tree, and so on. It seems to be dreams and visions. A strand of black and white chaotic chi with endless power of tolerance and destruction slowly flowed out from his palm, like a fine stream, meandering forward. Soon, it touched the spirit butterfly void, making it gradually clear. On one of its wings, countless strange runes emerged, as if they contained endless mysteries, dazzling people. Suddenly, accompanied by a melodious, such as clear spring water, such as the night wind whisking leaves, let a person's heart relaxed and happy, and can clearly feel a majestic, full of power chirping. The butterfly steeply vibrated and flew high, circling in the air for a few weeks before swooping down towards Ming like a colorful meteor. Lu Ming exhaled. Second course. He continued to fly, after spending close to an hour. Finally, the two remaining shadows in the yellow tripod were absorbed into his body, and he didn't seem to be able to think that the last vista was actually an ancient tree. Dragons, butterflies, trees, together with the phoenix of the living spirit, there are 4 channels in total. He looked into the distance, and the meditative sensation in his heart had been eliminated. It seemed that the world, all the vapors, had been absorbed into itself. Unfortunately, none of these shadows seem to have a consciousness of their own, and are purely just a force. It seems that there is no longer any need to stay for the time being. His mind moved. Consciousness gradually left this hazy world. When he opened his eyes again, it was the cultivation room. Lu Ming guessed that these ancient spirit shadows might have already fallen, leaving only their spirit bodies preserved in the yellow cauldron. Among them was the power of the white dragon and the tree, which he found he was able to absorb. The white dragon was absorbing its own chaotic chi, while the ancient tree, at the same time, was absorbing the life chi from the yellow cauldron. Lu Ming surmised that once he sacrificed it in battle, it would not only provide a large amount of replies for himself, but also for his teammates. At the same time, he had a lot more certainty about his trip to the heavenly hall soon. Perhaps, one would soon find out the whereabouts of one's parents. As for the butterfly, like the phoenix, it couldn't absorb it. No doubt the gender factor. Out the door, when he came above the attic. More so, he realized that the sky had long since darkened and a curved moon hung in the sky. Looks like it's been quite a long time in the yellow ding world. Lu Ming stretched his back, as if he suddenly remembered that up until now, he didn't even have a good sword to use. He brightened up. Yeah, one could make good use of the next system and get a good sword out of it. A saint's soldier, or even an emperor's soldier. If he were to obtain another sword at the level of an emperor's soldier, and combine it with the Taisu Whisking Cloud Sword Cannon, as well as the Way of Flowing Light, and the Chaotic Chi, even if he didn't rely on any other means, his battle power would be able to reach an extremely terrifying level. Thinking of this, without any further hesitation, after walking out of the cultivation room, he leapt down from the upper floor. Tianquan City at night could be described as lively. All kinds of stores, spirit treasure houses, restaurants, etc., are full of them. Powerful aura filled all corners. A random pedestrian on the street. Almost all have Xianling, Earth Martial Realm, or even Heavenly Martial Realm cultivation. Walking, he came to the head of an alley. Take a look. Take a look. Xian rank lower grade Bichuan Dan. Bone growth and healing. Medicine to stop the blood. Only 99 spirit crystals now. The lower grade sword of the Xian class. The whole body is made of coal iron. Cutting iron like mud. Only this one. Don't miss it if you pass by. Boss, how do you sell this sword? The little doll has a good eye. The stall owner was a bearded man. Seeing Lu Ming's young age, actually old and calm out to buy a sword, he couldn't help but laugh. This is the best one I have here. 500 spirit crystals. Definitely a child and an old man. How about it? 500 spirit crystals? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth rose. Only, with his finger, he tapped on the blade somewhere. The entire body of the sword actually broke directly into 2. The upper end landing with a snapping sound. What's the matter, boss? With this sword of yours, it's still worth 500? Looks like it's spliced together. Ha! This. The bearded man was shocked and looked at Lu Ming incredulously. Immediately, he smiled sarcastically. Oh, little friendly eyes. He hurriedly lowered his voice. Little friend, this matter must not be announced to the public. Saying that, from the stall, he picked up another light blue sword. This is a Xian rank middle grade sword. Not yet named. Absolutely genuine. Just 100 spirit crystals. Just as a friend. Seeing him with a sardonic smile on his face, Lu Ming instantly felt that this guy was also somewhat interesting. Taking a fake out to scam money. I didn't realize that. In the end, I actually lost a more expensive real one in. Alright. Lu Ming coolly pulled out a spirit crystal bag from his storage ring and threw it on the stall. Then took the sword in his hand and waited. It's okay, at least it's the real thing. Ha! Looking at his departing back, the big man with the scruffy beard breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his cold sweat. His heart palpitating. Holy shit, this Thousand Lotus mystic realm is about to open. This Tianquan city is really a gathering of great gods from all walks of life. A less than 10-year-old baby doll. Even if his vision is so poisonous, he actually flicked and cracked a Xian rank sword. Even if it was a defective product, it was basically impossible to do this without an Earth Martial Realm. Less than 10 years old at the Earth Martial Realm? That's too scary. He even suspected that it wasn't even a doll from one of the expert seniors' families. Rather, They are eccentric monks who like to transform their appearance into children. Carrying the sword in his hand, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already arrived at a wild suburb a few miles away from Creek City. The night winds are windy and full of loneliness and desolation. System, do you think it would be much more convenient if I were to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Letting all the treasures be snatched away by the same little rookie and then snatching them back? He said darkly in his mind. Host, you finally remembered there's a system? Ahem. Lu Ming cleared his throat and said in a disgruntled voice. Look at what you're saying, but I've always remembered you, haven't I? Also, I'm not asking you, so I don't have to give me a direct card bug penalty when the time comes. Of course it works, but the theory is that the higher the overall rating of the person who robbed you, the higher the multiplier for storm regeneration. That is to say, the more powerful the other party is, or the stronger their background, the higher the feedback they can give. So it is. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, though, another point occurred to him. And what if I let someone rob me? It definitely doesn't work. It has to be a malicious robbery to trigger it. Well, what if someone else steals what I have after I storm? No, it can't be triggered. Lu Ming was a bit reluctant. What if I play dead and someone else takes my stuff? No, host, you are too bad. Net thinking of carding system bugs. Line it. Lu Ming sighed, but he was not disappointed. After all, it was similar to what he had thought before. Unfortunately, Tianquan City was an orderly place after all, and with the recent gathering of forces from all sides, there was a mix of fish and dragons and dark currents. During this time period, anyone who dared to make a move to rob something in the city, unless they were brain dead, was really something, but people who are really good at what they do don't do it. Unexpectedly, just when he was thinking about it. Phew! A sharp needle glowing with eerie coldness, wrapped in a treacherous aura, suddenly came at him. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes as he reacted. He quickly detected the location of the concealed weapon's owner, as well as the fluctuation of his breath. Oh, finally a fish on the hook? Ha! What a surprise! Such a little child, such a perfect childish body, such a pure soul, accompanied by a dry, hoarse laugh. The black-robed man appeared in front of the fainted Lu Ming, just in time, enough for me to finish refining the third-turn child soul pill. Jia. No, don't kill me. Suddenly, a faint voice made him squint, only to see. Lu Ming woke up in a daze, after seeing the black-robed man. You? Who are you? I can't believe you woke up so soon. The black-robed man, he frowned and wondered darkly. Could it be that he had made a mistake? Or is the other side playing pig in a poke? He struggled with his gaze. His own lifespan was short, and he was in dire need of the 3 revolutions child's soul pill to renew his life, and the child's aura in front of him happened to be incomparably suitable. One can only bet on it. He laughed strangely. The one who wants you dead. Of course, when he said that, he intended to shoot out another shot. Don't kill me. I'm from the Zhang family. Please let me go. I have a lot of treasures. All of them for you. Treasure? The black-robed man laughed coldly. What treasure is not mine after you die? Forget it. Lu Ming suddenly felt that this was too much trouble. A change of mind. He decided. Swish. He suddenly pulled his sword out against his opponent's throat. The speed was so fast and the aura was so terrifying that the black-robed man's pupils shrunk violently. Cold sweat flowed out of his forehead, and his heart was filled with panic and regret. Gambling on myself was wrong. The other guy was lying to him. An old monster. Poof. He fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll give you all the treasures on my body. And, he added in a panic, I also know a secret. A great secret. I'll tell you everything if you let me go. Oh, Lu Ming thought for a moment. Say it, and I can consider letting you go. Senior came here. It must be for the Tianji Pavilion. The black-robed man took a deep breath and looked nervously at Lu Ming, fearing that he would cut himself down here if he was impatient. I have a way to enter the Heavenly Chance Pavilion in advance. Meh. Lu Ming sneered. So much nonsense. I think you'd better go to hell. Don't. Elder. Senior once picked up an ancient book that was recorded in it. This ancient book is hidden in a place by Senior. As long as Senior swears not to kill me, Senior will take you there now. Lu Ming thought for a moment. As long as I'm sure that the ancient book is real, I can swear not to kill you. The black-robed man was overjoyed. Really? This ancient book is actually on the late generation. The late generation will give it to you right here. Are you kidding me? No. Dare not, dare not. The black-robed man panicked and took out a tattered ancient book from his storage ring, respectfully handing it to Lu Ming. Senior, look. Lu Ming first used his Hongming pupil to make a sweep. It was found, indeed, to be an atlas. Not knowing whether it was real or not, it recorded a forbidden entrance that required some sort of special key in order to open it. After thinking about it, The Lu family took it in for the time being, and then faintly said, "You go." "Really?" The black-robed man was overjoyed. Lu Ming said unhappily, "Would this seat still lie to you?" The black-robed man was pleasantly surprised, and had the joy of escaping from death. Although he was still scared in his heart, Lu Ming had already tightened his breath and put his sword back. He snapped his teeth and scurried away. Unexpected. It hadn't even escaped a few feet away. Whoosh! A light blue sword suddenly burst out and penetrated his heart. The chaotic power he carried churned out his divine soul. It fell to the ground with a plop. Dead as a doornail. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed softly. "I did say I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say that my sword doesn't kill you." Back to Tianchuan City. Come to the meditation pavilion. Lu Zixin, who was in the retreat room, saw Lu Ming looking for himself so quickly and asked, "Did something happen?" "Nothing." Lu Ming hemmed and hawed. "Little auntie, take some spirit crystals and techniques, treasures and whatnot for me." That said, he wasn't convinced that the records in that atlas were true. Even if it were true, one wouldn't know where to get a key. The point is, People's Heavenly Pavilion had said that it would open once in 100 years, and there was only 1 month left, so if he really entered hastily, he might cause people to be dissatisfied. The feats aren't redundant. Spirit crystals and treasures, however, there are some. Lu Zixin temporarily lifted the seal on the ring. In the next instant, the ring hovered in front of Lu Ming. "Take your pick." Lu Ming was not polite, and after checking around, he immediately took out 3 golden spirit crystal bags from among them. In the great desolate world, 1 spirit crystal was equal to 100 spirit stones, mined in the major spirit mines, and served a great purpose. Enhance your realm, refine treasures, trade, and more. Spirit crystal bags, on the other hand, were storage props specifically designed to hold spirit crystals, usually based on color and material, distinguishing capacity. For example, a green spirit crystal bag can hold 100 spirit crystals, blue can hold 1,000, purple 10,000, and so on. 3 gold bags would mean 300,000 spirit crystals. It was enough to buy the very best of the earth rank, or even cheaper heaven rank treasures. As for the Holy Order, that could easily require tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of spirit crystals, and apart from some deep-rooted great plans and other powers, it was basically very difficult to come up with them. After storing it in his storage ring, Lu Ming took out another jade pendant that emitted a faint golden light, carved with complex and subtle runes that seemed to contain some kind of powerful force. "What is this treasure?" Upon seeing this jade pendant, Lu Zixin sighed with emotion. "It was given to me by your father back in the day, called the glazed golden jade pendant, a heavenly grade lower grade defense treasure." "Father left it?" Lu Ming was surprised. "And it's a lower grade of the heavenly rank? The level is a bit high for the poorer ass jacks, or even Dao condensation powerhouses, it is already considered one of the crushing treasures." "Right." Lu Ming came to Lu Zixin and smiled. "Little auntie, extend your hand out for a moment." Lu Zixin didn't know what he was going to do, but nevertheless, she gave him her hand. Lu Ming held her hand in his hand, and then, with his eyes closed, he attempted to transfer the spirit butterfly power in his body to her. Pity. A few moments later, he sighed in disappointment. Also, it confirms the idea. Not everyone has access to these powers and requires a specific physique, or, it requires a medium similar to the awakening phoenix pool. After releasing his hand, Lu Ming picked out some more suitable treasures from her ring, and she was told that it was just a loan and would be returned soon. Tianchuan City. Night streets. As Lu Ming walked, he suddenly snapped and dropped a golden bag. The movement quickly drew attention to the crowd. Staring at the golden bag, many cultivators immediately gulped. 100,000 spirit crystals? They subconsciously looked at Lu Ming. It was discovered that this little doll, whose clothes and aura were extraordinary, was not in a high realm. Mostly, it's the young master of some family. The point is, he didn't seem to notice that he dropped something. Seeing that the golden bag actually happened to fall by his feet, the big man narrowed his eyes and just wanted to not move and pick it up. Whoosh! Only a black shadow swept by, and the spirit crystal bag on the ground instantly disappeared. The big man and Lu Ming, almost simultaneously, narrowed their eyes. On the former's forehead, there was even a trace of cold sweat. This kind of speed is definitely an expert. But immediately, a scene that shocked and frightened him even more happened, only to see that Lu Ming, who was originally still in the same place, had actually disappeared as well. The speed was so fast that he even failed to react a bit. Waves of shock flooded the big man's mind. A deserted alley. Lu Ming sneered. "Robbed me and still want to run?" He was somewhat pleased. As long as the other person makes a move on him, it is considered to constitute a robbery. And if one triggered a storm, one could earn hundreds of millions of spirit crystals. It was one step closer to being an imperial soldier. Rob? This lewd fat man in flashy clothes hemmed and hawed. What do you mean by robbing? Obviously I picked it up. For God's sake. Little doll. No. Should I call you old monster? He raised the spirit crystal bag in his hand and laughed loudly and strangely. If you're capable, catch up. Swish. With that, his figure disappeared again. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked and he chased after him. The two traveled through the city, causing quite a commotion. Finally, Lu Ming stopped Fatty at a street corner. Hand over the spirit crystal bag. Seeing this, the fat man knew that he couldn't get rid of him and sneered. Old thing, I obviously picked this up. Don't force me. Oh, Lu Ming laughed. Just when it was thought, this guy was going to make a move. Only, he bellowed. Second milk. Third milk. Come out quickly and stop him for me. Immediately, beside Fatty, two shapely yet powerful figures suddenly appeared. Life-prying realm? Yoo-hoo. No wonder it appeared so quickly. This fat bastard. His background is unbelievable. I can't believe I have such a bodyguard with me. Young master, you go first. We'll stall him. The yellow-clothed woman chirped, coldly staring at Lu Ming with the slightest hint of scorn in her eyes. The woman in black, on the other hand, was directly attacking towards Lu Ming. Just as she did, the fat man's figure disappeared for a moment. A series of system tones rang out in Lu Ming's head. He was delighted. And then, the corners of his mouth hooked up. Stop. The woman in black hesitated, subconsciously stopping her hand violently. She couldn't see through Lu Ming's cultivation in the slightest, and only knew that, being extremely fast and childlike, she didn't have a clue in her heart. A few moments. Seeing that Lu Ming was silent, he didn't know what he was thinking about. The woman in yellow finally managed to speak, her tone slightly apologetic. Sorry senpai, my young master's cultivation method is unique, and since he was a child, he has been particularly sensitive to money and treasures, and likes to covet small advantages. I beg your pardon. No harm done. Lu Ming waved his hand. Small matter. The yellow-clothed woman's eyes lit up as she clasped her fists and smiled. Senior really does have a broad mind and a high moral character. We are from the Golden Dragon Treasure Firm, and we have our own branch in this Tianquan city, so if Senior is free to come as a guest, we will be sure to treat you well. Golden Dragon Treasure Shop? No wonder. This treasure bank could even be said to be renowned in the entire Eastern Wasteland. And if it was about wealth, it could definitely be called a Holy Land level power. It holds a large amount of resources, such as large spiritual mines, medicinal fields, and so on, and many alchemy and weaponry masters also belong to this treasure bank. The key is that they have deep connections with all the major sects and families, often organizing various large-scale auctions, and all the strongest people from all sides will go to support the scene, which is a rather special and powerful existence. In that case, Lu Ming had the demeanor of a tall man. I just happen to have something here that I'm interested in offering. How about troubling the two of you to lead the way for a bit? Of course there's no problem. The yellow-clothed woman laughed. Then please ask Senior to come with us. Led by the woman in yellow, Lu Ming followed them through the busy streets of Tianquan City. Eventually, come to an imposing building. The building has a splendid appearance, with a plaque inlaid with gold and jade hanging over the main door, inscribed with the words Golden Dragon Treasure House. People came and went in the hall. There was a steady stream of VIPs, merchants and businessmen of all kinds. The yellow-clothed woman led Lu Ming to an elegant small hall and smiled. Senior, please wait for a moment. I'll go and ask our shopkeeper to come over. Not much longer. A middle-aged man walked quickly into the small hall, dressed in a robe embroidered with a golden dragon pattern. He had an extraordinary demeanor, and at a glance, he was an important person. I'm the shopkeeper of this branch. I'm honored to meet Senior. I don't know how to address you. My last name is Lu. Lu Ming responded. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed slightly, seemingly unmoving, but secretly surprised in his mind. With his extensive knowledge, naturally realized that the other party, although the child appearance, but there is always an unfathomable taste, most likely, is actually a senior cultivation. So it's Elder Lu. The shopkeeper immediately smiled warmly. May I ask, what is it that needs to be offered? Lu Ming did not move and waved his hand around. Wow! A large pile of glittering treasures appeared on the table all of a sudden. The woman in yellow and the shopkeeper, their gazes shook slightly, especially the shopkeeper. His vision is so venomous. A glance to look out. This big table full of treasures, the lowest actually have the middle grade of the earth rank. There are actually more than 20 of the divine traveling talismans. The woman in yellow also quietly swallowed her saliva, her heart incredulous. One must know that the divine walking talisman was a heavenly rank upper grade talisman seal, which had an extremely strong life-preserving ability. A random one could be sold for a sky-high price of 10 million spirit crystals. even if it was their treasure house's chief holy order sealmaster, an existence whose status was not in the least lower than that of a holy lord. They could not ensure that every single one of them would be successfully refined, not to mention all the other precious materials. This senior, actually so much in one shot? Coupled with these extremely precious heavenly materials and treasures, earth order and even heaven order techniques, martial arts skills, it's worth, at least, 300 million spirit crystals. That means 30 billion spirit stones, not to mention in this Tianchuan branch, even in the headquarters, it was a considerable amount of money. This senior, his handiwork is really quite exaggerated. The point is, the woman in yellow took a deep breath, a trace of fear suddenly rising within her. The one who could take out so many treasures at once, couldn't be a heavenly heart realm powerhouse? Luckily, this senior has a broad mind and an extremely good temper, and doesn't see eye to eye with the young master. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The middle-aged shopkeeper sucked in his breath, shocked and excited inside. He bowed, his face full of smiles. Senior, if all of these were taken to auction, the total value, at least, would be in the range of 3 to 400 million spirit crystals. However, it may take about 3 days for the auction to be completed. You can stay here first. Our line will definitely provide you with top-notch services. Staying is not necessary. Lu Ming waved his hand. These spirit crystals, at most, can you buy a sacred soldier grade sword? Swords? The shopkeeper was pleased again. 3 to 400 million. Roughly able to buy a saint rank middle grade. Specifically, that would depend on what type of sword senior needs. A wind attribute holy sword. Wind properties? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and smiled. Senior can just come pick it up 3 days later. 3 days later. Snow mist here the wind, sacred grade medium. Made from the sacred grade or wind and snow crystals, containing the extremely powerful power of wind and snow, which can greatly enhance the power of this type of martial skill. After the system scanned it, the information automatically came into the mind. Looking at the 3-foot-long, cicada-like thin sword in his hand, the body of the sword was haunted by transparent wind mist, and the sharpness was incomparable. Feeling the faint chill coming from the palm of his hand, Lu Ming instantly had the feeling of when he was playing a certain martial arts online game on Earth. Other than that, it does pull full circle in appearance and is extremely loaded. But, Lu Ming was not satisfied with this. If this sword is taken, more than likely, the imperial soldier will come out. His heart raced. Thinking of this, he immediately utilized the chaotic chi to change his appearance and body shape into that of a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. And then, it kept its breath at the 9th level of Xianling, not up or down. Finally, lips raised, carrying the snow mist listening to the wind, walked out of the retreat room. Plumber, once again, he leapt from the 2nd floor of the meditation pavilion, in a single bound, and then, just strutting, walking down the street. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the whole street, whether it was the vendors, the pedestrians, or the drinkers in the restaurant. After seeing the sword in his hand, they looked differently and stirred up a lot of commotion. They were secretly shocked. Which young master was this, with a mere Xianling realm cultivation, actually wearing such an extraordinary weapon with him? With this aura, I'm afraid that even a heavenly ranked weapon wouldn't be able to reach it. Mostly, it's a holy weapon. Lu Ming had the appearance of a fluttering young man, yet he was curiously looking around at something, letting out a burst of emotion every now and then. This look, in turn, attracted the attention of many wistful young girls, and even the girls from the greenhouses. Little lord, come and play. Sister, there's a lot of fun to be had here. Want to come and take a look? Cluck 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 cluck. Each of these girls was dressed in revealing clothes, nearly draped in tulle, with their crystal skin faintly visible, and their beauty was extraordinary. Seeing that Lu Ming was actually so handsome, young and fresh, with an extraordinary temperament, and the weapon in his hand was even more powerful, he could not hold back his laughter. Alas, it is really bitter for these poor sisters, to come out in broad daylight to solicit customers. It seems that this desolate ancient world market is not good. Lu Ming shook his head. However, that wasn't the purpose of his trip, nor would he be taoistically unstable based on that alone. These girls are pretty, but that's all they are. Just Lu Shuer, who had served him closely before, was able to directly kill all of them, regardless of her appearance or temperament. She was unknown how many grades higher, not to mention, that cheap master of his own, and that disciple in her mouth. Pull it out and it's probably going to astound and crush everything. Walking, he arrived at the busiest place in the entire Tianchuan city. It was clearly sensed that in this area, there were no less than 10 condensed Dao and around 3 heavenly heart realm powerhouse auras. Presumably, it was all for the Tianji pavilion. Boss, give me 3 meat buns. Lu Ming casually placed the sword on the stall and sashayed. This action immediately made the surrounding people couldn't help but stare at the snow mist listening to the wind. Even the boss was stunned and swallowed his saliva without any trace. And after that, he hastened to heave a smile. Your Excellency really has a good eye. We're a long-established Baozi store in Tianchuan, and the meat fillings, are all made from the finest spirit beast meat. There's stuffed spirit deer, stuffed snow pig, stuffed blue chicken, and stuffed tiger, stuffed dragon. I don't know. Which kind does the gentleman want? Give me 3 ogre stuffed ones. Lu Ming is rich and powerful. Hey, okay. The boss immediately warmed up and smiled. Wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll load it for you right away. He nimbly pulled out 3 buns from the cage, loaded them up and handed them to Lu Ming, maintaining a warm smile. You take it. Aha. After paying the 300 spirit crystals, Lu Ming casually picked up the sword and nibbled on it as he walked. Some kind of attic. A youth in gorgeous white robes narrowed his eyes. Young Han, have you seen that kid? The gold-robed fat man took a sip of wine and smiled heatedly. Never seen it, but, seen that sword. Oh, the white-robed youth's gaze twitched. That sword. It came out of the Golden Dragon treasure line? Well, before that, it was bought by an old monster who likes to pretend to be a baby doll. The fat man rapped. I don't know how it got to this unknown kid again. The youth subconsciously said. Is it the little doll that Han Xiao chased around town with last time? That's right. Can't tell the depths. Must be an old thing. Could this kid be that person's descendant? Ha! Carrying a saint soldier and wandering around this Tianchuan city. Young Lu, this kid is fully convinced of the safety of your family's territory. Young Qin is joking. There were a total of 4 people present, and a burly topless young man who never spoke. However, the breath was the strongest. The holy son of the Palamark, Hao Gomen, Qin Xiao, on the other hand, was the one with the highest status among these people. He was dressed in black robes and had a handsome, slightly feminine appearance. Qin Dian, the second youngest master of the Qin family, Qin Ruyan's own nephew. With the Qin family's strength, even the Golden Dragon treasure house would have to back down and have to honor it. Young Qin, you should know all the famous young masters and sons of this eastern wasteland. I wonder if you can tell what kind of power that kid is from. Lu Qiansheng curiously said. Qin Dian leisurely shook his head. Never seen it. Young Han, Qin Dian suddenly smiled. I've heard that you're excellent in the way of stealing, so why don't you go and try to find out if this guy is really stupid or if he has an agenda? How? When these words came out, Lu Qiansheng also came to have some interest. Han Xiao, you dared to steal that old monster last time, and this time, this guy, it's clear that he doesn't have you in his sights. Why don't you show it off and open our eyes? The fat man hemmed and hawed. Just the thing, guys, wait. He drained his drink in one gulp, burped, and let out a strangled cry. There goes Master Fatty. Boss, how do you sell this charm? Lu Ming casually placed the sword on the stand, picked up the 2 spirit talismans, and surveyed them. Earth rank lower grade vein suppressor talisman. 30,000 spirit crystals apiece. Has the effect of suppressing the aura. Young gentleman, if you take both, I'll give you a 10% discount. How about it? The stall owner, an old man, smiled. Well, Lu Ming thought about it and was about to pull out money on the occasion. Suddenly, a whirlwind of black shadows flashed by. In the next instant, the sword that was originally placed on the stall disappeared without a trace. This, the old man froze and said in a hurry. Young sir, this is none of old man's business. None of your business. Lu Ming shook his head, a hint of teasing flashing under his eyes. The fish finally took the bait. The same fish. This fatty's identity is not simple, so I think this time, I can storm an imperial weapon. Unexpected. Just when he wanted to move. An unexpected scene that happened. Boom! On the street, a golden aura suddenly shook. Countless golden Brahmins, surging suddenly in a certain direction, formed a halo that firmly bound the target. The street was startled and subconsciously looked toward the source of the terrible Sanskrit. Unexpectedly, it was actually a young man with golden Tao rhythms flowing all over his body, an overwhelming aura, a little red mark on his brow, and as handsome as a demon. His face was as serene as water, and his white, slender palm clenched in the void. It directly took that Sanskrit cage and ingested it through the air. Under the golden light, after the black shadow manifested itself, the crowd fixed their eyes on it, only to realize that it was actually a fat man who was also dressed in gold. Only, the latter was a flashy golden robe, while the former was a golden Daoist garment. Holy son of Brahma! Immediately, someone recognized him. Eyes glazed over in shock. The scene was in an uproar. Heavens, one of the 3 masters of the eastern wasteland, Saint Son Brahma, has actually come to Tianchuan city as well? Brahma's holy son? This is the Brahma Saint Son? So handsome. Some of the female disciples of the forces, their hearts poofed and almost fainted directly from his handsome. If Phoenix Thousand Shadows was known as the first beauty of the eastern wasteland, then this Brahma Saint's son, called the first beautiful man. No one dared to refute it. The fat man's face stiffened and he cursed. Damn it. What bad luck. I can't believe I ran into this guy. The restaurant. The three of them looked at each other with different expressions. Qin Dian suddenly laughed and took a sip of wine. Once this fellow appears, I'm afraid, he's going to steal all the limelight from us. Though he spoke freely, there was always a sneering gloom under his eyes. Obviously, Qin Dian cared about reputation. In the 3,000 states of the eastern wasteland, only knowing the three of them was far from enough. Only Lu Qiancheng knew what kind of goods he was. It was fine to compare with other people, but to compare with this kind of existence was absolutely laughable. When the gap is too far, the so-called jealousy of disobedience does not exist, only sighs. He took a somewhat depressing sip of his drink. Get your sword and put it away in the nerf. Junior. The Brahma Saint's son smiled faintly and handed the sword to Lu Ming. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Many thanks to the senior brother for his roadside chivalry. I hadn't thought that senior brother was actually that legendary Eastern Wasteland's three masters, the Brahma Heavenly Saint's son. At today's sight, it is truly extraordinary and admirable. Lu Ming smiled. Not as dramatic as you make it sound. Van Pureheart laughed softly, a demonic handsome face that made one's head spin when looking at it. Lu Ming just wanted to say something else. Unexpectedly, the surrounding crowd, especially the female cultivators, all went crazy and rushed up in a swarm of excitement. Brother Saint's son, can I get an autograph? Holy son, go sit in our restaurant. It's free, all free. Aha! Your Highness the Holy Son, can you take a picture with me using the shadow retention stone? Please, I go to. It's nothing like those stargazing scenes on Earth. Unfortunately, his own plan was screwed up by this guy's road rage. Even the fat guy, he took the opportunity to slip away. It's not expected to move again anytime soon. Shaking his head, he planned to initiate another plan. Keeping a lookout. Night. He found a random tavern. The door to the room was only closed and unlocked, and he meditated on his knees. In reality, it had been using the pupil of Hongmeng, calmly observing. During the day, there were a lot of people with black auras coming out of their bodies, obviously staring at him, but they didn't dare to do anything rash. By nightfall, some of those guys, some of them, will be absolutely stupid. Not to say that they will come directly to rob him, but most likely they will also quietly stare at him. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Lu Ming then sensed that in this area of his room, there was an aura. If anything, that was furtively probing. Through the pupil of Hongmeng, he saw it. It was a middle-aged man of the questioning realm, wearing a black robe, hidden somewhere downstairs. According to Lu Ming's understanding, according to this world's class, the battle power was between a Dozone and a Dozun. Condensing the Tao was equivalent to the Dozun to half-saint level. The heavenly heart of the sacred realm is the Doshang. The question of the robbery realm has been able to initially control a portion of the power of space. Then the horror like this Dozong is even more horrifying. Short-range transients are definitely possible. But during this period of time, almost a week had passed, and naturally Lu Ming was not idle. Although his realm had not broken through, he had almost absorbed 2/1000 of the spatial mysteries in the Yuding. The majority of the questioning realms have not even touched the threshold of the Tao. And even though the spatial Upanishads in the Yuding were not all the spatial Upanishads of this universe, however, even so, it was not something that the most rudimentary understanding of space at the tiny questioning robbery realm could touch. Come on, just go ahead. No matter what, it was true that he couldn't defeat the questioning realm, but he was certainly able to run away. Unexpected. The other side is also extremely cautious, he observed, and after a short time, left. Immediately after, another Tao condensation realm aura appeared. This aura, too, seemed to be scrupulous as to whether or not there was some strong person behind Lu Ming, and didn't dare to act rashly. Lu Ming then began to meditate. Day 2. He was vaguely on the verge of breaking through the 8th level of Heavenly Martial. Day 3. The spirit sea trembled violently as he broke through. Day 4. Seeing that these two auras were still taking turns to investigate, they were hesitant to make a move. Lu Ming's consciousness simply entered the Yuding space and began to absorb the space Upanishad fragments with all its might. Finally, by the 7th day, he's absorbing it, more than 0.002%. If he used up all his power, he could realize a long-distance instant, or tear and freeze space once. This kind of power was enough to heavily injure, or even kill, a questioning tribulation realm. And when his consciousness exited the Yuding space, meditated for another half day until night time, suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, have you finally pressed on? Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura locked onto him. The air instantly became as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, and all spiritual energy seemed to be suppressed and blocked. A hoarse, hard to hear, indistinguishable male and female voice came out icily. This honored one has come this time, seeking only wealth and not life. Hand over the sword and you can be spared. Senior, don't kill me. I give you. Without saying a word, he took out the snow mist hearing wind from his storage ring, and the moment the other guy gets his sword, an intense killing intent blasted towards Lu Ming's divine soul like a devastating blow. Unexpectedly, the mysterious man instantly narrowed his eyes. A punt? After realizing something was wrong, he subconsciously tried to run. Unfortunately, the piece of space he was in had been firmly blocked off. A mere first level of Dao condensation and you dare to lay your hands on my nephew? Lu Zixin appeared at an unknown time, gazing indifferently at the space. Good tactics. I wonder what you aunt and nephew are doing this for. Come out of your own accord and you can be spared. Lu Zixin spoke faintly. Your Excellency is also only at the second level of Dao condensation. If you really have certainty, you should have done it a long time ago. How about I return the treasure to your nephew and compensate him with another heavenly rank upper grade treasure? And this matter will end there? Lu Zixin said. You return the things first. Snap. A dense sharp sword fell out of the space, as well as a heaven-ranked medicinal herb. After Lu Zixin casually glanced at it, she nodded and said, You go. She'll have the blockade lifted. The space suddenly returned to a calm, as if nothing had happened. Make sure he's gone. It was only then that Lu Zixin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Lu Ming didn't transmit his voice to her, she actually didn't want to make a move. The point was, if they really fought, it would be difficult to safeguard Lu Ming's safety. It's time for a proper explanation, isn't it? Lu Zixin glared at Lu Ming. Hey! Lu Ming picked up all the swords and herbs on the ground. Then, pretending not to know anything, he handed the snow mist listening to the wind to Lu Zixin. With an expectant face, Little auntie, a gift for you, a mid-grade saint armor. Lu Zixin looked at him helplessly for a long time. In the end, nothing was said and the sword was taken away. I'll hold on to it for you for now. I don't know what you were thinking, actually taking it out and showing it around. It's in retreat though. But Lu Zixin meanwhile had been watching his every move. In Tianquan City, except for some places that possessed powerful prohibitions or deliberate restrictions by stronger existences, basically, no corner could escape the divine sense inspection of the Dao condensation realm. I'll give it to you if I give it to you. Lu Ming was very generous and said, Little aunt, just take it, I can't use it anyway, despite what the mouth says. But, the heart was already happy. Imperial soldier. Emperor, Frost Cloud Royal Sky, a lower-grade imperial weapon, made from the fusion of rare minerals Frost Star Crystal and Cloud Sky Divine Iron, emitting a mysterious mist-like light, controlling the power of frost, snow, and clouds, with heavenly power. It was only seen that it was 4 feet and 5 inches in total length, slightly longer than the average longsword. The sword's body was icy blue, like the cold light of the deep winter night sky, carved with complex, mysterious runes. The runes were hidden, like the star chips in the cold sky. At the edge of the sword blade, there was a slight chill, like the early winter morning light, and like the breaking clouds. The grip, on the other hand, is entwined with dark silver dragon carvings, majestic and elegant, regal, cold, ethereal, noble. It's not something that people would dare to take offense to at first glance. Right, auntie? What's wrong? No. Lu Ming handed over an ancient book. Lu Zixin looked at the dragon and phoenix characters on it and read them out one by one. Thousand Lotus Mysteries Map, Supreme Edition? Yes. It is said that the secret of early entry into the Heavenly Hall is hidden inside. Let's go explore tonight, and maybe get a head start if we can. Lu Zixin was quite shocked after sweeping with her divine sense. Where the hell did you get all this stuff? Picked it up. Lu Ming thought for a moment and said, however, my intuition tells me that it might be feasible. Shortly afterward, the two returned. Silence against the eyes. Lu Ming sighed softly. Maybe my intuition was wrong. Imperial soldiers, meditation pavilion, retreat room. Lu Ming was, at this moment, standing outside the desolate Heaven Trial Tower. The system is pretty amazing. He looked at the tower and had to wonder how it could even be replicated. Carrying the Frost Cloud Royal Sky in his hand, Lu Ming decided to go in and kill a lot of people. It's not right. Immediately, he realized again that he hadn't let the Emperor's soldier recognize his master yet. Unexpected. A childish voice actually rang in his ears. The vocals are cold and nice though, but it was like a little baby girl who hadn't been born long enough to ever see her old father. After growing up a little bit, but found that the other party became a big official, noble status, oppressive, there is a kind of excitement, anticipation. but also slightly nervous, fear of that kind of feeling. Lord, Master, Lu Ming froze, suddenly feeling magical, and looked at the faintly blue-glowing imperial soldier in his hand. Are you the sword spirit of this sword? Yes, Master. I was just born. I don't have a name yet. It spoke more slowly, and when it did, the sword flickered faintly, like a breathing light. But, Lu Ming heard some anticipation in its cute and nervous voice. It looks like it's going to get its own name. He mused. Let's call you Ice then. Ice? How's that? Okay? Well, it's very nice. Then Master, Xiao Bing will be called Xiao Bing from now on. Hey, Ice. Master. What's wrong? Nothing. Lu Ming stepped into the forbidden light door and smiled with emotion. You remind me of a deceased person. Upon entering the ban, in front of him, there was still the familiar ancient altar. It's just that the caretaker is different. Challenger, welcome. A voice that rolled like muffled thunder came from the center of the altar. It was a demonic Hanyu who was covered in muscles, as if he had infinite strength. The figure was as tall as 3 meters. The body was a bull, and the bloodline seemed extraordinary, filled with violent and raging power. Unexpectedly, when Lu Ming came a little closer, the eyes went straight up. You actually possess an imperial soldier? This is still a pole bar? He, barbarian Tianba, had always been as warlike as life. But now, he still felt a rush of scalp numbness. What kind of monster is this? No. Realizing that the heart to fight had even wavered, barbarian Tianba was shocked in his heart and almost broke out in a cold sweat. What? Brother Ox? Afraid? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked. Seems to feel underestimated. Barbarian heavenly bastard swallowed mountains and rivers. I am the strongest warrior of the Tsong Tian barbarian bull clan, and I have smashed countless imperial weapons with my fists back then. A mere inferior imperial weapon, and you dare to make a big deal out of it. He shouted. Come on, let me see the power of this sword of yours. Strike that. A right foot stomp. Boom! A violent wave of air swept away, and the entire altar seemed to tremble for an instant, although it was only at the 9th level of heavenly martial. But, this terrifying might was enough to be comparable to the middle stage of the Saint Martial realm. In the next instant, Lu Ming also moved. Swish! The figure suddenly disappeared in place. Barbarian bastard Sky's pupils shrunk. So fast. Seeing that the other party had already arrived in front of him, he couldn't think too much, and swung his fist with horrifying power. But Lu Ming was even faster, and suddenly struck his sword. Ka-ching! Frost Cloud Sword Chi. Freezing space, just this sword. The Emperor's soldier, together with the spatial Upanishad, was actually born together with the space, tearing the big man's body apart, leaving behind a pitch-black crack that was about a meter long and deep and terrifying, as if it could devour everything. Musa! The air went silent. Half a day later. Damn it! Barbarian Tianba, who only had half of his body left, also used his hand to pound desperately on the ground, pounding the altar with a clang. I, Barbarian Tianba, actually lost to a lower-grade imperial weapon in the district. If I had all my strength, I definitely wouldn't have lost so badly. Pity. Despite further reluctance, his spirit body still gradually dissipated, turning into bits of starlight that surged into Lu Ming's body. The way of power? Too bad vigor still hasn't pulled off a miracle. Lu Ming kind of wanted to laugh. However, following the last way of flowing light, he had added a new sizable Tao. With the heart of the heavenly Tao, he almost instantly comprehended the essence of the way of force, and at this moment, he only felt that there was inexhaustible power in his body, and that a single punch could smash a great emperor to death. And that's not all. The way of force, naturally, was not brute force, but more importantly, the control of force, the use of force. After completely absorbing and comprehending it, now, only some of the questioning Jie, and even the Tao condensation realm's understanding and control of force was inferior to his. Taking into account the way of flowing light, the extreme coordination of speed and strength, and physical strength, Lu Ming was confident that even without relying on the Emperor's soldier and sword technique, the same metropolis would cross the level to challenge the late stage of the sacred martial realm existences. Comfortable. Lu Ming exhaled, intending to continue with the challenge. The scene in front of me began to change. It's turned into a verdant square with sycamore trees, lofts, and autumn breezes. A sad atmosphere immediately surrounded Lu Ming. The autumn wind rises and the sycamore tree is yellow. The green stone is silent and people are broken. The years are long and the love is unforgettable. The heart follows the winds of autumn for thousands of miles, leaving sadness alone in the green tang. The lance is in my hand. Where is the red face now? The vicissitudes of his voice came slowly. Lu Ming fixed his eyes. A middle-aged man in green, holding a gun in his right hand and a jug of wine in his left hand, sitting under a sycamore tree, his eyes closed and lyrical. Saint Martial 1. Sure enough, only this uncle. He seems a bit sad. Little doll. Today this emperor has no intention to use martial arts. You'd better go back. This emperor? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. This vicissitude uncle is actually a great emperor? He suddenly became extremely curious. Elder, are you now still in this world? So what if it's there? So what if it's not? The green-clothed middle-aged man took a sip of wine, shook his head and sighed softly. Go back. Let this emperor rest a little longer. All right, then the late generation will take their leave. After the idea exited the desolate cauldron, opening his eyes, Lu Ming was also a bit surprised. As a caretaker spirit, it's amazing that there's even a strike. However, he became more and more curious about this trial tower. On the third level, there were already great emperor-level characters. How horrible will that be down the road? Moreover, he had a strong desire to fight a strong person of this level. Even though the other party was only at the first level of Saint Martial strength, it would certainly never be as unbeatable as the first two. Crossing paths with it would surely be very rewarding as well. And so, after entering the Yuding and cultivating for the night, Day 2, he once again came into the desolate cauldron. It's still the same verdant square. The yellowing sycamore leaves, scattered on the ground, blowing a cool breeze from time to time. And he saw at a glance that the green-clothed uncle from yesterday was actually sleeping in a tree at that moment. Elder, do you have the intention to move your weapon today? Lu Ming smiled. The green man reclined and opened his eyes. Come on then. With that, he jumped down from the tree. Guns come. Whoosh. A silver spear, the material of which could not be seen, swept in. The moment he gripped the barrel of the gun, the middle-aged man's entire aura changed drastically. It was as if the entire heaven and earth existed only by him. And see him gasping. Lu Ming tightly gripped the emperor's soldier in his hand, ready to go all out. He was secretly excited in his heart. This is a great emperor-level powerhouse. Currently in the entire eastern wasteland, there doesn't seem to be this kind of existence. I never thought that I would be able to fight this kind of existence one day. Thinking of this, he took a breath and mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy just in time. He suddenly felt that the sacred white dragon's spiritual breath in his body began to stir. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and immediately stopped suppressing him in any way. Only to see, with a heaven-shaking dragon roar, a white aura on a sacred occasion shone across the entire sky, and a giant dragon with a snow-white body rushed out from Lu Ming's body. The middle-aged man in green's pupils shrunk. Ancestral dragon? This. He was horrified. At the age of 8, he was as high as the 8th level of heavenly martial arts. So it was just that. The mysterious aura on his body was something that even he couldn't understand and only felt vaguely terrifying. Nonetheless, he was also holding an imperial soldier, and even the legendary ancestral dragon, whose battle power was no less than that of a supreme being, was lurking within him. While the middle-aged man in green was shocked, he suddenly realized that the child in front of him might be a person who wanted to overturn the ancient continent's history of tens of millions of years, an existence that would last for an eternity. Think about it. He suddenly laughed bitterly. This great emperor of his own, in front of his eyes, was also not the slightest bit enough to look at. Times have changed, and perhaps the one who can end that catastrophe from the taiga to the present day has already appeared. He sighed softly, with a hint of a smile, and gave up resisting. Boom! The white dragon charged straight ahead, erupting with an incredible force that directly engulfed the middle-aged man in green. Lu Ming froze and looked not far away, as if he hadn't expected it to end like this. This senior, directly giving up resistance? Immediately, the sacred white dragon disappeared into his body again, and at that moment, on the other side, the green-clothed middle-aged man's spirit body began to slowly surge towards Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming rose in anticipation. I wonder this time, what kind of Tao is it? The way of the gun. Sure enough, feeling a wave of unparalleled Tao comprehension pouring into his brain, he became somewhat excited. This was a great emperor who had majored in the Tao of the gun, exhausting his entire life's perception of this Tao. It had vaguely touched the law level. It's not the kind of thing that the first two can compare to. If one were to give Lu Ming a gun at this time, and then give him a random gun technique, for the display of the way of the gun, he could surpass anyone currently in the Eastern Wasteland. As long as the great emperor level doesn't come out. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it came to the day when the secret realm was about to open. Since the last time he comprehended the way of the gun, he had challenged his way to the 7th floor of the trial tower. The Emperor of Sword Tao. That spirit body was at the 9th level of Saint Martial, approaching the life-prying realm. Originally, Lu Ming didn't want to rely on other powers, and with only the Sword Tao, he would have a good fight with this great emperor. But he realized that he couldn't fight. At the 8th level of Heavenly Marshal, it was too much of a stretch to challenge a great Emperor-level spirit body at the 9th level of Saint Marshal. After several rounds of battle, Lu Ming finally decided to use his 3 major physiques, his Emperor armor, and his little white dragon to finally defeat this Sword Dao Great Emperor. After this battle, he had mastered 4 more powerful Dao techniques, namely the Dao of the Blade, the Dao of the Fist, the Dao of the Vajra, and the Dao of the Sword. It can be said that the offense and defense are all pulled together. At the same time, he was sure of one thing. These great emperors were not from the same era. Some have long since drowned in history. Others are unknown. In short, it was basically impossible to find them in the current desolate world, outside Tianquan City, a vast expanse of wilderness. At this point, it can be quite lively. A powerful aura waited for the opening of the Thousand Lotus secret realm. Some of them are looking for lost relatives. Some are about exploring unknown secrets. But more than that, it was to get guidance from the Heavenly Hall of Justice with a view to advancing further on the path of cultivation. Lu Zixin and Lu Ming stood at a corner of the wasteland, their eyes revealing a determined light. The purpose of their trip was naturally to find news of Mr. and Mrs. Lu Zihan. Not far from the two of them, the Seven Wolves sex group appeared particularly noticeable. Their leader, a middle-aged man named Wolf Xiaotian, was one of the strongest among the crowd. The purpose of Wolf Xiaotian's visit this time was to look for a kind of spiritual medicine called 9-turn soul-restoring grass for his wife. This elixir was said to be able to bring people below the Saint realm back to life. Little Ant, the sword snatchers that day were from the Seven Wolves sect. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Lu Zixin's gaze went cold. Sure, determined, but the most crucial thing now is to head to the Tianji Pavilion, and this matter can be left to be resolved afterward. Lu Ming smiled. Only the smile was also cold, for people who not only want their treasures, but also their lives. Naturally, he couldn't let it go. The Qin family's team, on the other hand, was led by the Qin family's grand elder, Qin Yuntian. Qin Yuntian was an old man with white hair, and his gaze was so deep that it seemed to be able to see through hearts. The purpose of the Qin family's trip was to obtain guidance from the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity to retrieve an Emperor armament fragment, and this Emperor armament fragment was of great significance to the Qin family. In addition to these great powers, there were many other powerful people and power representatives. They were either alone or in groups, all waiting for that momentous occasion. As time passed, visions began to appear in the sky above the Thousand Lotus mysteries. In the sky, clouds began to gather, forming the shape of a giant lotus flower. These lotus flowers emitted a faint golden light, illuminating the entire wasteland. All the powerful people knew that this was an omen that the secret realm was about to open. The secret realm is opening! Someone shouted excitedly. The crowd looked up, only to see that the huge golden lotus flower slowly rotated, forming a huge golden vortex. At the center of the vortex, a radiant portal slowly opened, which was the entrance to the Heaven's Chance Pavilion. Auntie, let's go. Aha! Lu Zixin grabbed Lu Ming's hand and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the gate. After entering the secret world, the scene in front of him became a lotus sea secret realm that looked like a fairyland. Lotus cascades and small islands float. Not far away and high in the sky, there stood a 7-story treasure pavilion, which looked solemn and mysterious under the light. The island had an exquisite pavilion, which was surrounded by 9 huge golden lotus flowers, each of which emitted dazzling light. Dang! 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 A mellifluous bell sound came from the Tianji Pavilion, echoing throughout the secret realm, seemingly summoning all the visitors. The two of them quickly flew towards the 7th floor treasure pavilion, their silhouettes weaving between the lotus flowers like 2 streams of light. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Hall of Opportunity, where several strong people were already waiting. Visitors, listen up. A white-robed old man appeared at the entrance of the attic. The voice was not loud, but clear to the ear. I'm sure you're all clear on the rules of the Tianji Pavilion. The only way to get the Tianji Pavilion to make a move is to have a life-renewing treasure of holy rank or higher. The lower grade of the Holy Order will allow the 3rd elder to strike once. Medium grade, which allows the 2nd elder to strike once. For the top grade, it's up to the Grand Elder. The crowd nodded in understanding. The old man waved his hand and the entrance to the attic slowly opened, a mysterious force attracting the crowd to enter. Lu Ming and Lu Zixin followed the procession and stepped through the gates of the Tianji Pavilion. After a period of queuing, the old man turned his sight to the two who came before him. When he saw Lu Ming, at the bottom of his eyes, a faintly imperceptible surprise swept through. This son, his breath is so mysterious. Still, he recovered quickly. Both of you, the treasures you carry, why are they of such a high grade? The grade is immeasurable. Please inform the elders and ask your pavilion master to make a move. Lu Ming's words came out. The gazes of the entire room suddenly converged. Inestimable? Thinking of the other party's mysterious origin, a shrewd aura swept across the bottom of the old man's eyes. Is that true? See only. In Lu Ming's hands, an extremely pure, mysterious and unpredictable fey green aura suddenly surged forth. The old man saw it the instant he did. Eyes snapped up and his breathing became a little more rapid. Apparently, he's a connoisseur. If there is such a treasure, it might really be able to cure Master's injuries. Young friend, please follow me. The old man didn't dare to have the slightest delay. Under the stunned and shocked gazes of many top powerhouses, surprisingly, he excitedly pulled Lu Ming's arm and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only Lu Zixin was left alone, fuming slightly for a moment. Auntie, don't worry, wait for my good news. Only when she heard Lu Ming's voice transmission did she feel slightly more at ease. It's just that this little guy's ability is really surprising, isn't it? And the other side. It didn't take Lu Ming long before he was brought by the old man to the 7th floor of the Tianji Pavilion. Outside the door of a tightly closed room, the old man took a deep breath and said respectfully, Master, disciple has something important to report to you. Come in. Inside the confinement room, an old voice, as if with magic power, invisibly penetrated the stone door. Click here. The stone door opened, and within the candle flame swaying confinement room, amidst the magical and splendid array, sat an old man with bundled hair and Taoist robes. The old man's vital breath was nearly depleted. However, after sensing Lu Ming's aura, he still slowly opened his cloudy eyes. The moment his eyes opened, they shook violently, and an unspeakable feeling hit him straight in the heart like a torrent. It was an intense palpitation, as if he felt an overwhelming vastness and depth that seemed to devour his soul. Master, never! The white-robed old man was shocked and hurried to dissuade him. He knew deep down that his master teacher couldn't hold back his inner urge to deduce the heavenly chances of this mysterious child in front of him again. But it can really bring on the killing. The heavenly chances of some existences are the greatest taboo in the world, and can never be glimpsed, much less predicted. And this child, most likely, is such an existence. Don't! Lu Ming was also shocked. He sort of realized that this old man was probably vegetable and fun-loving, and wanted to count everything he saw, and as a result, he was directly revolted. If this old guy really hung up like this, he really didn't know who to look for to catalyze the heaven-prying mirror. He didn't know if his heavenly mind would work, but he was clear that he didn't know how to tell fortunes. Old man offended. Little friend, do not take offense. Tian Gui. Old man laughed. His voice was hoarse, slow, and weak. No harm done. Lu Ming said bluntly, Senior, I can heal the injuries on your body, and in exchange, I need you to activate the heaven-prying mirror once. I don't know what Senior thinks. Master, this little friend has a special life chi in his hands. It's not simple nah. The old man hurriedly urged. If you try it, maybe, it can really work. Well, Elder Tian Gui murmured softly, then I would like to thank you, little friend. Not much longer. Lu Ming entered the confinement room. Elder Tian Gui sat cross-legged, while Lu Ming stood behind him, placing his hand against his back and closing his eyes to activate his spiritual energy. With a buzzing tremor of aura, a green energy full of vitality, from his palm, passed into Elder Tian Gui's body. These vitality rapidly nourished his nearly depleted meridians and internal organs, and at the same time, healed his injuries. Elder Tian Gui couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The white-robed old man, too, was holding his breath. But the other party was after all a Saint Realm powerhouse, and the injuries sustained were also the injuries of the Heavenly Dao's backlash. Seeing that the treatment was ineffective, Lu Ming simply used his chaotic chi and transmitted it towards his body. Unexpected. With this transmission, the breath on Elder Tian Gui's body instantly became surging. His vitality, which had been replenished in large quantities, his aura began to boil and agitate, and his pale, dry and thin cheeks, almost instantly, filled with blood and became incomparably rosy. Don't stop. His face, visible to the naked eye, became younger, and his dry, wrinkled skin became lustrous, and before long, it became a crane-haired look. Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw that he kept chanting don't stop. Don't stop. The white-robed old man, too, couldn't help but cover his face, forcibly holding back the urge to slap this old man. Lu Ming transmitted to him for about a full day and night. Just when it was all about to be drained, boom! A terrifying white pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the entire Tianji Pavilion. The mysterious and powerful aura of this aura directly shook the entire secret realm, even Tianchuan City, and the Southwest Domain. The people outside, the Tianji Pavilion's crowd of elder disciples, and the beings of the Southwest Domain, were almost simultaneously startled. The people of the Tianji Pavilion, in a whirlwind, were once again overjoyed and excited. It's the Pavilion Master. It's the Pavilion Master's scent. This aura, so strong, is the 9th level of Heavenly Heart. Not only has the Pavilion Master's injury healed, but he's also made a breakthrough. It's truly a great joy. Some of the older veterans, or disciples of Elder Tian Gui, almost wept with joy. The Pavilion Master's injuries were not only fully healed, but he had actually broken through to the 9th level of the Heavenly Heart, leaping to become a top-tier Saint Lord powerhouse. From now on, their Tianji Pavilion would no longer have to hide in a secret realm that would only open once a century. The elders couldn't hold back any longer, and even directly put down the work in their hands and instantly swept towards the 7th floor's seclusion room. Unexpectedly, he saw the white-robed old man guarding the outside, not allowing the crowd to enter. The Grand Elder was red in the face and ears, blowing his beard and eyes. "You brat, hurry up and get up. I want to see the Pavilion Master right away." The second elder was also excited and asked, "Bai Shang, has the Pavilion Master's injuries all healed and broken through? All senior uncles be at ease. Be at ease." The white-robed old man was also in a hurry, but unfortunately, at the last moment, his master closed the stone door tightly and his breath was collected. Right now, the only one who knew what was going on with him would be that mysterious little friend. After hearing him tell about it, the extremely high-powered elders of the Tianji Pavilion were suddenly incredulous, and their cloudy eyes widened a lot. "What? You're saying that it was a little doll around 8 years old that cured the Pavilion Master? Where did the little doll come from that has such skills? Don't be in a hurry first." Each of the master uncles, after waiting for so many years, "Are you still in a hurry for such a short while? I'm sure Master won't make everyone wait too long. The one who should be robbed. You are the one who should be robbed." Inside the confinement room, the crane-haired old man Tian Gui grabbed Lu Ming's hand and almost burst into old tears. Old me peered into the heavens more than 800 years ago and realized that soon, there will be a great calamity for the entire pale life of the desolate ancient world. This calamity, which concerns the survival of the entire world, is a great taboo, a great terror. I hadn't thought that after 800 years, it would finally allow old me to meet the person who should be robbed. His voice, too, had reverted to a child's voice, but with a mouthful of old man. He seemed awkward. "Senpai." Lu Ming was helpless. "I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Take your time." It was a darkness that could swallow the heavens. Elder Tian Gui fell into reminiscence. The bottom of his eyes still retained a deep scorn and fear. His voice hoarse, the old man only peeked into the corner of that darkness, and then he almost lost his spirit and soul, and never recovered. Old me saw that in the ancient times, countless saints and even great emperors swooped forward to try to stop this disaster. But in return, there is only silence, a break in civilization. Those Geishir supreme beings sacrificed themselves to gain a ray of life for the living beings, in exchange for millions of years of peace. But, that darkness, there will come a time when it will come back. Fortunately, old man finally, still saw a ray of hope. Elder Tian Gui stared at Lu Ming with a burning gaze, as if he had seen the hope of the entire village. Swallow the darkness of the heavens? Extinction catastrophe? So doggone good looking. However, Lu Ming knew that the old man was in a state of excitement, so he didn't try to pour any cold water on him. He had no interest in saving the world or anything else, and one day when disaster struck, if he was capable of doing so, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. "I know." Lu Ming nodded. "So that's why. Does senior feel better now? I'm still waiting to use the heaven-peeping mirror." "Oh, ha, ha ha. Well. Elder Tian Gui smiled awkwardly and opened the stone door. "And this one opens." Then they were filled with shock, joy, excitement, incredulity and curiosity. "Senior, Pavilion Master, great. Your injuries have actually recovered for real." The Grand Elder was in tears. "This is the little friend who cured the Pavilion Master?" The second elder said emotionally. "Little friend, you are truly a heavenly benefactor to our Tianji Pavilion." The old man hates to rip out his heart as repayment. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. "Why is this old man so disgusting? What do I need your heart for?" Elder Tian Gui was displeased and said, "Little friend's favor will be repaid by the old man. Isn't it the opening day of my pavilion? If you're not going to do your job, what are you all doing here in a crowd? All out of the way, all out of the way." Seeing the Pavilion Master's anger, the elders then smiled awkwardly and stepped aside. Only that they had already firmly kept Lu Ming's kindness in their hearts, and at the same time, were shocked that such a small child would actually have such great abilities. It really seems like times have changed, and it's become something they can't even comprehend anymore. Soon after, top of Tianji Pavilion, Stargazing Terrace, a huge, ancient mirror was suspended in a formation. Lu Zixin and Lu Ming, standing beside Elder Tian Gui. The great commotion from the latter, the crowd of visiting powerhouses, were shocked by this, but what was even more shocking was Lu Ming's means. knowing that it was said that Elder Tiangue had not been out of the gate for a full 800 years since he had been injured. Not to mention, catalyzing the heaven-peeping mirror. In the past, I don't know how many people had even gone so far as to send close to half-emperor-level life-renewing treasures, but it still wasn't enough to get this being to do it himself. Could it be that this kid was giving away an emperor-level supreme treasure? They couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Was there really such a treasure in the eastern wasteland? What is the identity of this child? Only the Qin family's grand elder, Qin Yuntian, recognized Lu Zixin's aunt and nephew. His cloudy old eyes flickered with some suspicion and hesitation. Inexplicable colors. His identity, being Qin Ruyan's great-uncle and Lu Xingchen's great-uncle, he was naturally aware of what was happening in the Lu family. Obviously, Lu Ming was undoubtedly on the opposite side of the Qin clan at this moment, and for the Qin clan, this was definitely an incomparably dangerous existence with a great threat. How about, when we leave here, find an opportunity to directly obliterate him? In the bottom of Qin Yuntian's eyes, a hint of dangerous light swept through. I wonder, what exactly is the identity of the two of you? And what do you want to see with the heaven-peeping mirror? Elder Tengue laughed. Elder, Lu Ming and I are from the Lu family of the Eastern Wasteland, and we came here today because we want to know where the third young master of the Lu family, Lu Zihan, and his wife, Yun Yaxin, actually went 5 years ago. After saying that, Lu Zixin couldn't help but start to get a little nervous and expectant. Someone from the Lu family? With a deep gaze, Elder Tiangue took one more look at Lu Zixin. The girl is still truly extraordinary. I wonder, who is this little friend of the girl? This is the late generation's youngest nephew, called Lu Ming, Lu Zihan. Yunya Xin is none other than his parents, and also the late generation's third brother and sister-in-law. Lu Zixin replied. That is to say, this little friend is actually just the young grandson of the Lu family? Elder Tiangue was surprised. The Lu family had actually produced such a terrifying, undetectable, deducible existence? Senior, later on, can you project what my parents experienced before they left? As well, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Aha! Lu Ming's words interrupted his thoughts, and old man Tiangue came back to his senses and smiled. I'll do my best. Then please, little friend, and the girl each provide a hair for the old man. With a single movement of their minds, 2 hair strands, one long and one short, levitated in front of Elder Tiangue. Elder Tiangue recited an incantation silently, his cloudy eyes, instantly solemn, striking his hair into the formation. Buzz! The formation began to operate. A halo of light spreading and countless arcane runes surging. The heaven-peeping mirror trembled, and on the surface of the mirror, a mysterious glow emanated, as if it contained the power of endless heaven and earth, forming a hazy picture. Lu Ming and Lu Zixin stared tightly at the mirror, only to see, the mirror's surface gradually appeared a man and a woman, 2 figures. The man a white shirt, figure upright, handsome, the woman wearing a green dress, hair although the figure is slightly blurred, but it is still not difficult to see, is a rare beauty. The two were in a room, not knowing what they were talking about. As you can see, there seems to be some sadness and neither can make up their mind. In the end, it was Lu Zihan who slapped things down. The scene gradually shifts. A young woman in purple was in the dining room, meticulously simmering a bowl of elixir. Shortly afterward, she left the dining room while a silhouette carefully appeared, not knowing what had been added to the elixir. So that's what is all about? Lu Zixin's eyelids jumped. The purple-clothed woman in the picture, naturally, was her, and she had always thought that it was her bowl of elixir that had been formulated wrongly that ultimately led to Lu Ming being born as a direct waste. Turns out, it was someone in the dark? She clenched her fists in death, her gaze extremely cold, and she could barely suppress her heart's demons. Qin Ruyan, ha! Still my good aunt. Lu Ming also sneered. Not only hurt him, but also hurt his mother. Even, let Lu Zixin back a big pot. Not worthy of the most poisonous woman's heart. He took a deep breath and continued to look down. The scene shifted again, only to see that Lu Zihan and also Yun Yaxin, the two of them, arrived at the edge of a dark cliff. It is very similar to the forbidden land of the Lu family. Unexpectedly, suddenly, a powerful aura appeared and engaged the two in battle. This person had Saint Realm strength, and Lu Zihan and his duo were clearly undefeated and were knocked off the cliff. The powerful black shadow, however, eventually gradually transformed into Lu Zitian's appearance as he smiled triumphantly and left the edge of the cliff. It's him? Lu Ming froze, and then, his gaze grew colder. It turns out that the disappearance of one's parents is, in fact, also because of one's good uncle? What a moralistic beastly thing to lay hands on his own brother. Elder, the cliff that my father and mother fell off of. Can we know where it is? His tone was inaudible. Alas, Elder Tiangue didn't seem to have expected that Lu Ming's experience would actually be so complicated, and he sighed softly. That place? It might not be in the eastern wasteland. The fact that the sky-peeping mirror doesn't show it means that it's a place that can't be peeped into. Can also be called a forbidden place. Never would I have thought that my little friend's parents were actually trapped in a place like that. But your mother is not an ordinary person. The heaven-peeping mirror can't even peep her full face. The two of them should currently still be alive. Elder Tiangue comforted. Well, Lu Ming was silent for a few moments. Thanks a lot, Senior. Soon after, he sucked in a breath and actually smiled, but his tone suppressed a coldness that was unimaginable to normal people. Little auntie, it seems that we won't be able to wait for my parents to return for a while. Let's go back to the Lu family. The Lu family. The Forbidden Land. A barren place, surrounded by demonic black mist. Underneath a black tower, 3 figures were locked up. Father, as the head of the Lu family, are you willing to stay locked up like this? Lu Tang's face was gloomy, his tone was resigned, and his gaze was gloomy. That damned Lu Ming, still talking about waiting for his parents to come back. If his parents never come back, are we going to be locked up here for the rest of our lives? Lu Zitian's eyes flickered. Lu Zihan and Yun Yashin had already been knocked down by him to a mysterious forbidden place, and without any surprises. There was no possibility of them coming back in this lifetime. The death threat he and Yi Jin had staged earlier had worked after all. The two of them had their cultivation sealed, but Lu Tang did not. This meant that father and the others couldn't bear to be cruel to him after all. It won't take long. Tomorrow will be your grandfather's 1000th birthday. At that time, all the major powers in the eastern wasteland will come to the door to celebrate the birthday. Your grandfather has already prepared a heavy gift, not only to pay tribute to the birthday, but also to beg for mercy. Lu Zitian's tone was inaudible. At that time, even if your mother and I can't get out, you'll more than likely be able to get out. Yi Jin's voice was stern. If you go out, you mustn't cause any more trouble. Tong'er, it's time for you to grow up. Remember, if Lu Ming and Lu Zixin come back, don't start a conflict with them. Be smart and make your grandfather happy. Got it? Nose. Lu Tang's face was calm, although there was some gloom hidden under his eyes, but he suppressed it in the end. But after this lesson, he knew who was really in charge of the Lu family. As long as the several old ancestors didn't open their mouths, no one could afford to turn any waves, and the current self was no longer a young family head, so he could only hold back and wait for an opportunity to act. And the other side. Don't look! Qin Ruyan shouted angrily, and Lu Xingchen was so startled that the ancient book he had taken up with his mind fell to the ground with a snap. Qin Ruyan hated it. What time is it? Still reading novels. Tomorrow is your grandpa's 1000th birthday. Your grandpa will come over then. If you go out, make sure you behave yourself. Got it? Ha? Grandpa's 1000th birthday? Lu Xingchen was first stunned, but he still quickly realized that this was definitely an opportunity. Thus, with a firm gaze, he swore and clenched his fist. Mother, don't worry. My child will definitely perform well and let Grandpa release you. Alas. Qin Ruyan's heart softened again, her tone tinged with guilt. Xingchen, it's all Mother's fault. I shouldn't have transplanted the supreme bone to you. No. Lu Xingchen smiled coldly, since the supreme bone has arrived in my body. It's mine. Mother didn't do anything wrong. My child seems to be indulging in ancient books and playing with things, but in reality, he has long since transformed the supreme bone into his own, and will soon be able to break through the earth martial realm. He, Lu Ming, is empty of a supreme treasure, yet he is still no different from a waste. If he dares to come back this time, my child will trample him under his feet in front of everyone in the world without using the power of the supreme bone. My child will tell the world that he, Lu Ming, does not deserve to possess the supreme bone, and that only I, Lu Xingchen, am a true supreme genius who deserves to possess such a supreme treasure. Yes. Qin Ruyan, who heard these words, brightened up. This is my Qin Ruyan's son. A glimmer of hope flared in her eyes flickering. Yeah, if Lu Ming came back and was later ruthlessly suppressed by the stars, those few old fellows would definitely make the right judgment if they were smart. Oh, she sneered. Let's just see if that kid dares to come back. The foot of the Mantian mountain range. Ha, a Taoist robe, crane hair and immortal-style old man Tiangue stroked his beard and lamented. Your Lu family. You've chosen a good place. The place where the great sun rises is full of spiritual energy, and there's a natural formation as a defense. A pity, but it gave birth to a bunch of stupid people. All the way. After he learned of Lu Ming's encounter, he became even more convinced that Lu Ming must be the one to answer the calamity. The fact that the two greatest treasures had been taken successively, and instead of being fine, he had become even more unfathomable, could only mean that he possessed an unrivaled dreadfulness. Tomorrow, Is actually Lu Zonghe that old man's 1,000-year birthday? Lu Ming's face was expressionless, but his mind pondered. This was something he heard Lu Zixin mention on his way back. In that case, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. If he wanted to settle the matter of those beasts once and for all, the families behind them, naturally, would not jump out as well. Then simply wait until tomorrow and settle it all together to save trouble. But since he came back, he naturally wouldn't be idle. If Lu Zonghe, that old man, learned the truth of the matter and still hesitated, then he didn't mind, personally, to clean up his house. Go! The three of them flew towards the Lu family boundary. The mysterious and unpredictable aura belonging to Elder Tian Gui quickly drew Guardian Zhangling over. When they realized that it was Lu Ming and Lu Zixin, accompanied by an old man who was more unfathomable than even the Lu family's oldest ancestor, they froze and were shocked, and even had some bad premonitions. Young Master Junior, Miss Zixin, I wonder if this senior is. It's just a mountain village boy. Elder Tian Gui laughed, rather like a high-ranking person. This time, I came to the Lu family with little friend Lu to celebrate his birthday. Come to wish for a birthday? Hearing this, Zhang Ling was instantly relieved, fearing that Lu Ming had gone outside to find helpers and come to cause trouble. After all, the last time he had wasted Lu Xiuli. Apart from the few who were locked up in the Forbidden Land, basically everyone in the Lu family already knew about it. That old ancestor with the most explosive temper had actually suppressed his temper at the end, making them realize that behind Lu Ming, there was more than likely an existence that was not inferior to the Lu family. Now it seemed likely that it was the old man in front of him. Seniors are not just some mountainous villagers. Since they came to celebrate the birthday of the old master, they are our Lu family's honored guests. Zhang Ling smiled and didn't dare to slack off. Then Senior will first enter the Lu family with young Master Junior and Miss Zixin. I'll go and inform the old master. Upon entering the junction, sure enough, even the birthday banquet and other arrangements had been prepared. Parlor. The moment Lu Zonghe saw Elder Tian Gui, a hint of disbelief immediately swept through his cloudy eyes. You're Elder Tian Gui? The old man in front of him was an existence of the same generation level as the Lu family's old ancestor. The Tianji Pavilion was once renowned in the eastern wasteland, and was known as the most exceptional Holy Land level power. Only later was it rumored that the owner of the pavilion, Elder Tian Gui, was injured, which led to the closure of the pavilion to the world. Now, this little grandson of his, he is actually inviting him over? Elder's injuries have healed? Thanks to little friend Lu Ming's blessing, I finally had the chance to come out for a walk. Elder Tengui smiled noncommittally. What? Lu Zonghe was greatly shocked and glanced incredulously at Lu Ming. After a long time of shock, he was old and comfortable again. This little guy may be young, but he knows what he's doing after all. Not to say that he had already let go of his hatred, but this time, he was able to bring such an old-timer, who had specially returned to celebrate his birthday. That would prove that there was still a grandfather in his heart. For a while, he felt guilty again, and sighed softly in his heart. He, indeed, was too negligent and made such a big mistake. At the same time, there are some headaches. Fifth uncle Lu Qingyang had already let it be known that Lu Ming was no longer a member of the Lu family, or at least, he disowned him. If anyone dares to recognize Lu Ming in the future, they should not recognize him as an old ancestor. This ill-tempered old ancestor, who insisted on pushing Lu Ming to the opposite side of the Lu family, made him feel quite tricky. Lu Zonghe took a deep breath, and the color in his eyes suddenly became firm. This is his own grandson, and it's up to him whether he recognizes it or not. He laughed. Minger, Grandpa is very happy that you've come back this time. Tomorrow, Grandpa will announce to the world that from now on, you are the young master of my Lu family, so that the world can take a good look at the true Qilin child of my Lu family. Hear that? Lu Ming laughed. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in the young master of the Lu family, and not to wish for a birthday. It's to tell you two things, knowing that, if there is still any thought of over life, then consider me speechless. Hear this. Lu Zonghe frowned. What is it? Of course it's good. Lu Ming laughed. Do you want to know how your third son, Lu Zihan, and daughter-in-law, Yun Yaxin, disappeared? Also, is there a reason why I don't have apocalypse blood? Lu Zonghe's frown deepened. At the back of his mind, he had some bad feelings. You say, of course it was your good oldest son, and your good third daughter-in-law who did it. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Zitian personally injured my parents and fell into the Forbidden Land, and his life and death are still unknown. Before that, Qin Ruyan tampered with the elixir that little aunt boiled for my mother. And what happened after that? I'm sure I shouldn't need to say more, right? This can all be what I saw inside the Sky Pavilion's heaven-prying mirror. I wonder, what do you think? After listening, Lu Zonghe completely froze. The first is disbelief. Immediately, a rage that could not be expressed in words burned in his chest. Bang! He slammed the table into pieces, his chest heaving with rage. Bastards! These brutes! Arrest them all and ask for the crime. Lu Zonghe was almost carried over by a mouthful of anger. He couldn't believe, yet he had to believe, that Lu Zetian and Qin Ruyan actually did something like this. The bias to learn all this was still the day before he was about to celebrate his 1000th birthday. Unexpected. Don't get mad yet, Lu Ming suddenly said faintly. If you want to ask for punishment, it's not now. If it's really meant to be, then tomorrow, in front of the whole world, let them see how I, Lu Ming, personally put the person who harmed me, and my parents, to death by the sword. Yes, ha ha ha, that's bossy enough. Elder Tian Gui laughed out loud. If anyone stops little friend tomorrow, old me, and the entire Tianji pavilion, will stand behind you. The next day, approaching midday, the Lu family was bustling like never before. On the old family master's 1000th birthday, all the top forces of the eastern wasteland came to congratulate him. At this point, the majestic Lu family hall, inside and out, was almost full. The square outside the hall was even more lively, and could be described as extremely grand. A feast. The Qin family has arrived. Only a hefty shout was heard. A door of red light glistening appeared in the sky. A golden emperor's carriage led by 2 ferocious augur dragons, emitting a bright and fiery aura, shockingly came through the door. This powerful aura immediately attracted the entire audience's attention. Look! It's the Qin clan's golden Zhao treasure carriage. Rumor has it that these 2 golden augurs, but with the ancient 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline of the holy beast Sa, each has the strength of the middle stage of the holy realm. Is the Qin family master exclusive mount, worthy of the Lu family old man's 1,000-year birthday? Usually we go where to see this kind of existence to go. Yes, the crowd was all envious and marveled, their hearts surging. Is this the heritage of the top Holy Land families? Just one of the golden augurs alone, if placed in their families, clans, would already be at the level of a guardian divine beast. It's too late to make good offerings on weekdays. Where would you be so extravagant, so bold, to use it directly as a mount, and to take 2 of them at once, and right away? With the shocking appearance of the Qin family's golden scaly emperor's carriage, the eyes of the entire audience, before they could recover from this spectacular scene, there was another high shout that resounded through the clouds. Yi family arrives. See only, the sky, once again, cracked open. A turquoise light poured down like a waterfall, forming a pillar of light through the sky. A jasper carriage drawn by 9 green luan appeared. These green luan were covered with emerald green feathers, and the precious carriage traveled lightly through the air, appearing noble and powerful, intimidating people. That's the Yi clan's green luan chariot, someone in the crowd exclaimed. The green luan, said to possess an ancient phoenix bloodline, the Yi family even sent out 9 at once. Such a stroke. It's really a shame to me and others. Each one has the strength of the early Saint realm, worthy of being a Holy Land family on par with the Qin family and the Lu family. Terrifying. This time, it's not just the rest of the forces. Even the juniors of the Lu family were all agitated and their blood boiled. These were all here to participate in their Lu family's event. And next, the guests from the Wine Sword sect, and the Brahma Heavenly Sacred Land, also made their appearances in a shocking manner. The former, sitting on a huge wine gourd, and the latter, a flowing golden lotus platform, were mysterious and magnificent. In short, none of the visitors were shocking heavyweights. Qin family, 2 generations of the Yi family, the Wine and Sword sect's patriarch, Lu Drunken White, the old patriarch Wu Daofeng, 2 generations of the Holy Lord of the Brahma Sacred Land. Taking out any one of them was enough to shock the entire eastern wasteland. Casually stomping his foot, the entire continent would have to be shaken 3 times. Almost all of the top forces in the eastern wasteland had already arrived. But, the party that the crowd was most looking forward to was the one that was slow to show up. Alas, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Void Phoenix Mountain and the Lu family, originally, were not considered to be at war. Unfortunately, that original young master of the Lu family, Lu Tung, had made a huge mistake and actually dared to try to spy on their female disciples' innocence. Even, there were scandals about digging up heavy pupils. Mostly, it was already not looking at the people of the Lu family. However, even if they don't come, it doesn't matter. The atmosphere, now, has reached its climax. The crowd looked in unison at the crane-haired old man sitting on the high platform. Today, this old man who had once shaken the world was the true protagonist. But immediately, some sharp-eyed people noticed that the old man did not seem to look very happy. Right, Grandpa? The party can begin. Beside Lu Zonghe, Lu Kewi smiled and prompted. Unexpectedly, Lu Zonghe, who was absent-minded, took a deep breath at this moment and came back to his senses. His face complex, his cloudy eyes, at once, still flashed a vicious color. His voice was hoarse but loud, and he bellowed with absolute determination. Bring the sinners, Lu Zetian, Qin Ruyan, Yi Jin, up here. Lu Paoyi froze. The whole room froze. What is Big Grandpa doing? The Lu family juniors had a heart attack. The old masters of the Qin family and Yi family narrowed their eyes. The wine sword sex Lu drunk and white, Wu Daofeng, and the people from the Brahma heavenly sacred ground first froze in place for a few moments as well. Immediately, the former then showed a look of watching the show. At the same time, the heart also lamented. This old man is really under the ruthless awe. This is in front of the face of the entire East Wasteland. The trial of their own sons and daughters-in-law? Just when there are still people who haven't reacted. A black-clothed old man, expressionless, with only his hand suppressing the wretched, pale Qin Ruyan, the grim-faced Lu Zetian, and the silent Yi Jin, arrived atop the high platform. The older generation of the Lu family, Lu Ming's uncles and granduncles, all sighed heavily. LOL. Obviously, they had also completely failed to anticipate that Lu Zonghe would choose to put this matter on the table at such a time. Moreover, it clearly seemed that something else had happened. Otherwise there had been peace and quiet up to a month. And now why was there suddenly such a big fire? Only Lu Zongban narrowed his eyes, inexplicably rising some sense of ill will. Father, big brother, Qin Ruyan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw after seeing Qin Hang, as well as the current head of the Qin family. And although Yi Jin didn't say a word, he still looked at his father's side. When Qin Rulong, the head of the Qin family, saw that his most beloved little sister was actually suppressed and in such a sorry state, and anger rose in his heart. Even if my little sister is at fault, I shouldn't treat her like this at this time. This isn't just humiliating her, it's also slapping my Qin family in the face. Kisaragi, don't be impulsive yet. Qin Hung patted his eldest son's shoulder, his voice quiet and his face unreadable. Let's see what happens. The Yi family members also stared at this scene in silence. Obviously, although they didn't have a seizure on the surface, but in their hearts, they had likewise become vaguely gloomy. Everyone, today was originally my Lu Zonghe's 1,000th birthday. So many people are willing to come and support the event. I am deeply grateful and honored. Originally, it was something to be happy about. But, nay family, brother Qin, brother Yi, Lu Zonghe's hoarse voice spread throughout the square, reaching everyone's ears. You shall not plead for mercy. In this matter, the old man will give you an explanation. Said, he suddenly shouted coldly towards the suppressed trio. Kneel down. Boom. An unrivaled and domineering aura suppressed. Poof. The three of them knelt on the high platform in unison, their faces pale. They were all noble and dignified figures, and to be treated like this in full view of everyone was worse than killing them. When Lu Xingchen, who had just arrived off stage, saw this scene, he only felt a monstrous rage that ran straight from the soles of his feet to his head, yelling, Grandpa, let go of my mother. Lu Teng's face, likewise, changed unpredictably. Why was it suddenly like this? Lu Zonghe was oblivious, staring dead on at the three people kneeling in front of him. Lu Zetian, hand in hand, not only will your own brother, sister-in-law assassination of the Forbidden Land, and still do not know where. He also conspired with a poisonous woman to gouge out his own nephew's eyes alive and transplant them into his own son. Do you know the sin? Lu Zetian's face changed drastically, and his heart was like falling into an ice cellar. Why? Why is this known? Could it be that third brother is back? Yi Jin's face turned pale after hearing this, and her heart completely sank to the bottom. It's over. It's all over. And the field clamored and stirred. I can't believe it. Everyone stared incredulously at Lu Zetian's side. The uncles and granduncles of the Lu family, as well as the juniors, also looked at Lu Zetian in shock and dismay. The head of the Lu family, but also Lu Zihan's elder brother. To think that he could do such a thing to his own brother, and even after that, lose his heart and go after his new brother's son. It is simply unworthy and heartless. Qin Ruyan. Lu Zonghe's cloudy old eyes looked at Qin Ruyan again. Qin Ruyan was silent for a long time. Suddenly her face turned gray and she smiled a miserable smile. I see. At this moment, her feelings were incredibly complicated, but more than anything else, it was despair. I didn't realize that Zihan had disappeared because he was victimized by his own big brother, but there's no point in thinking about that now. Lu Zonghe can do this. Absolutely has already grasped sufficient evidence. His own year that thing, also exposed. Father, Ruyan knows his sins. She was all disheartened and sat paralyzed with powerlessness, as if she had lost her soul. Like a puppet, she opened her mouth. Back then, it was me who drugged the child in Yun Yashin's stomach and nullified it. The supreme bone on Lu Ming's body was also dug up by me. You kill me. like smoke without any complaint. Plead guilty. Not to me. Lu Zonghe took a deep breath, but rather to Lu Ming. Mingle, come up here. Lu Ming? The whole room froze and subconsciously looked around. He's back? See only. An unassuming corner. A young man with his hair tied up, brocade blue robe, and a handsome and extraordinary face despite his boyishness, rose without expression. As soon as he got up, he directly caused the entire room to freeze, be stunned, and be shocked. Why? When he had already sat in that place early on, did no one notice? This feeling of being close to the great invisible and returning to the basics, is it really something an 8-year-old can do? Wow. Sister. I suddenly realized that this little guy is so handsome. Looking at my heartbeat is thumping. Among the two sisters of a certain imperial beast sect, the younger, somewhat adorable baby fat pink-skirted girl was holding a big gray fierce dog, her eyes rippling with color. A double supreme treasure being dug up, and this extraordinary aura that is so daunting. It is indeed good and extraordinary. Thumbs up. Someone from the imperial beast sect immediately rose up in sour disdain. What's the point of looking good on the outside, with the two major physiques being scooped up? Even if they weren't seriously injured, their roots have already received great damage, right? Oh, you're jealous. That's right. Even if he's a loser, at least he'll grow up to be more handsome than you in the future. These two sisters coldly grunted in unison. But the others heard it, but they felt that the latter words were reasonable. Lu Ming's foundation had been greatly damaged. Unless the two major physiques are recaptured. In this way, as long as he could recover, all the so-called demonic prides in the eastern wasteland and even the entire desolate ancient continent would be dwarfed in front of him. Lu Ming. At this point, Lu Xingqian suddenly stopped in front of him and stared at him dead in the face. Dare to have a fair fight with me? If you lose, let my mother go. If I lose, we, mother and son, are at your disposal. Kill or die as you please. How? His move caused the eyes of the entire room to converge over. The anticipation of Lu Ming's reaction began. Oh, Lu Ming also seemed to be a bit surprised as he casually glanced at the other party. I'm not interested in killing you. Scared? Lu Xingqian sneered angrily. Star. Lu Zonghe let out a deep gulp. In this matter, the fault does not lie with you, but your mother made a mortal mistake, and when you are wrong, you must be punished. Piao Yi, go and stop your cousin. Alas. Lu Piao Yi sighed softly. He was obviously shaken up by the incident as well. However, still following Lu Zonghe's intention to do as he was told, a flash came in front of Lu Xingqian and put his hand on his shoulder. A surge of spiritual energy flowed, actually suppressing Lu Xingqian so much that he couldn't move the slightest bit. Lu Xingqian glanced at him in horror, not expecting that this seemingly amiable cousin would actually hide so deeply, suppressing his supreme aura to the point of incomparable stagnation. Even Lu Ming looked at him more. Lu Piaoyi sighed helplessly. I'll say, cousin Star. Ah, grandfather is right. Make a mistake and you have to pay the price of making a mistake. Listen to your cousin. Don't do anything stupid again. This matter, and you don't have much to do with it, but it's hard to say if you're obsessed with it. What? Do you mean it's not about me? Due to being suppressed, Lu Xingqian gritted his teeth and struggled, struggling to mobilize his body's spiritual energy, and word by word, he squeezed out a few words from his teeth. On the stage is my mother. Lu Piaoyi frowned, hating the iron. You kid. Give you a good word you still do not listen to it, right? Imagine if your mother had been drugged while pregnant with you and nearly killed you. You became a waste after you were born, and it was not easy for you to awaken the supreme treasure supreme bone and have a chance to rise, but then you were dug up alive by that person. You can forgive that man? You hate to break her into pieces, don't you? Lu Xingqian's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth in death. And, a few moments, Lu Piaoyi laughed. His words were shocking and seemingly teasing. You don't really think that having the supreme bone will be a match for cousin Lu Ming, do you? Do you know that just a month before he left the Lu family, he had crippled Lu Xiaoli with a single move, destroying a saint-rank lower-grade defensive treasure with a single strike. Until now, that Lu Xiaoli is still recuperating from her injuries. What? Lu Xingqian's pupils shrank, completely frozen. One strike, destroying a holy rank treasure. How? How is that possible? The entire room, likewise, fell into a deep disbelief. Sister, really? The baby-fat pink-clothed girl from the Heavenly Beast sect murmured as she looked at Lu Ming's tender figure. Should be unlikely? An 8-year-old child, destroying a holy weapon with a single strike. Isn't this a fantasy? Woof! The big, ferocious wolf dog all but barked, seemingly in disbelief. Don't scream. The pink girl was a little nervous and hastily glared at the big wolf dog. Although with her status as the daughter of the patriarch, there weren't too many people in the entire eastern wasteland who dared to mess with her. But, for this kind of occasion, they the Heavenly Beast sect, really didn't count for much, and to let her bring her pet over this time was already giving her face. Ha ha, it's not even a dog that believes that. The Qin family's side laughed. Other people didn't dare to talk about it, but they dared to. As a direct descendant of the Qin family, their status was only higher than Lu Ming and Lu Xingqian. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was uninterested in the shock and skepticism around him, turning a deaf ear to it. After Lu Piaoyi suppressed Lu Xingqian, he was expressionless as he arrived on the high platform in front of the three Lu Zetian people in full view of everyone. Seeing that he was forcibly suppressed and unable to move, he knelt in front of a child as young as 8 years old. Lu Zetian's mouth was twitching and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Are you trying to kill me? So what if I kill you? Lu Ming faintly said. You wouldn't still think until now that I, Lu Ming, wouldn't dare to offend my superiors from below and make a move against you, my eldest uncle. Would you? Lu Zonghe closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Lu Zetian admits his fault to Lu Ming, and then ended on his own. Don't make me do it myself. The old man's tone was calm, but anyone could hear that it was mixed with a little trembling. You know, it's his 1000th birthday. It should have been a time of the greatest joy, the greatest rejoicing, but instead he had to put his own son on trial by his own hand. Grandpa! Lu Tang suddenly fell to his knees with a plop and cried toward the high platform. Grandpa, have mercy. Could it be that you can bear to see your grandson? From now on, fatherless and motherless, alone? Tanger's father, but your own flesh and blood. Alas! The old woman in Chinese clothes sighed heavily, as if her entire body had aged a few more points. As Lu Zonghe's wife, Lu Zetian's own mother, how could she bear it, watching her own son die in front of her eyes, and being forced to die alive by his own father? Mingle, see if this is okay. Abolish the cultivation of several of them, expel them from the Lu family, and let them fend for themselves. Say no more. Lu Zonghe interrupted her. No one should plead for mercy in this matter. He stared at Lu Zetian. Don't dare? Afraid to die? Then, I will take it upon myself to clean up the house. Lu Zetian's face was a shade of green and white. He was almost gnashing his teeth, hating Lu Ming in his heart. To finish the job on your own? Not everyone has that kind of courage. Not to mention, with people like him. Seeing his silence, Lu Ming was also silent. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Zonghe's eyes flashed with a vicious color. Raising his withered palm, an appalling might coalesced and was about to slap down towards Lu Zetian's head. Yi Jin closed her eyes deeply, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. She couldn't bear it, seeing her husband die like that in front of her eyes, but she knew deep down that everything was irreversible. Wait, a close call. Lu Ming suddenly shook his head. The crowd froze, thought he was intolerant, but then I heard him faintly say, there is no need for you to do it. This statement was made. The entire room was once again stunned. What do you mean? You don't need Lu Zonghe to do it? Unseal all of these people's cultivation seals. Lu Ming's tone was serene. I'll do it myself. This kid, he's too puffed up, isn't he? Although it is true that you are in the right in this matter. If this is true, Lu Zetian should also be killed. But, what do you mean you want to do it yourself? Sis, is he crazy? The pink-clothed girl also stared blankly at Lu Ming. Sister nodded, thinking that Lu Ming was indeed a bit outrageous. Alas, just now also felt that this little guy is calm and extraordinary. Ancient, well, cool, simply poking my heart straight. Did not expect, actually so pompous. It was especially unfortunate when my sister sighed. Lu Zonghe frowned. Ming Er, I know you are eager to avenge your parents. But, unexpectedly, the word KO was not even finished. His pupils snapped shut, only to see that the aura on Lu Ming's body began to suddenly climb at an incredible speed. An appalling aura fluctuation shook out from Lu Ming's body and shot straight up into the sky, and a terrifying pressure, like the heavens, covered the hearts of the crowd. Shen Ling 1, ninefold, Earth Martial 1, ninefold, the whole place is dead silent. Almost everyone, after freezing for a long time, backward breaths of cold air, eyes wide, waves of shock, incredulity flooded inside. Saint Martial 1, a mere 8 years old, and he actually has the first level of Saint Martial cultivation. And, how can there be such a terrifying sense of oppression at the first level of Saint Martial? What a scary scion. Saint Lord level powerhouses, too, murmured in their hearts, even appalled. The might it exuded was even more terrifying than the questioning jade, or even the Tao condensation realm, giving people a kind of trembling, submissive feeling from the depths of their souls, as if he was the supreme monarch of this side of heaven and earth. God, anything and everything, in his presence, lost all color. The sisters of the Heavenly Beast sect were so shocked that they froze, and at this moment, there was only Lu Ming in their eyes. and they could only hear their own hearts, which were beating randomly, and the big wolf dog, prostrate and shivering, his liver in fear. I can't believe there are such horrible human beings. Lu Xingchen looked at Lu Ming in stagnation. Isn't he wasted? Why? However, did the realm increase rather than decrease to such a terrifying degree? Qin Ruyan, Yi Jin, Imo is not so idea. Full of disbelief, and then bitter. Lu Zonghe's state of mind was equally complex and incomparable. Surprised, happy, and lamenting. It turned out that this little grandson of his was so terrifying that he could no longer be described by common sense. But on the contrary, things had gotten to such a situation that no one could undo it. Qin Ruyan, dare you fight me? Lu Ming said coldly. You at least have the strength of the first level of the questioning apparition. If you win against me, I can give you a chance to live. Humph. Qin Ruyan suddenly inhaled deeply and laughed coldly. Her cultivation was unlocked by Lu Zonghe. Come on then, if I am killed by you today, I have nothing to say. If you lose, then don't regret it. At this point, Elder Tian Gui's figure suddenly appeared on the stage. His appearance, again, caused the whole room to freeze, only to see him raise his hand and wave it. He actually directly opened up a void boundary that was extremely solid, similar to a ring. I, the old man, will be the referee of this duel, and no one will be allowed to intervene as a way to understand the grudge. The old man Tian Gui's voice was flat, but it was like £1,000,000, clearly spreading to everyone's ears. But in his heart, he said that if his little friend couldn't carry it, he would immediately be the first to make a move. Elder Tengui's? Immediately, the older generation of powerhouses present recognized him. So it's Tianji Pavilion's Tian Gui Sr. The whole room stirred and shook. Thanks a lot, Senior. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and indifferent. It was as if nothing in the world could arouse the slightest interest in him. He stepped first and entered this boundary of nothingness. It was clearly just a childish body, but standing there, it was like a lofty mountain, emitting a palpitating aura. Qin Ruyan's complexion, similarly cold, stepped into the boundary. She knew that by doing this, Lu Ming was not only killing people, but also executing their hearts. If she were to lose in the hands of a mere 8-year-old child, in front of the entire Eastern Wasteland powerhouses, even if she were to die, she would be completely reduced to a laughingstock. I, Qin Ruyan, can die at the hands of the older generation, my peers, but I absolutely cannot die at the hands of a child. Power surged within her body and her aura climbed up in knots. Click, click, click. The might of the questioning juggernaut realm erupted in full force, and the sky even churned with the sound of thunder. Her long hair flew, and her plump body no longer looked soft and unthreatening, but became especially terrifying. As for Lu Ming, he recalled all of Qin Ruyan's crimes. The chaotic qi in his body could no longer control the surging, like an enraged lion, or a volcano that was about to erupt. Fiery magma rolled around inside him, ready to explode, only to see him clench his fist and take a step out. The void boundary even trembled slightly, as if it couldn't withstand the unparalleled power. His figure suddenly disappeared in place, and Qin Ruyan's heart flinched and her pupils trembled as she felt the terrifying pressure from Lu Ming. She subconsciously wanted to use space to move and dodge, but immediately, the heart was appalled, because the entire space she was in was even firmly locked down. This was the crushing from the spatial Upanishad. This brazen punch gathered all of Lu Ming's strength, and the surrounding space became distorted as a result. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, with terrifying power, and the punch smashed into the location of her belly, piercing through her fleshly body's defense. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Qin Ruyan's mouth, and her body flew out backwards like a cannonball, smashing heavily against the wall at the edge of the void boundary. Feeling that her belly had been pierced through, and the Saint Martial thunder seal was directly broken, her face was as pale as paper, her breath plummeted, and her life rapidly drained away. Her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. How can that be? Himself, he actually couldn't even catch a single move from him? Crossing two major realms, Lu Ming, with one punch, killed her in seconds. She laughed miserably, and Lu Ming was panting slightly, his face slightly pale. This punch, as well as the spatial axiom that suppressed the questioning tribulation realm, drained all the power from his body. At this moment, he was like a dried-up ancient well, no longer having the strength to swing a second punch. Luckily, the Chaos Divine Bone, as well as the power of the ancient Tree of Life, produced a constant stream of energy to nourish his body. His pale cheeks were becoming rosy again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this time, outside the field, there was already a dead silence, even to the extent of shock and horror. 8 years old, Saint Martial 1, and one strike kills the questioning robbery 1? This scene had overturned everyone's perception, and they only felt that their worldview was crumbling. Mother! Lu Xingqian tore his heart out. Ruyan! Qin Hong could no longer control it and his rolling might erupted. But he only heard Elder Tian Gui coldly snort as the heavens and earth changed color. The terrifying aura belonging to the 9th level of the heavenly heart directly suppressed the entire scene. Like a god descending to the world. Whoever dares to intervene will not blame the old man for being merciless. Lu Ming came in front of Qin Ruyan and quietly looked at her who was collapsed on the ground, without the slightest hint of pity in his eyes. You lose. These 3 words struck Qin Ruyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Anything you want to say? Qin Ruyan closed her eyes and was silent for a long time. Eventually, her breath weak, she barely lifted her lips in a hard smile. Actually, I would love to see your father again. The supreme bone. You take back, but I beg you, not to hurt Star again. Lu Ming was equally silent and looked at her for a moment. If you had treated me like Lu Xingqian, why would you be like this? His state of mind, more or less, changed a little. However, immediately, he adjusted and looked at Yi Jin outside the boundary, faintly saying, come in, your turn. Yi Jin stood in the middle of the boundary. She looked at Lu Ming in a complicated way, but eventually, the gaze regained its composure. I, for one, am not Qin Ruyan. I admit, you're really scary, but it ends here. If you lose, your eldest uncle and I are willing to scrap our own cultivation and never set foot in the Lu family again. If, Lu Ming interrupted her, I will not lose. In his hand, an ice-blue longsword suddenly appeared, drenched in frost and snow and clouds. It seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth, unrivaled in its majesty. Yi Jin's pupils shrunk. Imperial soldier? The whole place was shocked, rioted, and boiled over. It's actually an imperial soldier? Is this Lu Ming's bottom line? No wonder he would be so confident. If it was an imperial weapon, Yi Jin, I'm afraid, was not really his opponent. Lu Zonghe, Lu Zonghui, Qin Hong, the Yi family's old family master, the Brahma Sacred Lord, and the old Sacred Lord, all couldn't help but have their eyes glazed over in disbelief, their hearts flooding with shocking waves. Even Elder Tian Gui had a heart attack. Little friend actually even owns an emperor's soldier? But, as far as he knew, in the entire eastern wasteland, there wasn't even a single complete imperial soldier at the moment. Where the hell did he get that? This little guy. What is it that he can't do? But, if the emperor's soldiers are powerful, it's possible that the entire boundary will collapse. Elder Tian Gui didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly cast a spell and made a seal, adding 2 consecutive reinforced boundaries. It took Yi Jin a long time to come back to his senses from the shocking shock. Imperial soldiers. This kid is just awful. She took a deep breath. If Lu Ming was holding an imperial armament, with his strength that could kill Qin Ruyan in a single strike, I'm afraid that someone at the first level of condensed Dao would, indeed, not necessarily be able to deal with him. However, she had the strength of the 5th level of the condensed Dao. This was no longer just a gap in realm. There was also the use of rules, of power. Lu Ming held the Frost Cloud Royal Heavenly Emperor soldier, the tip of his sword pointing towards Yi Jin as he coldly said, come on. The words fell. A might of heaven and earth like cold winter frost and snow and clouds converged, forming a chilling aura. At this moment, Yi Jin even had to admit it. If she didn't go all out herself, this 8-year-old in front of her would be enough to pose a deadly threat to her. Her eyes sank, and her aura, which belonged to the 5th level of the condensed Dao, suddenly erupted. Boom! Countless channels of turquoise aura wrapped around her, and a turquoise spirit sword that was strong enough to tear through space coalesced in front of her. Drink! Song Ling sword formation. As the sound fell, the turquoise spirit swords expanded into hundreds of handles, forming an arcane sword formation that shot explosively towards Lu Ming. Sacred rank sword technique. The field gasped. This Yi Jin, he's really going for the kill as soon as he comes up. The difference in realms was too great, and even though Lu Ming was holding an emperor's soldier, the difficulty of winning, or even killing Yi Jin, was tantamount to ascending to the blue sky. But the next moment, a monstrous and terrifying sword intent erupted from Lu Ming's body and shot up into the clouds. This sword intent even directly penetrated the triple void boundary, suppressing and tearing apart Elder Tian Gui's Heavenly Heart 9th level aura. Great Emperor level sword intent? The pupils of the entire room shook once again. This kid suddenly comprehended a Great Emperor level sword intent? Lu Drunken White and Wu Daofeng's voices trembled. In the Lu family's forbidden land, several old ancestors even came out in shock. The void. A stunning red-clothed woman. Her gaze trembled. Great Imperial sword intent? She's numb. How many more surprises does this little guy have to give her? This guy? It couldn't be some supreme being reincarnated, right? No. The white-skirted girl who followed her. A faint sigh of relief and colorfulness flowed under her eyes as she gently said, Even the Supreme Being cannot reach this level. This young girl had a mysterious feeling of being as ethereal as clouds, cool, honorable, a beauty that could not be described in words. It was as if as long as there was a place where she was, all the colors between heaven and earth converged on her, so that one could take one look and never forget it again. Even Phoenix Qianing, who was known as the #1 beauty in the eastern wasteland, would be inferior in front of her, but at this moment, even she was having a hard time staying calm and collected. It was unbelievable that there was still such an existence in this world. How do you know? Phoenix Qianing couldn't help but ask. Feelings? Feelings? Phoenix Qianing froze and then laughed. You've got a good sense of what's going on, and I feel the same way. She looked down again, only to see Lu Ming let out a violent shout, fiercely holding his sword and meeting Yi Jin head-on. The blade of the sword danced like a dragon. The frosty clouds in the sky seemed to have heavenly might, and wherever the tip of the sword passed, space was distorted and frozen. Swords clashed madly with each other. The roar was deafening, and the entire boundary trembled. The swords were continuous, one sword faster than the other, one sword stronger than the other. Again, it was a Saint rank sword technique, sacred rank sword technique, imperial soldier, great emperor level sword intent. Perhaps, Lu Ming can really create a miracle today. The entire audience could not take their eyes off the ground, holding their breaths and staring at the battle, fearing that they would miss a single detail. The aura seems to be unceasingly flowing, and the degree of purity and majesty is not even inferior to me. The 5th level of Dao condensation. Yi Jin was aghast, and his heart kept sinking. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of swords of aura in her sword formation were almost instantly shattered. Lu Ming's speed, so fast that it reached an unbelievable level, shattered her Tsong Ling sword formation, and after that, the frost cloud royal sky erupted with an unprecedented coldness, emitting a low chant like a dragon, and chaotic chi surged violently in the body of the sword. That's launching the final blow? Yi Jin was stunned, but he didn't dare to be careless at all. The might of the Emperor's soldiers was too powerful and the suppression force was terrifying. If she was struck, she would definitely end up with the god's soul destroyed. Thus, she fiercely gritted her teeth and mobilized her aura, forming a sturdy and incomparable barrier in preparation for his strike. Lu Ming roared and swung the frost cloud royal sky with all his might, attacking towards Yi Jin with an unrivaled destructive might. Yi Jin plays full defense, turquoise and ice blue. The two forces collided, and an unprecedented tremor swept out. Boom! The earth and sky trembled. The threefold boundary instantly shook. Tian Gui old man's face changed. Just wanted to make a move, but he saw several old ancestors of the Lu family, also united with him to make a move together, which barely stabilized the boundary. Crap! Outside the arena, some people of lower realms were almost scared out of their wits. If they were caught by this shockwave, they were afraid that they would be vaporized in an instant. Ka-ching! The shield in front of Yi Jin clicked and was mercilessly shattered. She spewed out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards and collapsed, and with a thud, hit the boundary heavily. Looking at Lu Ming, her pale face, on which an incredulous expression appeared. Me? Losing? Losing to an 8-year-old child at the first level of Saint Martial in just one round? Her heart, a gray, was as cold as ice. The whole scene, as if frozen by the coldest ice in the world, was horribly silent. Those two sisters from the heavenly beast sect swallowed hard. They stared blankly at the figure in the void boundary. Sister, him, is he still a human being? I don't know. My sister couldn't help but feel ridiculously ashamed of herself for all those thoughts she had had earlier. Lu Ming was not being insouciant. He really had a terrifying, unparalleled talent that could not be described in any language, as well as strength. May I ask? To defeat the 5th level of Dao condensation with the 1st level of Saint Martial, the entire desolate ancient world, there are many heavenly prides and demons like clouds, but with tens of millions of years of history, who could do it? The 5 old ancestors of the Lu family. These included Lu Xiaoli's father, Lu Qinyang, and the only remaining 2nd-generation ancestor of the Lu family, the strongest person in the entire Lu family at the moment, the peak of Tianqi 9, an old monster 1 generation higher than Elder Tian Gui, all of whom had appeared in front of the crowd. Greetings, old ancestor. Lu family people up and down to see the situation, respectfully kneel down in unison to pay respect. All of them are in the late stage of the heavenly center, and there's even a peak. The rest of the people of the slightly weaker forces were secretly smacking their lips, shivering, not daring to breathe. Is this the depth of the Lu family? Greetings to the 5 seniors, even the holy lords of the Brahma Heaven Holy Land and the Wine Sword sect and other forces. The old holy lords were secretly shocked and bowed respectfully. These few old guys were truly living fossil-level figures in the eastern wasteland, though their power family, too, had such a presence. But as a junior, really facing to this kind of character, also have to respect. In the current desolate ancient world, the aura was not as rich as the ancient times long ago, and the lifespan of the Saint realm was more than 10,000 years, while the second-generation ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Jihai, was in existence close to 10,000 years, although there was not much life left. Because of this, he, who was close to the strength of a half-emperor, was like an ultimate nuclear bomb that no one could afford to mess with. He was a droopy, thin, slightly hunched old man, with the look of a candle in the wind and a dying lamp. It seemed that a child going up at random would be able to knock it down. But, in reality, it was an extremely terrifying existence. If a great emperor did not come out, if this kind of existence was determined to take anyone away, almost no one would be able to escape, and including the Qin family, the Yi family and other forces of the great ancestor, usually are in the death closure, isolated from everything, unless it is related to the survival of the family, otherwise no one dares to disturb. Take a step further and step into the half-emperor level and soar to the heavens. Take a step back. Your lifespan will be depleted and you will be turned into a handful of yellow earth. At this moment, however, Lu Jihai was shocked out of his mind by Lu Ming alive. He completely ignored the kneeling Lu family crowd, and his old, cloudy eyes stared at Lu Ming in the void boundary with a shocked expression. His withered voice, slow. What on earth has happened that things have come to this? Lu Zonghe's face appeared ashamed. Old ancestor. It was really Zonghe's negligence that caused such a big mistake. Ming's parents disappeared since childhood. The child usually do not ask the world, until things cannot be undone to know. It turns out that his parents have always been, since childhood, was abolished, the most precious treasure was dug up. All suffered from the clan's poisonous hand. He told everything, including Lu Xiaoli's matter, one by one. Lu Jihai was first stunned after hearing this. Spinning his chest up, he cursed angrily, confused, and at this point, the Lu family's third uncle, the old man in tattered clothes, also had an unpredictable expression on his face. In the end, it could only be reduced to a heavy sigh. He could only blame himself for that day, or not being firm enough. However, the most crucial thing was that the Lu family's forbidden land was too special, as well as the fact that several of them had completely failed to focus their minds on the family's affairs. Lu family forbidden land, such as if not intentionally penetrate with powerful ideas, as an isolated place, so although prevented the outside world prying, cannot be expected because of this, was a few people to make the chicken and dog. Only Lu Qingyang, as well as Lu Zongba's faces were changing unpredictably at the moment. The former was fine, but if it wasn't for Phoenix Thousand Shadows warning that day, he would definitely have already made a move on Lu Ming, and not to say that he was actually killed, he would have to be directly invalidated. The latter, on the other hand, was the one who cut and stole Lu Ming's treasures. This fucking kid. Lu Zongba's eyes flickered as he secretly hated it. He's been luring me in from the very beginning. Only, what on earth did he do that for? What good is it to him if the treasure is robbed? Ming has such terrifying natural talent and strength. Lu Kelong, Lu Kai, and Lu Yun, although they were also kneeling respectfully on the ground at this moment, but in their hearts, there is no one who does not think so. Mounted, Lu Ming was faking it from the start. Lu Kelong was okay, after all. He had never targeted Lu Ming and treated him well, but the latter too. It's a bit mind-blowing, even scary. This Lu Ming is simply a monster. He actually even has an emperor soldier, and he can even defeat his great aunt. When the time comes, he won't find us in trouble, right? At that time, they hadn't rarely followed Lu Tang, and Lu Xiaoli's asked to taunt Lu Ming. Lu Jihai gazed at Lu Zitian, who was pale. He saw killing intent in the other's eyes. Clearly, this old ancestor, too, had moved to kill him. In fact, everything shouldn't have been like this. If Lu Ming hadn't acted so contrary, there were 10,000 ways he could have survived. But now, the family was clearly ready to give up on him. Everyone else, get up first. Since Lu Ming said that he's going to solve your problem himself, let's wait for him. Lu Jihai's hoarse and indifferent voice spread to everyone's ears. One Saint Martial first level, one Heavenly Heart first level. For major realms. But the gap between the peak of Tao condensation to the first level of Heavenly Heart was even greater than the gap between an ordinary person to the Tao condensation realm. Completing this challenge is harder than getting to the top, but he, still, wanted to see just where Lu Ming's limits were. Aside from Lu Zitian, the rest of the Lu family got up and, involuntarily, looked toward Lu Ming. This young grandson of the Lu family had already shocked them beyond words. I wonder, could he really create a miracle and accomplish this impossible challenge? Somehow, though. As this thought rose, they all inexplicably felt absurd and ridiculous in their hearts, laughing at themselves for actually generating such a thought. Can he perform a miracle beyond a miracle? The two sisters from the Heavenly Beast sect were also staring at Lu Ming, their hearts racing for him for a while. At this moment, Lu Ming finally ended up panting heavily. The party had just finished the battle, and he was barely able to keep from collapsing as he was practically bracing his sword with both hands. Every time he activated the Emperor Soldier, it almost exhausted all the power in his body. With the first level of Saint Martial, he crossed 3.5 major realms to defeat Condensed Tao. He's reached his limit. It seems that if you want to defeat Lu Zetian, who is at the first level of Heavenly Heart, you can only fight for your life. He secretly said that the gap was simply too great, and that each small realm was like a heavenly ravine. Besides, he had just recovered a bit from his overdraft, but under Lu Ming's eyes, a hint of determination still flashed. This is a challenge that belongs to him. Some revenge makes sense when it's done by his own hand. Otherwise, what is the point of having such strength? He sat cross-legged, and a silhouette of an ancient tree filled with vitality surfaced above his head under the shocked gazes of the crowd. See only, he, who was clearly about to collapse at any moment just now, was recovering at an astonishing speed. There were signs of a breakthrough. Lu Ming took a deep breath. This time, he decided not to suppress his realm anymore. If one breaks through some more, it wouldn't be impossible to defeat the Heavenly Heart realm. He began to frantically absorb the remaining spirit crystals in his nascent sac like he didn't want to die. Unexpectedly, as the aura surged into his body, it actually pulled the surrounding aura of heaven and earth, which also converged over. The spirit vein energy of the entire Mangtian mountain range began to stir and surge wildly. See only, a huge swirl of aura appeared above his head. The crowd was shocked to discover that the cyclone expanded with a terrifying speed and might, eventually covering the entire sky above the mountain range. This kind of breakthrough stance was comparable to the horrifying breakthrough of the questioning tribulation to the Condensed Tao, where one had to cross the 9 heavens tribulation. Around Lu Ming, space seemed to be distorted, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. The aura surged like a tsunami, converging into a stream of spirit visible to the naked eye, and eventually, it became a black hole, devouring all the surrounding auras. In the sky, the huge whirlwind of aura emitted a deafening roar like 10,000 thunderbolts. At the center of the spirit spin, a dazzling light was as bright as a star. It was the source of Lu Ming's power undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. Under the impact of this power, cracks began to appear in his body. That was the old shackles breaking and new power being birthed. Under his skin, a golden glow loomed. That was the ancient tree of life strengthening his flesh, enabling him to withstand this unprecedented impact. The entire living beings of the Mang Heavenly Mountain Range felt the fluctuation of this power. Whether it was the birds and beasts or the cultivators, all of them felt that their minds were strongly shaken. At this moment of breakthrough, Lu Ming's consciousness merged with the heavens and earth, and through the heart of Heavenly Tao, his perception expanded infinitely, seemingly able to reach every corner of the world. He felt the caress of the wind, the flow of the clouds, the pulsation of the earth, and even the breath of the stars. It is an experience that transcends the senses, a realm of resonance with the universe. Finally, with an earth-shattering thud, the spin of aura reached its peak. A huge pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming within it. In the light, his figure became blurred, as if he was about to become one with heaven and earth. The void, Phoenix Thousand Shadows looked at his disciple. Around her, an unprecedented and terrifying aura vortex was similarly produced. Phoenix Thousand Shadows didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly brought her out into the void. And so, a truly shocking scene emerged. In the sky above, a huge aura vortex actually appeared again, and the light pillars were connected to it, forming an extremely spectacular and shocking scene. Anomaly, a magnificent vision. Obviously it is daytime, but the entire sky, the stars actually began to flicker rose, linked a huge, mysterious star map. The stars began to flicker, as if there is a rhythm general breathing, resonance. Flowers blossomed all over the mountain range, and an exotic fragrance that seemed to purify one's mind filled the entire heaven and earth. A gigantic void phoenix and a massive divine white dragon each appeared from the upper and lower vortexes and began to intertwine and hover, the dragon and phoenix chirping in unison. And the crowd soon realized, this dragon and phoenix were actually bringing Lu Ming, as well as a white-clothed girl, slowly approaching together. It's her. Lu Xingchen stared blankly at her, the very person he had seen just once the last time and was so haunted that he could no longer forget her. The holy daughter of the Void Phoenix Mountain? The rest of the big powers. It also recognized it immediately. This scene was too shocking, and the crowd's hearts were all in turmoil. This kind of heaven and earth vision was dozens of times more terrifying than the last time Lu Xingchen awakened the Supreme Bone. More than hundreds of times more terrifying. The 5 Lu family ancestors, especially Lu Jihai, were breathing heavily. He felt the heavenly way, the implication of the heavenly way. This supreme rhythm made him vaguely show signs of a breakthrough. Sky above. Surrounded by a gorgeous and incomparable light, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the young girl in front of him. Mo was about 16 or so, and he felt his heart beating a little faster. Because, never seen such a beautiful girl. This is my cheap master's disciple? He realized something immediately. No wonder she said that a man's heart would flutter at the sight of it. Because, the other party also possessed the heart of heavenly Tao. Could it be that she is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao of this world? And one's own heavenly heart is actually a copy of her heart? No. Lu Ming immediately shook his head again. I'm afraid it's not that simple. In all the worlds, there is only one heart. Nowadays, I am afraid that the introduction is not simply limited to the desolate world. It was an existence that was on the same level as the Chaos Divine Bone and the Hongmeng Pupil, the two most powerful physiques in the universe. And this breakthrough of his own triggered the resonance of the two heavenly Tao hearts. I didn't expect that the heir to the Void Phoenix Mountain would actually be so uncomplicated. He looked at the other's eyes that seemed to unite all the beauty in the world, and he did feel a thumping sensation. The young girl, on the other hand, seemed unsettled, because he could feel the other man's heartbeat, rising and falling in the same way. Finally, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" Jiang Ruoshui. The young girl thought for a moment. Originally, my surname was Jiang, and after I was picked up by my master from the foot of the Void Phoenix Mountain and taken as a disciple, I changed my surname to Phoenix, but then master said that Phoenix Ruoshui didn't sound good, so he changed it back. So it is. Lu Ming nodded. Give me your hand. Jiang Ruoshui suddenly laughed softly. Lu Ming knew what she was going to do. So, put your hand out. The two men's hands were pasted together, and at once, the original two streams of aura energy began to converge. Boom! Infinite radiant splendor immediately entwined and wrapped the two of them, although the same heart of heaven, but because of the different genders, one yin and one yang just complement each other. The auras within the two men's bodies began to mingle, surging and growing wildly. Lu Ming's cultivation level was even more of a breakthrough. Holy martial triple, quadruple, ninefold, ninth peak, terrible growth rate. But when this realm is reached, it seems to stop. Suddenly, an unprecedented power was transmitted once again. Lu Ming froze, but saw that although Jiang Ruoshui's expression was calm, her eyes hid a hint of seriousness. She's going to help herself break through the peeping life in one fell swoop? Lu Ming immediately fixed his mind, closed his eyes and began to make a serious breakthrough. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! After absorbing a large amount of pure spiritual energy and harmonizing yin and yang, his sea of aura violently expanded to a terrifying intensity and size, and the heart of the heavenly Tao also vaguely became stronger. When the light clears, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. A glimpse of the Life One. He broke through. In one fell swoop, he broke through a large realm. Lu Ming let out a breath. The eyes revealed a deep calm. The aura became deeper and unmeasurable. Feeling the surging power in his body, he knew that he was no longer the same as before, and that this breakthrough was not just an elevation of the realm, but also a sublimation of his heart. And at the same time, every corner of the Mantian mountain range was echoing with the aftershocks of the two's breakthrough. The crowd's hearts seemed to become incomparably exuberant, excited, and surging with this breakthrough of the two. A thought arose in all of their minds. Lu Ming, be invincible. Ask who is the least happy right now. Undoubtedly, it was Lu Zitian, Lu Zongba and the others. The Qin and Yi families had already made up their minds that Yijin and Qin Ruyan were wasted and dead. This is a matter that they absolutely cannot pursue any further. At this point in time, Lu Ming had already become a big deal. If he harbored ill will towards him, I'm afraid that the entire family would suffer from annihilation. Lu Ming descended from mid-air. He turned his gaze to Lu Zitian and said faintly, word by word, it's your turn. Tell me where that forbidden place is and I might be able to spare your life. Lu Zitian sneered. Let's win over me first. He knew that even if he bested Lu Ming and told him where that place was, it's still hard to escape death today. But, he likewise still had the pride of being a heavenly heart realm. My Lu family, bearing the bloodline of the apocalypse, draws on the power of the great sun and refines the essence of heaven and earth for its own use. Lu Zitian slowly stood up from the ground. His voice was calm but contained endless majesty. The heart of heaven, resonating with heaven and earth, coexisting with heaven and earth. As his words rang out, a palpitating aura violently erupted around his body. The entire Lu family realm began to tremble. If the sky is here, it is me, and I am the might of the sky. His voice was like a flood bell that resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Today, let Big Uncle me give you a good lesson. The words fell. The sky flooded with a pale, gorgeous crimson. Under this crimson reflection, the air seemed to boil and the temperature rose dramatically. It was as if all the blazing flame elements in the heavens and earth were attracted and rushed towards his body. Those whose cultivation level was lower than the heavenly heart realm felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and burning at this moment. It was as if the soul, too, had been set on fire. The feeling is haunting and warlike. This is the unique domain of the heavenly mind realm. Under this domain, everyone below the heaven's heart was an ant. Lu Zetian, on the other hand, is an omnipotent god. A portion of the people present had their hearts almost in their throats. Is this the terror of the heavenly heart realm at full strength? The two sisters of the heavenly beast sect, their breath stuttering and trembling, couldn't help but die pinching a cold sweat for Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the protection of a strong person, at this moment, I'm afraid that they would have long been under this might, and their hearts and souls would have been destroyed. Lu Ming, can he really defeat such an existence? The blazing, wildly surging wind blew Lu Ming to the point where his robes hunted and his hair fluttered. At this moment in front of Lu Zetian's monstrous might, he indeed seemed like a weak ant, like a lone boat in the raging sea of fury, which could be mercilessly swallowed up by the huge waves at any time. But his gaze, however, was calmer than ever. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you do. He was holding an imperial weapon, and within his body, the sacred white dragon aura, likewise, began to boil. Roar! The mighty ancestral dragon from the ancient age blasted straight into the sky with a loud roar. It began to flutter, hover, and stir. Bang! Like a silver bottle breaking at first, glass shattering, it shattered the domain belonging to Lu Zetian, turning it into countless crimson crystal fragments, which eventually went up in smoke. The heart of the heavenly Tao, the ancestral dragon's spiritual body under the enhancement of the chaotic chi. How could it be suppressed by the domain of a mere heavenly heart first level? Lu Ming roared furiously, fiercely holding his sword as his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The ninth level of Tai Su Whisking Cloud, the ninth style. He had gathered all the spatial mysteries in this sword. Lu Zetian sneered. This sword, even if he could dodge it, he wouldn't. Kid, you're still a little too young, he bellowed angrily, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Eat me. His veins rippled like gnarled dragons, and this punch, which gathered all the fiery elements of this heaven and earth, was the strongest punch he, Lu Zetian, had ever thrown in his life. Boom! The stone is broken. The collision of fists and swords, the agitated impact, instantly swept toward the Lu family realm like destruction. If it wasn't suppressed by several strong men, I'm afraid, the entire Lu family would be reduced to rubble. It's horrible. The crowd was horrified and jaw-dropped. This was actually the kind of commotion that could be produced by a life-prying first-level battling against the heavenly heart realm. Those who didn't know would have thought that it was two heavenly heart sacred realm greats going at it. The aftermath will not dissipate for a long time. However, Lu Ming's body, like a cannonball, flew backwards and out, smashing heavily on the floor and smashing out a huge crater. Amidst the smoke and dust, he seemed to have fallen to the ground and was seriously injured. His entire arm, which was numb from the shock, was about to lose consciousness. However, Lu Ming still gripped the hilt of his sword with a death grip, supporting his body and not collapsing. Ahem! His chest churned and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly heart realm. It's still too strong. Despite the mutterings and the fluttering in his chest that took a long time to settle, a cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth again. After taking a hard hit from an imperial soldier, I'm sure, Lu Zetian wasn't much better, right? Sure enough, Lu Zetian's face likewise turned slightly white. His entire right arm was directly cut in half, and the only half left was frozen by layers of frost. See, there is no possibility of recovery. Lu Zetian's gaze hardened, and he shook his right arm into pieces raw. With just this one collision, he suffered a big loss and lost an arm. Frost Cloud Sentinel's frost power was too strong. Not only did it make it impossible for this arm to regenerate, it even affected his internal organs and the aura running through his meridians. Seeing Lu Ming offer up the ancient tree of life once again, the huge source of life force continuously nourished his body, causing him to recover at an appalling speed. Lu Zetian's face sank like water. This kid, it's like a monster that can't be beaten. There's no difference. Anyone who fought against him and was unable to kill him completely would die only by himself. Come on then. With a ferocious gaze, he roared again and took the initiative, turning into a stream of light that violently rushed towards Lu Ming. He knew that he was bound to die today, but he would never let Lu Ming have a good time either, and he must make him pay a painful price. Boom! A terrifying shock exploded around Lu Ming's ancient tree of life. All of them were greatly alarmed. This Lu Zetian was so shameless as to sneak attack Lu Ming while he was recovering from his injuries? Lu Ming is going to suffer. They held their breath in death. But the next moment. But see, Lu Ming's body had long since disappeared from the spot. Sneak attack? Lu Ming's gaze was cold to the core. He held the Emperor's soldier in his hand and suddenly stabbed. Lu Zetian fiercely gritted his teeth and exploded his spiritual energy to block, backhanding another punch. Boom! The ripples shook again, but with the loss of his right hand, his power was significantly weaker this time. His figure retreated out violently, but he was unwilling to do so and raised his voice to the sky. Again! I, the hallowed heavenly heart, still can't beat you, a life-prying one? Once again, he violently rushed towards Lu Ming with a dizzying speed. Just in time, Lu Ming sneered. Just in time to try my swordsmanship with you. He gripped the hilt of his sword fiercely and met it. Staggering instantly, the battle between the two. Each strike can be said to be shocking. The sky is dark, as if it has the momentum of the end of the world. They fought furiously all the way to the sky above. Lu Zetian's heart sank indefinitely. This kid was too terrifying. His sword technique was simply overpowering to the point of being appalling. Lu Ming, on the other hand, grew more and more courageous as he fought. His swordsmanship was like a god, and with the power of the ancestral dragon attached to his body, each sword contained a divine yet destructive aura. A random sword she blasted a deep, bottomless crack in the ground. Lu Zetian, who only had one hand, could only be forced to defend. He was horrified beyond belief. Surprisingly, he himself had no advantage against Lu Ming in any aspect of the battle. The rules were used in such a way that he couldn't use the power of space to suppress Lu Ming. The thickness and purity of spiritual energy was similarly no less impressive for Lu Ming. Even the strength of his physical body was not necessarily worse for him than himself. It was as if Lu Ming was at the heavenly heart realm, and he, on the other hand, was the one who was at the first level of life prying. How? Wasn't I supposed to crush him like an ant? He roared furiously, wanting to completely explode with all his power. Ah! A pillar of light that was thorough to the heavens exploded out with him at the center. Lu Zetian's eyes were crimson, and he completely stormed out. If the heavenly heart realm erupted with its full power, it would be enough to destroy dozens of surrounding states and millions of kilometers of territory. This guy's going to blow himself up? Lu Ming cursed the brute, actually refused to say in death where exactly his parents were. But it was too late. Then you go to hell. With a loud roar, his body disappeared, and with the aid of the Space Upanishad, his sword light flashed, containing earth-shattering destructive power that swept over him like a shocking wave. Lu Zetian was shocked as he realized that he was actually unable to avoid it. He watched as the sword stabbed at his heart. Put! With the sound of a sword piercing through flesh and blood, Imperial soldiers, piercing through his body. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Lu Zetian's gaze, completely frozen. Lu Ming looked at him expressionlessly, but the power of chaos was madly surging towards his body, destroying his vitality. Feel the destruction of the vitality in your body. The severance. Blood spilled from the corner of Lu Zetian's mouth, and his gaze grayed out, eventually losing all its luster. He knows. Defeated himself. Defeated at the hands of an 8-year-old child. Losing its source of power, the pillar of light slowly converged until it dissipated. As his body descended and hit the ground hard, the plaza, it was terribly quiet, deathly silent. Lu Zetian was defeated and died at the hands of Lu Ming. He has, literally, performed a miracle for the ages. When Lu Ming's body slowly descended into the square, in the sight of the crowd, the gazes of the entire younger generation carried shock, adoration, and even awe, the ultimate awe, not even daring to go and look at him more than once. Terrible, terrible. He, after all, had crossed 3 major realms and killed Lu Zetian, who was at the first level of heavenly heart. As for the older generation, they all sighed. It was no longer enough to describe Lu Ming's performance with the fearfulness of the younger generation. Lu Ming had created a myth that had never been seen in the ancient world. It was categorically impossible for even 10 teenage supreme beings to add up. After today, Lu Ming's name was destined to resonate throughout the eastern wasteland. The desolate ancient continent. Lu Tang's face was ashen, and his body was weak and numb as he stood in place. He knew that he was completely finished. With his father fallen and his mother's life and death unknown, everything that belonged to him was destined to be taken away by Lu Ming. Unexpected. Suddenly, the crowd realized that Lu Ming actually began to sit cross-legged on the spot. His eyes closed. They were startled. He's making another breakthrough? It can't be, can it? To break through again? Then this is a little too scary. Breakthrough? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Somewhat speechless. Break a hammer. What do you think you're doing here? Drinking water? He was too tired. Exhausted. Both physically and mentally. 3 matchups. He squeezed every ounce of his body's potential over and over again, refreshing the limits of what his body could withstand. After all, he had somewhat underestimated the terrifying nature of the heavenly heart realm, and had used up his last ounce of strength by holding on strongly until now. So he actually fell asleep, sitting up in front of the crowd and falling asleep, sleeping through the night. Puff! He collapsed and huffed and puffed right back to sleep, almost as if he had passed out. Mingle! Lu Zixin was first stunned. Then she was very distressed and rushed over, intending to help him up. It was so hard to be a mere 8-year-old today. In fact, even if he doesn't have to do it himself, someone else is big enough to do it for him. But he was stubborn and had to use his own hands to avenge his parents. Sango and her sister-in-law are truly their greatest blessing to have such a child. But just as she was about to arrive in front of Lu Ming, a red-clothed, stunning woman, however, suddenly rushed ahead of her. Alas! Huang Qianying glanced at Lu Ming with palpitations. Last minute, she could no longer resist the urge to strike. So did Lu Jihai, and so did that old man from Tianji Pavilion. But Lu Ming, in the end, still relied on his own strength to defuse the crisis that was nearly killing him. If Lu Zitian was allowed to really succeed in self-detonation, he, who was at the exact center of the explosion, would almost die without a chance of survival. Let him rest and relax. Lu Zixin's footsteps lurched, and when she saw that Phoenix Qianying seemed to be intent on stopping her, she was just about to say something when she saw that the other party used a soft force to drag Lu Ming up and place him in Zhang Ruoshui's arms. Apprentice, take care of him first. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoshui's hands and feet Lu Ming caught him and let him lean in his arms. Her stunningly flawless little face was slightly heated from embarrassment. You're so mean. Aren't you afraid of waking him up and breaking him by throwing him like that? Also, she was again secretly surprised that she would actually create such a big mood swing for Lu Ming. Wakamizu. The name actually fits her character. Because usually, she was always as serene as water and as elegant as an immortal, never having too many emotional ups and downs, not to mention developing any feelings for the opposite sex. However, Lu Ming's appearance made it difficult for her to remain aloof and calm any longer. It was important to know that their hearts were inextricably linked, not to say that their minds were completely connected, but they were able to sense some of each other's emotions. For example, she could feel that Lu Ming was now very tired and wanted to rest. All in all, it's an unspeakably wonderful feeling. The corner of Lu Zixin's mouth twitched. Then please take good care of him. Why does it look like you're trying to rob someone? She was only Lu Ming's sister-in-law, not a parent and not a lover. As long as the other party did not hurt Lu Ming, she could not say anything else. Naturally, Phoenix Qianying rightfully said. After thinking for a moment, she then leisurely said, Old senior, as Lu Ming's master, this seat will bring him back to Void Phoenix Mountain. You should have no problem with that, right? Lu Jihai froze. This Void Phoenix Mountain, actually so impatient to start robbing people? A few moments. His pale voice, likewise, came out faintly. Little girl, you are his master, but the Lu family is where he was born and raised. That he would not stay in the Lu family and go to your place is something the old man had not envisioned. It's time to start stealing people. The crowd immediately had a look of anticipation as they watched the show. Daring to do such a thing in front of this old senior. It was estimated that only Phoenix Qianying had this kind of backbone. Ha 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 ha, stay in the Lu family? Phoenix Qianying seemed to have heard the funniest joke and laughed her ass off. Old senior, it's not that I'm saying, what is it about your Lu family that can keep him? Is it a bunch of old guys? Or is it that ghostly forbidden place? As you can see, within Lu Ming's body, there is an ancestral dragon inheritance. It just happens to make a pair with this seat's disciple. Yin and Yang, dragon and phoenix. No more, there are so many female disciples on Void Phoenix Mountain. It's better than this Lu family of yours, isn't it? Her laughter, as well as her thought-provoking words, caused the teenagers, the youths, who were present, to be unable to stop their mouths from drying up as they looked enviously to the extreme at Lu Ming in Zhang Ruoshui's arms. Yeah, Phoenix Qianying's words were not wrong at all. If they had to choose, they would definitely choose the latter. Not to mention the fact that the Void Phoenix Mountain had a horrifying legacy and amazing heritage that was not comparable to the Lu family. The mere fact that it was a female disciple made it completely impossible for them to refuse. Those female disciples, casually taking out one of them, were all rare stunners on Earth, and would be crazily sought after in any power. Not to mention, with Zhang Ruoshui's poise, she was so beautiful that her heart trembled and suffocated. If you are hard-pressed to find the right words to describe it, then they thought that only this one sentence was enough to show her beauty. One more look and you'll explode. Closer, almost melted. Anyway, Mount Void Phoenix. It was definitely the most desirable place for male cultivators in the entire eastern wasteland. Lu Jihai, however, hoarsely said in a nonchalant voice, Lu Ming is still young. How can we talk about dual cultivation? At that time, if the Dao heart is damaged and the foundation is not protected, you, Void Phoenix Mountain, can afford this responsibility? Such revealing words, coming from him, an old undead, didn't seem odd. I think, in his youth, he was a flirt. Ha! At this point, Elder Tiangue was suddenly old and immodest, and opened his mouth with a smile. Such things, naturally, must still be decided by little friend himself. However, if it were up to the old man to choose, the old man, too, would not choose your Lu family. Lu Jihai narrowed his pale eyes and gave him a look that seemed to be a warning. If you talk nonsense again, I will pull your Tianji pavilion to die with you. Immediately, Elder Tiangue's neck shrank and he smiled sarcastically. No longer speaking. Younger? LOL. What kind of question is that? Phoenix Qianying laughed daintily. We can wait for him to grow up. It's just a few years. Who can't afford to wait? By then, my disciple will just be in his 20s and in his prime. Definitely a good match destined by heaven. Apprentice, don't you think so? Zhang Ruoxiang faced the sight of so many people and looked at Lu Ming who was lying in her arms, only to feel her cheeks burning a little. Master is also really such a small child. Thanks to her can also say such words. Her tone quickly regained its calmness, and seemed to take on a hint of shyness as she coldly said, Master, if there's nothing else, my disciple will return to the Void Phoenix Mountain to cultivate first. Yo, still shy. Huang Qianying teased, not caring in the slightest about Lu Jihai's gradually bad face. What's the hurry? For the master later, he will take you back together. Anyway, Senior Lu, about Lu Ming's matter, let us put it aside for now, and let him decide by himself at that time. Talking about talking, her voice, again, fell flat. However, as his master, there are some things that can still be done for him. Lu Jihai frowned, not knowing what she was going to do, and Phoenix Qianying's face was cold. Raising his hand he grabbed Lu Xingchen, Lu Tong, two people in front of himself. The power of space suppressed the two of them to the point where they could not move in the slightest. This seat will take back what doesn't belong to them. Senior Lu should have no problem with that, right? Lu Jihai was silent for a few moments. Naturally, has no problem with that. That's good. So the next second, under the crowd's frozen gaze, she merely moved with a thought. Lu Xingchen's face was pale, and a huge bloody gash was torn out of his back. Click! A crystal-clear golden bone was then stripped out of his body. Alive! The breath shook, and heaven and earth changed color. Rumble! The crowd's heartbeat thumped faster as they stared at the bone in shock. Is this the supreme bone? The Lu family watched this scene with their eyes, their minds complicated. Someone immediately sent a message to Lu Jihai. Old ancestor, this supreme bone and heavy pupil must not be allowed to be taken by the Void Phoenix Mountain. Even if it is put back into Lu Ming's body, it must not be obtained for them. The old man naturally knows. Lu Jihai calmly transmitted his voice. To be honest, Phoenix Qianying's approach was indeed a bit too disrespectful to him. This matter, in all reason, should be handled by the Lu family themselves, but she borrowed the name of a master that appeared out of nowhere, overstepped her bounds and directly took action against the Lu family, treating him as nothing. Inevitably, it's a bit too wild. He didn't say anything, just quietly watching Phoenix Qianying's movements, only to see that due to the severe pain, Lu Xingchen completely fainted, and Phoenix Thousand Shadows, again, without changing his face, stripped Lu Tang's eyes, which had also been stripped raw. The pair of mysterious golden eyeballs, suspended in midair, emitted a haunting aura. Lu Tang's eye sockets, on the other hand, turned into two bloody holes. Unfortunately, being suppressed by the power of space, he couldn't make a single sound, and then he also completely fainted. After doing all this, Phoenix Qianying did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions, as if accomplishing a trivial and insignificant thing. It made some people, almost instinctively, feel some fear, awe, for her. Perhaps, this was the true face of this top-level Holy Lord powerhouse? At the same time, the aura emanating from the two innate supreme treasures also caused the crowd's eyes to heat up, their hearts to beat faster, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Heavy pupils, supreme bones, two ultimate innate supreme treasures. Possessing either of them could be called a great emperor's posture, or even a future supreme. Now, not only did they appear together at the same time, but they both became unowned. There was no one present who wasn't red-eyed, but they could only suppress the stupidity within them. No one would be stupid enough to make a move to snatch it on such an occasion. Neither the Lu family, nor the Void Phoenix Mountain would give them this opportunity. Doing it rashly was no different from seeking death. The big wolf dog, on the other hand, was staring at them dead in the face, barking furiously, itching to devour them immediately. Woof woof woof, don't you scream, the pink-skirted girl interrupted it in a hurry. Finally, Phoenix Thousand Shadows finished everything. She didn't look at Lu Xingchen or Lu Tang more than once. After casually undoing the spatial suppression, the two men fell to the ground as miserably as dead corpses. Lu Zonghe sighed and waved his hand to bring his two grandchildren, with a soft spiritual energy, to himself. and stabilize their injuries. How sad. This time, the blow was indeed a little too big for them. If you can survive, maybe there is still hope for the cultivation journey. If you can't, I'm afraid, from now on, you will be devastated and completely fall into the dust. Lu Jihai also finally spoke up. He couldn't hear much emotion in his voice. Slow, husky. I wonder, what does Miss Phoenix plan to do with them? Phoenix Jianying didn't look at the two types of supreme treasures more than once, allowing them to levitate in front of him. Don't misunderstand, Senior Lu. This seat naturally doesn't intend to get its hands on them. How to deal with them is up to Lu Ming to decide. The crowd again turned their gazes, all of them converging on Lu Ming. Seeing him sleeping soundly in Zhang Ruoshui's arms with his head resting on someone else's chest, he had the urge to forcefully wake him up and ask him what exactly he planned to do with these two supreme treasures. After all, he had apparently obtained a brand new, even more heaven-defying chance after the supreme treasure was dug up. If he were to reclaim it back into his body, I'm sure his comprehensive strength would be able to go to another level. However, if he no longer needed these two powers, any of these two supreme treasures that fell on someone else would be enough to create a supreme demon. Unexpected. Feed the dogs. Lu Ming suddenly spoke in a dream. A rotten bone, a pair of broken eyes, and you're actually thinking of bringing it back to your wife to stew ribs. Isn't that funny? Feed the dog. Must feed the dog. I say. He suddenly bellowed with his eyes closed and his face reddened as if he was arguing with someone. What's the situation? Is this guy dreaming? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The atmosphere became odd, and Lu Ming suddenly woke up, one eye open. It then made contact with Zhang Ruoshui's eyes. Seeing the other man's bewildered face, he froze at first. Spinning around was a bit awkward. I'm going to. How did you end up in her arms? Not only did he lie in her arms, I can't believe I had a rare dream. Talked a bunch of sleep. He dreamed he was living on Earth. Everything did not happen. He is just a poor social animal. Not to mention a girlfriend, not even a house. Alone and suffered from the torture of 1996. In order to relieve loneliness, he raised a husky. It was hard for him to take a day off on Sunday, so he decided to treat himself. So he used his few savings, barely enough to live on, to buy some good wine and good food, intending to have a good meal with his friends, braised spare ribs, sweet and sour carp, etc. By the end of the meal, all that was left was a large rib and a pair of fish eyes. Unexpectedly, the friend was very odd. I can't believe I said I was going to bring this back to make soup for my wife. Lu Ming was instantly displeased. I'm going to stay and feed the dog myself. If you bring it back, what will the dog eat? The friend was instantly angry as well. Said he was so inadequate that he wouldn't let him take this back. Noisy, the two men clashed, swinging the bottle to each other's heads. After eating a fierce bottle blow, Lu Ming was startled and awakened. That's when I realized it was a dream. But, the dream was so real that it nearly made him think that he hadn't traveled at all. It was the experience of the ancient world that was a dream. But now it seemed that the faint fragrance of a young girl lingering on the tip of his nose and the soft touch coming from his head were all incredibly real. And he himself couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain after taking that bottle blow. Apparently, this is the real world. Ahem. Without a trace, he left Zhang Ruoshui's embrace and smiled awkwardly. Sorry for the trouble. Zhang Ruoshui gently shook her head. It's fine. That's good. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Understand the situation clearly. He thought about it. That dog, come here. The crowd froze, and then they were shocked, their faces oddly colored. Crap, he's not really going to take these two supreme treasures and feed them to the dogs, is he? The big wolf dog looked at Lu Ming incredulously, as if to say, me, is it really me? Says you, the dog. Lu Ming said with certainty, since he had such a dream, it was fate, and he was not stingy. It was really better to give it to a person than to a dog, and whether it could be refined or not depended on its chance. As soon as I heard that, the big wolf dog was ecstatic. Breaking away from the reins held in the pink-clothed girl's hands, he came to Lu Ming's feet with unparalleled excitement, his tail wagging furiously, his head tilted back and his mouth watering. He, a dog with intelligence. Although the supreme bone and the heavy pupil were in front of Phoenix Jianying, it was still up to this young human to decide how to deal with them in the end. The temptation of these two supreme treasures for it was no less than that of suddenly meeting a naked female immortal dog after being single for 10,000 years. And it couldn't wait, wanting to eat the other party ruthlessly. The people of the heavenly beast sect looked at each other in dismay, and then their hearts were also bursting with joy. What the hell? There's such a thing as a good thing? If it really swallowed these two supreme treasures, wouldn't it leap to the level of a supreme divine beast, crushing the Jinzong spirit beast? Phoenix Jianying raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Ming nodded. Of course. No. The crowd was in pain. This kind of treasure, actually really want to be taken by him and fed to the dogs? Mingle. Lu Zonghe's voice also came through, helplessly saying, you must consider this carefully. Lu Jihai is even more vocal line slow. Horse, this matter, cannot be child's play. Lu Ming spoke out. Naturally, it's not child's play. In my opinion, it is indeed better to feed these two supreme treasures to the dogs rather than giving them to people. Look at it, how happily it wags its tail, how loyal are the eyes. If it truly recognizes me as its master, it won't hesitate even if it has to die. Taking a step back, even if we just let it watch the house, it's still more reliable than most. The big wolfhound nodded. Yes, that's exactly right, kind of. Seeing the situation, Phoenix Qianying laughed. It seemed to recognize Lu Ming's idea as well. And so, with a thought, she sent the supreme bone and the heavy pupil to this big wolf dog. Ow! The big wolf dog was ecstatic and without hesitation wolfed them down. The corners of the crowd's mouths were twitching and their hearts were dripping blood. Damn it! Up! Obviously not their things, but there is always a world's most precious, belonging to their own treasures, living by a dog to spoil, but cannot do anything, can only watch the gripping feeling, and the moment it goes down, due to the powerful energy, its body suddenly erupted with an appalling aura and golden light. A pair of dog's eyes flashed madly, nearly blinding the crowd. Its breath began to skyrocket. From the beginning of the spirit-gathering realm, it soared wildly all the way and couldn't be stopped. However, immediately it wailed in pain. The body cracked under the impact of the massive energy, and golden light erupted. It rolled on the ground. Its leaking spiritual energy was so appalling that it seemed like it was about to be unable to withstand it and burst into flames. Lu Ming transmitted a stream of life aura to it and the corner of his mouth hooked up. This is a great chance for you. Whether you can hold out or not is up to you. Ha! Lu Drunken White suddenly laughed. Little friend Lu Ming is really in good spirits. Perhaps after a number of years, a dog emperor will rise in this eastern desolate earth. Such a chance. But in the end, it actually let a dog take it away. More people, however, gritted their teeth. Damn it! Damn Big Gray, actually betrayed this lady. The pink-skirted girl gritted her teeth and glared at the big wolf dog. She kinda admired Lu Ming at first. I did not expect to see him actually grabbed up the pet with himself, and immediately felt abominable. The key is, the Big Gray this guy, actually this point of temptation cannot stand, and decisively chose to abandon themselves. If I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead already. At that time, she discovered that at the foot of the heavenly beast sex mountain, there actually appeared an injured big gray dog with bright and silky fur, quite ferocious. So, on a whim, she healed its injuries, took it in as a pet, and gave it a name, called Big Gray. It is also considered very spiritual, after recognizing himself as the master, although his character is a bit grumpy, but it is good to be brave. The strength of the beasts that are several times stronger than it, intending to harm itself, it dares to go up and roar twice, and is considered to be loyal. Unexpected. Now it actually decisively chooses to abandon itself to lick another because of such a small temptation in the area. She hated it with a passion. But still, he held his breath and stared at Big Gray. It wasn't just her. At this moment, the eyes of the entire room were firmly fixed on this big wolf dog. If it really became a reality, I am afraid that from now on, the desolate world would really have to rise a terrifying existence. After receiving the boost from Lu Ming's life aura, the situation improved. The big gray body trembled and emitted a horrible aura, forming a layer of energy vibrating golden ripples that made people not dare to approach. Ow! It suddenly raised its head to the sky, and the dog's eyes erupted with an extremely intense golden light, and a pillar of light erupted with it, shooting straight up into the sky. Under the horrified sight of the crowd, it rose into the air, and an ancient and majestic aura centered on it spread in all directions, overwhelming the entire scene. The juniors with lower cultivation levels could barely even withstand the pressure. A little something. Lu Ming also marveled. It seemed that this dog had a lot of luck. See only. Its aura began to climb, soaring all the way up from the 9th level of spirit gathering at the beginning. Shen Ling 1, 2, 9. Earth Martial 2, 3. Ripple after ripple shook out, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth continued to converge towards it, again forming a huge vortex that was particularly spectacular. I'm kind of open today. Yeah, I never thought I'd see a dog make such a breakthrough. Some of the juniors marveled and smacked their lips. The other part, even more secretly jealous, had eyes that were on the verge of spitting fire. Nima, so what if you were born into a top family? In the end, it's not as good as a dog. Even, there are already people who have gritted their teeth and said in their hearts, if it is possible, please let me switch with this dog. What's wrong with being a dog? At that time, as usual, He possessed a heavenly posture that was proud of the desolate ancient world, and the so-called heavenly pride demons were not as good as a hair of his dog. And just as the crowd was gnashing their teeth, Big Gray's aura had come to a terrifying level. It still looked up to the sky and whistled, and through its fur it was faintly visible that its bones had turned golden, and there were also densely packed ancient and arcane runes flowing through it. Its eyes, in particular, became especially deep. Even though they were far apart, the crowd could feel a palpitating sense of oppression. Ninth level of Earth Marshal. Feeling its aura, even some Saint Lord level bigwigs were a bit envious of the dog. In just less than an incense stick time, a breakthrough across two major realms was hardened. It was extremely difficult to pour out the resources of their holy land and place them on an originally gifted 9th level spirit gathering junior. The emotions of the Lu family were even more bizarre. There is envy and jealousy. There were those who secretly cursed Lu Ming for his wastefulness. More but secretly hated. If it wasn't for Lu Zetian and Qin Ruyan's good deeds, all these chances should be the Lu family's. Think about it. Someone immediately and eagerly sent a message to Lu Jihai. Old ancestor, what we need to do now is that we must make Lu Ming still have his heart toward the Lu family. Even if we can't, we must never let him be dissatisfied again. If he proposes anything, we have to agree to all his demands. Otherwise, I'm afraid that by then, the Lu family won't even be this dog. Holy shit. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, the man was shocked and shut up in a hurry. He smiled sarcastically. Oh, old ancestor, I don't mean that. Hearing this, Lu Jihai wasn't angry. He just sighed slowly and softly, and passed on his voice. I know what you mean, and you're right. Lu Ming is the greatest hope of my Lu family, and, old man, I don't have much life left. The man was greatly alarmed. Old ancestor, you don't be in a hurry. To be born, to grow old and to die. In the desolate ancient continent, the human race has a history of millions of years, and even the great emperors, the supreme emperors, eventually drowned in the river of years. If one wishes to reach the realm of eternal life, I'm afraid, only the ethereal and vain immortals of legend can do so. Moreover, the path of witnessing is cut off, and nowadays in this world, I'm afraid, there have been hundreds of thousands of years without a great emperor. There are quite a few half-emperors that exist in that distant land of the middle continent, but none of them have succeeded in witnessing the Tao over the countless years. Lu Ming is the person who is most likely to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao in this era. No, I should say that he is bound to be able to break this shackle. Therefore, the Lu family must make every effort to get him back. The man was silent for a long time. Old ancestor, I know, and just as the two men, one old and one young, were talking, the big gray breakthrough is nearing its end. The pillar of light and the vibrations of the golden ripples gradually converged in its body. Its body, also from the beginning of more than a meter long, expanded a full 2 or 3 times, gray hair vaguely flowing with golden aura, more than one red metaphysical mark in the center of the eyebrow, majestic and domineering. The current one was unable to take human form, but it was likewise unable to speak. It was probably because the bloodline had become too powerful to reach that realm. Big Gray shrunk his body and changed back into his original form, and was just about to lick a wave of Lu Ming, when he heard a clear and hateful voice coming from him. Big Gray, you dog, do you still have me as your master in your heart? Orange, don't talk nonsense. The Heavenly Beast Sect Patriarch was startled and hurriedly stopped his youngest daughter. Is she allowed to speak in this setting? And, still, that tone, seeing almost all eyes converge, including the Wine Sword Sect, the Brahma Heavenly Sacred Ground, and a host of other bigwigs also looked over with a look of interest. This patriarch only felt pressurized. His body was hairy, and a cold sweat almost broke out on his forehead. Holy shit, he was just a mere pinnacle of Tao condensation, not even reaching the Saint realm, and usually didn't dare to breathe a single breath in front of these bigwigs. The only Saint realm in the entire Heavenly Beast sect was his old father, who was qualified to participate in this great birthday, and only because he was closer to the Lu family. Now it's good. It's directly the center of attention. It simply made him sweat. Seeing Lu Ming looking over as well, this patriarch hastily inhaled a breath. Haha, smile, said aloud. The little daughter's joke just now. Lu Xiao never take it to heart. This divine dog, since it has a destiny with Lu Xiao, then from now on, it is Lu Xiao's pet. In short, Lu Xiao can look at it, is really my Heavenly Beast sect's greatest honor. With a mouthful of Lu Xiao and a face full of smiles, he showed his caution to the fullest. Senior need not be so flustered. Lu Ming said, I'm a person who is actually very good at talking, but since your daughter feels that I took away her pet, I'll let Big Gray make his own choice. Era, from now on, that's your real name. If you are not satisfied, go back. Woof. Upon hearing this, the big wolf dog quickly gave a firm woof, as if to say, I'm definitely not going back. From now on, it's Era. As for Ian Oranger, Era looked at her with a determined and apologetic look. I'm sorry, master, but a good bird chooses a tree. Not to mention, I'm an aspiring dog. Era, want to get ahead too much. Cracked. One more chapter stuck for review. Humph. Ian Oranger ground up her silver teeth in anger and stared at it viciously. Dog, you wait for this lady. A beast pet betrayal was definitely a great shame for the daughter of the heavenly beast sovereign. It shows her vision, which is really bad. LOL. Era, however, said inwardly, Master, I'm sorry, although I've chosen a good master. I still won't forget your kindness and recognize you in my heart all the same, but the new master is too fragrant. When I become powerful, I will say that the heavenly beast sect is under my cover, and whoever dares to touch you will be messing with me. The dog emperor. Lu Ming smiled. This sister, I'm sure you've seen it too, right? It's not that I'm taking away from people, it's that Era chose me herself. Ian Oranger wanted to say something else. However, he saw Lu Ming speaking out of turn. But, as compensation, I have a test here, which is the inheritance of the ancient supreme spirit beasts. If you can pass it, naturally all will be happy. How? This statement was made. The whole room froze. The heavenly beast sect patriarch's breathing was even more stagnant and his heartbeat thumped faster. The inheritance of a swift supreme spirit beast? Ian Oranger was equally dumbfounded. Taiku, the inheritance of a supreme level spirit beast? Really? Say yes to him. Her sister, Ian Chinger, was anxious and hurriedly urged her on. Oh hoo! It was then that Ian Oranger awoke with a start. Her heart pounded, but when she looked at Lu Ming, some more teeth. Make it look like a handout. Ms. Ben. Aha! This young lady is genuinely moving. A little proud though, but she wasn't stupid. If we can really obtain this kind of inheritance, the district will be a dare if a dog runs away. Furthermore, she didn't doubt the truthfulness of what Lu Ming had said. The entire eastern wasteland knew that the Void Phoenix Mountain's Taishu Ancient Phoenix was a supreme beast of the ancient world, and that white dragon within Lu Ming's body, which could harmonize with this kind of existence as dragons and phoenixes, was surely of the same level as well. With his level of perversion, there was nothing unreasonable about having an extra copy of the swift supreme spirit beast inheritance. In short, although Ian Oranger's heart was hesitant and unable to let go of her face, her body was honest. In front of a lot of bigots, she had a red face and was also a bit nervous, but on the surface, she still had an indignant look on her face and came to Lu Ming's body. No matter what, the shock Lu Ming had given her before was a little too great. Obviously several years younger than herself, but like a towering god, so powerful that it was scary. And she, although usually in the sect pampered, set thousands of favorites in one. Whether it is senior brothers and sisters, or senior brothers and sisters have to coax her. However, in front of Lu Ming, it was at best a small sex nest. Nothing. This guy is kinda handsome. Ian Oranger's red face, secretly hating herself, her heartbeat actually accelerated somewhat indisputably, and a trace of sweat emerged from her palms. Oops, what was I thinking? She shook her head. The guy was only so young, and she was actually rambling to the heavens herself. She took a deep breath and feigned composure. Ahem. Ben, what should I do? Lu Ming saw that this chick, who was obviously nervous, but still hardened her calm demeanor, was also a bit interesting. Just put your hand out. Reach out. Ian Orange's eyes flickered as she looked at his boyish face. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like you're trying to take advantage of yourself. She put her small white hand out. Unexpected. Not reacting yet. It was then held by Lu Ming. Ian Oranger's face, instantly red like a monkey's butt, like she had been electrocuted, had the urge to draw back. Because, never mind her personality, she had never been so in touch with the opposite sex outside of her relatives. Don't say your hand was held like that. Not even a touch. Even if the other person was a child. She felt extremely shy. Lu Ming, however, didn't think about it in the slightest. His mind, really, is pure, and full attention. It's all focused at the moment. 2. Dead eyes on the hands of the two men touching. Even the always somewhat immodest Phoenix Qianing, at this moment did not go to tease his own disciple. The corner of the wall is going to be pried away. The inheritance of the swift supreme spirit beast was a matter of great importance. If this young girl succeeded, a few years later, perhaps, the heavenly beast sect could become a top power that rivaled the Void Phoenix Mountain. No jokes at all. Zhang Ruoxue, too, just quietly watched the scene. Lu Ming's face was calm. He slowly transferred the fantastically beautiful spirit butterfly chi in his body towards Ian Oranger's body. This power, since you can't use it yourself, that can't just go to waste. Little Ant can't use it. Zhang Ruoxue already has the Void Phoenix Mountain inheritance, and is also burdened with the heart of the heavenly Tao. If this guy in front of him can succeed, it proves that this is a chance that belongs solely to her, and he naturally won't be stingy. Any special feeling? Warm and a little ticklish. Nothing else? There's a little bit of sleepiness, said. Ian Oranger's body actually went soft, her eyes went black, and she fell straight towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used to force to drag her down, looking at her calm, yet sleepy face with a hint of a silly smile, a little speechless. Holy shit, what a waste. I can't believe I fell into an illusion like that and passed out. Cannot withstand hallucinogenic forces. It seemed that it was mostly unattached to this inheritance. Lu Xiao, how's it going? The heavenly beast sovereign was nervous and apprehensive, looking at him with anticipation. Lu Ming shook his head and said, let your eldest daughter try. The 17 or 18-year-old girl beside Ian Oranger, wearing a light blue dress, was quite similar to the former, without baby fat, and although she had a goose egg face, it was a bit more refined and delicate. Think, it should be two sisters. As soon as I heard that, Patriarch Ian was instantly disappointed. But, still, he immediately said to his eldest daughter again, Xinger, you go and try. Well, Ian Xinger nodded, equally a little apprehensive, nervous, and afraid of disappointing her father. She came in front of Lu Ming and first supported her sister in her arms before extending her left hand. Her hands were even more slender and delicate, onion white as jade. After being held by Lu Ming, her cheeks were also slightly red and quite shy. However, this rather odd scene made many people envious. Nima, he's not taking advantage of the girl, is he? Why else would you pick only girls? Damn it, you're so young, but you're so fancy. Lu Ming suddenly disregarded it. Even if he knew about these thoughts, he would just LOL and despise these people. Vulgarity. It is impossible to appreciate his noble spirit and good intentions. If the great tribulation of heaven and earth really comes, whether he is a man or a woman, a cat or a dog, isn't one more strength, one more hope? Unfortunately, Ian Xinger doesn't seem to have this chance either. Unable to hold on for more than a few breaths, his legs went weak, and together with his sister, they planted themselves towards him. I go to. Lu Ming used his spiritual power and held the two women up, rather helplessly. That doesn't seem like a good idea. He subconsciously assumed that the chances of someone from a power like the Heavenly Beast sect being able to receive the inheritance would more than likely be higher. Unfortunately, it didn't go as he expected. Patriarch Ian was disappointed. However, he still walked forward and smiled to thank Lu Ming before helplessly taking his two daughters away. Lu Xiao, could it be that this inheritance can only be accepted by women? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask aloud. Lu Ming looked at the man. It was a young man with unknown power, presumably similar to the Heavenly Beast sect. Exactly. Lu Ming nodded his head and spoke aloud towards the forces. I, Lu Ming, am not a petty person, so I'll put my words here today. This is the inheritance of the swift spirit butterfly, which possesses a powerful hallucinogenic ability, so whoever, as long as they meet the requirements, can take it away from me. However, with so many people in the eastern wasteland, I, Lu Ming, am not idle, and everyone knows that my parents disappeared 5 years ago. The place of disappearance is an abyssal cliff. If someone can provide information, not only can they prioritize the testing of the inheritance, in addition, if the information is accurate, I, Lu Ming, will definitely have heavy thanks. A gift of thanks. It won't be less than a top-grade saint soldier, or even, an emperor's soldier. This statement was made. The whole room breathed heavily. Crap, the emperor's soldier? Little friend Lu, our Brahma Heaven Holy Land, we will definitely go all out to look for your father and mother, and if there is any news, we will notify you at the first opportunity. The old Holy Lord of the Brahma Heavenly Sacred Land was agitated. Wu Daofeng said in a loud voice, from now on, I, the Wine Sword Sect, raise my clan to do this matter. Patriarch Ian spoke loudly. From now on, my Heavenly Beast sect will deploy all of its forces to search for Lu Xiao's parents. The two old family heads of the Yi and Qin families looked at each other, Qin Ruyan and Yi Jin, but their daughters were now beaten by Lu Ming to the point where they didn't know if they were alive or dead, and were lying there, and no one dared to save them. If they do the same, won't they completely lose even their faces? Available at. Their gazes flickered. That was an imperial soldier. If they didn't take a stand now and missed such a heavenly opportunity, and it was obtained by other forces, it would be an even heavier blow to the family. The Yi family's old master was the first to sit down. A mere Yi Jin was nothing. 10,000 Yi Jins couldn't even compare to an imperial weapon. He exclaimed, my Yi family as well. On this return, the old man will personally go and do this for little friend Lu. Qin Rulong clenched his fist in death. Lu Ming's move could not be described as ruthless. directly causing the entire eastern wasteland forces to boil over. The Yi family has now taken a stand as well. If the Qin family was slow to speak up, it was equivalent to standing directly against Lu Ming. The Lu family's alliance with the Qin family was basically severed cleanly today, with only one Lu Xingqian left to maintain it. But what was Lu Xingqian in front of Lu Ming? He only hated that why such a pervert as Lu Ming had appeared under the sky. Qin Han looked at Qin Ruyan, who was still lying on the ground. At this moment, her blood was almost drained and her life breath was cut off. Even if she was barely saved, she was completely wasted. But as a father, he couldn't bear to give up this last chance. Eventually, he said, my Qin family, too, is willing to raise the entire clan's strength to search for them. However, I wonder if young Lu can give my daughter one last chance so that I can bring her back to the Qin family? Lu Ming similarly looked at Qin Ruyan. The Hongmeng pupil told him that the other party, at this moment, still retained a trace of life. He shook his head. No one can save her. The meaning of the words is clear enough. Qin Han heaved a sigh. So be it. My youngest daughter made her own mistake, and this is the punishment she deserves. Elder brother Lu, today is your birthday. This is a congratulatory gift from little brother. Said. He flung out a turquoise-colored 10,000-year-old jade wish and sent it to Lu Zonghe. A small gift is not enough. However, little brother has a request, and I hope that elder brother Lu will grant it. Lu Zonghe sighed lightly and accepted the congratulatory gift. Go ahead. I would like to bring Star back to the Qin family for a remembrance. I wonder if that would be possible. It's good that brought him back. Lu Zonghe finally agreed. The two old friends for a while, to today's situation, is really not what he thought. It was indeed better for Lu Xingqian to stay in the Lu family than to head to the Qin family. With a lift of his hand, Qin Hong brought the unconscious Lu Xingqian to his side. He stroked his grandson's forehead and transmitted a surge of energy to stabilize his injuries. And then, towards Qin Rulong, he said in a faint voice, Longer, let's go. Aha. Qin Rulong nodded respectfully. Afterwards, he left along with Qin Hong, bringing Lu Xingqian along with him. Lu Ming didn't stop this. It doesn't make much sense either. And the crowd was quite saddened to see the Qin family leave the stage. However, this didn't hinder their enthusiasm for imperial soldiers. Little friend Lu, this is my wine sword sex secret summoning treasure. If there is any news, I will notify you at the first opportunity. Wu Daofeng smiled and sent a small wine gourd. Seeing the situation, the rest of the forces followed suit. This is from the Brahma Holy Land, and my heavenly beast sect, Vajra Gate. For a time, various forms of secret summoning treasures were put into Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming smiled at the crowd. Then I'll take care of you all. It was thought that the lure of the Emperor's soldier would definitely make them go all out to do this. This was already equivalent to the power of the entire eastern wasteland, naturally stronger than he alone. And after the matter has died down a bit, immediately, all the major powers, again, offered congratulatory gifts for Lu Zonghe. Qin Ruyan and Yi Jin, who were lying on the side, then looked especially miserable, receiving congratulatory gifts. Lu Ming found a random place and sat down. Era, on the other hand, was very sensible and squatted by his side, with a formidable and resolute defense of his master's safety. Lu Ming casually touched its doggy head. It was a male with a bone age of around 3 years old, equivalent to a young human. Unfortunately, with Era's aesthetics, humans are ugly and only bitches are what he seeks. Even if, at this moment, Phoenix Thousand Shadows was sitting right next to Lu Ming, it did not waver a single bit more. It just seemed that there was something scary about the human woman's intimidation. Still, it's just a little scary. Nowadays, it was carrying both the supreme bone and the heavy pupil. The only one who could make it submit was its new master. Lu Ming, I say, good apprentice, what are the plans for the future? Phoenix Qianying's voice, full of temptation, suddenly rang in his ears. How about returning to Mount Void Phoenix with my master? Master can make an exception and let you join me and Ruwashui in the Phoenix Pond to take a bath. Oh, TSK, how about a mandarin duck in the water? A dragon and 2 phoenixes? Ahem. Lu Ming cleared his throat and said in a serious manner, Master, I'm still young, don't tempt me. Ugh, what a boring little guy. Phoenix Qianying picked a piece of spirit fruit at random, originally wanting to send it to her mouth. Unexpectedly, suddenly her red lips curled up, her jade hand was sent to Lu Ming's mouth, and her voice was tantalizing. Ah! Lu Ming's face was expressionless as he ate it, causing Phoenix Qianying to laugh gently. No shame. On the side of the Heavenly Beast sect, Yin Oranger inexplicably said sourly. She didn't know, herself, why she was so sour. When Yin Fingmong heard this, she almost had her soul broken in fear and cold sweat. She hurriedly covered her youngest daughter's mouth. You don't want to die. Yin Oranger peeled away her father's hand, Father, let go of me. After falling into a coma, she had a dream. Very sweet, wonderful dream. If Yin Fengmeng hadn't woken her up, she would have even been willing to stay sunk in that dream. She dreamed that she met a Prince Charming, who not only had a noble status and amazing talent, but was also devoted to her and extremely infatuated. This Prince Charming takes her to see the world and crosses the cycle of life and death. Every place, every era, has left a story that belongs between the two. Cultivate and swim and act as a knight by day, and indescribable by night. The two had a little baby named Lu Hongduan. As for why the last name is Lu, because this Prince Charming's face was practically identical to the grown-up Lu Ming, even his name was the same. In this dream, she loved each other miserably and wanted nothing more than to be with him for eternity. Unfortunately, immediately, a huge demonic hand came down from the sky and grabbed her. Then she woke up with a start. It was clearly just a short period of less than an incense stick, but it was as if, after several long lifetimes, it left her unfulfilled and frustrated. Immediately after that, the scene from earlier was seen. In short, there was a sense of being bullheaded in person. She took a deep breath. Sis, did you just have a dream? Dreaming? Yin Qinger froze slightly. Did you just dream? Yeah. Yin Oranger gently nodded her head, actually looking a little melancholy, her heart empty. Yin Qinger shook her head. I didn't. I just felt like sleeping sweetly. I haven't slept like this in a long time. So, after Yin Oranger murmured and nodded her head, she sat down at the table, her hands resting on her chin, her eyes unconsciously drifting towards Lu Ming's side. Soon after, the major powers end their gift-giving. Lu Zonghe stood on top of the high platform and was just about to say something, only to see that Lu Zongba suddenly plopped down and knelt in front of Lu Jihai. Old ancestor, Zongba deserves to die for his crimes. This scene, again, caused the entire room to freeze. Holy shit, could it be that things weren't over yet? And that this old man, too, had made a move against Lu Ming? Lu Zonghe sighed slightly. That day, when Lu Ming was at the Forbidden Land, he did mention Lu Zongba. It seems that this fifth brother of his still can't take the pressure anymore. And Lu Kelong was stunned. What is Grandpa doing? Lu Jihai frowned. And what is your business? Lu Zongba looked like he was blaming himself for his pain, and half of his usual domineering might was gone. A month ago, Zongba was momentarily obsessed and snatched a heavy treasure from Lu Ming. The crime is unforgivable. I hope that the old ancestor will descend and punish him. Lu Kelong's eyes glazed over. Robbed Lu Ming of a heavy treasure? He subconsciously remembered that incident at the back mountain cliff that day. Lu Ming accidentally drops a small tripod, and Grandpa, happy to see it, offers to trade it with him, and sidetracked him and his brother. Originally, he thought that the two had happily struck a deal, but he didn't realize that Grandpa had sidetracked them in order to snatch cousin Lu Ming's treasures. Grandpa, you're so confused. He was heartbroken and never expected that his grandfather, whom he had always admired, would actually be this kind of person. The rest of the Lu family did not think so either. Even Lu Kai and Lu Yun were doubly surprised inside. It turned out that Lu Ming had had such a difficult time in the Lu family before, that even the older generation was beating him up. Lu Jihai's frown deepened. His pair of deep, cloudy eyes stared at Lu Zongba in a cold sweat, and he finally said with a gloomy face, "What's the point of pleading with the old man when you robbed Lu Ming's treasures? Go and ask Lu Ming for forgiveness. If he forgives, I will naturally not condemn you." Ask Lu Ming for forgiveness? Lu Zongba's old eyes flickered with uncertainty. The rest of the group looked as if they were watching the show. Today is really a wave that has not yet subsided, but a wave that has risen again. Lu Drunken White drank a mouthful of wine and laughed. Didn't come for nothing. Watching the theater can be enjoyable. It's hard to ask a guy who is a grandfather to ask for forgiveness from an 8-year-old. Even Lu Zitian, a mere eldest uncle, couldn't stand it and directly chose to die in battle by hardening himself. How would an old man of Lu Zongba's character react? Oh, Phoenix Thousand Shadows seemed to be quite surprised as well. Good disciple. What did that old man rob you of? Big baby. Lu Ming smiled. He was not surprised by Lu Zongba's choice, and had even expected it, so he had not taken the initiative to speak up. Big baby? Phoenix Jianying didn't seem to expect that he would actually use such 3 words to describe that treasure. On her stunningly beautiful face, a small hint of a promising smile floated up. How big of a baby? Lu Ming suddenly moved over and whispered in Huang Qianying's ear. It's even bigger than an imperial soldier. Phoenix Qianying's pupils gently shook. Bigger than an imperial soldier? What level of existence would that have to be? Lu Zongba got up and looked at the interaction between the two of them, Lu Ming and Huang Qianying, and gritted his teeth and struggled for a long time. In the end, it was decided to ask Lu Ming for forgiveness. He had taken the initiative to bring up the matter in order to diffuse, to the greatest extent possible, this crisis that belonged to him. If Lu Ming had taken the initiative and said something slightly to show his displeasure with him, he might just not make it in the Lu family. In full view, he arrived in front of Lu Ming and took a deep breath. Then, bowing toward him, and with both hands, he offered the desolate cauldron. Ming-er, in this matter, it was fifth uncle who did the wrong thing. Uncle apologizes and hopes you'll forgive. The eyes of the entire audience were focused on that small tripod. It's actually such a small tripod? Doesn't look like it's very precious, but it's actually worth grabbing for someone of this level? There were whispers. As for Phoenix Qianying, she also gently narrowed her phoenix eyes and surveyed the small bronze tripod. On the surface, it looks mediocre. In truth, it was rather mysterious and ancient, as if it came from an extremely ancient era. This was what Lu Ming had said. A treasure greater than an imperial soldier? Lu Ming put it into his nascent sphere. That's it. A flash of incredible excitement swept across the bottom of Lu Zongba's eyes, as if to say, that forgives me? One must know that what happened to Lu Zetian's few people could be described as miserable. I am a man who has always honored the old and loved the young, and a trifle is not enough. Lu Ming grinned, looking at Lu Zongba a little bit furious, but in his favor, he stopped saying anything more. It caused Lu Zongba to freeze in place, neither walking nor not walking, until Lu Ming was once again sure that he would no longer count more. It was only then that Lu Zongba heaved a sigh of relief and disappeared in ashes. This place, he couldn't stay for a moment, and he wasn't gone long. Unexpectedly, Lu Zixin suddenly stepped forward as well, as if she was going to say something. Lu Ming frowned, and with a flash, he arrived in front of her, while laughing. Little aunt, it's not your turn to congratulate you on your birthday yet. Lu Zixin looked at him for a moment, which eventually turned into a soft sigh. That incident was like a thorn in her side. Now, all those who had heard Lu Ming had been punished. She felt that she shouldn't keep it to herself any longer either. Little auntie, if this matter is told, people won't think your nephew is a monster? Lu Ming transmitted. It's okay even if your heart is ripped out. It's just heavenly. Forget about it. Lu Zixin was silent, and how she didn't know that she shouldn't actually say it. But after all, she had hurt Lu Ming, and unexpectedly, instead of being punished, she had even gained great benefits. Her big brother, her sister-in-law ended up like this. It was really hard for her to feel at ease and suffer. When Lu Ming saw her appearance, he secretly said that it was not good. This matter would actually have such a great impact on her. So he heatedly smiled again and transmitted his voice. Little auntie, this night at midnight, I will wait for you in the land of that day. Remember to come. Lu Zixin saw that he deliberately used this tone just to persuade himself. So, after another silence, the voice was transmitted. I'll be there. The time after that, after the major powers of the Eastern Wasteland offered their congratulatory gifts, then it was the Lu family's turn. The Zhongji generation, led by Lu Zonghuai, also offered gifts to celebrate the birthday of their own big brother. After that, there was the middle generation of the Lu family, led by Lu Zisheng. Finally, it was the turn of the Lu family juniors. Lu Piaohui took the lead in clasping his fists and bowing, smiling and saying aloud, Piaohui congratulates Grandpa on his long life, prosperous martial arts fortune, and his early certification as a great emperor, leading the Lu family to glory. May great-grandpa live long and prosper. I wish great-grandpa an eternal life of immortality and all the blessings that come with it. Lu Kai and Lu Yun, and other side families, also respectfully sent their blessings. Ha ha, all heart. On Lu Zonghe's face, a hint of a smile also appeared after a long time. And because of all kinds of strange and precious flavors, which have been sent to the square banquet, the whole atmosphere is also lively and peaceful. Just, see, all the people have almost gone up to congratulate the birthday, but the most critical one, but still steady as Mount Taishan, sitting somewhere below, from time to time and next to the beauty of the two flirting, from time to time to pick a piece of bone to feed the dog, so cozy, cannot help but secretly look forward to up. One must know that today's protagonist, on the surface, was Lu Zonghe, and the actual limelight had long been stolen by Lu Ming. I'm afraid, what Lu Zonghe is most concerned about is his attitude, right? And it is true. Seeing that Lu Ming remained unmoved, he couldn't help but sigh. However, nothing more was said. Banquet. It went on until it was dark. As the major forces left one after another, the originally lively Lu family realm once again returned to calm. Sure you don't want to go to Mount Void Phoenix with me? Before Phoenix Qianying left, she once again asked Lu Ming. We'll go sometime. Lu Ming smiled. After all, Sister Flossy is still at your place. How is she, by the way? Horror. It should be quite good, right? After all, she is now your senior uncle, cultivating in the Forbidden Land all day long. The progress must not be small. Phoenix Thousand Shadows took a rare proper turn and said indifferently, Anyway, since you're not going, this seat won't stay much longer. Ruoshue, let's go. Jiang Ruoshue didn't say much and nodded gently. Let's go. Just before he left Lu Ming with a sentence. Cheer up and practice. A large and small group of 2 women left. Elder Tian Gui also smilingly came before Lu Ming. Little friend, today is a sight to behold. I would also like to thank Senior for sending me and my little aunt back early. Lu Ming laughed lightly. What a thing to say. Old man Tian Gui pretended to be displeased and said, little friend has saved old man's life. What is this little thing? Then I'll trouble Senior to do me another small favor. Lu Ming was also nonchalant. If you say so, I promise to do it. Elder Tian Gui immediately swore. Lu Ming utilized his divine thoughts to transmit the appearance of the person who had robbed his saint soldier that day. He's from the 7 Wolves sect in the southwest domain, and it just so happens that Senior's Tianji pavilion is also there. This guy killed and seized the treasure to seize on me. I don't see any need for that 7 Wolves sect to exist anymore, so I'll trouble Senior to do something on my behalf and take the heat for me. Oh, Elder Tian Gui's eyes narrowed. Killing for treasure? Outrageous. There is such a thing. Don't worry little friend. The 7 Wolves sect, there is no need for it to exist anymore. I'll go back and clean them up. Then I'll trouble Senior. Oh, no trouble, no trouble. Elder Tian Gui patted Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed. If there is anything in the future, Tianji Pavilion will definitely help. Old me also sends a word to young friend. Cultivate well. The hope of this world is in your body. After saying that, he laughed and spilled out, leaving Lu Ming helplessly shaking his head. It's pretty inexplicable to be treated like a savior. In fact, if it was possible, he would prefer to be carefree and lie all the way up to the immortal realm, becoming an immortal and living forever. Let's go Era. Lu Ming yawned. Go back and cultivate. Woof. After a month, Lu Ming once again returned to his room. Only at this point, there was no longer any Lu Shuer living with him. He sat cross-legged on his reclining couch and began to sense and absorb today's battle. Although his aura realm was only life-prying, in reality, the other configurations had long since far exceeded this realm. The battle with Lu Zetian made him realize that the gap between himself and the Saint realm was merely the width of the Sea of Aura, aside from the hard gap above the realm. I need an Emperor rank, or even above. A glint flashed under Lu Ming's eyes. In the Eastern Wasteland today, I'm afraid that only the Void Phoenix Mountain had an Emperor ranked technique, but unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for him, and his idea was to take one step and directly obtain a technique that surpassed the Emperor rank, the Supreme rank. So if there has been no word from Mom and Dad, I'm supposed to be going to Mid-Continent. You're going to the Middle Continent? Moonlight. Still the same waterfall. Lu Zixin was wearing a purple dress, her green silk gently fluttering, as beautiful as a fairy descending to the mortal world. Moreover, it seemed to have been bathed, and if anything, a refreshing scent came from his body. Yes, Auntie. Lu Ming sat on a rock. The Eastern Wasteland is no longer challenging for me now. Furthermore, Elder Tian Gui said that my mother's status is extraordinary, so if she doesn't exist in the upper realm, then the only other possibility is the Middle Continent. Anyway, it shouldn't be so bad that it's from the immortal domain, right? Upper world. Immortal domain. Lu Zixin lamented. Is there really such an existence in the world? Whether there is an upper world or not, I don't really know. Lu Ming said, but there are thousands of universes, and there's definitely more than just the desolate ancient continent as a world. Little ant, look up at the moon in the sky. That's another planet. And all those stars, they're all other worlds too. It's just that it's too far away from us, and I'm guessing that even the Saint Realm may not be able to reach that moon. The desolate world. Let's call it the desolate star. It is, definitely, a very large planet, and the 10 million years of history of the human race's existence, when placed on this planet, is nothing more than a wave in the river of ages. Even a supreme being cannot escape the erosion of age after all. They have existed, even, not as long as a stone. These words caused Lu Zixin to fall into deep thought. She'd never heard that before. Supreme, that was an existence stronger than even great emperors, the highest realm known in the desolate ancient world. But, when he thought about it, Lu Ming's statement was really not wrong at all. On the ground, randomly pick up a stone. All do not know how many years of existence. Just people subconsciously ignore the problem, because things like rocks are so rare and common. And, universe, planets, to be honest, this was the first time Lu Zixin had heard this kind of statement, and it wasn't as if the people of the desolate ancient continent hadn't explored towards the skies above, but just as Lu Ming had said, even that moon, not to say that it had never existed, it was estimated that it was extremely rare for anyone to be able to explore it. In short, no relevant records were left, because, the distance is too great. Lu Ming could see her confusion. He explained, the larger the planet, the greater the bindings and the greater the distance from other planets. To the eyes of the people, this moon looks like a disk, hanging right in the sky, seemingly within reach. But in reality, even dozens of laps around the desolate world might not be as far as the distance to the moon. Lu Ming guessed that the desolate star could be thousands, or even tens of thousands of Earth sizes. That's normal. It is important to realize that the Sun is 1,300,000 Earths in size, but the Sun is just a very unusual star, and there are countless others larger than it. Therefore, the distance of the Araucanian star from the satellite was definitely not as simple as that of the Earth and the Moon. At the same time, due to the presence of the aura and various rules, the bondage is also greater than that of Earth. In short, the fact that it took the life-prying realm to be able to fly through the air was enough to see. Where do you know these things? Lu Zixin looked at him. He's obviously just an 8-year-old. Even before that, he hadn't even left the Lu family realm a few times. But yet, he knew these things that even an old ancestor-level figure who had lived for thousands of years might not know. That's incredible too. Lu Ming joked. Because, I'm not from this world. What makes you say that? This seat was originally a great cultivator of the Trinity Divine Sect, Hibiscus Divine City, Huaxia Divine Continent, who accidentally fell into the sewer abyss one day before coming to this lower realm. This lower realm really is weak and small. The aura is thin and turbid. Cultivators are all like ants. When this seed has accomplished its cultivation, it will open up the tunnel of the 10,000 domains, and reascend to the Chinese Divine Continent. As for you and other ants, you will be trapped in this filthy cage for the rest of your lives. Lu Zixin suddenly puffed and laughed. Then, Lord Supreme God, you must bring my little daughter with you at that time, and go to see that great Chinese Divine Continent before you do so. That's natural. Lu Ming laughed. Your little girl child has a fair amount of qualifications, so when the time comes, follow this seat and become a pill-refining child girl. Lu Zixin laughed more than once. Thought he was cute. Ahem. Lu Ming cleared his throat. Anyway, little auntie, I've decided that in a month's time, if I don't hear from my parents, I'll set off and head to the central continent. This time I called you here to give you something. Stuff? Aha. Lu Ming stopped playing around and took out the desolate cauldron, saying seriously, it is called the desolate cauldron, handed down from the ancient times to be considered a supreme level treasure for the time being. It was also left for me by my parents. I can't use it right now, so take it. A supreme level treasure? Watch it. Underneath Lu Zixin's eyes, which were like autumn water, a trace of incredible fluctuation flowed through. So it is. Originally, the five uncle took away this treasure. Actually is such a level. No wonder can not hold. Actually their nephews and grandchildren down. And, it was left behind by third brother and sister Yun. No, I should say, it's what Yun Yaxin left behind. There's no way Sango would have a treasure of this level. I had known that sister Yun was not simple, but I didn't expect it to be so intimidating. No wonder, little Ming would be carrying so many innate treasures. But for a moment, she was silent again. Lu Ming saw that she didn't speak, so he continued, there's a trial tower in here, and it was from it that I obtained my great emperor grade sword intent. In addition to sword intent, there is also the great emperor level Dun Dao, Fist Dao, and so on. At the same time, it is also a divine soul defense treasure. Anyway, little ant, you will never lose out by taking it. Unexpected. Lu Zixin shook her head and said softly, Ming, I can't have it. Having half an immaculate Dao heart is enough for me. You don't need it, or you can return it to your mother, or, perhaps, you can leave it to your wife. Offspring, in short, she didn't say any more. Lu Ming was helpless. Wife, offspring, little ant, you're thinking too far ahead. Besides, you're my father's own sister. What's the difference between you taking it and someone else taking it? I know what you're thinking. That thing? I didn't even put it on my mind a long time ago, so why should I get hung up on it? Little ant, hesitation is a taboo in cultivation. With that, he ignored Lu Zixin's reaction and directly shoved the small tripod into her hand. It's a deal. When he was done with everything, he raised his hand and hemmed and hawed. Bye-bye auntie, good night. And then, it spilled out. Lu Zixin looked at the small tripod in her hand, and then at Lu Ming's departing back, and finally sighed softly in helplessness. Ming is really something. The deserted tripod. She tried to probe with her divine mind. However, it was found that the divine thoughts were like sinking into a vast ocean, without making any waves. It could be that I'm not qualified enough to use such a supreme treasure. After Lu Zixin spoke softly, she put it into her nascent sphere and didn't stay here any longer. Night. After returning to his room, she sat cross-legged on her couch, but found herself, in any case, having trouble quieting her mind. Lu Ming said that he was going to the central continent, and she, too, had no desire to stay in the Lu family much longer, but she helplessly realized that at this moment she, after all, could no longer help Lu Ming, and even if she traveled to the central continent with him, she would only become a drag. Thinking about thinking, she took out the desolate cauldron again, and when she tried to communicate with it with her divine thoughts this time, she realized that there seemed to be some movement. The desolate cauldron had long been a masterless object, and Lu Zongba's already shallow imprint of divine thoughts had also been smoothed out by Lu Ming, so it was clear that she was still qualified to merely enter the world in the cauldron. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that she was in the middle of a barren world. It's such a vast expansive world. Lu Zixin was shocked by the scene in front of her. No wonder, called it, let's say it is the supreme level, because, there may be more. Soon, she was then drawn to the tall tower not far away. This should be the trial tower that little Ming was talking about. With curiosity in mind, she swept past like a bird of prey. Soon after, they arrived outside the forbidden light gate. Taking a light breath, she stepped into the door of light, and it was exactly the same as the scene Lu Ming and Lu Zongba had seen earlier. Again, an ancient altar ring and a man in white with his back to her. Condensed Dao second level. Lu Zixin's gaze moved slightly. The feeling this person gave her was only 3 words. It's not simple. The man in white turned around, revealing a handsome face full of dashing aura. Yo, he was slightly surprised. The challenger this time is actually a beauty. And, also rare, a person of dual cultivation of Dao and Devil. It's not easy. Ha ha ha. He was graceful and laughed aloud. I am the eldest senior brother of the Bright Moon sect. Du Qingfeng, I don't know who the girl is? Bright Moon sect? Lu Zixin shook her head. Not that I've heard of it. It's normal that I haven't heard of it. After all, it was more than 100,000 years ago. Du Qingfeng sighed lightly, thinking back to the year. My Mingyue sect crossed the central continent, shaking the world. 10,000 people worshipped. Mingyue sect have not heard of it. Mingyue Empress, always heard of it, right? Empress Bright Moon? Lu Zixin was slightly surprised. This Bright Moon sect, there was even a great emperor-level existence? It seems that the desolate ancient continent more than 100,000 years ago was a truly prosperous world. Pity, I have not heard of this female emperor senior's name either. Du Qingfeng frowned, then sighed heavily. It's actually like this. Your Excellency, why did you appear here? And what is the origin of this tower, as well as this tripod? Seeing that the other party was a rare and great beauty, Du Qingfeng was patient, waved his folding fan and laughed. This you little girl, I am more than 100,000 years older than you, and my cultivation is also higher than yours, but you are not even willing to address me as a senior, so how can I inform you of such secrets? Lu Zixin saw that this guy was flowing and really didn't want to be called so, but, the other party's words were indeed full of temptation, and she was curious to know what kind of things were hidden in them. Moreover, the other side of the words are true. More than 100,000 years ago, now the East Wasteland any existence see, have to honestly call a senior, trouble senior to inform the late generation. Her tone was respectful. Du Qingfeng was satisfied with this, but then he made a slight sigh. I don't really know. What is the tripod you are talking about? According to you, I guess the desolate heavenly tower is in a tripod, right? Yes. Lu Zixin nodded. The tower spirit of the desolate heaven tower is said to be the spirit of a broken down desolate heaven golden steel that was passed down from the ancient times. The golden tablet of desolate heaven is the pinnacle of glory for all beings in the desolate ancient world, and all those who have left their names behind are not celestial prides, great emperors, who have crossed over from one era to the next. Unfortunately, after a certain calamity in the ancient age, the golden tablet broke and fell apart, falling to various parts of the world without knowing where it was. Later, a great power, by chance, foraged for one of the fragments, refining the desolate heaven tower. A total of 18 floors, the guards of each floor, all the top of each era's pride, the strong spirit body. Later on, if a more distinguished generation comes to challenge them, they can still take their place. The strength of the guardian will increase layer by layer, and will also change as the strength of the body increases, and for each layer that is cleared, the tower spirit will grant the challenger a copy of the most powerful Tao that belongs exclusively to the guardian. And underneath, it is the way of the wind. Du Qingfeng gave a spontaneous smile. So it is. Lu Zixin sighed inwardly after hearing this. After all, in other words, the person in front of him was actually a worldly pride that was enough to suppress his era. And how did senior fall? Du Qingfeng lightly shook his folding fan. Things are unpredictable. The years are merciless. Strong as the supreme will also dissipate. Let alone me. He didn't seem intent on talking much about it. Girl, after all this talk with you, I've never tried your strength, he teased. Don't be as unbearable as that old guy before. You're a family, aren't you? Lu Zixin knew that he was talking about Lu Zongba. She calmly said, "Don't worry. I naturally won't let you down." This person was definitely tougher than any opponent she had encountered in the past, but she would never budge because of this. If she couldn't pass the first layer, what qualifications did she have to accept such a supreme treasure gifted by Lu Ming? A wicked smile appeared on Du Qingfeng's handsome and extraordinary face. Back then, he was known for his flirtatiousness. His confidants were countless, and the women who fought with him were all haunted by him from then on. And even his teacher, the Bright Moon Empress, also looked at him differently. Unfortunately, the current him was only a spirit body. Otherwise, he would definitely let the other party have a good look at what was meant by the true way of flirtation. He smiled and gave a gentle wave of the folding fan in his hand. But it was such a light swing that an appalling strong wind violently whistled towards Lu Zixin. Lu Zixin's eyes narrowed slightly. Her figure flickered, dodging away for a split second, and several swords she intertwined into a net, suddenly attacking towards Du Qingfeng. And each of them was enough to tear apart a large mountain. The corner of Du Qingfeng's mouth rose slightly and he advanced instead of retreating. Swish! His figure disappeared like a ghost. In the next instant, he arrived in front of Lu Zixin, revealing what he thought was a handsome smile and a dashing smile. "Girl, you're not fast enough." Saying that, he gently made a point and was about to point towards Lu Zixin's chest. Lu Zixin's eyes became cold as she drew her sword to block, and a huge force exploded. Boom! Du Qingfeng only felt a huge force coming from him and his body flew backwards. He stabilized his stance, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Not bad, not bad." He immediately laughed softly again. "But that's just the beginning." After saying that, he struck again, and his attack became even more violent. The other side. Trial Tower. 8th floor. It's actually a female emperor. Lu Ming was quite surprised when he looked at the silhouette of the woman in the long moon-colored dress in front of him. The first 7 levels were all men, and there were even 5 great emperors, and she was ranked at the 8th level. Could it be that she was stronger than the first 5? No way. I don't know. What kind of Tao will be obtained this time? He had benefited greatly from the Tao of the gun, the Tao of the sword, the Tao of the fist, and the Tao of the Vajra, which allowed him to not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest, no matter who he fought against. As the saying goes, many skills do not overwhelm one's body, and possessing the heart of the heavenly Tao, he was able to master the peak of the Tao, no matter how varied and complicated it was. If the world's way of weaponry and physical combat methods were all added to his body, he could even change the pattern and crush his opponent with his opponent's best combat method. Thus, he said in a loud voice, "The late generation has come, and I hope that senior will not be stingy with his advice." The woman in the moon skirt turned around, revealing an astonishingly stunning face. Her eyes were clear and cold, and without saying a word, she directly struck out. Only a wave of her jade hand was seen. A bright moon appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Lu Ming in a hurry. Lu Ming was staggered. One word, and this is a fight? He didn't dare to be careless, and he hurriedly revolved his aura to meet the strike with his full strength. However, the power of the bright moon was beyond imagination, and he was knocked back dozens of steps before he could barely stand on his feet. Lu Ming was secretly shocked in his heart. The strength of this empress was truly unfathomable. Although under the rules of the trial tower, the other party was a full major realm higher than himself, as high as the first level of Tao condensation. However, it was not comparable to the streams of Qin Ruyan and Yijin. Even Lu Zitian, who was at the first level of heavenly heart, couldn't give him this powerful sense of oppression. It seems that this female emperor senior, even among the great emperors, is quite an extraordinary existence. Moreover, cold in character, disliking many words, and striking without even saying a word. Lu Ming sneered. Then it's time to get serious about dealing with it. Yourself. The next moment, Frost Cloud Sentinel appeared in his hand. He made a seal with one hand and recited words under his breath, and for a time, his body was majestic, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. The highest level of the secret code of the apocalypse. The 5th level. Aura increases 5-fold. The woman in the moon skirt was slightly moved when she saw this. She flicked her red lips. A bit of fun, but not enough. After saying that, she waved her sleeves once again, and a mysterious and huge bright moon silhouette emerged. The silver moonlight covering the sky and the sun, reflecting her as if she was a cool and extraordinary worldly goddess. Lu Ming's eyes stared, and he urged his spiritual energy with all his might, injecting it into the frost cloud royal sky. The runes inscribed on the sword flashed with a dazzling light as he shouted loudly and chopped towards the bright moon shadow. The two collided with each other, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Boom! The ripples shook violently, which could be described as earth-shattering. Lu Ming took more than 10 steps back. The woman in the moon skirt looked at him and calmly said, Not bad. Even better is yet to come. Lu Ming grinned. The other party had inspired him to fight. His figure suddenly disappeared in place. In a matter of moments, he arrived in front of the woman in the moon skirt and slashed out with a sword that condensed the power of appalling space. The woman in the moon skirt frowned slightly. Raise your hand. A moonlight barrier instantly appeared in front of his body. Lu Ming slashed his sword violently, making a crisp sound, but he was unable to break through by half, so he gritted his teeth and smoothly picked it, changing it to a straight thrust. With extreme speed, the woman in the moon skirt narrowed her eyes and dodged sideways. While reaching out and grabbing, a powerful suction force came from her, attempting to snatch Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming laughed coldly once again. His wrist flicked, and his sword arced through the air, breaking free of the suction force, and immediately afterward, his feet stepped into the void and swung his sword continuously. His sword's momentum was overwhelming, attacking the woman in the moon skirt like a blistering wind and rain, yelling, "Senior, you're very strong. Even the spatial Upanishad can block it. You're good too." The woman in the moon skirt responded lightly, but her hand movements were extremely ruthless, lightly dancing her sleeves. Several moonlight ropes twisted up like snakes and rolled towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly flickered, avoiding the attack, and then bullied his way up. Close quarters entanglement. The sword was dynamic and changeable, sometimes fierce, sometimes tricky, so that the woman in the moon skirt for a moment, but also a little overwhelmed. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the woman in the moon skirt. Her jade hand formed a seal, and like a fairy, a larger round of bright moon shadow instantly emerged. The shadow rapidly expanded, carrying endless pressure, crashing into Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed and he didn't dare to take it hard, retreating at speed. However, the bright moon's shadow followed like a shadow, in hot pursuit. Lu Ming's brows furrowed as he decided to perform a masterstroke. He took a deep breath, and the aura in his body surged crazily, converging on top of the frost cloud royal sky. Chop! As he let out a furious cry, the frost cloud royal sky blossomed with radiant light, transforming into a huge sword light that ruthlessly slashed at the bright moon shadow. The moment the two collided, the entire space trembled as the sword light and moonlight intertwined with each other, bursting out with amazing energy fluctuations. This next, the opponent was finally shaken to the point where her lotus steps slightly shifted, her chest slightly heaving. Lu Ming grinned. "Senior, you can't do this? But I haven't utilized my full strength yet. Let's see. If you can't do it, admit defeat earlier." A hint of majesty flashed in the eyes of the woman in the moon skirt. She gently raised her right hand, and countless even more dazzling bright moons slowly rose up, with infinite splendor and terrifying pressure. The moonlight was like water, pouring down and forming a sturdy defense boundary. When Lu Ming saw this, he knew that this was his opponent's killing move. However, he did not flinch and fully mobilized his aura around him, injecting it into the frost cloud royal sky. The sword's body glowed greatly, gulping sharp sword awnings. At the same time, the shadow of a sacred white dragon exploded out, wrapping around the sword awnings, and its pressure made heaven and earth lose color. The woman in the moon skirt, a trace of violent fluctuation finally surged up under her eyes. "Break me!" Lu Ming roared, leapt up, and fought his way toward the bright moon boundary. Boom! In an instant, light shone in all directions, sword chi streaked across the sky, and the sacred white dragon attacked with a roar. The two powerful forces collided fiercely, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Good to know. Smoke filled the air. There was no movement in the smoke, and the bright moon's shadow dissipated. A weak cold laugh came out. At a young age, he turned out to be a denizen. Lu Ming froze. "What do you mean by denizens?" But when he swept away with his Hongmeng pupil, he blushed with old age and found that the other party's hair was messy, and his long moon-colored skirt, under the impact of the sacred white dragon, was badly torn and almost unclothed, revealing a large portion of white jade-like skin. "Crap, that." Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. "Elder, I didn't do it on purpose." Suddenly, a bright, clear light wrapped around her body, transforming into a long, moon-colored dress. The smoke and dust dissipated. The woman's delicate body was long and slender, but her peerless face was covered in cold frost. "You are indeed very strong. I lost." "Ha!" Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Senior is also quite impressive, he had to admit. If not his own hanging, really cannot beat her. Simply as the gap between the firefly and the white moon. Really, every great emperor, are by no means to be underestimated generation. How is that? Senior called? Ikki Akira. Ikki moonlighting, rather, it fits each other's temperament. I wonder, where is Senior now? Is he still in this world? Chi Yueming's voice was as serene as frost, as if he had uttered something that didn't concern him in a generally bland manner. This emperor has long since fallen for more than 130,000 years. Lu Ming frowned. Here it is again. Senior back then. What exactly was the reason for his fall? Ji Yuming was silent for a moment. I only remember that I died in a place of darkness and nothingness, unable to see or hear. This spirit body, it only retains a small portion of my memories. Sure enough, after hearing a darkness and nothingness, Lu Ming subconsciously associated it with what Elder Tian Gui had said. The great emperor from more than 130,000 years ago, if not expected, was most likely the last few, or even the only one, after the path of witnessing had been severed. Elder, your small portion of memories, what are some of them? If it's convenient, please tell me. It's important. Lu Ming looked at the other party. Ji Yuming similarly looked at Lu Ming, though she was outwardly aloof. She didn't know that the child was downright scary and frightening. Even with her position and eyesight, she had never seen that there was such an existence in the world, and to say that it was the supreme being insulted him. Lu Ming added seriously, the reason for Senior's fall was, more than likely, a catastrophe that swept across the entire desolate ancient continent. That nothingness and darkness you are in is where the source of disaster lies. In today's desolate ancient continent, there are no more great emperors in existence. If that darkness makes a comeback, I'm afraid, we will no longer have the power to resist. Showa. Underneath Ji Yuming's clear and cold eyes, a hint of cold color flashed. She seemed to recall something, but it was only a fragmentary image. In short, a terrible disaster indeed. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have put her life on the line to try and stop it. In this world, there are still great emperors in existence. She uttered a startling statement. Lu Ming's eyelids fluttered slightly. He always felt that the other party's tone was a bit grave. The corners of Ji Yuming's mouth curled up in mockery. Not everyone can stay true in the darkness. If this emperor guesses correctly, those dirty guys, nowadays, are hiding in some unseen corners. Forbidden zone? Lu Ming's heart jumped. He subconsciously thought of this. Does Senior know those corners, where they are? What? Ji Yuming rarely noticed that Lu Ming's gaze fluctuated. Lu Ming was silent for a while and said, truth be told, if Senior's words are true, my parents, perhaps, are trapped in that kind of place, life and death unknown. Ji Yuming was also silent for a few moments. Your parents, they're not simple people, are they? My mother's origin is indeed a little unsimple. Maybe it is from the land of the middle continent, or maybe it is a more distant upper world. Based on Lu Ming's years of experience in reading novels, he felt that the latter was extremely likely. Could Senior know that the upper realm exists? A place like the upper realm is even called the upper realm? Ji Yuming laughed, seeming rather disdainful. Oh, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This female Senior, she really knew a lot. Please also ask Senior to solve the problem. Pity. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Ji Yuming's body, however, seemed to be fading away. She frowned slightly. I don't have much time. According to the rules here, if you want to know everything, you can only wait for the second challenger to come to the 8th floor. Anyway, I ask you for one thing. If one day, you go to the central continent, after meeting the Bright Moon sect, what do you do? Her gaze was cold, and her biting eyes nearly pierced through Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming grabbed her cold jade hand and transmitted the chaotic chi for her, saying eagerly, Senior, you can't leave like this. Hold on a little longer. What exactly is the existence of the upper world and how did you get there? Make it clearer. Chaotic chi surged into her spiritual body. Her body, which had been slowly becoming transparent, gradually recovered again. Ji Yuming's face, which was perfect to the point of being overwhelming, was currently frozen like frost and snow as she gazed indifferently at Lu Ming. Her voice barely contained any emotion, and she indifferently said, if someone dared to do this to this emperor on weekdays, regardless of whether he was a child or not, he would have already been reincarnated 1,000 times over. Lu Ming, however, didn't care so much and still held her hand in a death grip. Even if you reincarnate 1,000 times, you still have to finish your sentence first. You let go of your hand first. Ji Yuming inhaled deeply, his full chest heaving. This emperor is not quite adapted. If I let go, Senpai will be gone. Lu Ming was determined not to let go. The upper realm is nothing more than an independent world jointly sought out by a number of powerful people. Ji Yuming eventually compromised. The reason they went to that world was naturally to escape the calamity and perpetuate their clans, but they abandoned all living beings and allowed them to fend for themselves, calling themselves emperors in vain. So it is, Lu Ming suddenly realized. In other words, in that world, there are many great emperors in existence? A lot, not so much, Ji Yuming said indifferently. However, there are still around 10 zun. Then how many of those shadowy corners that Senior mentioned before? And where are they? Lu Ming asked again. Exactly how many? This emperor is not too clear. There can definitely be more than one place. Ji Yuming's eyes were deep and cold. They may be scattered in all corners of the world, they may be in other hidden spaces, but one day, they won't be able to resist popping up. It's a pity that this emperor found out about this too late. Otherwise, he would have destroyed them one by one. Senior's cynicism and deep sense of justice is truly admirable. Lu Ming was deeply impressed. Then what is the method of traveling to the upper world? Strength. Shi Yuming calmly said. If they don't take the initiative to go down to the realm, if they want to force their way in, they would have to have at least a mid-Photoski strength. Shining Heaven Realm? The Illumination Heaven Realm is the Emperor Realm. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. That means you have to be in the middle stage of a great emperor to force your way in? Shi Yuming shook his head. Only when one reaches the 7th level of the Illumination Sky can one be called a great emperor. So there is no such thing as a mid-grade emperor. That is to say, there are a full 10 or so such existences in the upper realm? Exactly. Then what realm was Senior in life? Shi Yuming didn't hide it. 6th wait. So, Senior is one step short of being a true great emperor. Lu Ming was quite emotional. If she hadn't fallen to the calamity, I'm afraid she would have already stepped into that stage. And, it turns out there really is a so-called upper world. It's just that the people of the upper realm also came from the ancient world. They just migrated there. It seems that his own mother, more than likely, came from a place like that. I'm sure that with Senior's strength, back then, if he was willing to go to the upper realm, he would already be a mighty emperor. But, yet, he is willing to lay down his life for the sake of the living. Not a great emperor, but better than a great emperor. Lu Ming admired from the bottom of his heart. Truly a model for my generation. Ji Yuming glanced at his right hand that was held tightly, and spoke out faintly. So, this is how you treat Kailan? Lu Ming sighed. The late generation is eager to search for their parents. Otherwise, they would never have offended Senior so much. He still held the other man's hand and wouldn't let go. If the late generation goes to the central continent and meets the descendants of the Bright Moon sect, I will certainly do my best to help, so that the Senior can feel at ease in the 9 springs. Shi Yuming's voice could not be heard as happy or angry. This emperor is asking you to clean up your house. If there are those who go against the ancestral teachings and do not distinguish between good and evil. However, this is not an order. If you have a heart, this emperor's heart will naturally rejoice. If you have no heart, consider that this emperor has not said anything. Elder, don't worry. When we find our parents, Senior will definitely not disappoint Senior. Lu Ming swore. When he finished, he let go of his hand. As for Qi Yuanming, who had lost the support of the chaotic qi, his body had indeed dimmed once again. At the last moment of dissipation, she took one more look at the child. If nothing else, this was the first time the two had met, and the last. But Lu Ming had left a deep impression on her, even if it was just a short less than half an hour together. Her beautiful body, accompanied by her long moonlight-colored dress, gradually transformed into bits of starlight that surged toward Lu Ming. In Lu Ming's mind, an additional technique appeared out of thin air. The Bright Moon Emperor's scriptures. At the same time, his cultivation began to climb, coming to the 2nd level of life prying. Finally, there was the Tao that belonged to Qi Yuming, the way of the Taiyin moon glow. This was an extremely unique and profound Tao. No wonder the aura was so cold. Unfortunately, this kind of Tao was more suitable for women to cultivate, and it was absolutely girly to fight. It doesn't seem like it's all that much. It was then that Lu Ming remembered that his own imperial soldier happened to have the frost attribute as well. And even the little sword spirit let out a joyful murmur when he transferred this power into the sword. Master, what kind of power is this? It's so comfortable. The power of Tai-In. Lu Ming suddenly brightened up. Little Ice actually did react. So in that case, wouldn't the power of the imperial soldier also increase or even evolve? Think about it. He no longer hesitated and utilized the power of chaos, intermingled with this power of Tai-In, to frantically transmit it into the frost cloud royal sky. Unexpected. The sword's body was as if it had been pumped up, and its icy blue light flashed madly. Master, stop it. Xiao Bing can't take it anymore. Hold on just a little longer. This power can accelerate your growth and maybe even make you evolve. Into evolution? As soon as I heard that, Little Ice was first stunned, and then immediately became excited. Inside the sword, a tiny goat-tailed girl with a small flushed face gritted her teeth and said, Master, if you hurry up again, Little Ice can hold on. Well, you'd better hang in there. Lu Ming didn't do anything about it and directly sat down on his knees. The entire 4'5" long sword suspended horizontally in front of him. And then, with full horsepower, he poured Tai-In chaotic chi into it as if he didn't want to die. The sword body buzzed crazily, and the flashy light trembled chaotically. As a sword spirit, the goat-tailed little girl was trembling all over, but she still clenched her teeth in death. As time passed bit by bit, her body actually grew a bit more visible to the naked eye. From the 5 or 6-year-old appearance at the beginning, it turned into a 7 or 8-year-old who was about the same age as Lu Ming, and the patterns within the Frost Cloud Royal Heavenly Sword's body became more and more mysterious and complicated, and its aura became more than 1 star stronger. Lu Ming was almost panting with exhaustion, and when he saw this, his eyes finally lit up. Looking at the system panel again, the sword had already become a mid-grade imperial weapon. For this process, the power of chaos, the power of Tai-In, and the sword spirit itself, all 3 were missing. Otherwise, it is categorically impossible to achieve a direct promotion to the first rank. And the sword spirit, Little Ice, also drilled out of the sword at this moment. A small ice blue dress, like a blooming ice lotus flower, flew around Lu Ming in a nice and cheerful manner. If you look carefully, her small face is exquisite. Her skin is crystal clear and breakable, simply like a porcelain doll, generally lovely and beautiful. Lu Ming was even more surprised to find that she was just like a human being. Although she was a spirit body, all parts were extremely complete, such as her internal organs and meridians, and all of these are made of pure energy. Furthermore, after growing up a bit, she now possessed a strength that was no less than that of the heavenly heart realm. If she were to grow up a bit more, it is estimated that even the lord of an unusual holy land would not be her opponent. The harvest from this layer can be considered greater than any previous layer. Even the realm has improved. The key is that an emperor's scripture was also obtained. Lu Ming was still quite happy. With a movement of his mind, a dense beam of moonlight-colored light runic text flowed and flew out from his fingertips, hovering around him. The Bright Moon Emperor Scripture, a mid-grade Emperor Scripture, was 1 grade higher than the 2 from Void Phoenix Mountain. Not surprisingly, though, the true legacy of the Void Phoenix Mountain was the power of the Taishu Tsunji Phoenix. The Nirvana Mysterious Code and the Taishu Phoenix Scripture were presumably created by later Emperor Realm powerhouses. Based on this power, and even though they were only the lower grade of the Emperor rank, they were very extraordinary for the desolate ancient world nowadays. If the Bright Moon Emperor Scripture is snatched, it doesn't seem to work. Ding! Indeed it doesn't work then. The system opened its mouth after a long time. This Gong method has been branded into the host's mind. Unless others deprive the host's memory, the host does not remember at all before it is considered robbery. Alright, Lu Ming was helpless. It seemed that if he wanted to blitz out a supreme law, he would have to get an unlearned Emperor Scripture to do so. The Bright Moon Emperor Scripture majored in the power of Tai-In, which wasn't really appropriate for a male like him, but it was at least a mid-grade Imperial Scripture, and it had already been mastered by him in its entirety, and its power was definitely more than several times stronger than the Heavenly Apocalypse Secret Code. Ice, can you read them or not? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lula 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 lula. Ah, Master, what did you just say? Little Ice stopped flying and stared at Lu Ming with a pair of big, excited eyes. It was so hard to experience the outside world. She couldn't be happier at the moment. I said, can you cultivate this technique? Lu Ming glared at her. We're about the same age now. Look at yourself. You're just like a little brat. What's that like? Little Ice was extremely aggravated upon hearing this, hanging her little head and skimming her mouth. How can Little Ice compare to her master? Little Ice is just a sword spirit that hasn't seen the world. Okay. Lu Ming knew she was pretending. After this little guy had been following him for a while, where was the timidness at the beginning? His nature could be said to be on display. Can you take a look and see if you can cultivate this technique? Well, I'll try. The little girl raised her head again, and her light blue eyes, with an earnest and intelligent gleam in them, read the words meditatively. Uchi, nay, tire, mold. Lu Ming's face darkened. Holy shit, one is really whimsical. This guy can't even read the words. A mess of reading, and one is actually trying to make her learn. Forget it. He took the light word back and stopped paying attention to Xiao Bing. After sitting on his knees and adjusting his breath, he intended to continue challenging the 9th floor. If each subsequent layer could increase his cultivation by 1 level, it would be much faster than cultivating on his own. A few moments. 9th floor. After stepping into the forbidden light door, the scene in front of him actually turned into an ocean. It was endless, and Lu Ming, finding himself standing on the surface of the water, didn't have the slightest intention of sinking. I wonder who the master's opponent will be this time. Little Ice squatted on Lu Ming's shoulder and wiggled her feet. Her body was relatively small, and just a little bit bigger than Lu Ming's head, which, in this way, didn't seem out of place. Lu Ming, however, narrowed his eyes. This azure-colored sea. On the surface, the wind and waves were calm, but in reality, the dark currents were raging, seemingly ready to devour him at any time. Suddenly, a huge wave rises from the sea and a whale of enormous size leaps out of the water. It had a threaded pointed horn on its forehead, bizarre black lines all over its body, and it exuded a powerful aura all over. A whale? The strength was actually as strong as the first level of Heavenly Heart, and Lu Ming judged that the strength of the main body was even no less than that of the Emperor realm. This is the opponent on this level? But Lu Ming still felt something strange. How could a demonic beast be ranked on the 9th floor, above that female Emperor Senior? He wasn't surprised that his opponent had a Heavenly Heart first class, as Xiao Bing's strength had risen dramatically, and his strength had increased as well. According to the rules, it's normal for opponents to get stronger. No, is not right. Through the Hongmeng pupil, Lu Ming immediately discovered, in the distance, a blue-robed young man, with some smiles on his face, watched this side. It was an extremely confident smile, as if everything was under his control. Possibly, he felt that Lu Ming couldn't even get past his pet. This look was seen by Lu Ming, and he couldn't help but slightly sneer. So it is. Like him, there were two beings, one master and one servant. This guy, unlike any of the previous 8, seems to be a pretender. Ice, the time has come to test you. Lu Ming was expressionless. This whale, it's all yours. Ha! The little girl's face instantly fell. Master, Little Ice hasn't fought by herself yet. So, this is the time to test you. Lu Ming didn't have the heart to say, why else would I need you? The little girl gulped at the whale's menacing appearance. Obviously, the heart was so uninspired that the little face went a little white. Unexpected. Just as she was still shivering. At this moment, the massive whale opened its bloody mouth and violently lunged at the two. Ooh, no! Little Ice almost cried in fear, and hurriedly hid her head inside the sword. Lu Ming, however, hooked the corner of his mouth and shot the Frost Cloud Sentinel explosively at the whale's forehead, shouting, "Don't worry, Little Ice, it won't really die here. So you have a good practice with it and I'm going to deal with the other fellow." Another guy? Ice froze, so there was more than just this one opponent. She thought that the master had to see her joke. Thus, she once again came out of the sword, and her body changed to the same size as Lu Ming's, holding the sword in a death grip, her voice childish, but her gaze extremely firm, and chirping, "Don't worry master, this big ugly fish is in my hands." She used the rush to stab her sword at the whale's head. Unexpected, the whale nimbly avoided it, and with a hard flick of its tail, the thud directly knocked her like a meteor, so that she couldn't even be seen as a shadow. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. This guy, it's hopeless. At least he had Heavenly Heart realm strength, but he didn't understand the use of the Tao in the slightest. Just as well. Let her suffer a little this time. Learn a lesson and grow up a bit. If she could explode her full strength and strike herself at the critical moment, she would definitely be able to catch the enemy off guard. Just as he was thinking, the blue-robed youth who was hidden in the distance, however, narrowed his eyes and his lips moved gently. A bit interesting, actually able to see through this emperor's concealment. The trial tower didn't go too far. Although the whale had the strength of the first level of the Heavenly Heart, this man was only the 4th level of the condensed Tao, which was quite fair. If both of them were at the Heavenly Heart realm, the difficulty would indeed be a bit too great, and even Lu Ming might not be able to clear this 9th level. In short, give up the Emperor's soldier and engage this Emperor in battle. Ha! This kid is still really confident. Unfortunately, he was not one to let go of a bargain. Lu Ming transformed into a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived not far from the blue-robed youth. "Senior, come out." His voice was calm. "I am the Sea Sect Master, Sea Emperor, Tang Yin Huang." The blue-robed youth's figure slowly appeared, and in his hands, there was an extra azure-colored halberd with light flowing from it. Obviously, he wasn't prepared to speak of martial virtues, and directly took out the medium-grade imperial weapon, the Sea Emperor Trident. He looked Lu Ming up and down and sighed softly. "I have to admit, at a young age, at the 2nd level of life prying, to be able to challenge up to the 9th floor, you're quite something. Unfortunately, it ends here, because the 10th layer has not been stepped on for nearly a million years, and no matter how demonic the person is, in the end, they all fell under this emperor," he said rather sadly. "You, too, will be no exception." Lu Ming laughed. "I wonder where does he get his confidence? Since you consider yourself invincible, why have you not subdued yourself at the 18th floor, nor the 17th floor, nor even the 10th floor, but the 9th floor of the district?" Tang Yinhuang's face was gloomy for a split second. Then he laughed. "Kid, you're good at talking." Lu Ming hit the sore spot in his heart. The existence of the one on the 10th floor was actually a contemporary with him. A generation of dual emperors, which could be described as a cause of infinite reverence and enjoyment for the world. Unfortunately, he will always be pressed by the one. Whenever someone brings the two up, it will always be behind that one. Now, he was even more trampled under the feet of the other party for a million years. Therefore, when any challenger in the past arrived, he would use his full strength at the very beginning, completely crushing the opponent and crushing his dreams of continuing the challenge. If you defeat him, but fall at the hands of the one on the 10th floor, wouldn't it be a complete confirmation that he was no match for him in any case? However, even if one is good at talking, one is destined to fall under this emperor's trident today. Lu Ming's eyes were calm, looking at Tang Yinhuang without fear. Then let's see the real thing in your hands. The power of Tai Yin swept through a large amount of seawater. The sea and sky changed color. The temperature plummeted, and the seawater suddenly formed countless huge ice spikes, each of which contained an extremely appalling coldness. In the next instant, it covered the sky and shot explosively toward Tang Yinhuang. Tang Yin Emperor was not afraid and laughed maniacally. Kid, you even attacked this emperor with the power of ice and water. Today this emperor will let you see what a sea emperor is. With a wave of his trident, the trident emitted a dazzling blue light, and the seawater around him surged crazily, forming a huge whirlpool. He was hidden in the vortex, and the vortex not only absorbed Lu Ming's attack, a terrifying force, but also gradually condensed into a huge halberd shadow, locking Lu Ming firmly in place. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression remained unchanged and he merely moved his mind. In an instant, countless ice spikes converged together and turned into an ice mountain, blocking the blue whale's onslaught. Boom! The two collided, triggering an earth-shattering roar. The iceberg instantly shattered. Ice spikes splashed everywhere, and the trident was hindered, slowing down a lot. Lu Ming's gaze did not change much though, but inside, there was a dark feeling. This power of Tai Yin is quite strong, especially in this kind of sea. It was able to compete with the power of the Sea Emperor without falling into a disadvantage in the slightest. If it's spatial Upanishad plus the power of Tai Yin, how will your excellency deal with it? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth hooked. Tang Yinhuang was actually still hidden in the vortex, attempting to stop his attack while looking for an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. However, he would not spoil the other party, and the spatial Upanishad swept down interspersed with the power of Tai Yin. Only a shocking scene appeared. Extremely cold aura filled the entire sea. The huge vortex slowly stopped rotating, emitting the sound of clicking and freezing, until it completely condensed. Not a trace of movement was visible, and even the sound of the air could not be heard. Feeling a terrifying spatial force that firmly fixed himself in the center of the vortex, a hint of sullen coldness flashed across the bottom of Emperor Tang Yin's eyes. Thinking that this can trap this emperor? It's just a little carving. With a furious roar, he exploded his entire body's strength, actually blasting the huge freezing vortex apart. Ice shards splashed across the sea, creating a magnificent scene. But the next moment, a figure, already approaching, grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Tang Yinhuang's pupils shrunk slightly, secretly saying that it was not good. Bang! The punch that contained monstrous power, from the top to the bottom, smashed straight into his face, knocking a few of his teeth out. He, on the other hand, flew down like a cannonball, smashing into the sea so hard that he smashed a human-shaped deep pit in the seabed. Lu Ming shook his head and shrugged it off. Is this all Hai Di has? Unbearable. He turned his gaze to the distance, to Ice, who was tangling with the great whale. Apparently, as the spirit of an imperial sword, it might not be too smooth to ask her to use other weapons. However, the degree of control of the imperial soldier that had given birth to her was absolutely incomparably terrifying, and I'm afraid that Lu Ming would be the only one who could compete with her if it came to the degree of being comfortable with it. At this moment, she had obviously gotten into a better position. The whole time she was pressing the other party to fight, the whale's body was bruised and battered, and its blood had stained a large area of the sea. But Xiao Bing, however, appeared to be at ease with the situation, and was even particularly excited. Lu Ming was then slightly satisfied. That's more like it. If you can't even beat a whale in the district, then don't be the sword spirit of a medium-grade imperial weapon. Find a bowl and run to the street to beg for food. Unexpected. Just as he was focusing on the battle between Ice and the whale, rumble rumble, the bottom of the sea seemed to have an earthquake, as countless seawater churned and rose up. Before long, almost the entire space was enveloped by seawater, and the pressure came on like a mountain. And the core location of the seawater rising, there is a bright and dazzling blue point of light, the majestic cold voice, rolling like thunder, resounding through the entire sea. Kid, you already have a way to die. The Sea Emperor Trident had locked him firmly in place. Despite his mighty power, Lu Ming's face did not change. Of course he knew that just that punch alone would not be able to seriously injure his opponent, but I didn't expect that the other party would even kill himself because of this. At this moment, Lu Ming was like the floating dust in the ocean, and the countless seawater built a wall nearly 10,000 meters high, surging towards him in all directions. There were even imperial soldiers to take his head. If others were to see this scene, most likely, their guts would have been scared out of their wits. But Lu Ming, his eyes were unprecedentedly calm. He didn't even have the idea of recalling Frostcloud Goten. See only. A silhouette of an ancient turquoise tree appeared behind him. The ancient and mysterious tree, each crystal clear leaf, seemed to contain infinite life force. Enhanced by the chaotic chi, it grew up crazily, and in the end, it even grew to the same height of 10,000 meters. The surging and majestic life force formed a defensive boundary that enveloped Lu Ming. He just plopped down under the tree, relaxed, and even pulled out a candy and put it in his mouth, sucking on it with gusto. It seems to be telling Tang Yin Huang, "Come on, just come on, let's see if you can break my defense." Tang Yin Huang looked away, seeing that the other party was actually eating candy in the middle of a fight with himself. His face darkened. Feeling humiliated, he burst into a rage and looked up to the sky. A mere layer of boundary, and you want to block my Emperor's soldiers? Ridiculous. See Emperor Trident, go! Whoosh! Like a blue meteor cutting through the sky, the trident contained the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, blatantly shooting away, almost simultaneously, endless seawater, too, bombarded on top of this layer of boundary. Tang Yinhuang didn't believe that this still couldn't break Lu Ming's defense, but the next second, his gaze, then, snapped into disbelief. What? This boundary, like the hardest wall in the world, only slightly vibrated for a split second, and then there were no more fluctuations. Those seawater smashed on top of it, and it was as if they were bathing it, not causing any damage at all. Tang Yinhuang took a deep breath, a feeling of unwillingness rising thickly. Why? This emperor? How dare he fail to even break through the defense of a mere life-prying second level? His Dao heart gradually began to become unstable, and what he never expected was, Lu Ming, taking advantage of this time, suddenly arrived in front of Tang Yinhuang, and then, coldly smiled. The light of his fist flashed, and he viciously threw another punch. Tang Yinhuang was startled and hastily swung his trident to fend it off. However, Lu Ming's punches and stance were exceptionally subtle, and he even bypassed the trident's defense and blasted Tang Yinhuang's face again. Tang Yinhuang stifled a grunt, his face swollen as he took several steps backward one after another. Feeling the fiery pain in his right cheek, his entire brain buzzed, and a trace of intense anger flashed in his eyes. Good boy, how dare you hurt this emperor's face again? He yelled, punching people in the face. Do you understand that or not? Lu Ming sneered. Aren't you the so-called Sea Emperor? What? Is it no more than that? Tang Yinhuang was furious when he heard this. With a loud roar, he once again urged his trident to perform an even more powerful move. Lu Ming didn't beep at him much either. Somehow, he'd been looking at the other guy for a long time. Before you kill him, you have to give him a good beating. Eat me. Lu Ming disappeared once again. In an instant, then he once again came to Tang Yinhuang's side. Tang Yinhuang's pupils shrunk slightly. He could feel the power of this punch and didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, immediately swinging his Sea Emperor trident, exploding all of his strength to meet it. The two clashed with each other, emitting an earth-shattering roar. The surrounding space rippled as if it was about to shatter, although Lu Ming hadn't retreated a step. But, in his heart, he was quite surprised, and secretly said, not to mention, this Tang Yinhuang was able to hold down the 9th floor, and in general, there was still something. And Tang Yinhuang didn't feel good either, his arms slightly tingling and his chest heaving. Kid, got some skills. He stared at Lu Ming dead in the face. Somehow, the corners of his mouth curved in an eerie arc. But, this emperor, there are still stunts left to unleash. Come out, my wife, Tang Yinhuang shouted loudly, and a woman's silhouette slowly descended. Lu Ming was surprised. That's his trick? This woman's silhouette. Her aura was not simple. It seemed to be a demonic beast or something like that as well. The woman's silhouette had empty, lifeless eyes. Tang Yinhuang bit his finger and dripped blood onto the woman's silhouette forehead. The blood slowly seeped into the void, and after a few moments, the woman's eyes suddenly took on a gleam. Silver Emperor! The woman screamed excitedly and jumped into Tang Yinhuang's arms. Tang Yinhuang caressed the woman's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. This is demon soul possession? Lu Ming was astonished. He didn't expect Tang Yinhuang to have such an undercurrent, using his own essence blood to awaken the demon soul, a method he had never seen before. Holding the woman in his arms, Tang Yinhuang turned to look at Lu Ming and faintly said, Kid, with the combined efforts of this emperor and his wife, today, you're afraid that it will be difficult for you to step through this 9th floor. After saying that, he recited an incantation under his breath, and the woman's silhouette instantly became hideous, exuding a terrifying aura around her. 2 against 1? When Lu Ming saw this scene, he suddenly smiled. This Tang Yinhuang really did whatever he could to stop himself. With a thought, his body also radiated a majestic aura, and the sacred white dragon, summoned by him, wrapped around him. Lu Ming decided that he wouldn't put it off any longer. A blow that sends the opponent to his death. The sacred white dragon began to shrink, and all of its power converged on top of his right fist. The might of this punch seemed to blow a hole in the sky. The woman took the lead and rushed over. Her figure was like a ghost, pondering and uncertain, but Lu Ming ignored it and rushed towards Tang Yinhuan with a thunderous momentum. Its speed was such that the other party could not react in time. Tang Yinhuan was shocked. This was this kid's true strength? He violently blocked it with his trident, but it wasn't a true imperial weapon after all, and it was even directly blown apart. Seeing this, the woman's face became several points more hideous, and she rushed toward Lu Ming with no intention of killing herself, frantically screaming, "Damn it, don't allow me to hurt my own brother." Her hands turned into sharp claws and tore towards Lu Ming's back. Unfortunately, Tang Yinhuang received a heavy blow to his chest, and his entire body was blown apart. "No!" The woman screamed in despair, but unfortunately, due to the loss of power to support her, her body gradually vaporized. In the end, it dissipated between this heaven and earth. The Tang Silver Emperor's spirit body transformed into dots of starlight, and disappeared into Lu Ming's body. Phew! He exhaled slightly. This time when he squeezed his full power, it was clear that the after effects were no longer as obvious as the previous 2 times, and he recovered much faster. At the same time, the reward for the 9th floor, too, came. His cultivation level, once again, had risen a notch to the 3rd level of life prying, the way of the Sea King. Lu Ming's face was odd, but it was worth mentioning that he had also obtained a halberd handle. It was a small section of the shattered trident of the Sea Emperor, almost a dozen centimeters long. After thinking about it, he still gladly accepted it. After all, although he has no habit of using the halberd, but he can find an opportunity to use the system to regenerate it by storm. No matter what, it is an imperial weapon. He turned his gaze, again, to ice. After Tang Yinhuan's spirit body dissipated, this great whale was clearly mad, vowing to avenge its master. Unfortunately, it was caught by Little Ice, who caught a break and ruthlessly stabbed his sword directly through his heart, and after struggling for a while, he died on the spot, his huge body slowly sinking into the sea. After killing the whale, Little Ice carried his sword and proudly sped over to Lu Ming's side. Though panting slightly, he still looked inviting. "Master, is Little Ice awesome?" "Sloppy." Lu Ming nodded. The gains from this layer could only be described as okay. The Sea King's way was frankly the waterway, and it didn't enhance him much, but he still had to keep up the challenge. For no other reason. He wondered where those dark corners were that Ji Yuming spoke of. According to her, those forbidden places were the hiding places of Emperor Realm powerhouses after being eroded by the darkness. And if his parents were really trapped in that kind of place, I'm afraid, the situation would be very bad, or even, more evil than good. 1 hour later, from his room, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. The guardian of the 10th floor, named Yen Di, was a truly great emperor, with a cultivation level as high as the 8th level of the illumination heaven in his lifetime. With great effort, he overcame this great emperor, very different from the Sea Emperor. This was a character with a broad mind and a heart for the living. He, who had also fallen because of the dark tribulation, knew more secrets than Qi Yuming, and almost everything was told to Lu Ming. The image of Yen Di's spirit body finally dissipating flashed in his mind. This great emperor sighed softly. This emperor speculates that so-called darkness cataclysm is, more than likely, also an incarnation of some sort of world will plunder the Qi of the desolate ancient world, devour the heavenly Tao of the desolate ancient world, and strengthen themselves. And before that, it has devoured many star realms, great worlds, and has numerous puppets under its command, almost all of which have Emperor Realm strength. Furthermore, those fallen Emperor Realm hideouts you mentioned, this emperor, it seems, really knows a thing or two about them. Near the Winter Cloud State in the Western Wasteland, that sea abyss is bound to be a place. Below the Green Dragon Emperor Palace in the Central Continent, a forbidden land is also suppressed. It's just that I don't know if there have been some changes in those places after all this time. As for the Eastern Wasteland, during this emperor's life, no such place appeared there, and after death, there is no way to know. Lu Ming was in deep thought. Hai Yuan, Palace of the Green Dragon Emperor. Based on the places he saw on the Skypeoper that day, it was obvious that none of them matched. Furthermore, each of the 4 continents in the southeast, west, and north, was separated by an extremely vast sea, and even the Saint Realm did not dare to say that crossing could be done without fail. In that case, he felt that it was still more likely that his parents were in the Eastern Wasteland. Although the Eastern Wasteland is large, all the major forces, at the moment, should be doing their best to find it. Lu Ming held the section of the Sea Emperor Trident's halberd in his hands, and after thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to enter the Yuding and dive into cultivation. 3 days later, young Master Lu Ming, young Master Lu Ming, an excited shout awakened Lu Ming from the world in the tripod. Getting up and out of bed, he walked to the door and opened it to his room. It was one of the Lu family's subordinates, who first looked at Era, who was lying on the doorway, huffing and puffing, and then he excitedly said, "Young Master Lu Ming, just now the people from the Heavenly Beast sect sent word that they had discovered the place where your parents were suspected to have disappeared." Ah, oh, Lu Ming's gaze twitched. News coming so soon? He soon arrived at the Lu family parlor. As soon as he entered, he found Patriarch Yin Fengmong welcoming him with an excited expression. "Lu Xiao, one of the elders of my clan, after the once northwestern 100,000 mountains, discovered a cliff abyss with an oozing breath. I'm afraid that's where you're talking about. After the 100,000 mountains?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, subconsciously thinking of the scene he had seen that day. Indeed, there are traces of mountains and rivers. The Northwest Domain is an extremely remote land, rarely visited by anyone, and the 100,000 Great Mountains are full of demonic beasts and crises. It was normal that the elders of the Imperial Beast sect would have been there. The breath around Yin Fengming was not black, which meant that he was not lying and had no malicious intent. Lu Ming didn't hesitate much. "Take me to check it out." Yin Fengming hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Lu, you're traveling alone with us?" Did he mean to say that strong men were not allowed to accompany him in that kind of dangerous place? "Minger, the old man will go with you." At this point, Lu Jihai's pale and stooped figure appeared in the parlor. "Greetings, Elder Lu." When Yin Fengming saw him appear, he hurriedly saluted. "No need to be polite." Lu Jihai waved his hand, his voice hoarse and sighed softly. "Minger, Tianji Pavilion can't detect the place. It's definitely not ordinary. If it's really a forbidden place, you absolutely can't go alone easily." Lu Ming nodded. "Then I'll be grateful to old ancestor. It's not too late. Let's leave now. Let's go to the Heavenly Beast sect first." Yin Fengmong hurriedly said again. "Elderly is waiting in the clan right now, so I'm sure it's much easier to have him lead the way." "Well, make the trip." Lu Ming nodded. Soon after, the three of them then arrived at the Heavenly Beast sect's mountain gate. Lu Jihai's unfathomable aura immediately drew the attention of many people. Secretly, even the patriarch had a respectful look. It seemed to be a marvelous honored guest. Yin Fengming led the two of them all the way to the clan's council hall, and on the way, it happened to bump into the two Yin Orange Air sisters. "Orange, what are you gawking at?" "Oh, no, nothing." Yin Oranger returned to her senses and clenched her teeth darkly. "This guy, he didn't even say hello when he saw himself. Ugh, I mean, Orange, you don't really have any thoughts about him, do you?" Yin Chinger said helplessly. "He's just a little kid. How would he know anything about feelings? Besides, do you think you're good enough for someone else?" Yin Orange Air grunted coldly. "Who said I have thoughts about him? Isn't that funny?" She walked straight forward, leaving her sister directly behind. "I think it's you." Poor waifs. They're all starting to babble. Seeing her sister's back, Yin Chinger shook her head in pain and sighed again. And while the two sisters were each harboring their own emotions, at this moment, Lu Ming's few people had already embarked on the road to the Northwest Domain's 100,000 mountains. A peak Heaven's Core 9th gravity powerhouse, even with the other three in tow, was able to cross a distance close to 100,000 miles every time he tore through space, less than half an hour. After crossing millions of kilometers, the four of them appeared on top of an extremely vast, rolling mass of mountains. This is the 100,000 mountains? Lu Ming was here for the first time, but he wasn't in the mood for much appreciation, so he subconsciously used his Hongmeng pupil and began to check it out. According to the direction indicated by Elder Li, at the foot of a high mountain in the distance, there was indeed a huge cliff that seemed to have been sliced alive by some terrifying existence, so deep that it could not see the bottom, as if it was connected to another world. Lu Jihai led the four of them to the edge of this cliff in a flash. What a weird place. Yin Fengming had an inexplicable feeling of fear in the bottom of his heart. Elder Li also fell into reminiscence. 3 months ago, in order to search for an exotic beast that could mate with the Yujin Kuei ox, I didn't hesitate to set foot in this dangerous land, and it happened here by mistake. Always feel extremely oozing. Do not dare to stay more. Hastily leave. If you stay one more second, I am afraid that the soul will be swallowed in. Lu Jihai looked at Lu Ming. Is it here? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. It was really an unexpected pleasure. I didn't expect it to be so easy, but he found it. Yin Fengmong and Elder Li, too, looked at each other in surprise. Is it really here? In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming's promised reward of imperial soldiers fall on their heavenly beast sect's head? Patriarch Yin You and Elderly will stay up there. Ming do you want to go down? Lu Jihai naturally saw that this place was dangerous. However, if Lu Ming wanted to go down, he would naturally go along. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shook his head and spoke out of turn. I can go down alone. Strike that. Ignoring Lu Jihai's reaction, he leaped into the abyss. This, Yin Fengmong was shocked. What is this? Lu Xiao? Lu Jihai was just about to follow him down, but he only heard Lu Ming's voice. Don't worry, old ancestor is just waiting up there. Lu Jihai's cloudy eyes flickered for a while, and in the end, he still listened to Lu Ming's words. Lu Ming is now the Lu family's greatest hope. He naturally never want to see the other side of the premature death of such things. However, he was more than confident that Lu Ming wouldn't do anything to seek his own death. Under the cliff. Father. Dark. Deadly below a stone pestle. There's a stone cave. Lu Ming looked at the dirty middle-aged man in front of him with messy clothes and hair all over the place with a complicated gaze. I did not expect. I really just so easily see the father. His face dirt dark, as if a beggar, sitting paralyzed on the stone. Lu Ming really couldn't imagine that the dashing and handsome youth back then was now reduced to this appearance. The man opened his eyes slowly, as if he had just woken up. However, when he saw the child in front of him, his gaze shook fiercely, as if he did not dare to believe it. His lips, which were attached to a layer of black mud, murmured and moved, his voice quivering. Are you, Ming Er? It's me. Lu Ming poured a majestic life force into him, washing the dirt from his body in the process. The man then revealed a face that was young, but full of scruff and extremely vicissitudes. Only 5 years had passed, but he looked like he had aged 20 years. Now that he saw Lu Ming, it was only under his eyes that there was finally a glimmer of light. Where's mother? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. But when he heard this question, Lu Zihan was silent for a long time, with a pained look in his eyes, as if he was unwilling to mention this topic. Ming get out of here. This is not the place for you. You mean that sealed existence deep in the bottom of the cave? Lu Ming looked at him. He was sealed by those family members of mother's. And then, they took mother away? And, by the way, subdued you? A trace of shock and incredulity flashed under Lu Zihan's eyes. Because, what Lu Ming said was, indeed, word for word. But immediately, his gaze, still replaced by dishevelment and pain, closed his eyes without saying a word. Seeing his appearance, Lu Ming frowned. It seems that it's really right that the supreme bone and heavy pupil were fed to the dogs. My father, Lu Ming, was not like this. Look at you. What's the difference between you and a waste now? He calmly said. If you don't say anything, then I'll leave first. It's also a relief. Wait. Lu Zihan's eyes snapped open. Supreme bone and heavy pupil. Feed the dog? Mingle. What's going on? Lu Ming said. Leave this place and go back to the Lu family to take a look. You'll naturally know. Leave. Lu Zihan fell silent once again. He smiled bitterly. Ming I won't hide it from you. Those people planted a seal within me. As long as I leave, the seal here will loosen. And at that time, I'm afraid that it will cause the entire world to be overrun with life. Obviously, he knew that something existed in this place. Lu Ming used his Hongmeng pupil and probed the location of his Qi. Found, sure enough, a deeply hidden, mysterious black mark in it. He didn't even realize it at first, and thought that it was merely Lu Zihan who was affected by the aura of this place. And this seal, with the deepest part of this abyss, the black shadow that was sealed, had a direct connection. At this moment, Lu Zihan's cultivation had even fallen quite a bit, and Lu remembered that when he had left, he had a condensed Dao 5th level cultivation. 5 years ago, he was also only 30 years old, and this kind of talent was one of the best in the Eastern Wasteland. Unfortunately, right now, he was left with only the 5th level of Saint Martial, a threefold drop, and if it wasn't for the fact that this seal also played a certain protective role at the same time, I'm afraid, he would have long since been engulfed by the darkness of the atmosphere here and perished. Using various means, Lu Ming might be able to dissolve the seal, but there was no guarantee that the other end of the seal would remain unaffected. If that kind of existence really came out, the tribulation would really come. A fallen and blackened emperor realm. Who in the entire desolate world would be his opponent? Mother, what exactly is her status? Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. And when did those people descend into the eastern wasteland? Lu Zihan recalled the images of that time, as well as his own wife's reluctance and struggle to leave, and fell into a deep sense of powerlessness and self-blame. Himself, just a waste who can't even keep his wife. What Lu family's strongest genius ever? All a joke. He sighed heavily. Your mother is the youngest daughter of the supreme family of the upper realm, the Yun clan chief. The eastern wasteland of the lower realm is here for these forbidden places, but she went down to the realm without authorization, and the reason for that is that she learned the secret of the disaster of the desolate world. The price of going down to the realm without authorization is being injured and limited in strength, as well as being targeted by people with evil intentions. I was able to get acquainted with her. Lu Zihan had to admit that just by being together for less than a month, he had fallen deeply in love with Yun Yaxin. The feeling the other party gave him was far from something Qin Ruyan could compare to. Still, the key reason was that the two had just met and had skin in the game. In this regard, Lu Zihan had always felt guilty because he obviously had a wife and a son, but he still failed to resist the temptation. But at that time, Yun Yaxin said that everything might be God's will, and although she had misgivings at first, after spending a lot of time together, she eventually felt that Lu Zihan was a person she could trust. Still, the point of it all is that she found out she was pregnant, so that's why he went back to the Lu family with him and stayed for more than 3 years. During this time, she was both recuperating from her injuries and working out the confusion in her mind. Lu Ming's appearance had disrupted all her plans. Originally, she had wanted to use the desolate cauldron and the spirit of the trial tower to suppress the existence in these forbidden places in the lower realms. But in the end, after becoming a mother, she became selfish, and after struggling for a long time, she finally decided that she would leave the desolate cauldron to Lu Ming. She was destined to not be able to bring Lu Ming back to the upper realm, because there was a secret that she had never told Lu Zihan. Or was it that Lu Zihan only knew when he was finally taken away by the people from above? She is, in fact, engaged to be married. The other party, also a party of supreme clans, was more powerful than the Cloud clan. Since she had been favored by her family since childhood, she still had negotiating capital. But the premise was definitely that she couldn't bring Lu Ming to the boundary. It's definitely the bottom line of the bottom line for that family. Thus, she left the desolate cauldron to Lu Ming, hoping that he would grow up quickly. Coincidentally, at that time, she sensed something strange here, so she went with Lu Zihan to investigate. What was never expected was that Lu Zitian quietly followed behind the two. The young two. Where would they be a match for the 100-year-old Lu Zitian? Not to mention that the other party was still sneak attacking. Yun Yaxin's injuries hadn't completely healed, and the desolate cauldron wasn't on his body, and so it was that he was knocked right off the cliff. The two were trapped under the cliff. If not for Yun Yaxin's extraordinary origin, which made that being in the darkness jealous, I'm afraid they would have died hundreds of times. And it didn't take long, barely 3 days. The young master of the Supreme Ji clan, Yun Yaxin's fiancé, led a group of powerful men to personally descend. After taking Yun Yaxin away, he towered over Lu Zihan as if he were an ant. Sealing Lu Zihan along with that being in the darkness, said it was his punishment for his following, that he should never leave this place, and be forever in the company of darkness. For young Lord Ji, this was still only the lightest punishment, completely insufficient to vent the anger in his heart. If Yun Yaxin hadn't threatened her life, the entire Lu family would have ceased to exist 5 years ago, and what happened to Lu Ming would only be worse. So it is, Lu Ming went silent. Knowing all the ins and outs, he no longer bothered to hold back from blaming his father. His mother was taken away just 3 days after she fell into this place, which meant that he had suffered 5 years of loneliness here alone. Even more so than loneliness, his wife was taken from him, his cultivation was suppressed, his pride was stomped to pieces, and he could not leave this place for the rest of his life. If it were him, the opposite side of this situation that does not see a glimmer of hope, I am afraid, it is not much better, or even worse. If he hadn't met his mother, he would never have been reduced to such a situation now, but would be full of vigor and have great hopes of becoming the head of the Lu family. Ming what you just said, the matter of the supreme bone, what exactly is going on? After Lu Zihan finished everything, his voice was low and he pulled the topic back. He naturally realized that a lot of uncomplicated things had definitely happened in these 5 years, and Lu Ming's current aura was even more mysterious and unfathomable than when he had first faced Yun Yaxin. Is this really something that one's 8-year-old son can have? Lu Ming didn't hide it anymore, telling all the things that have happened in the meantime. What? When Lu Zihan heard this, his obviously handsome but vicissitude-filled face suddenly became expressionless, but underneath his eyes, incredulity, coldness and anger flowed. He was trembling, clenching his fists in a death grip, the word almost coming out through his teeth. Qin Ruyan, damn you. As for the matter between Lu Zitian and Yi Jin, it even made his heart almost as if it was dead. Well, that's his big brother and sister-in-law. But when he knew that Lu Ming had already avenged him, Lu Zitian was dead. Qin Ruyan and Yi Jin were seriously injured, and no one dared to treat them, and the living blood dried up, and the life faded away little by little. A wave of powerlessness and disillusionment spread all over his body. The moment. No one could know how he felt. He only felt that the biggest mistake he had made in his life was marrying Qin Ruyan back home. After a long time, Lu Zihan asked again feebly. Where are the stars? Lu Ming sighed lightly. He was picked up by his grandfather and returned to the Qin family. Lu Zihan was silent again for a long time when he heard this. In the end, one can only sigh feebly. So much the better. When he left, Lu Xingchen was only 5 years old and didn't understand anything. He had never been biased towards his two sons. He had just never loved Qin Ruyan from the very beginning. Unexpectedly, she took her hatred and transferred it all to Lu Ming's mother and son. Now, I'm afraid that Lu Xingchen has likewise transferred his hatred to himself and his own brother. In the future, perhaps even more hand-to-hand combat will occur. How sad is that? I'm not going to make a move on him, Lu Ming calmly said, provided that he doesn't come to mess with me. You, Lu Zihan looked at Lu Ming, an unprecedented gesture of confidence, more than a few times deeper than he had been back then. He wanted to ask why Lu Ming had become so amazing, but the words came out of his mouth. But in the end, he didn't open his mouth. He even felt that he didn't even deserve to be Lu Ming's father, because over the years, instead of doing his duty as a father, he had put him through suffering that he didn't deserve. The supreme bone and the heavy pupil, being dug out alive. For a child who was only a few years old, how painful should it be? Give me some more time. Lu Ming knew he shouldn't strike his father's heart anymore. Rather, it's about restoring his self-confidence and his hope for the future. I believe that even in the upper realms, Mother will always remember you, hold fast to her heart, and won't waver one iota. The fact that she gave birth to a child for you and is still willing to protect the Lu family with her life is the best proof. The upper world. I will go there sooner or later and bring Mother back to reunite the two of you. Lu Zihan saw him like this, relieved and complicated, but more is powerless, feeling that he is really a failure of a father. This is the kind of thing that should have been done by him. He should have covered for his family. But, now, he was stuck here, in a sorry state, disgraced as a man. Perhaps once upon a time, he was indeed a supreme genius who was confident beyond measure and considered by the world to have a great future. But, where does he get the face to be confident nowadays? Lu Ming didn't say anything more. He couldn't take Lu Zihan away. Those people in the upper realm were not ruthless. As long as Lu Zihan took half a step away from here, the seal would be loosened and the being in the darkness would awaken. The pupil of Hongmeng together with the chaotic chi might be able to break the seal, but the other one would also be broken with it. In short, right now, he is not capable of perfectly defusing this problem. Unless one has the absolute strength to completely obliterate the darkness, one can save one's father. Fortunately, both he and Lu Zihan still had time. Lu Ming believed that that day would not take long. After saying some goodbyes to my father, he'd better go first. Lu Zihan saw Lu Ming's back as he left, and in the bottom of his eyes, a trace of hope finally rose, murmuring, Minger, although I don't know where your self-confidence comes from, but father still believes in you. Before leaving, Lu Ming had left a large amount of life force in Lu Zihan's body, enough to allow him to comfortably spend at least 10 years. At the same time, he was also told that he possessed a power that was more than 100 times stronger than the supreme bone and the heavy pupil. Everything, the day will see the light of day. By dawning, he didn't simply mean the dawning of their family, but the dawning of the entire world. Yun Yaxin went down to the realm for this, and a series of ancestors, such as Qi Yuming and Yin Di, also sacrificed their lives. As long as this catastrophe does not end, the sacrifices will continue until all living beings perish, or, alternatively, into the arms of darkness. Lu Ming had never prided himself on being righteous, but something like guiding the ghosts into the village was something he hadn't even thought about. Anyway, he'll do everything he can to stop this disaster. Young Father Lu, is it really down there? Yin Fengmeng was a bit shocked. Lu Ming nodded. After he spoke briefly and explained, he didn't say a word about the fact that a blackened emperor realm was sealed below. It just means that his father can't leave yet for some reason. Lu Jihai, however, realized that things were not simple. I'm afraid. He frowned. Minger, if you meet any trouble, just say so. An old ancestor will definitely try his best to help you. Don't bother. Lu Ming shook his head. Anyway, let's leave first. My father will be fine down there for now. He looked at Yin Fengmeng again. Patriarch Yin. This time, your clan provided information that allowed me to find my father's whereabouts. So naturally, I won't renege on my previous words. When the time comes, I will give your clan an emperor soldier. And if nothing happens, it will still be a mid-grade emperor soldier. What? Medium? Medium-grade imperial soldiers? Yin Fengmeng and elderly were almost instantly frozen. The reaction was ecstatic. Yin Fengmeng even plopped down and knelt on the ground. Fengmeng thanked Xiao Lu for his great kindness. At that time, the Heavenly Beast sect would like to swear to follow Xiao Lu to the end. 10,000 deaths. Elderly also knelt down and uttered the same words, almost kneeling 3 times and crying with joy. What does it mean to be a mid-grade imperial soldier? In the entire desolate ancient world, there was no such existence, and if what Lu Ming had said was true, what awaited him in the heavenly beast sect would be a complete rise to the top of the entire world. And Yin Flingmon was also a smart person. He knew that even with this kind of existence, his heavenly beast sect wouldn't be able to defend itself and would only face extinction. However, if one followed Lu Ming, all problems would be solved. Yin Fengming knew that this was by no means a shameful thing, but a heavenly good thing, and how many people couldn't even beg for it? Lu Ming smiled. Patriarch Yin and Elderly shouldn't get excited first, we'll talk about it then. Seeing that he didn't refuse, Yin Fengming and Elderly were even more delighted, and hurriedly got up from the ground, indulging in a beautiful fantasy for a while. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the heavenly beast sect would be on the road to rise in the hands of my 249th generation patriarch. Yin Fengming almost cracked his mouth with laughter. From his point of view, being able to follow Lu Ming was definitely something that was more rewarding than obtaining a mid-grade imperial soldier. Just based on the other party's qualifications, he would definitely be the supreme lord of the entire world in the future. Becoming one of the first junior brothers of the sovereign was definitely more promising than cowering in the district's heavenly beast mountain range, and the future was boundless. As for Elderly, he was smiling in his heart. One must know that he was the biggest contributor. At that time, when the heavenly beast sect had completely risen to prominence, would he be missing out on his benefits? Back to the Lu family. Lu Ming knew that there was not a moment to slack off. He decided that after getting the complete Sea Emperor Trident, he would enter the Yuding world to close his death sentence, not to come out until he had thoroughly absorbed the spatial Upanishad. The pace picks up and the protagonist is going to grow up in the next chapter. Time flies, and the sun and moon turn, in the blink of an eye. It was 10 years later. Yes, 10 years had passed since Lu Ming's grand display at Lu Zong's 1000th birthday. This decade, his reputation had not only spread throughout the eastern wasteland, even in the remaining 3 continents, and even in the middle continent, it had become like a thunderclap. I have not seen the person, but I have heard the name. The desolate ancient heavens pride ranking of the central continent was originally the supreme hall of fame for the younger generation, and only the topmost demons in the entire desolate ancient world were qualified to keep their names. But now the first place has been replaced by the word Lu Ming. But there are also those who do not believe, or disdain, think that this is the absolute heaven pavilion in the creation of God, the God of the void, purely bragging out, just because, in these 10 years, Lu Ming was nowhere to be found, as if he had disappeared. Jedi Sky Pavilion. It is an extremely mysterious and powerful force in the central continent. It is claimed to be omniscient, omnipotent and countless in the heavens and the earth, counting all the mysteries of heaven. Elder Dao of Absolute Heaven was a famous half-emperor realm powerhouse in the central continent, while the desolate ancient heavens remarkable ranking was created by the Absolute Heaven Pavilion, which had never symbolized absolute authority before this matter. But over the years, the number of people questioning this list has become more and more. Isn't that funny? A person who never appeared, yet perennially topped the heavens pride ranking, with only rumors and not a single actual battle. Those who questioned it were not those with a heavenly background, a high heart and a strong natural talent. Over the years, they even purposely crossed the endless sea borders accompanied by their elders and came to the eastern wastelands Mang Heavenly Mountain Range just to challenge Lu Ming and expose this big lie. But the Lu family made a rule. In order to challenge Lu Ming, you must first pass 2 hurdles, one off for the dogs, the second pass is for the sword. At first many were dismissive, mocking, or outright angry. The former thought that Lu Ming was really a vain person, and that he was pretending to fool the world by cowering himself and not daring to respond to the battle. There were even people who thought that the dog was, in fact, a certain old ancestor of the Lu family pretending to be a dog, just to keep the world at bay, to prevent the lies from unraveling. The latter, on the other hand, felt that he was abjectly humiliated, and burst into a rage and fought directly with the dog. Unsurprisingly, in the end, it turns out that it can't be beaten. Not at all. Many people were chased by it and fled all over the mountain, and there were even those who spoke out of turn and were directly bitten alive by it in their crotches. After beating this dog, a blue-skirted little girl holding an imperial weapon then appeared. Oh no! It should be called the Blue Dress Girl now. Over the years, the challengers, step by step, witnessed her transformation from a quirky little girl to a quirky and stunning young woman. But, as beautiful as she is, she moves with unrelenting ferocity. All of them, they fell at this level. 10 years. Lu Ming had never taken action himself, but his reputation, however, grew louder and had become a legend. The Lu family plaza, too, had become a famous scenery in the desolate ancient world. And recently, an alarming rumor has been circulating. One of the 3 major imperial dynasties in the central continent, the fifth prince of the Green Dragon dynasty, had finally decided to personally travel to the eastern wasteland to challenge Lu Ming since he had fallen to second place on the Heavens Remarks ranking 10 years ago. Once the rumors circulated, the desolate ancient world boiled over. It was a battle they had been looking forward to for 10 years. Unfortunately, the fifth prince at that time, however, did not put too much emphasis on it, because he was going to have a battle to seize the throne. After 10 years, with amazing means, strength, he defeated several royal brothers who were 100 years older than him, and became the crown prince of the Green Dragon dynasty, the future Green Dragon Emperor. Not long ago, he even traveled to the ancestral land alone and obtained the inheritance of the swift Supreme Green Dragon. This, however, was something that even the current Qinglong Imperial Lord had failed to do. The Green Dragon Kingdom Master even speculated that the fifth prince was the reincarnated body of the Supreme Green Dragon. The Green Dragon Emperor Lord was overjoyed at the news, and immediately bestowed the fifth prince's ancestral imperial weapon, the Green Dragon Imperial Lance. It was rumored that this Green Dragon Emperor Lance, which was forged from the sharp claws of an ancient green dragon, was a top-grade, or even extreme emperor weapon. The world is saying that the fifth prince, Song Hong, is going to be invincible. In this battle, he would definitely trample Lu Ming under his feet and regain the throne of the #1 heavenly pride. As a result of the world's attention, the South Wasteland, the North Wasteland, the Middle Continent, multiple forces had even arrived around the Lu family early on, just to wait for this battle for the ages. This is the Mantian mountain range? Oh, it's just a barren and desolate land. The aura is so thin. What kind of genius can come out of it? I see. That Lu Ming definitely has an element of bragging. That's right. The Absolute Heaven Pavilion is really old and confused. Didn't they say that the Heavens Remarks ranking would automatically recognize geniuses? Today's Lu Ming is still #1. I just don't believe it. Could it be that he's still stronger than His Highness Song Hong? Right. Once the extreme imperial armament and the Supreme Green Dragon come out, who will compete with them? The area around the Lu family realm was bustling with all sorts of forces. Another place. Father, do you think Lu Ming will be a match for what's-his-name's royal son? 10 years have passed. At this time, Een Orange, the cute baby fat on her face, has long disappeared, and in its place, is an extremely moving melon face, long hair bundled into a ponytail. The temperament is clean and sharp, but at 24, she was still in a pink dress. Although he has matured a lot, between his eyebrows, he still retains a few of the savage flavor of that year. The point is, she has an extremely impressive figure. The chest, in particular, can be rippling and strikingly horizontal, and her cultivation level, from the Xianling realm back then, had become the life-prying realm today. All of this was thanks to the fact that the Heavenly Beast sect was backed by a large mountain, and its underpinnings were getting stronger. Oh, don't worry, now that Een Fengmang had also arrived at the first level of the Heavenly Heart, he had become much more confident. He smiled and stroked his beard. That so-called crown prince, in front of Lu Xiao, I think, there is no difference between him and a dirt chicken or a dog. Een Oranger's bright eyes lit up first, and then, inexplicably, it was lost. Over the years, she had already worked very hard on her cultivation, and the number of times she had gone out to practice was countless. On several occasions, had it not been for my father's timely rescue, I'm afraid I would have been buried in danger. When others asked, she said that she had to fight for herself and not lose the face of the Heavenly Beast sect, but what she actually thinks, only she knows. Alas, taking in his daughter's demeanor, Een Fengmang also sighed slightly. However, he didn't say much, but his words were overheard by someone not far away. Ha ha ha, dirt chicken and dog? This senior, I think you're saying the opposite, aren't you? That's right, that Lu Ming is nothing more than a tortoise who hasn't dared to show up for 10 years. So what is he comparing to the crown prince of the Green Dragon dynasty? One was born in the 3 major imperial dynasties of the central continent and has experienced countless life and death battles. The other was born in the tiny eastern wasteland Lu family, and now, it's even more so that it's been footloose and hidden for 10 years. Furthermore, 10 years ago, the fifth prince had a peak condensed Dao cultivation, and now he is even holding an extreme Dao Emperor Soldier, with a supreme inheritance added to his body. That Lu Ming's Emperor Soldier is nothing more than a mid-grade one, and even though it also has a supreme inheritance, do you think that the Green Dragon will lose to the White Dragon? In short, if we are talking about actual combat experience and undercard, I, Zhang, would bet that Lu Ming is in no way a match for the fifth prince. Then why don't we make a bet? At this point, Een Oranger spoke out coldly. Bet? A few people on the other side froze. They had, on the contrary, noticed her presence at an early age. I only thought that this chick's looks were indeed not bad, especially that body. Looking at it made people drool. The man surnamed Zhang who was in the lead, was not afraid of Yin Fingming's presence, because they were also followed by Saint Realm powerhouses. Their backgrounds were not bad, so he was interested, and smiled heatedly. I don't know what the girl wants to bet on, Yin Orangeair faintly said. If you lose, you will kneel Lu Ming in front of you, shouting 3 times, the 5th prince is a dirt chicken and a dog, a disgrace, roll home and cultivate properly. If I lose, I will similarly kneel in front of the 5th prince. Do you dare? A few people's faces changed slightly. Holy shit, is this chick playing that big? Although they preferred to believe that Song Hong could win, but in case he loses, aren't they looking for death by doing this? What? Seeing their hesitation, Yin Orangeair sneered. Don't dare? The man surnamed Zhang's eyes flickered a bit. He, for one, hated being looked down upon by women. So, take a deep breath and grin. Girl, if you want to play, let's play something tough. If you lose, go back to the southern wasteland with me as my concubine. If I lose, go to your clan and be a slave and a servant for the rest of your life. How about it? When Yin Orangeair heard this, she immediately snorted. It's a good calculation, but, with this appearance, a dog can't even look at you, and you still want this young lady to be your concubine? What? At this time, the other party also sneered. This is not daring? Yin Orangeair's gaze lurched, not expecting to be backhanded by the other party. She coldly said, then the two will add up. When Yin Fengming heard this, he frowned. Stinky girl, are you crazy? Yin Orangeair, however, was oblivious. Doesn't father have confidence in him? Besides, even if Lu Ming loses, I'm the one who's going to the southern wasteland, not you. And isn't there still a sister at home? All these years of experience had allowed her to gradually develop a character that wasn't afraid of things and was dry and decisive. Do whatever you want, as long as it goes with your heart. Besides, in her heart of hearts, she didn't think Lu Ming would lose. After saying that, he also ignored Yin Fengming's reaction and stared straight at the other party. What? Don't dare? Unexpected. The man named Zhang hesitated again. Cursing this chick is really obsessed with humiliating the 5th prince. The second article can't take a life, but the first one is really going to take a life. Young Zhang, promise her. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? If you win you'll earn a daughter-in-law for nothing. Ha ha, could it be that you're still worried about the 5th prince losing? Hearing this, his eyes flickered for a long time. His heart hardened and he smiled coldly. That's it then. He was a gambler by nature and couldn't stand excitement. If he won, he had to take this chick back to be properly coached. The other side, a line of 4. The person at the head was dressed in a green dragon robe, exuding an unrivaled majestic aura. Obviously just a young man, but there is already a hidden imperial might. As if born emperor, supreme. He, the 5th prince of the Green Dragon dynasty, Song Hong. The Green Dragon dynasty was one of the 3 great dynasties in the central continent, with an ancient supreme green dragon inheritance. The current imperial lord was even a peak 9th turn half-emperor, only one step away from the emperor realm. Once he stepped through, he would be the only supreme powerhouse to step into the emperor realm in the past 100,000 years, following the Bright Moon Empress, the strongest of this era, the Green Dragon Emperor. At that time, it would be the time when the Green Dragon dynasty would unify the world and all the spirits would pay homage. Song Hong has an innate dominance, a stout figure, an indifferent look, and under his eyes, an unrivaled confidence. Just the oldest 5 though. But whether it was the intensity of the bloodline, or the natural talent, or the heart, they were all far superior to the siblings. Before that, it was also the number 1 person in the desolate ancient heavens pride ranking. It overwhelmed the remaining 2 great imperial dynasties, as well as the overwhelming pride of the forces of the central continent. This eastern wasteland, it's still a bit overwhelming. At this moment, an upright silver-armored youth lightly sighed. With this level of aura, it's really hard for the cultivators here. No wonder, there isn't even a single half-emperor. Do not underestimate the world. At this point, an old man in hemp clothes beside Song Hong spoke faintly. The eastern wasteland, back then, was a place where multiple great emperors were produced, and there were even supreme forces entrenched here, so it should not be underestimated. The old man in hemp clothes was plain on the surface, but in reality, only the silver-armored youth and the others knew. He was the 5th prince's protector, a true 5-turn half-emperor with terrifying strength. As for the youth, his name was Yulin. He was the son of the Zhengui general of the Qinglong imperial dynasty, and his status was equally noble. However, in front of Song Hong, he could only be a follower little brother. Humph. So what if I underestimate them? At this point, a noble young girl, also wearing a green dragon dress, spoke up. Song Luyu, the young princess of the Green Dragon dynasty. Her disdain for the land was in every word. I really can't understand why father sent the crown prince's brother to come personally to deal with that Lu Ming. Just what does he deserve? For a continent that didn't even have a half-emperor, if it was in normal times, she wouldn't even look at it more than once. But now, it was a challenge that came from far and wide. In person, at the door. In her opinion, it was really dropping points. Song Hong finally spoke. His voice was flat as a pancake. Father sent me this time, and that's not the most important point. Oh, Pale Falling Rain was curious. Yu Lin, just leave the matter of Lu Ming to you. Uncle Long, you take Yu Lin to the Lu family. Little sister, you and I, go to the Void Phoenix Mountain. Mount Void Phoenix? Pale Falling Rain froze lightly. She naturally knew of the other's presence. This power, too, was the only one she could look at in the Eastern Wasteland. The Taishu Pale Underworld Phoenix was in existence on the same level as the ancient Green Dragon. It was a pity that they didn't have a complete legacy left behind. And the Eastern Wasteland's aura was far less dense than that of the Central Continent. So nowadays, the strength was far inferior to the Green Dragon Imperial Palace. But, she didn't dare to go against Song Hong's wishes, nor would she, because, this was the person she had admired the most since she was a child. Yu Lin leads the way. After Yu Lin respectfully cupped his fists, he said to the hemp-clothed old man, Uncle Long, trouble. Aha. The old man bowed slightly towards Song Hong. I'll go now. Your Highness must pay attention to your own safety. Don't worry. Song Hong's words exuded unrivaled confidence. Dominance. Eastern Wasteland. No one can hurt me. Soon after, at the top of the Void Phoenix Mountain, in a magnificent palace, side hall, table, a beautiful white woman was reading a book calmly. A female disciple hurriedly arrived. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, the Prince of the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty in the Central Continent has requested an audience, saying that he has come to propose marriage. The woman in white faintly said, pay no attention. But, they're already outside the palace. The female disciple was somewhat at a loss for words. After all, the other party did come from a bit of a big place, with polite rules, and it was obviously not good to just leave people hanging like that. Seeing her helplessness, Jiang Ruoshui closed the book and got up. Then let's go take a look. Is this the legendary one? The fifth prince? The appearance is quite imposing. I just didn't expect that it actually came to propose marriage to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Not far away, a group of female disciples surreptitiously surveyed this side. They were partly new disciples, all of them only around 15 or 16 years old. And despite the strict orders of the Void Phoenix Mountain prohibiting female disciples from fornicating with males, there was an innate interest in this kind of thing. And this time, the object of gossip, or the high and mighty Holy Maiden Lord, the interest was even greater. What are you all doing here if you're not practicing? Unexpected. A rather authoritative voice came from behind them. The young girls were taken aback and turned around to find a classically beautiful woman in a green dress. Her face was slightly majestic, but in reality, there was always a playful color under her eyes. Obviously, she was intentionally scaring them. The young girls were instantly relieved and smiled cheekily. So it's little master. Hello, junior master. Aha. The woman in the light green dress nodded. What are you looking at? Junior master. Shocking news. That fifth prince of the Green Dragon Dynasty in the Central Continent. You've heard of him, right? He actually came this time to propose marriage to Lord Holy Maiden. Yeah, that's why we couldn't resist coming over. Propose marriage? Lu Shuer froze slightly. She had naturally heard something about that fifth prince. I just didn't expect to hear such powerful news as soon as I came out of seclusion after only a few months. Over the years, as Feng Kai and I cultivated, she had greatly improved in terms of her strength, eyesight, and heart. His position in Void Phoenix Mountain was even higher than that, almost equal to the Holy Lord. Even the major peak masters had to politely call out to a senior sister when they met. However, the reason for the respect came down to strength. Naturally, although she is small in age, but now she already has a holy realm battle power. Lifting her hand will be able to suppress people in the same realm. Even some elders, see all to be ashamed of themselves, not to mention these little budding newcomers. Yes, it is rumored that this fifth prince specially came to the Eastern Wasteland in order to challenge Mr. Lu, but I didn't expect that he actually ran to us first, and also came up to propose marriage. On this guy, can he also be worthy of our Holy Maiden Lord? Obviously, even when facing an existence of Song Hong's level, these young girls, too, had blind adoration and confidence in their own saintly daughter. What fifth prince is this? Here to challenge the young master? Lu Shuer narrowed her beautiful eyes, clearly not expecting it. And speaking of Lu Ming, how could she not have imagined that since the last time she parted ways? In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Young master is already 18 years old. A look of nostalgia involuntarily rose to her face as she thought back to her days in the small attic. I don't know. If he'll come out this time. Lu Shuer sighed quietly. Young master wouldn't have forgotten that he's still his maid, would he? Unexpectedly, at this point, seemingly sensing something, Song Hong, who was originally calm, suddenly looked this way. In the bottom of Song Hong's eyes, a hint of surprise swept through. It's the scent of the phoenix of life. A low, mellifluous voice rang in his head. The phoenix of life? Song Hong secretly asked. The same ancient supreme beast? Indeed. However, your main target this time is the heavenly Tao incarnation. Remember, at some cost, you must take it down. This will be of great benefit to you in the future. Heavenly incarnations. Speaking of which, Song Hong also muttered to himself. Obviously, the news shocked him. The heavenly Tao incarnation is currently in an extremely weak state. If we miss this opportunity, it will never be possible again. And I, too, need to use its power to recover and return to the top. I know. A hint of ambition flowed from Song Hong's rigid and domineering face. He's never failed to get what he wants. If that's not possible, just take the hard line and get the person first. The holy maiden Sama has come out. Immediately, the female disciples who were secretly observing from not far away exclaimed. See only, behind the gate of the palace, two silhouettes walked out. The woman in white on the right was none other than Zhang Ruoshui. Now, they were all excited. The boring days of cultivation were finally ushering in some fun. Lu Shuer was also watching the scene with interest. She knew that Zhang Ruoshui would not be able to agree to the other party, depending on how it would be rejected. What a beautiful woman. The moment Song Luyu saw Zhang Ruoshui, he only felt his heart tremble. Even she, who had always been high-minded and proud, couldn't help but feel a strong heartbeat. If one were to say so, it was a kind of beauty that seemed to not exist between heaven and earth, but she had appeared in front of the eyes, making it difficult to breathe. This kind of beauty is a visualization of the heavenly Tao, and if the heavenly Tao incarnation were male, it would likewise be so astounding. What a familiar aura! It is indeed her. The voice of the Supreme Green Dragon rang out excitedly in Song Hong's ears. Soon after, Zhang Ruoshui nodded slightly towards Song Hong and said softly, the fifth prince has traveled a long way. Ruoshui has missed out on welcoming him. Song Hong came back to his senses and hurriedly said, there is no harm in it. This imperial prince is bothering me today. He paused for a moment and then said, I've come here to propose marriage to the holy maiden of your sect. Zhang Ruoshui's face remained unchanged as she calmly said, the fifth prince is afraid that he's looking for the wrong person. I'm not the holy daughter of the Void Phoenix Mountain. Aoshiro looked at her with some surprise, but I heard. Zhang Ruoshui interrupted, there is indeed a holy maiden in the mountains, but it's not me. Song Luyu couldn't help but speak. Then who are you? Why are you here? Zhang Ruoshui smiled and replied, I'm Zhang Ruoshui, a disciple of the Void Phoenix Mountain. Song Hong's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. A moment later, he smiled. So that's how it is. It's this prince who misunderstood. But since I'm here, can you let me meet the real holy maiden? Zhang Ruoshui glanced at him and said indifferently, is the holy maiden not something you can just say you can see? Fifth prince, please return. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the palace. Song Hong stood in place, looking at Zhang Ruoshui's departing back, pondering. Song Luyu's face, however, turned much colder, and was just about to say something when Song Hong stopped her, faintly transmitting, don't be impulsive. This woman is also too pretentious. Right. Looking pretty. Really take herself seriously? Brother Prince, if you have a crush on her, big deal. Just ask Grandpa Long to tie her back to the Imperial Palace. Who would dare to resist? Her identity is not as simple as you think. When Lu Shuer saw this, she laughed in her heart. This fifth prince has been defeated. After thinking about it, she followed, and likewise walked into the palace. This palace was called the Void Phoenix Palace. Anyone who trespasses is considered to be trespassing in a forbidden area. But Lu Shuer naturally had this qualification. It's still our holy maiden lord who's powerful. Dispatched what's-his-name's prince in a few words. Worth learning from. It's not that easy to get rid of. Zhang Ruoshui shook her head and said indifferently, that old dragon. It's not easy to revive, but its guts are getting bigger and bigger, and its ideas are hitting the sky. Indeed, a toad trying to eat a swan. Lu Shuer agreed. She didn't understand what that meant, but it was close. 10 years ago, everyone in the Eastern Wasteland knew that the true owner of the Supreme Bone, Lu Ming, had a marriage contract with her. Although the two did not mention this matter, but at that time in the Lu family plaza, was also staged a dragon and phoenix and song, entangled, Lang love concubines. You and I, ahem, thinking out loud, Lu Shuer stopped in a hurry, but in her heart, or in the hearts of the people of the Eastern Wasteland, if you insist on saying it, apart from such an existence as Lu Ming, who else could be worthy of her? What the hell is that prince? By the way, how is senior sister Phoenix currently doing? In the nick of time, the realm will be broken soon. Great. Lu Shuer breathed a sigh of relief. 5 years ago, by some coincidence, Phoenix Qianying had found the opportunity to break through to half-emperor, and her master Feng Kani, too, was vaguely showing signs of this. In these 10 years, she always felt that the desolate world seemed to be vaguely undergoing some kind of change. The aura in both heaven and earth began to fill up a bit. She didn't care much for Song Hong though on the surface. In actuality, it was clear in his heart that the current Void Phoenix Mountain, or even the entire Eastern Wasteland, could not afford to offend the other party. The Eastern Wasteland, the base is still a little too thin. Underneath Jiang Ruoshui's eyes, there was also a hidden worry. She was beginning to recover faster, and a certain being, naturally, was beginning to stir. That was not only a disaster that belonged to her, but also a disaster for all living beings, and the entire great world would be overthrown as a result, sinking into darkness for all eternity. Speed is still not fast enough. Jiang Ruoshui mumbled something. However, it was good that Lu Ming was now an adult. The decision was made 10 years ago, and now, finally, it can be implemented. Double fix. Lu Ming, too, possessed the heart of the heavenly Tao, as well as other special powers. Through this, she is bound to recover greatly. Jiang Ruoshui always thought that for the sake of the world's people. What was this? Taking a soft breath, she regained her composure. Senior sister Lu, I've decided to make a trip to the Lu family, and during this period of time, I'll trouble you to take care of things in the Void Phoenix Palace. To the Lu family? Lu Shuer froze. But then, immediately, I'm going too. Just leave the matters on the mountain to senior sister Nightstar to take care of. She's the best at this. Thinking of her original identity, Jiang Ruoshui didn't refuse. Come along then. Lu Family Plaza. Lu Ming, come out and fight me. Yu Lin, dressed in silver armor and holding a lance, stood like a god of war and shouted, and the hemp-clothed old man beside him made the crowd's hearts tremble, not daring to breathe a single breath. Half-emperor, definitely a half-emperor powerhouse. Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty's honored guests. Not far from miles to come. The old man has lost far to welcome. Ashamed. Ha, how about the two of you? How about going in first to drink a cup of tea? Lu Jihai smiled at the two, but in his heart, he was a little unsure. Tea is not necessary. Yulin didn't put him in his eyes in the slightest and said lightly, this time, this general is only ordered to come and challenge. Not for it. Tell Lu Ming to come out. If you let a dog humiliate me, I'm sure, you should also know the consequences. At this point, a burly young man stepped forward with a gun and bellowed, I, Lu Kai, have come to challenge you. Yulin swept a glance at him and snorted. A mere questioning of the first level of robbery. And you deserve it? Lu Kai was furious. Could it be that you don't dare? Lu Zonghe frowned. Kaier, come back. This Yulin had the strength of a Heaven's Heart first level, but based on the scent, I'm afraid that an ordinary Heavenly Heart second level is not an opponent. If Lu Kai goes up there, it's no different than sending him to his death. I'm afraid that even Era is not his opponent, and I'm afraid that the only one who can fight against him is that sword spirit, worthy of being one of the 3 great imperial dynasties of the central continent. Even one of that prince's followers has Saint Realm strength. But, Mr. Lu possessed the strength to kill the Saint Realm 10 years ago. I'm afraid that this Yulin is not his opponent at all, right? Just as the onlookers were talking, a young girl in an ice blue dress appeared. This young girl 17 or 18 years of age, ethereal cold, eyes like a cold pool, an icy blue mark in the center of the eyebrow, adding a few points of mystery. The appearance is even more amazing. As soon as she made her appearance, she immediately captured the attention of the room. Yulin narrowed his eyes. You're that sword spirit? My name, Lu Shirwei. Lu Shirwei? The crowd froze. Didn't this girl call herself Ice before? What's with the name change? I'm not a sword spirit. The voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. I am Lu Ming's sister, and today, I will answer the battle on his behalf. The entire audience was stunned. Even Lu Zonghe, Lu Kai and the others. They didn't react and froze. What the fuck? When did Lu Ming have a sister? Lu Shirwei's ice blue dress fluttered gently in the breeze, giving people a feeling of being unearthly. Yulin's gaze sank in, trying to find a hint of a break in this young girl, because he had to admit that this young girl in front of him was giving him even more pressure than he had expected. Unfortunately, half the time, it didn't show anything. If that's the case, this general will take a good look at Miss Lu's skillful moves. After saying so coldly, he swung his spear, the tip of which drew a silver aura in the air, pointing directly at Lu Shirwei. It was as if a silent challenge was being issued to her. Lu Shirwei's face was expressionless, and with a flash of the seal on her brow, A crystal-clear icy blue longsword appeared in her hand, draped in a faint cold air and clouds. A word came softly out of her mouth. Please. The opponent's contempt caused Yulin to burst into a rage. He was ferocious and charged with his gun. Unfortunately, Lu Shiwei's figure, however, disappeared in place like a phantom. Yulin's pupils shrunk. The next moment, a chill was felt from all directions. Playing God. Yulin roared and a silver light erupted all over his body, seemingly blasting this coldness all to pieces. But Lu Shiwei, however, still came in front of the other party, pointing the tip of his sword at his throat. He said in a faint voice, "You have lost." A drop of cold sweat dripped from Yulin's forehead as he looked at the other party in horror. Crap, you lost in one fucking move? There was also silence in the room. Lu Shiwei put her sword away, her face serene, and without a word, she walked back. Only Yulin was left behind with his eyes flickering. I actually can't even catch a single move. At that time, how can I explain to His Highness the Crown Prince? Looking at each other's backs, a sinister thought arose within him. However, thinking of the great loss of reputation that would be incurred to the imperial dynasty, in the end, he still collected his thoughts back. The Lu family watched her leave. Although she was shocked by her strength, her heart could not help but think strange thoughts. Isn't this the sword spirit? Why did she call herself Lu Ming's sister? Room. Inside the tripod, a handsome young man sat cross-legged, at the same time, and mumbling, 99.9991%, 99.9992%. Suddenly, a warm, soft figure lurched toward him with a cheeky grin. Lu Ming frowned. Stop it. With a flash, he caused his opponent to pounce. The young girl glared at him for a moment, then wrapped her arms around him again, breathing in his scent somewhat greedily. Brother, did you just see that? Am I awesome? Lu Ming's face was expressionless. Call the master. Humph. It's no fun at all. The young girl left his body and grunted. The young girl is Lu Shiwei. Now she has half of the party which is as cold as ice. Do not eat fire. Simply like a pestering little demon. She let out a bad smile and began to tease Lu Ming in all kinds of ways. A pair of small hands paddling around on his body, her mouth muttering, Brother, I want a reward. But Lu Ming was currently in the critical moment of absorbing the spatial Upanishad, so how could he care about her? 99.9995%, 99.9996%. Lu Shiwei secretly grunted, but there was nothing she could do. Over the years, whenever Lu Ming was free, he would transmit the Taiyin Chaos Chi to her, which was her favorite scent and made her very addicted. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't always available, and every time she waited, that was when she was the most itchy. When Lu Shiwei saw that Lu Ming was unmoved, her eyes rolled back in her head and a plan came to her. She quietly released a trace of extremely cold and odd breath that surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly, but he was at a critical moment and couldn't be distracted. She looked at Lu Ming with a smile on her face, thinking, let's see you still ignore me. Lu Ming forced himself to hold back his discomfort and glared at Lu Shiwei, but in his heart, he also understood that it was because he had, during this period of time, left her out in the cold that she was so mischievous. As for why she was called Lu Shiwei, it was the great name she had given herself. The name Lu Xiaobing, big name Lu Shiwei, and the reason is her own request. She felt that she has grown up, has been called Xiaobing is too childish, want to a good sound and in line with her temperament of the name. So Lu Ming had the bright idea to name it Shiwei. It also reminded him of an old friend. And this girl, Xiaobing, grew up and became more and more unruly, with all sorts of naughty playfulness and pestering him. However, Lu Ming didn't find it annoying. These past 10 years, with her company, it was in turn less lonely and boring. However, this was the most critical moment. Lu Ming warned with a sullen face, if you make any more trouble, beware that I'll cut off your food for 3 months. Ha! Lu Shiwei's little face collapsed and immediately became well-behaved. Then I won't make a scene. She sat quietly on the side, her jade hands resting on her fragrant cheeks, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Lu Ming. After a moment, as if he had thought of something else, a wry smile appeared on his face, only to see her tiptoeing and floating behind Lu Ming. She suddenly stretched out her small hand, covered his eyes, and delicately said, Guess who I am? Unexpected. 100%. Finally, Lu Ming's body underwent unprecedented changes. All of the spatial mysteries within the Yuding had been absorbed by him. Around his heart of heavenly Tao, an additional crystal-clear arcane mark appeared, harboring terrifying spatial energy. At this moment, Lu Ming only felt that his body had become so light that he was on the verge of not being able to feel its existence. And when he raised his hand, he was able to create a large swath of distorted and collapsed space. Lu Ming backhanded Lu Shiwei's hand, and the other party let out a delicate cry, and before she had time to react, an unprecedented Taiyin chaotic chi blasted into her body. Little thing, don't you want to suck it? This is for you. He laughed maniacally. A wave of power that shocked Lu Shiwei's body to the point that his soul was so refreshed that it flew up. Unexpected. Lu Shiwei's face flushed, directly wrapped her arms around his neck, and her entire body wrapped up, directly absorbing mouth to mouth. Lu Ming's eyes glared. Crap. This little girl, is she so bold? His first kiss, which he had kept for 18 years, was taken away from him so brutally by her? Seeing the other party moving around like a delicate water snake, wrapped dead center around him, the delicate, warm and soft touch on his mouth caused a burst of evil fire that was even fiercer than the Dasha ancient emperor flame that was ranked number 1 on the list of foreign fires to rise up in Lu Ming's belly. He can't take it anymore. With a stabbing sound, it directly tore her clothes to shreds. The young girl was visibly startled. Her gaze sobered up a lot. Her cheeks turned red, and she desperately tried to struggle, but Lu Ming wouldn't let her get away with it. For a time, the Yu Ding space was infinite in springtime. Ahem. Below is the paid content. Omit a million words. 1 hour later, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Lu Shiwei's clothes were broken, covering her chest, her beautiful eyes red and swollen. A pitiful, hateful look, tearfully glaring at Lu Ming. She hadn't wanted this at all, just to absorb more power. But Lu Ming had so brutally dominated her. Master, you are too bad. Actually laying hands on a sword spirit. The young girl bit her lips, watering. Lu Ming, who had entered sage time, was also quite embarrassed at the moment, secretly saying that he was confused. In the beginning, one just treats Xiao Bing as a daughter. But now, to do such a thing to her was no different from an animal. Thus, he could only gently hold it in his arms and comforted. Little ice, it's my fault. If you want to absorb power in the future, I'll satisfy you anytime. I don't want it. Lu Shiwei's shame struggled away, disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only a sword, suspended in front of him. Lu Ming looked helplessly at Frostcloud Goten. He covered his face. One had actually done such a thing to a sword. A lifetime of fame. Ruined. He put the sword into his nascent sword, despite no longer needing such a thing, but nevertheless, it was still customary to do so. It's just, let her cool off and chill out. After sighing softly, Lu Ming got up. It had been a long time since he had moved his body since several years ago, when he had gotten the Sea Emperor Trident out. Now, it just so happens that there is a laboring prince, who has been sent to the door. So let's take him and give him a good try. What was important now, however, was a trip to my father's. As the thought fell, his figure flickered and directly disappeared into the Yu Ding space. Soon after, Northwest Territories, 100,000 mountains. This is the power of the spatial Upanishad? Just a thought. Lu Ming then crossed millions of miles to the Northwest Domain's 100,000 mountains. Looking at the scene in front of him, a surge went through him. One more thought. He arrived at the bottom of the dark abyss that trapped Lu Zihan. After 10 years, when I saw my father again, I saw that he was in a much better state, sitting cross-legged next to a pile of rocks and practicing. Temperament, too, is as that of a normal person. Lu Ming was quite relieved. Lu Zihan slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing that it was his son, he just sighed lightly and smiled. Mingle has grown up. Clearly, he was in a far better state of mind than before. Aha! Lu Ming first observed the black mark within his body. It seems to be a lot looser than before, about 0.1%. This made him realize that if he continued like this, the seal would definitely be broken in 100 years. And at that time, not only would Lu Zihan have to die, but the entire world would also be in for a calamity. This time, I'm here to take you back. Oh, in the bottom of Lu Zihan's eyes, a hint of joy flashed. Even if his state of mind was restored, how could such news not make him happy? What made him even happier and shocked was Lu Ming's rate of progress. 10 years, and he possessed such means. It could be considered shocking. Lu Ming said, "Wait for me here for a while." His figure disappeared, and in the next second, he was in the deepest part of the darkness. It was a cave covered with odd talismans, and above a futon, a water tank-sized black ball of gas was suspended. It seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's arrival. The black air mass let out a burst of laughter and even gradually transformed into a humanoid. Can't take it anymore? Still, congratulations to you, for making the right choice. Come, merge with me, and you will gain supreme power, and together with me, rule this world. Lu Ming's gaze twitched. The other man seemed to be blind and thought he was the father. He changed his voice into Lu Zihan's voice. Alas, I indeed can't stand it any longer. My lord, I am willing to follow you, but can you tell your subordinate your name? Name? The black shadow was filled with displeasure. Didn't this emperor tell you? This emperor was once the Xianhuang emperor who ruled the world. What? You don't believe me? The Xianhuang emperor? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. but in the bottom of his heart, he sneered. So it's him. In these few years, challenging the desolate heaven trial tower, he had purposely asked for a lot of historical knowledge. More than 1,000,000 years ago, in the desolate ancient world, there was indeed a Xian Huang emperor who existed, but he was still 180,000 miles away from being a great emperor. This Xian Huang emperor is a tyrant. Although his strength and natural talent is strong, he has a bad temper and treats all living beings like grass. It's no wonder that the temptation of darkness could not be resisted and fell away. But it wasn't a great emperor, and he was relieved. His voice changed back and the corners of his mouth hooked up. That's right. Instead of believing, I'm going to put another seal on you. The dark figure froze, then became furious. You're not the one. There was no reason for a burst of panic in the bottom of his heart. Could it be that those guys from the upper realm had descended again? However, Lu Ming stopped talking nonsense with him, and when he raised his hand, an incomparably majestic and horrifying spatial force swept away. Click here. Before the opponent even had time to react, the power of space transformed into layers of crystals that blocked and suppressed him. Let me out! Let me out! Lu Ming was expressionless and disappeared. The air became silent again. The black shadow hissed. Damn it! When this emperor goes out, he will definitely break everyone into pieces, strip them of their flesh and blood, devour their souls, and they will never be allowed to transcend their lives. It's not easy to say if you want to completely refine and kill an emperor realm. Lu Ming looked down at his palm. But sealing it for a few hundred years is still a breeze. After absorbing all of the spatial Upanishads in the Yuding, Lu Ming surmised that his understanding of this Tao had come to the supreme level, above the great emperor. Unfortunately, he still wasn't completely sure that he would be able to go head-to-head with an emperor realm. In case something went wrong and angered it completely, the consequences would not be easy to say, and no one knew what means an emperor realm actually had. So the only thing to make up for next is the realm, because time is on his side. Furthermore, it wasn't as if his realm hadn't improved after 10 years, even if there was not the slightest deliberate attempt to cultivate. At this moment, there was also already the peak of the 9th level of the questioning tribulation. Only one step away from crossing the condensed Tao tribulation. Once again, he came in front of Lu Zihan. Hearing his son say that he wanted to refine the seal for himself, Lu Zihan's heart, however, was still more or less hesitant. Ming'er, I surmise that if I move this seal, the people of the upper realm will be aware of it. And since you say you can suppress the Xian Huang emperor for a few hundred years, why don't you wait until then, and then make your move? By then, I'm sure you should have the backbone to fight them. Lu Ming didn't know this, but he laughed. Don't you want to see mother quickly? If a few hundred years had really passed, perhaps, she would have really remarried. By then, the yellow flowers will be cold. Hear that? Lu Zihan fell silent. He did want to see his wife. Not a day goes by that I don't think about it. Wanted to know if she was doing well, if she had been punished by her family, if she had been forced by the Ji family to remarry. Don't worry, even if I can't fight against them for the time being, they can't help me. Lu Ming held Lu Zihan's wrist. Relax, I'll break the seal for you. Lu Zihan ultimately didn't say anything. Since Lu Ming had confidence, he still chose to believe in him as he did 10 years ago. After relaxing your mind, Lu Ming began to utilize his Hongmeng pupil, along with the chaotic qi, to begin dissolving the seals within his father's body. Although extremely complex and esoteric, but in front of the pupil of Hongmeng, all is vanity. The chaotic force penetrated into the black seal in wisps, and under Lu Ming's control, the complex and complicated sealing power was dissolved one by one. Ammo about an incense burner later. Click. With a crisp breaking sound, the seal inside Lu Zihan's body, then it was completely dissolved. Boom! His breath began to climb up. At the same time, extreme trembling also occurred in the depths of the cave. The entire cliff and abyss trembled a trifle. Unfortunately, the trembling and shaking, which did not last long, seemed to subside again with a strong sense of anger and resentment. Who knows? Within the space seal, there was only a hiss that lingered for a long time. Damn it! Some piece of the world. In a majestic city, a flamboyant young man, who was about 30 years old, squinted his eyes as he walked. The seal, it was actually broken? The other end. It's been a long time since I've seen the outside world. Lu Zihan stood at the edge of the cliff and let out an unprecedented emotion. Well, how about looking around here a little more? Lu Ming smiled. No, let's go back to Lu's house first. Lu Zihan turned his head again to look at Lu Ming, his son, who was already taller than him by half a head. The facial features were somewhat similar to his, however, they appeared more handsome, and the brows were more confident and spontaneous. Then let's go. Lu Ming grabbed his father's arm, and under the latter's shocked gaze, with a flash, He had already crossed an unknown distance. The two were suspended in midair. At his feet, a wilderness. Lu Zihan looked at his son incredulously. What are you doing? Space Aeon. Lu Ming didn't hide it from him. This is the bottom line for me to face those people in the upper realm. Even if I can't beat them for the time being, I can always run away. The space arcana. Lu Zihan muttered something and felt that he had still underestimated Lu Ming. Inside, he laughed again bitterly, but more than that, he was relieved and happy. Ming'er was now, so to speak, far beyond himself as a father. With a staggering array of tactics, just as he was lamenting, Lu Ming brought him along and made another leap, and in the next instant, the two of them actually arrived directly above the Lu family realm. Seeing the familiar scene, Lu Zihan collected his shocked emotions and his mind turned complex. And wait until you enter it. When he landed in front of the Lu family's main hall, this emotion, more than anything else, was at its peak. For a moment, he was at a bit of a loss as to how to face his elders, but he, in the end, collected all his emotions, and after taking a deep breath, let's go and meet your grandfather. Unexpected, young, old master? An incredulous exclamation came. Lu Ming and the two of them looked back, and it was Lu Shu'er, as well as the two women, Jiang Ruoshui. Lu Shu'er looked at Lu Zihan incredulously, dumbfounded, but also very happy and excited. Master, it's really you. When she looked at her back, she always had a familiar feeling. Unexpectedly, it was really Lu Zihan, the one who saved her and brought her back to the Lu family. Great, you're finally back. Lu Zihan also withdrew his slightly stunned gaze, and after sizing up Lu Shu'er, he laughed with emotion and said, so it's girl Shu'er, who has become so beautiful that I almost didn't recognize her. Seeing that he had become much more vicissitudes, even his cultivation had stagnated, Lu Shu'er couldn't help but ask, Master, where have you been all these years? And where's Madam? Hearing the word Madam, Lu Zihan's eyes flashed a trace of despair, although only a flash, and smiled and said, she can't come back for the time being, but is very safe. Lu Shu'er's cultivation nowadays had far surpassed his, and clearly captured the strange look under his eyes, so she also realized what was going on. She didn't ask more questions. That's good. Well, by the way, who is this? Lu Zihan couldn't help but look at Jiang Ruoshui. He only felt that the girl was a few points more beautiful than his wife, looking at a young age, but the breadth was unfathomable, and could not help but secretly surprised, when the Eastern Wasteland also produced such a woman. Ruoshui has met Uncle Lu. Jiang Ruoshui smiled faintly and bowed towards Lu Zihan. Sister Ruoshui is the contemporary sacred maiden of Mount Void Phoenix, the sacred lord's personal disciple. Lu Shu'er explained, this time, we're here to look for young master. Full stop. Even I haven't seen him in 10 years. After she said that, she looked at Lu Ming again, and in those big eyes that seemed to speak, some resentment flowed, as if to say, not coming to see me for such a long time. Did you forget about me a long time ago? Lu Ming hurriedly laughed. Sister Shu'er is really getting prettier and prettier. Lu Shu'er is 6 years older than him. Now, has also been 24 years old, is a girl in the prime of life? When the youthfulness and childishness of the year faded away, became more heartwarming. Hearing this, Lu Shu'er's mood was quite pleasant. Then how is it compared to Sister Ruoshui? Lu Ming didn't expect that she would ask this, so he looked at Jiang Ruoshui again. In fact, he had already sized up the other man. The images from 10 years ago seemed to be still fresh in his mind, and he clearly remembered that the other party had consumed a great deal at that time, only to help himself break through the realm and peek at his life at once. On his way out, he also said to practice well. Nowadays, she was no less beautiful and more mature than 10 years ago, with a sense of composure and unfathomability. Even he felt that he might not be her match. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but curiously peer with his Hongmeng pupil. However, he discovered that Jiang Ruoshui's realm had actually come to the half-emperor level. Jiang Ruoshui, on the other hand, looked at him quietly, expecting an answer. Lu Ming mused, they are all stunning beauties, each with their own unique characteristics. Lu Shu'er gently blanked him and laughed delicately. How hypocritical. Still, it was pleasurable on the inside. After all, what girl would want to hear that she wasn't as pretty as someone else? Ha ha, so it's Fairy Phoenix's disciple. It's really extraordinary. The younger generation is fearful. Lu Zihan smiled back. 15 years after leaving, the Eastern Wasteland has really changed drastically. The depth of this woman's breath is far beyond the several ancestors of the Lu family at that time. However, it is actually just the disciple of the Phoenix Thousand Shadows. It is a little too incredible. Uncle Lu is flattered. Jiang Ruoshui kept her voice soft. Well, just in time. Lu Zihan nodded. Since you are here to find Ming'er, I won't stay here much longer. Mingle. You and the girls talk first. Lu Ming thought about it and laughed lightly. That's fine. You go ahead. Lu Zihan turned around and walked away. Looking at his back, Lu Ming didn't follow him. He guessed that his father went to the main hall first. He should want to pay homage to his ancestors, and after that, he would go to find his grandfather and the others. He understood Lu Zihan's feelings, and there were some things that would be better left to him to deal with on his own. Young master, unexpected. Seeing Lu Zihan leave, Lu Shuer pounced over at once and jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly to release the feelings of longing over the years. Lu Ming lightly froze, feeling the scent of the beautiful person in his arms. He hadn't thought that Sister Suer actually had such deep feelings for herself. For a moment, he patted her back a little guiltily, but said nothing. At that time, Void Phoenix Mountain was still a completely unfamiliar place to her. He left her there for 10 years without visiting her once. Feeling the male scent close at hand, Lu Shuer's jade cheeks gently burned, but she was slow to let go of her hand. She did miss Lu Ming. She lost her parents as a child and was orphaned. Lu Zihan and his wife saved her life and brought her back to the Lu family. And it was extremely good for her. Lu Ming was also very kind to her, and she knew that the other party had never truly viewed her as a maid of honor. With one mouthful of sister. Growing up, the two were never separated. Unexpectedly, this goodbye is 10 years. How can he control his emotions now that he's finally met him and he's all grown up? Seeing that she didn't let go of herself for a long time. Although Lu Ming was warm and somewhat heartbroken for Lu Shuer, however, he was also a bit embarrassed. After all, there is someone else. You guys talk. I'm going to go around the rest of the place, Jiang Ruoxue calmly said. Then he fluttered and disappeared in place. It made Lu Ming inexplicably a little embarrassed. Lu Shuer then reacted and let go of Lu Ming's waist. Her cheeks slightly flushed due to embarrassment, and she subconsciously smoothed her hair out. Lu Ming laughed lightly. How have you been living in Void Phoenix Mountain all these years? Lu Shuer sighed quietly. It's quite good. Master and sister are both very good to me. Mostly practicing. It's just that occasionally feels a little lonely. Lu Ming said. Definitely not in the future. Could it be that young master is going to Void Phoenix Mountain? Lu Shuer's beautiful eyes flashed. That's not true. Lu Ming laughed. However, you can go there if you want to in the future. It's quick, but, from the sound of it, you're planning to stay there forever? Lu Shuer was silent for a while. After all, Master has been kind to me, and now that elder sister is in seclusion, and I sometimes deal with some matters on the mountain, it's not good to leave just like that. Lu Ming knew what she was thinking. He also had no intention of asking the other to stay by his side, and respected whatever he wanted to do and wherever he wanted to be. That's right, young master. Lu Shuer seemed to think of something and laughed again. The fifth prince of that Green Dragon dynasty, not long ago, went to a trip to the Void Phoenix Mountain and even proposed to Sister Ruoxue. Oh, propose marriage? Lu Ming was surprised. How did she respond? Of course I refused but the other party seems to be very reluctant, and actually set up camp at the foot of the mountain, as if they intend to rely on not leaving. Lu Shuer shook her head helplessly. Sister Ruoxue's charm can be really big. One look and that prince is like losing his soul. Lu Ming nodded. This was something he recognized. He smiled mysteriously. Want to know what she really is? Oh, Lu Shuer's beautiful eyes brightened slightly as she curiously said, could it be that she has other identities? Speaking of which, she was also quite strange. Jiang Ruoxue did give her a very wonderful feeling. How to say? Like a beautiful but deep crystal, seemingly pure beauty, transparent. In fact, how can not see through? 10 years, Lu Shuer feel that he has not understood a single thing about her. Lu Ming smiled and just wanted to speak. Unexpected. Kong Raxui who said to go for a walk around. It's back to the two again. Lu Ming, come with me for a moment. Her voice was soft. Line. Lu Ming laughed, always feeling a sense of secretly talking about people behind their backs and being discovered. Lu Shuer also blushed slightly, but Jiang Ruoxue clearly didn't take it to heart and just smiled as she looked at Lu Ming. I'll go first, then. Lu Ming said to Lu Shuer. Well, go ahead young master. Just as well I'll go and have a good chat with the master later. After all, it's been a while since I've seen him. The two came to a hill. Jiang Ruoxue looked at a certain place, and if he passed through the many obstacles, it was exactly where the forbidden land of the Lu family was located. That piece of forbidden land, it's a fragment of a demonic artifact that was transformed into a piece of a demonic artifact, and moreover, it's not an ordinary demonic artifact. It seems to have been vaguely agitated over the years. Have you sensed it? Lu Ming frowned slightly, not thinking that she had called herself here for this. Speaking of which, he hadn't really paid too much attention to this forbidden land, and after using his Hongmeng pupil to peer into it, he found that the core of it, the speed and intensity of the release of demonic chi was indeed quite a bit faster. Could it be that it is the imperial weapon of a certain fallen emperor realm many years ago? Jiang Ruoshui wasn't surprised that Lu Ming knew all of this. The two of them shared the same mind in a sense. It's just that both of them were taciturn and never intentionally snooped into each other's thoughts. It is a sacrificial vessel. Ginger Wakamizu said. Absorb and release evil beliefs. Can you see what I mean? Lu Ming nodded. I will talk to them when the time comes. In short, it seems that this forbidden land no longer has a need to exist. Lu Zonghe said. That fragment of the first generation of the old ancestor accidentally found, brought back to the Lu family, refining as a place of trial existence. 10 years ago, there didn't seem to be much of a difference, but now, Lu Ming easily associated a lot of things. If the several old ancestors of the Lu family continued to stay in seclusion in it, they were afraid that something bad would happen. Well, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her in a somewhat strange manner. Why does it feel like your heart is beating a little fast? She was clearly calm and on cloud nine, but in reality, her mind wasn't quite steady and she didn't know what was going on. Jiang Ruoshui looked at Lu Ming, eager to mention something to him, but when the words came to my lips, I couldn't get them out. After all, the two had only met twice up until now. Although there was a natural closeness that kept her from rejecting Lu Ming, available at that kind of thing, it can be done more easily than just not rejecting, so she decided to put it another way. Jiang Ruoshui took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. If I said I wanted to marry you, what would you do? Lu Ming froze. He didn't expect Jiang Ruoshui to suddenly say this. Jiang Ruoshui's face slightly reddened. Don't think too much. It's just that I feel that there is a special connection between us, and perhaps, becoming married can make our relationship even closer and more. Lu Ming laughed. In his eyes, even if they didn't spend much time together, she had never had a serene, watery demeanor, even as a teenager. Where would she be as shy and embarrassed as she was now? Stuttering in her speech. It's almost like a different person, and it's not a bad view. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming felt that she was bound to have a great reason for saying such a thing. Jiang Ruoshui inhaled softly. She just thought, that kind of thing, surely, can only be done between husband and wife, and it has to be two people in a relationship to maximize the effect. You should know who I am, right? She whispered. Lu Ming nodded. If my guess is correct, you should be a kind of heavenly Tao incarnation, right? Exactly. It's the heavenly Tao of this universe. Cosmic? Lu Ming still froze. He hadn't expected it to be a piece of the universe. The desolate ancient star, one of the most powerful living planets in this universe, is also the place where I was born. But it has declined to the point where it is now. A hint of sorrow was revealed in Jiang Ruoshui's eyes. In fact, not only the desolate ancient star, but most places with living beings have been affected by the disaster. Lu Ming listened quietly. He could feel a sadness in Jiang Ruoshui's heart, which was the mercy of the heavens on all beings. She continued, even if you go to other living planets now, you will find that the vast majority of them are desolate and dead. I can't believe it. Lu Ming also fell silent. Somehow, he suddenly thought of Earth. Is there a planet of technological civilization that is mostly covered by oceans in your memory? It's small. It should be 1,000 times smaller than the Arakan star, called Earth. If possible, could one go back? Lu Ming couldn't help but think, but he also realized that he had crossed over, perhaps across a timeline. Earth, more than likely, exists in another parallel universe. Before he crossed over, the human race was alive and well, and there was no sign of any disaster. However, perhaps human technology has not yet reached that level. The Earth is also in this universe, only, perhaps due to the remoteness, is one of the few spared. Jiang Ruoshui shook her head slightly apologetically. My strength and memories have yet to be fully restored, and, as such planets are quite a few in number in the universe, I'm not certain, exactly, which one you're talking about. Lu Ming nodded, though his heart was slightly disappointed. However, it can't be helped. Maybe someday, when one was strong enough, there would be a way to return to Earth in the true sense of the word. It may be that when he goes back, everything will be long gone, but, after all, that's where he was really born and raised. The other side. Zihan, it's really you. The sudden appearance of the youngest son. It made Lu Zonghe almost excited to the point of old tears, both hands holding his arm. His heart was hard to express in words. My child is ungrateful and has left my father hanging. Lu Zihan fell to his knees. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lu Zonghe's heart was already guilty. Where else would he let him kneel down for himself? And quickly helped him up. It's father who's sorry. Lu Zonghe just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Zihan. Father, you don't need to say much. I know everything I should know. Lu Zonghe was silent for a few moments, and in the end, He didn't say anything, turning it into a light sigh. If it wasn't for that year, when I insisted that you marry Qin Ruyan into the family, where would this have happened? Now that it's over, let it all go. Lu Zihan shook his head. Father doesn't have to be overly persistent. Alas, Lu Zongha heard it, but the more he heard it, the less he felt in his heart. Lu Zihan was the best of his 3 sons, and his heart was also very open, not comparable to that sinful animal Lu Zitian. As for Lu Zishang, in terms of qualification and ability, he was also no match for him. Lu Zongha didn't say anything more, but said, Chill, since you've returned, I'm afraid the position of the family head will still have to be assumed by you. Your second brother is only the acting head of the family. He has always aspired to nothing more, as you should know. Unexpectedly, he wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lu Zihan again. Father, you don't have to say any more. The position of the family head is not something I have any interest in. This time I came back, in addition to seeing you for a while. Next, I will put all my energy into cultivation. The days after that, something big will happen. Big deal? Lu Zongha was a bit surprised. Lu Zihan didn't go into details. In short, there's no need for father to hold on to the past. Since the second brother can be the acting head of the family, he can be the head of the family. In the future you will help more. As for the child, there are more important things to do. Seeing his determination, Lu Zongha looked at him for a long time and sighed helplessly. So be it. However, since you're back, you have to meet your mother, and second and third uncles, and also, at that time, when Zixin heard that you were missing, she deliberately went out to look for you for 5 years, and this heart, it's quite rare. My little sister has been searching for me for 5 years? Hear this. Lu Zihan froze, and a wave of guilt and unspeakable feelings surged through his heart. Lu Zongha smiled. Let's put it this way. Later on, call everyone up. Let's have a whole family to receive you. Soon after, it was still in the main hall of the Lu family, but unlike 10 years ago, this time Lu Ming, father and son, had become the absolute protagonists. Even Lu Shuer, who had become the guest of honor, was complimented by a bunch of people. As for Jiang Ruoxue, she didn't refuse the Lu family's warm invitation, and was pulled by Lu Shuer, participating in the banquet together. Lu Zixin arrived late, after seeing Lu Zihan, who was still dressed in white, but had become much more vicissitudes, and had not even shaved off his beard. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. More than that, though, he was happy for his return. Zixin, quickly come, just missing you. You, this girl is really, elders are all here, you still only come. Back then, you are not like this, the old woman said with a smile. Cultivation hit some bottlenecks, so I came a little late. Lu Zixin looked at Lu Zihan, who laughed. Little sister, this is because she doesn't recognize third brother? Which is not. Lu Zixin smiled. It's just that I feel that third brother has become mature. When she saw Lu Zihan again, she was much calmer than she had imagined. It was as if a scene from years ago was right in front of my eyes, but there was no going back. She turned her eyes, again, to Lu Ming, while realizing that the other party had all grown into a handsome young man. A thick trance and emotion flashed under his eyes. Lu Ming saw her froze and greeted her with a smile. What's little auntie still standing there for? Come and sit down. Aha. Lu Zixin walked over. It's a big round table. On Lu Zihan's left sat Lu Ming, and on his right was his mother, while beside Lu Ming sat Lu Suer, and even more beside her was Jiang Ruoxue. So she found a random place and sat down. Next to them were none other than a few juniors from the Lu family. At this point, Lu Zisheng suddenly stood up. He was a rather elegant middle-aged man. Today's return of third brother is a great day of joy for my Lu family. As the acting head of the family, I propose that we all join together and drink a toast to Zihan first, to welcome him back to the Lu family safely. Good point, Lu Zongha said. It is time to toast Zihan. Seeing him speak, the crowd responded by raising their glasses. Lu Zihan stood up and responded to the crowd with a smile, tilting his head and drinking. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. The atmosphere in the great hall gradually warmed up. Lu Zongha looked at the laughter and was quite relieved. There was also a tacit agreement not to mention the incident from 10 years ago. At this time, Lu Zishang once again got up and smiled expectantly at Lu Zihan. Third brother, now that you've returned. Second brother, I'm the acting head of the family. There's no need for me to continue to be the next to go. You're talented and outstanding, and are more suitable for the management of the family than the second brother. And my father also has the same intention. So what do you think? Lu Zihan shook his head. Second brother, I left the Lu family for 15 years and have never had any experience in managing a family. So I'm afraid I can't take on this heavy responsibility. Seeing this, Lu Zonghe sighed helplessly. Zi Shang, as soon as your third brother came back, he told me that he had no intention of becoming the head of the family, and that he wanted to focus on his cultivation. So in the future, I'm afraid that the position of the head of the family will still have to come from you. Seeing this, Lu Zisheng could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Right, Sandy. Seemingly remembering something, he spoke out curiously again. All these years you left the family, where exactly did you go? And also, how come I didn't see my younger sibling come back with you? This statement was made. The crowd looked at Lu Zihan. Lu Zixin was even more curious. Lu Zihan pondered for a few moments. Back then, when Yun Yaxin first came to the Lu family, being called a wild woman by people with ulterior motives, after Lu Ming's bloodline was abolished, this kind of sound, even more so, reached a state of prime. Without thinking about it, he knew that Qin Ruyan was behind it. Yun Yaxin didn't count that much, but he, however, kept it in his heart. Thus, he decided to reveal his wife's identity, and as for the matter of the fallen emperor realm, he would conceal it for the time being. Yet Xin and I were trapped in a mysterious forbidden land, and she is, in fact, from the upper world. The upper world? This statement was made. The whole room was shocked. In this world, there is still an existence of the upper realm? Lu Zixin's beautiful eyes also flickered slightly. She subconsciously remembered what Lu Ming had said back then, not having thought that there really was such an existence as the upper realm in the world. And Sister Yun was from that kind of place, not only in the upper realm, but also a young lady of a party of supreme families. Lu Zihan smiled bitterly, and she was brought back by the people above. The supreme family. Now, the crowd was even more startled, their hearts in waves. They finally figured out why Lu Ming would possess both the supreme bone and the heavy pupil, and would also possess two supreme great inheritances. Feelings, it's the mother's family terrorizing as it is. Lu Kai and Lu Yun both even swallowed their saliva, and said with difficulty, this supreme family's family head, could it be that he is a supreme level powerhouse? They didn't even have an emperor realm in the lower realms. The upper realm, however, had such an existence as the supreme family, so it was no wonder it was called the upper realm. That, I would not know, but I guess it's mostly just having a supreme inheritance. If there really was still a supreme being in the upper realm, it would most likely be the Ji family as well. However, if that was the case, then Emperor Xianhuang wouldn't end up being sealed, but would be directly obliterated. So the young master's origin is so powerful. Lu Shuer also marveled in her heart, but she always felt that Lu Ming was actually more powerful than that. Even if the junior supreme was really here, he couldn't do it to kill a heavenly heart first level with a life-prying first level strike. Ha ha, Lu Ming cousin came to be so extraordinary. However, itself is even more extraordinary. Cousin, I toast you. I believe that sooner or later, one day, you can kill on that upper world. Well, auntie, to bring back, but also to let them properly see some of the style of the two of us Lu family members. You say is not it? At this time, Lu Piaoi suddenly raised a glass of wine and laughed aloud. Lu Ming didn't refuse, and after smiling back, he drank the wine in one gulp while smacking his lips. Speaking up, the wine is indeed quite a bit better than on Earth. In his last life, he hadn't had any good wine, and the Lu family's wine, naturally, was considered a one-of-a-kind existence in the entire eastern wasteland, the entire continent. Thus, with Lu Kai and Lu Yun several people honoring each other one after another, he also came to the rescue, even, purposely didn't use his spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol, just looking for a hint of slightly drunkenness. Unfortunately, this kind of wine, with his physique, even if he drank 10,000 pounds, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit drunk. And after learning about Yun Yaxin's true origin and the existence of the upper realm, the Lu family was shocked inside, so the atmosphere became even more lively. After the group toasted Lu Zonghe, Lu Zihan and Lu Ming, the main characters, they began to chat freely and there was a lot of laughter. Those of the younger generation naturally didn't have Lu Ming's type of physique, and their cultivation wasn't quite enough either. After a few more drinks, his cheeks were obviously flushed, and after the wine gradually went to his head, he was able to talk a lot more freely. Ha ha ha, Brother Ming, you said that the laboring prince also presumed to come and challenge you. Isn't that hilarious? I think he probably wouldn't even be able to beat Brother Ha. A 15 or 16-year-old spoke up, blushing. This guy seems to be from Lu Zongwei's lineage, and at his young age, his ass-kissing skills are not bad. That's right, I think that Prince is simply afraid. After seeing his men lose in a single move, he became a shrunken head turtle, afraid that he can't even compare to a single hair on Ha's head. Ha ha ha, Era can be said to have made a name for itself in the Lu family, and when the sideline sees it, they all have to politely call out, "Aha brother." Not only is it powerful, but it's also extremely fierce. In a sense, it was even carrying the bloodline of the Lu family. That's not too much to call it. Well said. That prince is a coward. If it were me, I would definitely go up and fight Brother Ming for 300 rounds. This statement was made. The crowd was in an uproar. Then get on with it. The one who spoke, a 13 or 14-year-old teenager, saw the situation and immediately glanced at Lu Ming, sardonically shrinking his neck. Hey, just kidding. He drew a chorus of boos with that look. Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. Unexpected. That prince isn't a wimp. People have made a special trip to Void Phoenix Mountain to propose marriage. Propose marriage? With those words, it drew most of the attention at once. Sister Wushuer, that prince wouldn't be proposing to you, would he? That's definitely not true. People don't look at me. They only look at our family's saintly highness. Oh, now, the eyes of the entire room were focused on Jiang Ruoxue. Speaking of which, this holy maiden's appearance and temperament was so overwhelming that she simply dared not let anyone take a second look at her, as if she were a fairy in the sky, completely unearthly. One is ashamed of oneself. People don't talk much, and no one dares to talk easily, let alone make a toast, thinking that toasting a glass of wine is defiling them. Not to mention the juniors, even the middle-aged, older generation were thinking this way, and overall, it was just an unforgiving, magical feeling. A toad wants to eat a swan. Who in the eastern wasteland doesn't know that this sister holy maiden is the daughter-in-law of our Lu family? And just by what kind of prince does he deserve it? Well said. The 13 or 14-year-old boy immediately chimed in, exclaiming, only Brother Ming is worthy of this fairy sister. Seeing this, Lu Ming gently glared at Lu Shuer. Lu Shuer spat out her tongue and smiled playfully with a hey. Ha! Lu Zonghe laughed. Don't be offended by the words of a child. Jiang Ruoxue laughed lightly and just wanted to say it was fine. Unexpected. An underling came running in hot and heavy. Family master. Something big is wrong. The joyful atmosphere was suddenly frozen. Lu Zisheng frowned. What is it? The subordinate's forehead was in a cold sweat. Stuttering, outside. There is a person outside, naming that he wants to see young Master Zihan. That person, with a single look, seriously injured Lord Zhang Ling, and, claiming to be this emperor.